I held my sword aloft, firmly grounded, and with a subtle smile, I remarked, "The dragon of madness possesses a certain grandeur, yet since chapter 6. Have I not encroached upon his domain more than once? Seeking death, are we?" The dark knight, incensed, suddenly charged forth, his battle axe radiating with fiery brilliance. I could not suppress a quiet chuckle. This individual was a level 127 dark knight, yet he was woefully inept, believing that a mere charge could contend with an adept ground warrior. His steed was far from a high-tier mount, its agility severely lacking. After initiating the charge, with a mere shift in position, I could easily evade him, with the collision of our steeds momentarily stalling him for around 2 seconds. Dispatching this dark knight would be a trivial endeavor. As I deftly maneuvered, I found myself 3 paces away, and this simple act extinguished the fury etched upon the dark knight's face, transforming it into shock. He realized he was not confronting a novice, at the very least. He faced a competent adversary. Miss. Indeed, once the charge was evaded, both the dark knight and his mount surged forward, propelled by their momentum. Unable to pivot swiftly due to their low agility, I seized the opportunity, sword raised, gliding towards him. The 8 trigrams formation shimmered beneath my feet as the azure sword coalesced into a deep indigo flame, piercing through the dark knight's shield and armor. Simultaneously, it unleashed a series of 3 successive strikes, each accompanied by damage notifications: 22,098, 8,762, 11,023, 15,239. Despite the Dark Knight's commendable defenses, he succumbed to my relentless assault, collapsing alongside his steed. Behind me, a cohort of Dragon of Madness players gasped in astonishment. "This GRD has slain our second brother. Let us avenge him and take this scoundrel down." I could not help but smile as I kicked the battle axe that had fallen from the Dark Knight's grasp. Inspecting it, a 1-star exceptional purple gold weapon, I promptly hurled it aside, having no intention of claiming it. Ah, the weapon of our second brother. A dozen gazes followed the axe's trajectory, all eager to seize the prize. My indifference to the equipment did not mean others shared my sentiment. Seizing the moment while their attention was diverted, I rushed towards the axe's landing site and unleashed a 1,000 slash. Boom. The sword's edge splintered into myriad icy blades, crashing into the throng. Several opponents fell in unison. Archers and mages were swiftly annihilated, while the warriors fared little better. My unparalleled attack power, augmented by a formidable 193-point boost from the God of War's encouragement, was more than sufficient to devastate this group. With a deft sweep, I carved a graceful arc through the air, and a few beleaguered warriors collapsed in succession. In mere moments, the majority of the opposing force lay vanquished, with the level 121 warrior now reduced to level 120. He gazed longingly at the purple gold battle axe on the ground, his eyes filled with resentment as he fell. Cunning. Too cunning. I grinned, surveying the spoils of battle. Ah, a bountiful harvest indeed. I gathered the scattered items, including the purple gold battle axe, and stowed them in my inventory, planning to return to the city and sell them for a handsome sum, likely yielding several thousand RMB in profit, better than nothing. As I surveyed my surroundings, it was evident that a considerable number of players from the Wild Dragon Guild were present. Once the battle commenced, word would swiftly spread, and I would soon find myself facing an onslaught. While I am not intimidated by a mere handful of foes, facing a multitude, particularly with mages unleashing a barrage of spells, could be quite overwhelming. Just envision the sensation of countless ice arrows, wind blades, and fireballs raining upon me. It sends shivers down my spine. I refuse to become a living target. With my sword in hand, I continued to navigate in search of new dragon bones. Upon entering the jungle, I spotted a large group approaching from the east, unmistakably led by the infamous Feng Yunfuyu. Mounted on a formidable warhorse, he surveyed his surroundings. Damn. They were dispatched so swiftly. Who possesses such extraordinary prowess? Beside him, a level 120 mage remarked, "I'm not certain. Our levels may be insufficient to gauge theirs, but they must exceed level 135. Feng Yunfuyu gritted his teeth. There are over 20 individuals above level 135 in the Sky City. This probability is absurd. Who have we angered? Regardless, let us turn over the windmill forest. We must locate this individual and dismantle them piece by piece." I shuddered at his words. Feng Yunfuyu's bravado was increasingly formidable. The mage suggested, "Fuyu, you should assist the boss. It appears there is a guild engaged in a boss fight nearby." The boss intends for us to wait until the guild reduces the boss's health to 10 before we strike, eliminating both the boss and the guild members. Fengyan Fuyu grinned. Understood. I'll head over immediately. You all continue your search. Our palace-level herbalist will soon arrive. This agave is said to be an essential ingredient for crafting level 10 assassin poison. We must monopolize its supply. Heh, I couldn't help but chuckle to myself. They wish to monopolize the agave? How naive. Do they perceive me as insignificant? However, I decided to hold off on the agave for now. The Wild Dragon Guild was scheming to ambush another guild? Absolutely not. Such despicable tactics of attacking during a boss fight are the most loathsome in the game. I was unaware of which guild was battling the boss ahead, but I resolved to assist them. I stealthily maneuvered through the jungle, evading numerous high-level shadow monsters. And soon enough, I heard the sounds of fierce combat emanating from a small valley. As I parted the dense foliage, I was met with the sight of a team of approximately 200 players engaged in battle with a level 145 spirit class boss, the Earth Dragon, whose health had dwindled to a mere 15. Everyone, exercise caution. The boss may mutate or unleash a powerful attack when its health reaches 10. Among the crowd, a young man, approximately 28 years old, clad in cloth armor, emanated an air of elegance. He wielded a steel fan, and a strategic aura enveloped him. He was the captain and strategist of this team. With my darkened gaze, I discerned his detailed information from a distance. Liu Bai level, 133 class, Chi Pulse Strategist Guild, Burning Zither, Boiling Crane position, Vice Guild Leader, a Chi Pulse Strategist? My eyes sparkled with excitement. Could this possibly be the fabled hidden class of a strategist? It sounds quite promising. A master of the mystic pulse, what a splendid vocation. However, this character, Lu Bu Yi, does not appear particularly formidable. With a mere 5-tiered buff, the encouragement effect is disappointingly below 50, which hardly does justice to such a profession. Moreover, the guild known as Burning the Chain and Boiling the Crane seems rather lackluster, facing an intimidating level 145 spiritual boss and suffering considerable losses, with team members continuously falling in battle. Particularly, the dispatched warriors, noble level 128 fighters, could scarcely withstand 2 attacks from the boss. They do not even have a single competent Magic Knight player among them, being utterly defeated without a hint of retaliation. Were it not for their numbers, they would have surely perished long ago. Brothers, the boss's health is dwindling. Lu Bu Yi exclaimed with a foolish grin. This Earth Dragon is formidable. Even the guild leader fell victim to its lethal strike. Defeating this boss is no easy task. Fear not, our guild leader, along with the fallen brothers, is on their way and will arrive shortly. The remaining players wore flushed expressions, seemingly hopeful that this boss might yield some valuable loot. Suddenly, from the opposite side of the jungle came a series of blood-curdling screams, causing my heart to race. Could it be that tragedy had already struck? Indeed. Lu Bu Yi's expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed, "Everyone, hurry and defeat the boss. The guild leader and his party have been ambushed by the Mad Dragon Guild in the forest and have all perished. He has commanded us to finish off this boss and return to the city with the rewards." A female assassin protested, "Vice Guild Leader, if the guild leader has fallen, and the Mad Dragon members are on their way, should we continue to hold our ground? The boss still has 15 health, which should be sufficient for us to fight for another 15 minutes. Lu Bu Yi's eyes gleamed with determination as he grit his teeth and declared, "I have received the guild leader's entrustment. Even if it costs me my life, I shall bring down this boss. No matter how reckless the Mad Dragon members may be, we must stand firm. Although Burning the Chain and Boiling the Crane is not a major guild, we are willing to fight for our brothers, are we not?" A chorus of players from Burning the Chain and Boiling the Crane responded in unison, "Indeed. It is glorious to die. Upon resurrection, we shall rise anew, never betraying our guild leader, never forsaking our brothers." Their morale uplifted. I could not help but regard Lu Bu Yi with newfound respect. He was a commendable individual, resolute and responsible. At that moment, the leaves of the forest rustled, and a throng of high-level players emerged from the jungle, revealing themselves as members of the Mad Dragon Guild. The guild leader, Long Xing Tian Xia, the vice guild leaders, Dan Shu Tai Chi and Fan Yun Fuyu, along with the beautiful archer, Han Yume Gue, had also appeared. This group boasted nearly 100 members, all above level 130, their strength significantly surpassing that of the players from Burning the Chain and Boiling the Crane. How exhilarating! Long Xing Tian Xia, wielding a lance, pointed towards the group in the valley, and suddenly turned cold, sneering. No matter how passionate your words, they are of no consequence. In this world, power reigns supreme. This Earth Dragon boss belongs to the Mad Dragon Guild, so you would do well to leave swiftly, lest we annihilate every last one of you. Lu Buyi's face was filled with fury. Dragon's domain? You cowardly cur who preys on the weak. Why do you not dare to confront the likes of the Godslayers, blood mercenaries, or the sovereigns? The visage of Dragon's domain turned a shade akin to that of liver, for Lu Buyi had struck a nerve. Indeed, while the Mad Dragon Guild was formidable, it refrained from challenging those larger guilds, shying away even from the Godslayers, let alone the super guilds like the Silver Fur, Ancient Sword Dream, and War Sky Alliance. With a swift motion, he pointed his spear towards the valley and declared in anger, "You dare to boast even as death draws near? Brothers, charge forth and eliminate these fools. Take over the boss, and once they are vanquished, guard the corpse until dawn breaks in this game. I shall witness the true strength of the Burning Zither and Boiling Crane Guild." Dan Shu Tai Chi. Focus on eliminating that strategist. Huh, a mere strategist dares to be a vice leader? Pathetic. A frenzy erupted among the players of the Mad Dragon Guild, their numbers, levels, and equipment vastly superior to their adversaries. They galloped down the valley, akin to tigers among sheep, swiftly decimating the rear ranks of dozens of priests from the Burning Zither and Boiling Crane Guild. With their healing support severed, the frontline players became easy prey for the boss's relentless assaults. Dan Shu Tai Chi transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging forward with blades in hand, flames dancing as he unleashed a devastating explosive slash towards Lu Buyi. As a cloth-armored class, Lu Buyi was undeterred. He swiftly positioned his steel fan before him, producing a resounding clang as he managed to withstand the onslaught. Yet, the disparity in power was palpable. He was forced to stagger back, suffering a loss of 3,000 health points, his total health barely exceeding 10,000, a stark contrast to Dan Shu Tai Chi's might. Steadying himself, Lu Buyi's steel fan radiated a brilliant azure glow, echoing the roar of a great dragon. With a commanding shout, he invoked the Dragon Vein technique. A dragon-shaped silhouette surged from the earth, delivering a magical assault upon Dan Shu Tai Chi, inflicting a staggering damage of 8,904. Taken aback, Dan Shu Tai Chi had not anticipated such formidable magical prowess from a strategist. He quickly advanced, sweeping his sword in a wide arc, delivering a heavy blow to Lu Buyi's chest. The impact was fierce, 6,092. Fortunately, Lu Buyi had consumed a healing potion just in time and was shielded by the Dragon Vein shield. Otherwise, that strike could have claimed his life. Amidst the tumult, rather than retreating, Lu Buyi pressed forward, his handsome face ablaze with rage as his steel fan transformed into a bolt of lightning, striking Dan Shu Tai Chi at the neck. Transitioning from magical to physical assault, Lu Buyi discovered that this strategist was indeed formidable. The damage inflicted was 4,200. However, his steel fan seemed to lack the potency needed to deal significant harm. Otherwise, Lu Buyi might have had a chance at victory. Enraged and humiliated, Dan Shu Tai Chi bellowed, "Get lost." Under the forceful collision of a formidable physique, Dan Shu Tai Chi delivered a powerful kick that sent Lu Buyi's garments flying. Lu Buyi rolled on the ground, utterly disheveled. Upon raising his gaze, he was met with the harrowing sight of the members of the Burning Chains and Boiled Cranes Guild being mercilessly slaughtered by the Dragon's Fury Guild. Damn it! His fist struck the ground with immense force, his eyes filled with resentment, likely directed at his own inability to save his brethren, to allow them to revel in their dominance over the realm. With a rustle, Dan Shu Tai Chi approached, brandishing his sharp blade. Faced with Lu Buyi, who had nearly exhausted his vitality, it was evident that a single strike from Dan Shu Tai Chi would seal Lu Buyi's fate. However, at that moment, a sudden green sword descended from the heavens, crashing heavily upon Dan Shu Tai Chi's forehead. Bang! 8,098. Dan Shu Tai Chi was propelled backward, shouting, "Who is it?" In an unexpected charge, I swiftly locked onto Dan Shu Tai Chi, and in the next instant, my clearly defined visage appeared before him, grinning widely. Dragon's Fury Twins. Long time no see. In the astonished gaze of Dan Shu Tai Chi, the Qingming sword pierced through his chest, delivering a fatal blow. The battlefield was enveloped in a somber stillness, as if time itself had frozen. With my sword raised protectively before Lu Buyi, I stood resolute. my tattered soul guard cloak billowing in the wind. My formidable battle armor concealed a radiant brilliance, though its sharpness remained concealed. It exuded an aura so intimidating that nearly 1,000 members of the Dragon's Fury Guild halted in their tracks. Gulp. Longxing Tianxia swallowed hard. His gaze icy. Who are you? Are you the one known as Zhiji Qinsha? I chuckled darkly. What do you think? Come now, Longxing Tianxia. I have long yearned for a fierce battle with you. Let us engage in a clash of 300 rounds and slay each other to our heart's content. Longxing Tianxia, filled with rage, declared, Zhiji Qinsha, you have repeatedly opposed me. Damn it. What connection do you have with the Burning Cheens and Boiled Cranes Guild? On what grounds do you intervene on their behalf? My gaze turned cold. When the road is unjust, someone must take action. I cannot stand idly by while others are oppressed. Nor can I tolerate the arrogance of certain individuals. If justice still exists in this world, then I shall be its champion. Damn it, seeking death. Enraged, Longxing Tianxia swung his spear and commanded, everyone, attack. Annihilate Zhiji Qinsha. Restore the glory of the Dragon's Fury, for the Guild, for our brothers. A throng of Dragon's Fury Guild members surged forth, while I raised my sword, executing 1,000 ice slash that cleaved through the enemy ranks. I leapt into the fray, the fierce blade shaking the very ground, and dozens of dragon warriors fell before my brilliance. Yet, the counterattacks from the enemy were vicious. Arrows rained down in rapid succession, and the lethal prowess of Han Yumegue was as formidable as ever. The longbow in her hands seemed to possess attributes that could bypass defenses, unleashing consecutive hits that exceeded 5,000 points of damage, an astonishing power for an archer. Galaxy Storm, Spiral Arrow Blade. A barrage of lethal skills descended upon me. After dispatching nearly 100 foes, I was forced to utilize death resilience to regain health, then raised my longsword to defend myself. With a swift movement, Fan Yun Fuyu charged towards me, stunning me, and with only 20 health points remaining, he summoned flames to envelop the spear in his grasp. Breaching the barrier. Uft. 13,899. My gaze faltered, and I gradually collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Damn it, you wretched scoundrels. As Lu Bu-Yi witnessed my demise, he was nearly driven to madness. Gripping his steel fan, his eyes filled with bloodlust, you fell in battle for me. That makes you my brother. I shall not allow your sacrifice to be in vain. I, Lu Bu-Yi, possess nothing but this life to repay my brother with blood. In a fit of impulse, he was ready to embrace death. At that moment, a powerful hand suddenly landed on his shoulder with a resounding clap. Hey, there's no need to throw your life away like that. Lu Bu-Yi turned in shock, and in his eyes, he saw my ever-relaxed smile. Aren't you dead? He exclaimed in disbelief. I smiled faintly, revealing the ghostly ring gleaming ominously from my fingertip. That was merely my skilled doppelganger, possessing my 75 attributes, but lacking defensive enhancements. Do you truly believe that this rabble could so easily dispatch me? Lu Bu-Yi was filled with astonishment. In the distance, Longxing Tianxia's expression darkened further. A skilled doppelganger? Damn it, so it was his doppelganger that brought about our defeat? Coldly observing me, Han Yumegue, bow in hand, remarked, this Lu Chun is becoming increasingly formidable. What shall we do? Fan Yun Fuyu's eyes gleamed with determination as he declared, there's nothing to discuss. Let me lead the brothers. If I could slay him once, I can do it again, humph. With that, Fan Yun Fuyu stepped forward, raising his spear and bellowing, Lu Chun, prepare to meet your end. Don't think you can safeguard this Burning Chin and Cooking Crane Guild while you're here. I ignored Fan Yun Fuyu, focusing instead on Lu Bu-Yi. Glancing at the few remaining members of Burning Chin and Cooking Crane, I summoned the Celestial Wolf to assist in the boss battle and then turned to Lu Bu-Yi. Speaking softly, you know, with your current strength, you are no match for the Mad Dragon. Why persist in futile resistance? Lu Bu-Yi replied, you see, you are a strategist. Your true potential lies in utilizing tactical skills. Yet you engage in magical combat and PK with martial skills. Playing a marginal profession this way will lead to significant losses. Has no one ever pointed this out to you? Clenching his fists, Lu Bu-Yi suddenly looked up, meeting my gaze with conviction. Indeed, the strategist is a marginal profession, but I firmly believe I can excel in it. Many high-ranking strategists have said the same to me. Yet, I have always told myself not to let others dictate what I can or cannot achieve. Those who have failed are always the ones who tell me I cannot succeed. I have always believed that as long as one has a dream, one should pursue it courageously. I will master this profession and become the foremost strategist in China. I couldn't help but smile and nod. Well said. It seems we are on the verge of a great battle in the windmill forest today. Are you willing to fight alongside me? I shall lead the charge. And you can use your dragon vein technique to pick off their archers, ensuring that I am not overwhelmed by their shock arrows. What do you say? Lu Bui nodded, filled with excitement. To fight alongside the great Lu Chun is my honor. Thus, I promptly drew Lu Bui into the ranks, bestowing upon him the Divine Warrior's strategy technique, which augmented our attack power by 190, greatly enhancing both his dragon vein technique and the pulse fan attack. Upon witnessing my strategic prowess, Lu Bui was taken aback, exclaiming in awe, "What an impressive boost." I chuckled softly, "Do not be astonished. One day, you shall surpass me. If you cannot even outdo me, then do not speak of being the foremost strategist in the Chinese realm." With spirits lifted, I brandished my sword and charged forward, my blade aimed directly at Fan Yun Fuyu, demanding, "What was that you said about dueling me for 300 rounds? Come on then, do you think I fear you?" Fan Yun Fuyu's facial muscles twitched violently as he retorted, "I am not even named Fan. Lu Chun, you scoundrel." With that, he lunged at me, wielding his long spear, accompanied by hundreds of frenzied dragon warriors. Undeterred by the overwhelming numbers, I advanced with my sword. Observing this, Lu Buyi's courage surged, and he twirled his paper fan, laughing heartily. "Lu Chun, it is only today that I recognize you as a true valiant." I grinned, thinking, for the sake of justice, I would risk my very life. Indeed, I was a brave soul, albeit a rather foolish one. Such sentiments had been echoed by He Yi and Murong Mingyue more than once. Kill. Clad in my divine armor, I leapt forward, raising my sword high. The thousand eyes wreaked havoc amidst the densest throng, ensnaring at least 50 adversaries, with over 70 already frozen in place. With a single hand raised, the ice spiral domain descended, ice spikes erupting from the ground in rapid succession, causing the beleaguered dragon warriors to collapse, denying their priest allies any opportunity to heal them. Simultaneously, Fan Yun Fuyu and his comrades charged forth, their weapons ablaze with fiery radiance, striking against my shoulder armor. The quaking of my crimson dragon armor resonated as numerous damage numbers floated above my head. 2,245, 1,029, 428, 521, 98. Only Fan Yun Fuyu's strikes posed a genuine threat. The rest were inconsequential, with some low-level knights inflicting merely double-digit damage, which was rather amusing. However, even a multitude of ants can bring down an elephant. The cumulative damage from countless attacks was still formidable, especially with the distant strikes from Han Yume Gue remaining razor-sharp. My sword swept across in a fierce arc, executing the fiery blade slash. Clang, clang, clang. Fan Yun Fuyu braced himself behind his shield, utilizing the Holy Shield's defensive stance to withstand my relentless slashes, sparks flying as 3 damage numbers erupted. 4,101, 7,992, 11,020. Staring at such damage figures, Fan Yun Fuyu was left dumbfounded. The level 10 Holy Shield had significantly bolstered his defenses, greatly enhancing his damage mitigation abilities. Yet, he still lost over 20,000 health points under my relentless assault, equivalent to half his vitality. While I could not vanquish Fan Yun Fuyu, the fiery blade slash was an area attack, creating shockwaves that obliterated the warriors surrounding him. With a jolt to my chest, I lost over 4,000 health points. Once again, it was an attack from Han Yume Gue. How insufferable. At that moment, a roaring azure dragon shadow emerged, as Lu Bai, wielding a paper fan, charged forward. The dragon vein technique surged forth, swiftly depleting the health of the cold moon rose, reducing her to mere emptiness in an instant. "Quick, give me," she exclaimed, her countenance paling. Surrounding priests intensified their efforts, while Lu Bai continued his relentless assault, maintaining Cold Moon Rose's health around 25. My fury ignited. With a powerful stomp of my Storm War boots, I shook the ground, scattering the nearby adversaries. Then, I launched the Qing Ming sword high into the air. This 6-star celestial weapon transformed into a spiraling blade, carving a magnificent arc through the crowd, precisely enveloping Cold Moon Rose. With a sharp sound, the spiraling blade pierced between her bosom, passing through her, before returning to my grasp, stained with blood. "Ah, what a delightful kill," I mused, as substantial damage numbers floated above her head. 17894, Her exquisite eyes widened in shock as she gazed at me, only to suddenly collapse, lifeless. Not only Cold Moon Rose fell, but many around Dragon Walk the world succumbed as well. Even he himself was caught in the fray. Had it not been for the sturdy blood of the demon knight, he might have been incinerated alongside Cold Moon Rose. Furious, the tempest of clouds charged at me, but I deftly evaded, dropping to one knee. My armored knee collided forcefully with the chin of Tempest of Clouds, and after another fierce assault, his steed finally succumbed, throwing him to the ground. Confused, he raised his shield, attempting to activate his holy shield defense, yet he overlooked the fact that I was a warrior with penetration skills. With a flourish, the Qianquan array glimmered beneath my feet, the Qingming sword radiating brilliance as it coalesced into a deep blue flame spike, launching downward with ferocity. The flame spike pierced his holy shield, impaling Tempest of Clouds upon the sword's edge. Die! I roared, channeling my strength as the Qianquan break skill erupted, sending massive damage numbers soaring while Tempest of Clouds' body was pierced, collapsing like a shredded cotton tuft into the grass. Ha ha ha, what a splendid kill. Lu Bai laughed heartily. I turned, sword in hand, ready to depart. Bai, what are you laughing about? Hurry up, the boss is dead. We must retreat. Oh. Lu Bai suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Though we had slain numerous experts of the Mad Dragon, their main forces still remained, and my health had dwindled to a mere 27. Without a priest, sustaining a prolonged battle was utterly impossible. Thus, our only course was to retreat. With the assistance of Tian Yao Greedy Wolf, the boss had been vanquished, leaving fewer than 10 of the burned zither and boiled crane. Lu Bai dashed forward, gathering all the spoils of the boss, proclaiming, "Brothers, follow Luoqing and retreat." At that moment, faced with the formidable Mad Dragon, I had become the spiritual leader of the burned zither and boiled crane, indeed their only glimmer of hope. A group of individuals retreated swiftly, dragging their formation while launching counterattacks that left the dragon's domain seething with anger. In the dense jungle, however, they found themselves powerless against us. Damn it, these cowards. Do they not dare to face us in a direct confrontation? The leader of Dragon's domain, mounted on his steed, gritted his teeth in frustration. Beside him, a fervent player from the Frenzied Dragon Guild murmured, "Leader, they are continuously depleting our active forces. This cannot continue." Moreover, Lu Chen's defense and vitality are extraordinarily formidable. In this jungle terrain, we cannot launch a coordinated assault. We lack sufficient firepower to eliminate him. If we pursue any further, we may very well lose our 1,000-strong contingent. Very well, let us retreat to the Dragonbone area. We will hold the line at the agave. I have heard that Lu Chun is also there to gather agave. We must not allow him to succeed. Understood. Suddenly, Lu Bai stepped in front of me, gesturing ahead. Our leader has been resurrected, just a short distance away. Allow me to escort you. All right. I nodded. The distance from the Qinghu jungle was too great, and the Ghost Valley faction was still capturing Qinghu. I did not wish to rely on them to subdue the Frenzied Dragon. Thus, I would have to depend on the players from Burning Zither Boiling Crane. At the very least, I needed their priests to heal. Otherwise, I could take down 100, even 200 Frenzied Dragon players, but anything beyond that would be impossible. Restoration was an eternal pain for warrior-type players. Moreover, deep down, I harbored a desire to recruit Lu Bai, a remarkably capable individual. Meeting with the leader of Burning Zither Boiling Crane would be advantageous. Under Lu Bai's guidance, we arrived at a clearing within the forest, where hundreds of players from Burning Zither Boiling Crane stood. Among them was a barbarian warrior wielding a crimson long-handled battle axe, their leader, 0 Degree Ice Point. He appeared to be around 30 years old, exuding an aura of valor. I was uncertain about his character, but anyone who could earn Lu Bai's loyalty must possess commendable qualities. Upon noticing our arrival, 0 Degree Ice Point approached, brandishing his battle axe, and boomed with laughter. "Today, we engaged Frenzied Dragon in battle. Thankfully, Vice Leader Gu Jian Hunming assisted us. Otherwise, we would have surely faced annihilation." I glanced back. There were barely a dozen members left in Burning Zither Boiling Crane, and indeed, their numbers were dwindling. I smiled and replied, "No need for formality. It is only right to aid those in need. Moreover, Gu Jian and Frenzied Dragon are rival factions. An encounter in the wild would inevitably lead to conflict." Indeed, 0 Degree Ice Point nodded, saying, "Brother Zhiji Qinsha, I will remember your assistance. Should there ever be a need for our help, we will brave any danger without hesitation." I smiled subtly, Does Leader Zero intend to continue the fight against Frenzied Dragon? They have wronged my brother, and we must settle this score. 0 Degree Ice Point's expression turned steely as he replied, we have no reason to shy away from battle. Moreover, burning zither boiling crane has occupied this windmill forest for quite some time. We cannot relinquish our home so easily. Would you not agree? Instantly, a multitude of individuals brandished their weapons and proclaimed, we shall follow the leader. I inquired, 0 Degree, how many members does the Burning Lyre and Cooking Crane Guild comprise? Having established the guild for a month, we now numbered 178, yet recruitment was proving difficult. 0 Degree, feeling somewhat helpless, shrugged and remarked, there are simply too many guilds in Sky City, and we lack any prominent figures to attract other players. Nevertheless, these 400 brothers are quite a formidable force. We should be able to contend with the Mad Dragon. I couldn't help but chuckle. Are you aware of the size of the Mad Dragon Guild? The main guild is level 5, boasting 10,000 members, with 8 branches, each consisting of 5,000 members, totaling 40,000. In other words, the Mad Dragon Guild and its branches together comprise a staggering 50,000 members. 0 Degree, do you truly believe that your 400 can withstand such an onslaught? Moreover, Longxing Tianxia is a vengeful individual. Should you provoke him, he may very well dispatch a 10,000-strong team to relentlessly pursue you until the Burning Lyre and Cooking Crane Guild is utterly dismantled. Do not think I am being alarmist. There are countless instances where guilds have crumbled under the pressure of such pursuits. 0 Degree stood momentarily stunned, pondering his response. The other members of Burning Lyre and Cooking Crane shared in the shock, finally comprehending the true nature of their adversary. Many gasped in disbelief, having initially thought they had encountered the core strength of the Mad Dragon Guild, unaware that they had merely glimpsed the tip of the iceberg. After a prolonged silence, 0 Degree lifted his gaze and asked, Brother Zhiji, what do you suggest we, the Burning Lyre and Cooking Crane, should do? I glanced at Lu Bu Yi and replied, I have a suggestion, merely a suggestion. You may accept it if you wish, or disregard it if you prefer. Brother Zhiji, please speak freely, he encouraged. Our ancient Sword Soul Dream Guild has gained recognition within the Chinese guild rankings and holds considerable prestige in Sky City. Currently, we are expanding our branches. We have 7 and can establish an 8th. This 8th branch could be primarily composed of the Burning Lyre and Cooking Crane Guild, with you, 0 Degree, continuing as the leader. We will not interfere in the operations of the 8th branch, except when guild activities necessitate your involvement. With the banner of Ancient Sword Soul Dream flying high, it would be effortless for the Burning Lyre and Cooking Crane to recruit the requisite members around the clock. Swiftly elevating the guild to level 5 and amassing 10,000 members, sufficient to challenge the Mad Dragon Guild. As I spoke, I looked at 0 Degree, spreading my hands with a smile. This is merely a proposal. The decision to accept or decline rests entirely with you. I would never impose upon you. After a moment of contemplation, 0 Degree nodded, his face betraying uncertainty, clearly torn between options. Eventually, Lu Bu Yi, wielding his steel fan, urged, 0 Degree, agree to it. Our current strength is indeed inadequate to contend with the Mad Dragon. Since Lu Chun has expressed such sincerity, it would be unwise to remain obstinate. Feeling somewhat resigned, 0 Degree conceded, very well, we shall join the Ancient Sword Soul Dream Alliance. However, I am still uncertain of the guild's principles, Brother Zhiji. Could you enlighten me? I chuckled softly, clenched my fist, and proclaimed, before the National War, Brothers' Covenant, never to betray. After the National War, battle across the 4 corners, defend our homeland. At that moment, Lu Bu Yi clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Indeed, this is the true demeanor and spirit that a vice leader of a super guild should possess. Lu Chun, we are willing to follow Gu Jian and guard the 4 corners, protecting our home. 0 Degree Ice Point nodded in agreement, smiling. Then, let our collaboration be joyful. I promptly granted 0 Degree Ice Point the authority to form a sub-guild. Shortly thereafter, the Burning Cheens and Boiled Cranes Guild was established, becoming the 8th sub-guild of Gu Jian Soul Dream, comprising 478 members, which seemed rather meager. In stark contrast, the other 7 sub-guilds of Gu Jian Soul Dream had reached level 3 within 3 days, amassing a full 2,000 members, making the performance of Burning Cheens and Boiled Cranes appear rather lacking. Shall we return to Sky City to recruit more members? 0° ice point inquired with excitement. I nodded. Yes, go ahead. Remember, the recruitment threshold must be high. Players below level 120 should not be considered for now. Our minimum requirement is 5 transformations. Otherwise, such sub-guilds will lack strength. 0° ice point was taken aback. Such high requirements? What? Do you lack confidence? Ha ha. I have plenty of confidence. Rest assured, Vice Leader. I will manage the 8th sub-guild well. Okay, off you go. 0° ice point swiftly produced a return scroll, vanishing in an instant. While Lu Bui nodded and smiled at me, adding me as a friend before returning to the city, as he was still affiliated with 0° ice point. After bidding farewell to the members of Burning Chains and Boiled Cranes, I continued to navigate through the jungle, ambushing members of the Crazy Dragon Guild. Encountering teams of fewer than 100, I drew my sword and swiftly dispatched them, employing my underground escape skill to evade capture. They lacked high-level players to detect my movements, ensuring my safety. Within the Windmill Forest, numerous dragon bones emerged, surrounded by flourishing agave plants, and I indulged in gathering them. After more than 2 hours, countless Crazy Dragon players had fallen to my blade, and my inventory boasted nearly 100 bundles of agave. The Dragon Rides the World Guild did nothing but pursue me, accompanied by members like Cold Moon Rose and Dan Shu Tai Chi. Yet I was the type to strike and relocate. This group was merely courting death in the vast forest as they attempted to engage in guerrilla tactics against me. Ding! A message from Gue Guzi arrived. Zhiji, are you having fun in the Windmill Forest? Crazy Dragon is rallying several sub-guilds, claiming they will flatten the Windmill Forest. I laughed heartily. It's all right. By the way, my little ghost, how is the situation in the Qinghu jungle? How many Qinghu mounts have our people captured? Gue Guzi replied, very smoothly. As of now, we have secured 400 Qinghu Iron Riders. Conservatively estimating, after clearing this map, we should have at least 2,000 Qinghu Iron Riders, essentially allowing the knights and rangers of the main guild to ride them. Hee. Well done. Indeed. The cavalry of the Gujian main guild can be considered invincible at this stage. Keep up the good work. You too, strive hard. Okay. I deactivated the communicator and ventured into a small grove, where I spotted 2 assassin players stealthily advancing. Unfortunately, under the gaze of my darkened eyes, they were utterly exposed. With a swift leap, I unleashed a horizontal strike of my sword, eliminating them in an instant. Advancing further, I was met with the formidable force of the dragon's wrath, where over 3,000 members of the dragon's domain galloped across the open terrain. Raising my lance, the furious dragon's wrath declared, that scoundrel, Zhiji Qinsha, has gone too far. Brothers, today we shall turn this Windmill Forest upside down and ensure Zhiji Qinsha meets his demise. I have summoned 4 allied factions to seize the Windmill Forest and protect the agave. Feng Yun Fu Yu whispered, Leader, the agave has been nearly depleted by Lu Chun. Less than a third remains. Dragon's Wrath's facial muscles twitched. Curse that Lu Chun. I smirked and replied, Curse him? I only have an uncle. He is busy harvesting watermelons. I retrieved a returning scroll. The agave would suffice for my needs for a while. There was no need to continue entangling with them, for killing yielded no experience. With a flash, I returned to Sky City. From a distance, I observed Lu Bu E, 0°, and others gathering players. Upon checking, the 8th Alliance had recruited 800 members, just shy of reaching full capacity. I approached the warehouse and sent a message to Lu Bu E. Come to the warehouse administrator at the East Gate Plaza. I have something for you. Oh. Shortly after, Lu Bu E hurried over, smiling. Leader Lu Chen, what is it? I retrieved a fan from the warehouse and presented it to him, saying, Here, this is a weapon that will aid you in becoming a top strategist. Consider it a welcoming gift from our ancient sword faction upon your joining. The fan, radiating with flames, left Lu Bu E nearly speechless as he trembled with excitement upon examining its attributes. Scorching fan, exceptional earth artifact, attack 750-1020, intelligence 150, stamina 145, strategy 50. Enhances the user's strategic skill effectiveness by 25, increases the user's health cap by 30, exceptional trait. Military strategy, further boosts the base strategic skill's attack power by 15. Required level, 130. Leader, this is far too extravagant. Lu Bu gulped, exclaiming, I'm merely a newcomer to the guild. And you bestow upon me a 5-star exceptional earth weapon? I chuckled, patting his shoulder. As you said, do not let others dictate what you can achieve. Those who cannot accomplish something will always tell you that you cannot either. As long as you have a dream, pursue it relentlessly. I faced the same doubts. Many told me it was impossible, yet I proved them wrong through my actions. Now, it is your turn to demonstrate your potential. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lu Bu clutched the scorching fan, nearly moved to tears. The finest piece of equipment he possessed was this fan, merely a one-star exceptional purple gold item, while the rest of his gear consisted mostly of dark gold artifacts. Although many were exceptional, his ability to contend with the formidable Dan Shu Tai Chi attested to Lu Bu Yi's remarkable talent. Lu Chun, has this fan truly become mine? Lu Bai held the blazing fan, his gaze fervently fixed upon me, as if still struggling to accept this reality, desiring further confirmation. I smirked and replied, "Don't you want it? If not, return it to me. I can sell it at the auction house for at least 1,000,000 RMB. Who wouldn't appreciate that?" Lu Bai smiled faintly. Of course I want it. However, I feel somewhat unworthy to receive such a fine weapon without merit. What virtue do I possess that allows you, the leader, to bestow such favor upon me? Taking a deep breath, I said, "Bai, you are aware that in the realm of ancient sword, soul dream, renowned generals abound. Yet there are no top-tier strategists of our own. Thus, I hope you can break this stalemate and let the world recognize that ancient sword, soul dream possesses a strategist of unparalleled caliber, astonishing all those who underestimate the profession." Indeed, Lu Bai nodded earnestly, whispering, "I pledge I will not disappoint the leader. This vow I shall uphold unto death." I smiled with satisfaction. That suffices. Oh, by the way, there is another item I wish to present to you. This is a personal gift, one that will certainly aid in your success. As I retrieved a gleaming skill book from the warehouse and placed it before Lu Bai, I declared, "This was dropped during my battle with the boss. A skill book specifically for strategists. With this strategic technique, I believe no one will ever be unaware of Lu Bai's name." Lu Bai took hold of the skill book, his astonishment rendering him speechless. "Incredible. This is astonishing. I never imagined such a strategic technique existed. Purple Dragon, Earth-tier strategic technique, harness the aura of an emperor, enhancing all attributes of nearby allies by 15. The enhancement effect is related to the user's strategy value. Requirements: Level 135, exclusive profession, strategist, strategy value, 300 points. After use, the user's level decreases by 3, enhancing all attributes by 15, and with no apparent upper limit. This strategic technique is indeed extraordinary. Given Lu Bai's strategic growth, he stands a significant chance of surpassing Lin Yisan's enchanting effects. Cradling the purple dragon, Lu Bai was a mix of joy and disbelief, unsure of what to say. After a moment, he solemnly declared, "I once thought it would take a year of hard work to become the top strategist in the Chinese region. Now, with the leader's assistance, I can achieve this in no more than 6 months." I chuckled. 6 months is too long. I expect you to become the top strategist within 2 months. We shall see. He grinned. I glanced at the mark on his shoulder, still the emblem of burning Qin, and remarked, "By the way, you should join the main alliance. Main alliance players can share numerous buffs, and it would be much easier to assemble a strong team for leveling up. You could reach level 135 and learn this purple dragon strategic technique in just 3 days." Lu Bai displayed a hint of reluctance. "For now, I cannot join the main alliance. I must continue to follow the 0-degree leader. I hope you can understand, Lu Chun." I furrowed my brow and asked, "Bai, how did you come to know 0-degree, and how did you join burning Qin? Can you share this with me?" Lu Bai nodded and said, "I became acquainted with the leader of 0-degree 2 months ago. At that time, I and a few friends were being harassed at a leveling spot. It was the leader of 0-degree who led his team to eliminate those who were guarding our bodies, thus saving us. Consequently, my friends and I joined the burning zither and boiled crane. The leader of 0-degree is a generous person and truly a commendable friend." I nodded in agreement. "I shall discuss this further with 0-degree later. It would be more advantageous for the elite players from various sub-guilds to merge into the main guild, as this would ensure that our main guild possesses sufficient combat prowess to contend with top-tier guilds like Candle Dragon and Battle Sky Alliance." "Indeed," Lu Bai replied. Furrowing his brow, I had actually proposed this earlier, but the leader of 0-degree dismissed it, insisting that I remain in the 8th sub-guild. "I believe that if the main guild requires my assistance, they can summon me directly." I chuckled. "All right then, that settles it. I will help you find a few individuals to accompany you in leveling up. You need to reach level 135 and learn the purple dragon skill. What is your current strategy value? 312 points, Lu Bai said somewhat sheepishly. I gain 133 points from leveling up, but my equipment is quite lacking, only providing a total strategy value increase of 179 points. This includes an additional 50 points from the blazing fan. Otherwise, my gear would only contribute 129 points. It's rather embarrassing. I couldn't help but laugh, calculating swiftly. That's not too shabby. With 312 points in strategy value and the additional 15 from the purple dragon skill, that's a total attribute enhancement of 618. My goodness, that's already rivaling the prowess of the fruit knife goddess from Fantasy of Wind Color. Haha, bye. You must strive to ascend to a renowned general. You would be the first commanding leader in our ancient sword soul dream. Lu Bai was greatly encouraged. Wow. A total attribute enhancement of 618. Is that really how powerful I am? Haha. Leader, your mental arithmetic is impressive. Impressive? Please. I merely have a quick hand with the calculator. I replied. I reached out to Luan Yu, activating the communicator. Luan Yu, are you busy? I inquired. Not at all. Luan Yu replied earnestly, laughing. Lu Chun, what do you need from me? Well, I do have a request. Gather a group of warriors, priests, and archers, 99 in total. And they must all be exceptionally strong. Additionally, assist me in escorting one player to Dragonbone Mountain to hunt high-level monsters. If they're SA boss, make sure he gets the finishing blow so he can level up to 135 as soon as possible. Oh, Luan Yu responded, surprised. Is this a man you speak of? What kind of man could earn such esteem from you, Lu Chun? Could it be that you too are an item? Oh no, I knew it. For such an outstanding man like you to resist the allure of Guan Yu, it must be unusual. Lu Chun, you must have turned. I almost choked on my words. Turned? What are you talking about? I still prefer women. I like women. Guan Yu giggled. All right, look at you, getting all flustered. Indeed. I was correct in my assumption. Well, this team can be easily assembled. It will undoubtedly be formidable. I shall summon that overly enthusiastic fool, who merely tags along. A cohort of high-level warriors ensures swift leveling. By the way, who exactly do you wish for us to bring along? A strategist named Lu Bu-yi. I smiled mysteriously. Luan Yu was taken aback. A strategist? You place such importance on this seemingly worthless profession. This individual must be of the caliber of Zhuge Liang, Guojia, or Sun Yu, right? I grinned. I know not his rank, but I am aware that once he reaches level 135, he shall acquire a new skill, a strategic ability that enhances all attributes by over 60. So, shall we include this strategist? If relations are harmonious, I can directly assign this strategist to your team. Hee. Luan Yu was brimming with excitement. Wow, is this strategist handsome? Well, quite handsome, with thick brows and bright eyes. Born under the red flag, nurtured by the spring breeze, robust and vigorous. Oh, by the way, didn't you say you would be loyal to me? Why do I sense a stir at the mention of a handsome man? No, it's merely a slight thrill. My heart still belongs to you. Enough of this nonsense. Let us quickly form the team. I will have Lu Bu-yi add you as a friend. You may contact him directly. Take note, if they're SA boss, allow him to take it down. If Lu Bu-yi ascends to a renowned general, his strategic ability will yield us the greatest benefit. Hee. Understood. I shall go assemble the team. Goodbye, dear. Off you go. Disconnecting the communicator, I felt a twinge of exasperation. Every time I sought assistance from the Guildess ladies, I was inevitably teased. Is my face such an inviting target for jest? Perhaps next time, I shall wear a mask. Having settled matters with Lu Bu-yi, it was finally time to attend to my own affairs. Setting aside other matters, I should prepare some strength potions. These are bound to sell like hotcakes. Especially since mid to high-level players have already undergone their 5th transition, yet lack the powerful equipment needed to learn barrier break. A potion that adds 400 points of strength is a much-needed boon. The recipe for strength potions disappears after level 2 and only re-emerges after level 8, marking a significant opportunity, a chance to profit handsomely. Lu Chun selling potions, and those willing to invest shall reap the rewards. If one wishes to learn barrier break before reaching level 150, they must be prepared to spend. Grinning to myself, I relish the thought. There are countless players in this game, and wealthy ones are certainly not in short supply. Seizing this opportunity could lead to a significant windfall. Once this chance passes, it will be lost forever. I began the potion-making process, gathering 20 units of ginger, 20 units of purple cloud silk, and 1 unit of tequila. Upon confirming the creation, a notification chimed. Ding. System notification. You have synthesized strength potion LV8X5. Excellent. I completed 3 in one go. What a delight. Continuing. I had collected a substantial amount of tequila, nearly 200 sets, each consisting of 100 units. This means I can produce approximately 100,000 units of level 8 strength potion. What a joyous prospect. As system notifications continued to chime, my inventory brimmed with blood-red strength potions, soon accumulating into dozens of sets. There is no need to rush. Take your time and continue with the culinary process. After half an hour, having consumed 50 sets of 5,000 portions of tequila, I now possess a staggering 592 bottles of level 8 strength potions, a remarkable accumulation of 200 sets, yielding exceedingly gratifying results. For now, I shall proceed to the Air Force One convenience store, where I will display all the strength potions for sale, presenting 1,000 bottles at a base price of 5,000 renminbi each. After 1 hour, the highest bidder will secure a bottle of this potent elixir. Oh, this is indeed the supreme method to maximize the price of life potions. Subsequently, I swiftly spent 5,000 renminbi to issue a system announcement. Ding. System announcement. Player S call attention all warriors, magic knights, and ranger players. Currently, the Air Force One convenience store adjacent to the Eastern Gate Square of Sky City is offering level 8 strength potions, which can instantly augment 1's strength by 400 points. This allows immediate access to the 5th tier divine skill, Barrier Break, from the mentor. If you aspire to master Barrier Break and become a formidable warrior, what are you waiting for? Come to the Air Force One convenience store to bid for your potion, starting at 5,000 renminbi each, with the highest bidder within an hour claiming the prize. Don't miss out. Instantly, a tremendous uproar erupted within the guild. Su Yang exclaimed, "Damn, how did you, Lu Chun, acquire such level 8 strength potions?" With an increase of 400 points, even the most inept level 125 warrior could learn Barrier Break. Li Chungfeng added, "Indeed, Lu Chun, how on earth do you possess such a powerful potion? This will undoubtedly cause a tremendous surge in strength across the warrior faction, with everyone mastering Barrier Break, rendering them fearless against archers' spiral arrow blades and mages' galactic storms." I couldn't help but chuckle. Chingfeng, do you think this strength potion is as common as cabbage? It requires exceedingly rare herbs to concoct. I don't have many. Recently, Eve's company urgently needed funds, which is why I am parting with them in such large quantities. Otherwise, these potions would remain securely in my possession. Bei Mingxue smiled lightly, asking, "Brother, how many do you have in total? Should we prioritize our guild members in learning it?" I nodded. "Indeed, I have considered this. The top 500 players from the warrior profession in the ancient sword soul dream can each receive a strength potion. Use them wisely. Calculate your strength points carefully before learning Barrier Break. Additionally, everyone who follows Guguzi and has obtained the Qinghu mount will receive a potion as well. I intend for all capable warriors in the ancient sword soul dream to master Barrier Break. Su Yang, come to the eastern gate of Sky City. I will give you 2,500 strength potions, and you will be responsible for their distribution." Su Yang responded with enthusiasm. "Okay, I will arrive within 3 minutes." Laughter erupted, and everyone expressed their support. Shortly thereafter, Su Yang arrived, and I directly traded him 2,500 strength potions, instructing him to distribute them judiciously to avoid any resentment arising from unfair allocation, which would be counterproductive. Furthermore, I summoned Du Shursan and entrusted him with 500 bottles to ensure that he and the core warriors of the Blood-Red Mercenaries could also benefit from the strength potions. This way, both the main alliance of Ancient Sword Soul Dream and the Blood-Red Mercenaries would experience a significant enhancement in their combat prowess. Just as I was about to leave the main city, a message from Lin Yisan suddenly appeared. "Little trickster, you know what I want to say?" I couldn't help but smile and replied, "Come to the warehouse by the east gate of Sky City. I'm waiting for you. I miss you." A few moments later, a beautiful silhouette stepped out of the teleportation array, clad in silver armor. The sleek design of the armor elegantly enveloped the girl's voluptuous figure, accentuating her curves. A pair of ample peaks seemed to yearn for attention beneath the lustrous silver plates, and a shimmering necklace dangled enticingly in the depths between them, swaying gently with her movements. The long hem of her battle robe added to her allure, and her graceful, snow-white legs drew the eye even further. In her hand, She wielded a long sword, crackling with purple lightning. It was the blade of thunder. In just 2 days apart, it seemed Lin Yisun's equipment had undergone a transformation. I guessed she must have vanquished some unfortunate boss to achieve this enhancement. Hey, where are your eyes wandering? Lin Yisun shot me a sideways glance, reproaching me playfully. I averted my gaze from her proud display, wiping the corner of my mouth to prevent any drooling, and said, You've become even more beautiful in just 2 days. Humph, flattering me right off the bat? There must be something you want, she teased. Come on, admit it. This time you're asking me for a favor, aren't you? Oh, I almost forgot. Lin Yisun adorably stuck out her tongue, smiling as she said, All right. This time I'm asking you. How many strength potions do you have left? Can you prioritize some for our snow silver fur? I've seen the prices at the shop. They're outrageous. I pouted, Spill it. How many do you need? But remember, they cost money. Money is not a problem. Lin Yisun proudly puffed out her chest, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Just give me a price, and if it's reasonable, I'll buy it. Okay then, let us go with the base price, 5,000 RMB per bottle. How many bottles do you want? Ugh, 5K each? That's so expensive. I'm practically broke. You know our salary from Apple is distributed monthly and not given all at once. How could I possibly afford that much in one go? Are you trying to force me to sell myself for potions? The little beauty gazed at me with starry eyes and said, Can't you give me a discount? Just an internal price? I held up 3 fingers, considering we are allies. The internal price is 3,000 RMB per bottle. I can't go any lower. And I have an additional condition. Oh, what is the additional condition? Lin Yisun asked, her eyes lighting up with curiosity. Let me have a kiss. Huh. Lin Yisun's face flushed crimson, and she glanced around, seemingly at a loss for words. There are so many people here. Are you trying to get us killed? I contemplated for a moment. Indeed, the square of Sky City was crowded with thousands. If someone captured a screenshot, both Lin Yisun and I would be the talk of the town. So, I suggested, then let us do it in real life. What? Lin Yisun gasped, astonished, her cheeks turning an even deeper shade of red. Doesn't that mean I would be at a greater disadvantage? In reality, I still haven't had my first kiss. Come on, that is not true. Didn't we already share a kiss last time? How dare you bring that up? The little beauty brandished her delicate fist in mock anger, threatening me as if that incident had never occurred, wearing a look of feigned innocence. Ultimately, the deal was finalized. I sold 500 bottles of strength potions to Lin Yisun at a price of 3,000 RMB per bottle, amounting to a total of 4.5 million renminbi. However, Miss Lin was hardly in need of money, as it was rumored that she sold equipment worth 5 million renminbi in the 9 Dragons' mysterious domain. Not to mention her earnings from teleportation and repairs in the territory of Incensed City. This sum of 4.5 million renminbi was merely a trifle for her. After the transaction was completed, Lin Yisun tossed the 500 strength potions into her bag and looked at me with a pout, saying, Oh dear, I've been dealt a harsh blow. It hurts so much. How will you compensate me? I couldn't help but smile, wrapping my arm around her waist, and replied, Come on, it's been ages since we leveled up together. Let us find a place to train, shall we? Is that your form of compensation? She queried. Of course. Having a handsome guy accompany you for leveling is worth at least 500 renminbi an hour. Lin Yisun chuckled. That's the same price as the girls at Jenny Bar. Hey, I shot her a glare. You've actually been to such a place? I'm starting to lose faith in love. Lin Yisun kicked me away. Get lost. When have you ever believed in love? Boo-hoo, you heartless scoundrel. I shall vanquish you in the name of justice. I sprinted away, with Lin Yisun pursuing me wielding her violet lightning blade. We raced down the floating stone steps of Sky City, and by the time we reached the ground, we were both panting heavily. You little trickster, after running so far. Why didn't we just use ground teleportation? Lin Yisun asked. I replied, We've turned into fools. Indeed, being with a silly girl makes one silly too. Am I destined to have no limits to my intelligence? Who is the silly girl? You scoundrel. Lin Yisun brandished her delicate fists and continued her pursuit. In truth, neither of us knew where would be a suitable place to level up, so we decided to head to the Dragonbone Mountains, where the monsters were of a higher level and more suited for us. After walking a fair distance, we suddenly halted, almost in unison saying, Shouldn't we have lunch before climbing the mountain? Thus, in perfect harmony, we logged off together. Let us go have lunch. In a flash, we arrived at the university. Lin Yisun, clad in a dark blue trench coat, looked stunning as she stood at the school gate, waiting for me with her little bag. Get in. I opened the car door. With envious glances from a group of boys, Lin Eason got into the car. Do you remember the promise we made earlier? I inquired. Lin Eason looked bewildered, her enchanting eyes gazing at me. What promise? Come on. People uphold their promises for a lifetime, and you forget just minutes later. I exclaimed. And then with a hint of melancholy, I added, let me steal a kiss. Oh, you still remember? Before Lin Eason could protest, I turned and embraced her. She seemed flustered, and when my lips pressed against hers, she slowly closed her eyes. A warm sensation spread as a soft, fragrant tongue clumsily responded to mine. Lin Eason, with her eyes shut, had her long eyelashes gently fluttering as she learned how to kiss. We kissed for nearly half a minute before finally parting. Lin Eason's beautiful face was flushed with color as she glared at me, her voice playful yet reproachful. Are you satisfied now? Indeed. I smiled at her and suddenly said, I've realized that I've developed feelings for you. Lin Eason seized my collar fiercely, pulling me close, and then her soft lips brushed against mine before retreating. With an adorable look, she whispered, You dimwit, haven't you realized that your affection comes too late? I grinned, remaining silent. When will you come to love me? Lin Eason inquired, gazing at me. I don't know, I replied, reclining in my seat. Lin Eason shot me a sideways glance, her eyes narrowing. You fool. I would never fall for you, humph. I chuckled softly. Is that so? Indeed. Lin Eason proudly adjusted her ample bosom and declared confidently, I will never love you. I looked at her chest, feeling a surge of emotion, and said, May I? Lin Eason seemed to sense my thoughts and coolly replied, If you wish to court death, feel free to try. I shuddered and murmured, Forget it, there's always tomorrow. A barely perceptible smile flickered at the corner of Lin Eason's mouth. At noon, we found ourselves at the same tea restaurant as before, ordering fast food. Eager to finish quickly and return to our gaming. I was at level 142, while Lin Eason was at level 139. We were both on the brink of reaching level 150, a significant milestone that would not only grant warriors their mounts and pets, but also elevate their realms. However, the specifics of this realm remained ambiguous in the official documentation, leaving players to explore it themselves. The restaurant was bustling with activity. Groups of people gathered to dine. As Lin Eason and I focused on our meals, I caught her sneaking glances at me. What does that look for? I asked playfully. Do you want me to feed you? Lin Eason's cheeks flushed. No. Then hurry up and eat. All right. Just then, a few students behind us were conversing, their Suzhou accents clear and distinct. Hey, did you hear? The dormitories 209, 211, and 213 from the Civil Engineering Department have all joined the Ancient Sword Soul Dream. Really? Didn't they form a rubbish guild themselves? How could they get into Ancient Sword? I don't know. But their leader somehow managed to join and became the 8th sub-guild of Ancient Sword Soul Dream. It's quite baffling. Indeed, Ancient Sword has always been strict about recruitment. I can't believe they accepted those guys, especially after last month's violent brawl where they were involved. Yes, a bunch of troublemakers. Listening to their conversation, I frowned and said, Are they talking about burning the zither and boiling the crane? Burning the zither and boiling the crane? Lin Eason asked, puzzled. Yes. I just joined a guild under the Ancient Sword umbrella this morning because I was impressed by one of their strategists. I aim to make that strategist the top in the Chinese server, which is why I incorporated this guild into the 8th sub-guild. Oh, so you have your eyes on their strategist, huh? Lin Eason teased with a knowing smile. I gazed at her with a piercing look and said, Do not overthink it. That strategist is a man, not a woman. How could I possibly engage in such sordid dealings for personal gain? Lin Eason chuckled lightly. That may be debatable. Seeing that I could no longer contain her, I hastily retrieved a magnificent DLSDT from my pocket, shaking it before her and declaring, Behold, I have kept this with me all along. If you dare to be so arrogant again, it will surely be used against you. Instantly, Lin Eason's face flushed, her beautiful visage resembling a ripe red apple. Waving her chopsticks at me, she exclaimed, You wretched Lucian, are you seeking death? How can you still keep that? Humph. Dream on if you think to use it on me. I replied, If you find that insufficient, I can always procure a dozen more. At last, Lin Eason relented. All right. Let us not dwell on this any longer, shall we? Indeed. By the way, have you not assessed the quality of the guild-burning chains and boiling cranes that you have taken under your wing? From what I have gathered from those behind us, their overall conduct seems rather questionable. Do you not harbor any concerns? The ancient sword soul dream has established its position in the Sky City by adhering to principles of integrity and not bullying the weak. We must not allow the misdeeds of the Eighth Alliance to tarnish our guild's image and reputation. Understood. Rest assured, I can manage this matter. Now let us eat. After our meal, I escorted Linison back to school and swiftly returned to my studio, ready to log in and level up. With a swift motion, I appeared in the sky forest, emerging from my tent. A sound echoed as the system notified me that my hunger level had dropped below 50. Thus, I retrieved a piece of venison jerky from my pack, which could instantly restore 10 points of hunger. As my level increased, I relied entirely on this sustenance, consuming 5 pieces in succession. Just as I filled my belly, Lin Eason emerged from the nearby tent, wielding her purple lightning weapon, and proclaimed, "Let us go. Our destination is Dragonbone Mountain." All right. Lin Eason did not summon her mount, perhaps fearing it would overshadow me. Instead, we walked side by side, resembling not adventurers embarking on an expedition, but rather a couple enjoying a leisurely stroll through the wilderness. The celestial howling wolf darted playfully around us, while Lin Eason's ice fox, although now grown, remained no larger than a cat. It scrambled up her arm and perched upon her shoulder, its beautiful fur gently swaying, surrounded by an aura of chilling frost. This creature's formidable ice-based attacks, now that it had matured, contributed significantly to Lin Eason's rapid leveling pace. Perusing the system information, I searched for a while and remarked, "Damn it, most areas of Dragonbone Mountain have already been claimed by players. We must climb to an elevation of 20 units from the peak to hunt monsters without reservation. However, there are hardly any NPCs there, so we cannot accept quests, which will severely hinder our leveling speed." Lin Eason smiled slightly, 2 charming dimples appearing on her lovely face. "Actually, I know of a leveling spot that I have always wanted to visit, but could never find powerful teammates. Since you are here today, let us go together. It is a repeatable quest area for leveling." Such a splendid place exists, and why did you not inform me earlier? I fear that you might summon that group from the ancient sword soul dream, as the map can only accommodate 510 players before reaching its saturation point. With the combined attack output of the 2 of us, it would be rather manageable in that location. Very well, let us proceed. You shall lead the team. With that, I appointed Lin Eason as the captain, and she promptly activated the National General skill. At this moment, the skill had already reached its maximum effect of 80, which is quite formidable. With my current attributes, this enhancement has elevated my base attack power to 6,210, and it is inevitable that my actual attack power exceeds 10,000. Even my health cap has reached 53,000, complemented by a foundational defense of 7,317. Such a powerful attribute would make even battling level 160 shadow monsters a trivial pursuit. Upon arriving at the foot of the Dragonbone Mountains, Lin Eason and I synchronously concealed our names and the sheen of our equipment. This way, we appeared as merely 2 ordinary players adorned in uniquely styled gear. I also pulled up the hood of my soul-soothing cloak to shroud my face and blood-red eyes, a characteristic of the Azura King that would draw undue attention. Lin Eason similarly concealed her beautiful visage within her battle robe, clutching her dull purple lightning blade as she followed closely behind me. The throngs of people here were overwhelming. Should anyone recognize her as the fruit knife goddess, she would be besieged by erratic requests for photos and character merges. Not long into our journey, a level 117 barbarian demon knight approached, riding a wild boar. He raised his spear and called out, "Greetings, friends. Not in a party? How about joining me to slay the level 127 hill hogs halfway up the mountain? The experience is quite abundant, and it will help you reach level 130 sooner." I couldn't help but think to myself, am I to regress back to level 130 when I am already level 142? Lin Eason chuckled softly and replied with a sweet voice, "No thank you. My brother and I are heading into the mountains to gather herbs, not to level up. We appreciate your invitation." Oh, the barbarian demon knight, not particularly astute, nodded and remarked, "Then I shall not interfere." I then casually draped my arm around Lin Eason's shoulder and said with a smile, "Ah, good sister." "Hey." Lin Eason playfully nudged me with her shoulder. "Your tone resembles that of Shimin Shing. Enough with the nonsense. Let us hurry to the leveling area you mentioned." All right. The 2 of us continued along the mountain path for nearly half an hour, finally reaching an area closer to the peak. where the monsters were now shadow creatures of level 145 and above, higher in level, richer in experience, and equally more ferocious. Players below level 125 would find it nearly impossible to engage them. We're almost there. Linison giggled, pointing ahead. Look, it's right at that valley entrance. Wow, a quest. A quest, I exclaimed, charging forward with my Qingming sword in hand. As I ascended the small hill, I was taken aback by the sight before me, a vast valley teeming with various undead creatures, predominantly the corrosion worms. These grotesque beings resembled an alien form, possessing 3 legs and an astonishing speed. Their sharp fangs were menacing, and their jaws, when fully agape, could surpass the size of their heads, which were shaped like venomous snakes, angular and exceedingly vicious. I approached one of them and reached out, instantly revealing its attributes. Corrosion worm, ancient level creature, level 160 attack, 2100 to 2550 defense, 2750 health, 190,000 skills. Devour, tier, corrosive toxin description, offspring of the inferno. These corrosion worms emerge from corpses, equipped with razor-sharp fangs. They form the backbone of the Night Spirit Legion, their numbers being both vast and astonishing. I gazed upwards, and the corrosion worms appeared as an ocean. Moreover, the sky was infested with enormous flying insects, dropping hordes of corrosion worms, ghouls, and pit demons. It seemed that the Night Spirit Legion was orchestrating an impending assault, targeting the peak of the Dragon Bone Mountains, a point unreachable by NPC legions. The Night Spirits were becoming increasingly cunning. Yet, these wretched worms, could this truly be what Linison referred to as the leveling potential of 510 individuals? I surmised that even 1,000 people could easily be overwhelmed by this sea of insects. Hey, don't just stand there. Accept the quest first. Then come back to fight, Linison suggested. Where's the NPC? Over there. The two of us swiftly circled to the other side, and behind the cover of a massive rock, we discovered a temporary human encampment constructed of stone, housing nearly 100 NPC guards. Among them stood a bearded scout captain, wielding a large sword, who took a hearty swig from a bottle, laughing boisterously. Ha! Adventurers from afar, do you yearn for more gold? How long has it been since you felt the touch of a woman? Ha ha! Come, slay 1,000 dark worms, and you shall earn 1,000 gold coins. With gold, the women will eagerly strip and crawl into your tent. Ha ha! I gaped in astonishment, pointing at the scout captain, exclaiming, how could you associate with such a character? This is beyond unfortunate. Linison shot me a sideways glance, retorting, what nonsense. When have I ever mingled with such scum? I merely accepted a quest here. Quickly converse with him, accept the task, and let us eliminate the dark worms together. We can turn in the quest every 30 minutes. And the experience points are substantial. Have you been here before? Yes, solo. It was exceedingly difficult. I could only lure 13 dark worms at a time. Slaying 1,000 took me half a day. Now that you're here, we can team up for a mass extermination. With your attack power, we should swiftly meet the 1,000 kill quota. All right. I stepped forward and called out to the scout captain, Captain, don't shoot, it's me. The captain glared at me. Hey kid, you're a stranger. I haven't seen you before. Is that beautiful girl over there your woman? I grinned. Yes, Captain, she's got a lovely face, a nice figure, and a curvy backside. What do you think? Not bad, right? The captain licked his lips and said, she's quite decent, but lacks charm. Let me tell you, in the tavern at the southwest courtyard of Sky City, the women, there are something else. Every night, they become as enticing as the rainy season. And for just 10 gold coins, you can enjoy 3 women. Ha ha ha. Kid, risk your life to slay a corrosive bug, and after killing 3, you'll taste a woman's sweetness. My face flushed. Captain, I understand. Where's that tavern? The captain wiped his saliva. The tavern is at the west gate of Sky City. At that moment, Linison was fuming, stamping her feet, and drew her sword, the blade of purple lightning, pressing its edge against the back of my head. You scoundrel Lucien, finish your task and leave. If you dare linger here, I'll slay you with 1 strike. I turned in shock, deflected the sword with my finger, and laughed. You're so impatient. We just received the task. Let us go slay the corrosive bugs. I'll protect you. Linison shot me a glare and followed. The scout captain gazed thoughtfully at Linison's retreating figure and murmured after a moment. For the first time in my life, I, Captain Rog, misjudged a woman. It seems this girl is quite captivating. That lad is fortunate. Have you claimed your task? Yes, I claimed it yesterday. How are the corrosive bugs? Are they easy to kill? You'll find out once you kill one. Lin Yisin chuckled mischievously, which made me uneasy. Did she have some secret? Soon after, the mystery was unveiled. I brandished my sword and hurled the dragon slayer at a corrosive bug, striking it on the forehead. The creature lunged fiercely at me, leaping from the sky with its mouth widening as it approached. Naturally, I was prepared to counter it with my sharp blade. Suddenly, the corrosive bug's mouth opened wide. Crack! Darkness enveloped me, and I suddenly realized that my head had been completely devoured by the creature. Damn, it was true. My head, along with half my shoulder, was caught in its grip, and pain surged through me, causing a significant drop in my vitality. 2,594. Such damage was manageable, especially since I had the effects of the National Beauty buff. But this was far too grotesque. I could even hear Lin Yisin's gleeful laughter beside me. With a swing of my fist, I unleashed a powerful strike that broke the corrosive bug's hold, freeing myself from its maw. I wielded the Qingming sword and unleashed a series of strikes. The Qian Kuan strike and the fierce blade slash, delivering a relentless barrage to the creature's forehead. After a few more slashes, I finally vanquished it. I then stomped on the carcass of the corrosive bug and shouted, "That'll teach you to swallow me, you little brat." Lin Yisin's face flushed with laughter. On the verge of losing control, I glared at her. "Are you just going to stand there?" "Of course." She proudly straightened her chest and laughed. I even took screenshots and recorded it. The legendary CGL Hall of Fame genius actually got swallowed by a little bug. How amusing. Should I upload it to the forum? I lamented, oh, my lifelong reputation. Then, shifting my gaze to Lin Yisin, I smiled and said, "Hey, you know that corrosive worms devour players, right? It seems you've been consumed before too, haven't you?" With that face covered in corrosive worm venom, it's quite a grotesque sight. One day, you'll experience it too. Instantly, Lin Yisin let out a soft whimper. "Don't say that. The past is too painful to recall." I huffed lightly and asked, "How do we counter this devouring skill?" "It's quite simple," I explained. "When the corrosive worm charges to devour, press your sword against your face. The worm will collide with the blade, but will not consume you. Moreover, the devouring only triggers upon initial contact. Once you've struck the creature, it can no longer devour. So, unleash an ice flame slash, and those worms won't devour anyone." "Understood. By the way, does this devouring lead to death?" Lin Yisin inquired with a giggle. "Just yesterday afternoon, I witnessed a level 122 warrior here soloing a corrosive worm. He got bitten, lacked the strength to break free, and was entirely swallowed by the dark worm. He waited a full 10 minutes before being digested. His stomach must have been enormous." I stared at her incredulously. "You just watched him get digested like that?" Lin Yisin shrugged and smiled. "That person was from our school. He once bought a whole truck of roses to ask me to be his girlfriend, but I turned him down. Good riddance. Such a person deserves to be digested and turned into a pile of warm insect excrement," I said, clenching my fists in indignation, wishing I could replace the corrosive worm in the act of digestion. Lin Yisin looked at me, exasperated. "Why are you so worked up? Since we were in a duo, we could opt for a group slaughter." Although the worms had formidable attack damage, with Lin Yisin and my defenses, we could withstand it. After all, I had 50,000 health points, and the worms only dealt 2,000 damage per attack. It was manageable, especially with the effects of necromantic regeneration and the blood frenzy from the Qingming sword. Moreover, I carried several level 8 divine potions, which were far superior to ordinary level 10 health potions. "Let us choose that spot," Lin Yisin said, pointing to a corner of the valley's stone wall, winking playfully. "You and Tian Yao the greedy wolf secure a good position. Leave a spot for me. I'll ride my ice scythe horse to draw the monsters, okay?" I nodded. "All right. Be careful not to get eaten by the worms." "Understood." I dashed along the rock wall with Tian Yao the greedy wolf, while Lin Yisin summoned her ice scythe warhorse, gracefully mounting it like a high-ranking knight, wielding her purple lightning, galloping forward. She wove through the horde of monsters, creating elegant Z-shaped lines, drawing their aggro while keeping herself safely outside the worm's attack range, leaving them no opportunity to devour anyone. I must say, I possess unwavering confidence in Lin Yisin's positioning and maneuvers. In the vast landscape of the Chinese region, there are no more than 10 individuals who exert considerable operational pressure on me, and Lin Yisin is undoubtedly one of the most formidable among them. The Heaven Alliance has repeatedly provoked the ancient sword, Yet they have refrained from antagonizing Shui-San, which is closely tied to Lin Yisan's enduring presence in Shui-San. Had Lin Yisan not been present, the War Heaven Alliance would likely have harbored intentions to obliterate Shui-San long ago. Before long, Lin Yisan approached, accompanied by a swarm of dark bugs. Anticipating this, I had already deployed 3 ice spiral domains ahead of us, under the piercing spikes of the ice cones. The swarm of dark bugs experienced a significant reduction in both attack and movement speed, and the influence of the ice spiral domain prevented them from devouring us. Otherwise, they would have grotesquely consumed both Lin Yisan and me. With precision, Lin Yisan positioned herself flawlessly, executing an ice flame slash that descended upon the throng. She then summoned a frost fox, commanding it to unleash an icy rain from the rear, which proved to be quite effective in terms of damage output. Boom! My 1000 ice slash erupted amidst the horde of monsters, delivering a series of damage figures around 20,000. The splash damage, rated at 40, was impressively potent, resulting in nearly every monster receiving a damage multiplier of 35. In a single strike, I severed 1 million hit points from the creatures in the central zone, reducing their health by half in an instant. Lin Yisan, somewhat taken aback, turned to glance at me. Whoa, take it easy. I still want some experience. I nodded in agreement. Indeed, be mindful of your skill cooldowns. Use Ice Flame Slash to secure some experience. The purple lightning blade is exceptional in many aspects. Yet it lacks splash damage, which is less than satisfying during mass monster slaying. Lin Yisan pouted. Well, it's still quite effective for killing. We quietly continued our slaughter. And within half an hour, we had indeed fulfilled the task requirement of defeating 1,000 corrupted bugs. Excitedly, we cleaned up the battlefield, acquiring a considerable number of rare items, and then hurried back to the NPC to turn in the quest before resuming our grinding. After a few exchanges, during our second quest completion, a golden light cascaded down, signifying that Lin Yisan had reached level 140. The speed of leveling here is truly remarkable. At this pace, it seems we shall both ascend to level 150 within a week. Standing firm, I awaited Lin Yisan to draw a horde of monsters before we resumed our mass extermination. Just as we were engaged in battle, a group of 10 players appeared outside, seemingly a cohesive team, all ranging between levels 125 and 130. In this area, they could barely manage to solo the corrupted bugs. Any additional foes would likely pose a significant challenge, especially given the attributes of the corrupted bugs and the apparent lack of extraordinary gear among this group. A beautiful assassin clad in leather armor stepped forward. Standing at the edge of the valley, she stuck out her tongue and exclaimed, "Wow, such high-level monsters. Look over there. It seems 2 people are grinding together. How impressive." Beside her, an elven warrior wielding a battle axe chuckled, "Shao Man, let us not concern ourselves with others. Let us focus on our own kills. Those capable of mass slaying here must surely be renowned figures on the leaderboard." I cast a fleeting glance and beheld the assassin girl, known as Pretty Little Barbarian, who indeed possessed striking beauty. Adorned in exquisite leather armor, her shin guards were minimal, revealing her smooth, shapely legs. Clad in leather boots and wielding a dagger, she walked with a careful demeanor, embodying the essence of a skilled assassin. That girl is called Pretty Little Barbarian. You once referred to her as Pretty Little Chili Pepper. You two seem quite compatible, I remarked with a smile. Lin Yisan shot me a sidelong glance. Are you enamored by her long legs? I felt a slight flush of embarrassment. Oh, come now. Your figure surpasses hers by far. I have no interest in flat-chested girls. I disdain you. By the way, if these individuals come here to practice on this map, should we inform them that they can repeatedly claim any quests? Lin Yisan shook her head. Forget it. Given their current capabilities, it would be arduous for them to survive here. Their levels are too low, and there are too few players. Even if they take on quests, completing them would be a challenge. Oh, really? As I turned around, I witnessed half of the elven warrior's body being consumed by a corrosive worm, writhing in agony. Pretty Little Barbarian was tugging at the worm's tail, exclaiming, "Ugh! This foul creature, do not feast on our captain. If you must eat, then consume me instead." A nearby priest urged, "Little Barbarian, blind that worm. That might save the captain." Pretty Little Barbarian promptly released the worm's tail, her dagger flashing as it swiftly sliced through the worm's head. Indeed, the stunning strike succeeded in stunning the creature, freeing the captain from its grasp, though he emerged covered in a grotesque slime, a rather unsavory sight. I sighed as I glanced over. Goodness, the battle is utterly gruesome. This team has an average level of merely 127. How could they dare to engage a level 160 ancient beast? At their level, even battling a level 150 shadow creature would be a stretch, let alone a level 160 ancient monster, which could easily lead them to ruin. Lin Yisun chuckled lightly. Those warriors have decent equipment. Look, they're a bard and a strategist. With the iron wall skill to deplete the enemy's strength, they might manage to take down a corrosive worm. Besides, that assassin's legs are quite admirable. Otherwise, why would you be so fixated on her? My face flushed crimson, and as my sword swept through the horde of monsters, unleashing a fierce blade strike, I laughed. I am not. I simply think that pretty little barbarian is of a similar age to Baiming Shui, and they share some personality traits. Is love blossoming? Lin Yisun executed an ice flame slash, tilting her head to regard me, her lovely face adorned with playful mockery. I pouted, focus on defeating the monsters. If you're bored, tease the creatures instead of me. Like it or not, that is your concern. Just then, a buzzing sound filled the air as a colossal venomous bee approached, its wings beating with tremendous force, its size surpassing that of an ordinary divine dragon. The shell on its abdomen suddenly opened wide, releasing a swarm of newly hatched corrosive worms and ghouls that emitted low, ominous hisses as they surged forward like a tide. Block them, I commanded, raising my sword. Lin Yisun's blade of thunder suddenly unleashed a furious bolt of lightning, enveloping an area approximately 3,030 yards ahead in a tempest of wrath. Damage numbers ranging from 10,000 to 30,000 erupted above the heads of the monstrous horde. Oh, this is the devastating effect of the Blade of Thunder's trigger skill, remarkably sharp, although it has only activated fewer than 10 times thus far. Each activation serves as a lethal finishing move. Rest assured, these minor creatures pose no threat whatsoever. Oh dear, your heavenly wolf is on the verge of collapse. Cease its attack at once. In a flurry, I quickly halted the actions of the heavenly wolf, wielding my sword to unleash the ice slash, drawing the monster's ire and allowing the heavenly wolf to escape peril. Alas, the little wolf's attack speed is rather swift, making it all too easy to attract hostility. Its own health and defense are insufficient to endure the onslaught of ancient-level beasts, resulting in quite an awkward predicament. As a melee pet, it finds itself perpetually in such a quandary. For instance, in the high-level training grounds of the Dragonbone Mountains, pets are relegated to mere damage dealers and cannot serve as shields, for their defenses and health cannot withstand the ravages of high-level shadow and ancient monsters. Thus, in the mountainous training parties, it is rare to see anyone deploying their pets for leveling. Players generally manage on their own. Of course, some undeterred souls release green mantises, blue mantises, and wasps to engage in combat, but the outcome is predictable. High-level shadow monsters can dispatch these lowly pets with a mere swipe. The little wolf wagged its tail and let out a pitiful howl, ceasing its attack and becoming somewhat subdued. As an epic-level boss pet, it seems the little wolf's attributes have fallen behind the times. Perhaps it is time to replace this creature when the opportunity arises. While I continued my onslaught, I cast a glance towards a distant team, beset by numerous bugs that forced them to retreat nearly 100 yards in disarray. Yet, at least they managed to survive. Suddenly, a soft sound caught my attention, and I looked down to find that a corroding bug had dropped a skill book, a tome radiating a faint blue glow. Upon picking it up and examining it, I found myself momentarily stunned. Double strike. Two teammates simultaneously attack a target, creating a combined effect that increases the target's damage received by 100. This is a support-type strategic skill that can be activated alongside the main strategic skill. Requirements: Level 140. Reputation cost: 10,000 points. Required player gender: female. Double strike? Lin Yisun's eyes widened in surprise as she silently gazed at the book in my palm, murmuring, "What an exquisite name." I chuckled inwardly. Indeed, it is a fine name. This book can only be utilized by females. You should take it. Once you learn it, let us observe its effects. Oh, Lin Yisun's cheeks flushed as she replied, "But if I learn this skill, you mustn't laugh." Of course not. I am a very serious individual. With a determined nod, Lin Yisun swiftly learned the double strike skill, which promptly appeared in the Team's strategic skill menu as a supportive ability. Now, two players attacking the same target could achieve a devastating combined strike effect. Unable to contain my laughter upon witnessing the skill, I erupted in mirth. Linison, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, swiftly jabbed me with the hilt of her purple lightning sword, exclaiming, "You fool, I told you not to laugh." Struggling to suppress my urge to guffaw, I managed to reply, "Shall we test the effect? Does attacking the same target simultaneously trigger it?" "Yes. Let us go for this nearly full health ghoul right in front of us." With a decisive motion, both the purple lightning and azure void surged forward, piercing the forehead of the ghoul. Its anguished shriek echoed as damage numbers erupted above it. 19,082. 16,767. I shook my head in disappointment. That's just ordinary damage. There's no sign of a double attack effect. Linison retorted, "You dolt, you attacked too early, about 0.5 seconds ahead of me. It wasn't simultaneous. Let us try again, watch my movements." Once more, as Linison initiated her attack, I followed suit. In perfect harmony, she unleashed Barrier Break, while I executed Universe Break. The fiery crimson and azure spikes struck the forehead of the level 160 ancient ghoul almost simultaneously. Clang! The dual strike melded our skills into a dazzling purplish-red beam that pierced through the ghoul's body. It let out a horrific wail and collapsed. With an astonishing damage number of 112,838 floating above it. Linison's mouth agape, she exclaimed, "Wow, what an impressive double attack." I nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's overwhelmingly powerful. If we achieve a successful double attack, even the mightiest of magic knights in the world would struggle to withstand our strike. Yes. Linison smiled sweetly. We must practice this skill more often to build our synergy. It will make defeating bosses significantly easier. A smile crept across my face, though I felt a hint of apprehension. This skill can only be used when I'm with you. Why? For the sake of Earth. Seemingly reading my thoughts, Linison chuckled. All right, this skill will only activate when we're together. Is that acceptable? Besides, revealing such a unique skill name before the guild members might embarrass me. Wouldn't it? Yes. With determination, I raised the azure void sword and swept it forward. The blade glimmered with brilliance, activating the azure dragon soul effect, and swiftly sweeping away a horde of corrosive insects. The exhilarating surge of experience points was delightful. Moreover, the potential for high-level skill books like Double Strike to drop here suggested that other strategic tomes might also emerge. In this age, strategic skills are exceedingly rare, particularly the coveted 7th tier Inspire and Iron Wall, which are notoriously expensive. Naturally, if it were a legendary tome like the Purple Dragon, it would be an entirely different matter altogether. I have invested significantly in the young man, Liu Bai, not only bestowing upon him a 5-star artifact, the Scorching Fan, but also providing him with the esteemed Purple Dragon Strategy Book. The value of the Purple Dragon Strategy Book is immense, even for personal study. It could enhance all attributes to a remarkable 72, rivaling the prowess of Linison's captivating allure. Yet, in pursuit of maximizing the effectiveness of this skill book, I entrusted it to Liu Bai. I am steadfast in my belief that I have not misjudged him. Liu Bai, like myself, harbors dreams. A life imbued with aspirations is indeed a life worth living. With hope in my heart, I longed for another purple dragon to emerge, allowing me to study it and further invigorating my leveling endeavors. The presence of the fruit knife goddess by my side, slaying monsters together, brought me immense joy. However, at that moment, a large throng appeared in the distance, led by a player wielding a sharp blade, followed by at least 1,000, perhaps even several thousand, others. The leader, the guild master, bellowed towards the strikingly beautiful Xiaoman and her companions, proclaiming, "The 8th division of the ancient sword soul dream, the burning zither and boiling crane, has arrived for leveling activities. We will commence clearing the area immediately. We urge those unrelated to vacate at once. Otherwise, do not blame us for our ruthlessness." A chill ran down my spine. Could it be that I had misheard? This was the division of ancient sword soul dream? When did our guild become so tyrannical as to engage in such brutal clearing practices? He and I had always shared an unspoken understanding. One's conduct in the game reflects one's character. Even within a virtual realm, we could not allow the ugly aspects of humanity to proliferate unchecked. Thus, the tenet of ancient sword soul dream has always been to coexist peacefully with other guilds, with everyone focusing on their own monsters, not engaging in clearing. Beside me, Linison furrowed her delicate brows, exclaiming, "Who are these people? So domineering as to clear the area? I shall see how they intend to do so." I took a deep breath, noting that the monsters before us had nearly been vanquished, and I resolved to continue fighting. Under no circumstances would I permit anyone to tarnish the reputation of ancient sword soldiering. Life is ephemeral. One must not leave behind a legacy of infamy. In the distance, the beautiful Xiaoman approached, dagger in hand, pointing at the guildmaster, 0° ice point, and retorted, "Hey, bearded one. On what grounds do you demand we leave? Has this leveling spot been inscribed with your name? Why must we depart instead of you?" 0° ice point, brandishing his weapon, replied in a grave tone, "Little sister, must you be so unreasonable? I have stated that you may leave at your discretion. We will not impede you. However, should you insist on remaining here, my 3,000 brothers of burning zither and boiling crane will not acquiesce." Xiaoman, infuriated, stomped her foot and exclaimed, "How can you be so overbearing? We searched long and hard to find this leveling area, and besides, how many monsters can we possibly kill? Are we truly a hindrance to you?" In the frigid atmosphere, a slender assassin fixated on the enchanting legs of a beautiful girl clad in supple leather armor. Licking his lips, he chuckled, "Indeed, your presence is quite bothersome. Who would desire a lovely maiden prancing about while leveling up, risking distraction and potential death by monsters? What do you say, dear sister? You might as well join us at our guild, where the brothers will shower you with affection." The beautiful girl, though not dim-witted, comprehended his intentions and brandished her dagger defiantly, retorting, "Humph. If you dare, come and attempt to slay me. Even in death, I refuse to yield to scoundrels like you." The assassin, incensed, brandished his dagger and declared, "Boss, allow me to deal with this little lady. Haha, such tender and delicate flesh. She's precisely to my taste." 0°. The leader nodded. "Bring a few comrades and swiftly eliminate this nuisance. The monsters here are formidable. I can't even discern their levels. Brothers, prepare for battle. Our guild, now boasting 5,000 members, with 3,000 elite fighters present, shall sweep through this training ground." A surge of players raised their weapons, excitement palpable. Though many were merely from the original guild, the majority remained silent, clearly disapproving of the actions, but refrained from voicing their dissent. Intimidated by 0° status as the guild leader. "To battle, then. Why waste words?" The elven warrior captain shouted, raising his longsword. "Little sister, go into stealth and find an opportunity to escape. We'll handle things here." The beautiful girl uttered no words, her graceful form gradually vanishing into the ether as she activated her stealth. Fuming, 0° unsheathed his sword, pointing forward with a commanding shout, "Bring forth a barrage and an icy rain to flush out that assassin. We must expedite this battle. We have levels to gain." The arrows rained down, striking the ground, yet only swirling winds were visible, as the elusive girl had already evaded their grasp with astonishing speed. The captain of her team charged forth, his blade sweeping in a wide arc, causing several warriors from the guild to stumble back, demonstrating a modicum of strength. Meanwhile, a mage from his team began to chant the Starfall Storm, targeting the guild's players. Though few in number, their attacks were executed with precision. 0°, seething with rage, advanced with his sword drawn, unleashing a fierce thrust that emitted a fiery crimson cone, the effect of barrier break. With a sickening thud, the elven warrior suffered the assault, his health plummeting to around 40, a pitiful sight as he staggered backward, only to be ensnared by spiraling arrows that dispatched him. Revealing a gleaming longsword, an assassin under 0°'s command hastily approached, seizing the sword and laughing. "Haha, a 2-star exceptional purple gold weapon. Not bad at all. This pathetic team possesses such formidable arms. Let us finish this quickly. I bet she has more gear." That beautiful girl's dagger glimmers with a purple light. It must also be a purple gold item. Let us take her down. A barbarian berserker brandished his battle axe and lunged forward, landing a heavy blow upon the shoulder of 0°, who remained unfazed, despite the fiery skill unleashed. 0°'s formidable armor absorbed the impact, resulting in a mere 3,000 damage, hardly a scratch. "Ha ha ha, are you merely tickling me, fool?" 0° bellowed with laughter. He surged forward, his shoulder colliding with the berserker, causing the opponent to lose balance. In an instant, a fiery blade erupted forth, coupled with a piercing arrow from the archer, swiftly vanquishing the barbarian warrior and yielding a pair of armored leggings, which 0° promptly claimed. "Kill. Slaughter them all. Leave none behind." A fierce glint shone in 0°'s eyes. Suddenly, a crimson glow erupted from his neck. It was the swift attack of the beautiful Xiaoman. Her lithe figure darted behind him, and with a flurry of dagger strikes, she severed a substantial portion of 0 degrees health in a startling display of power. MD. Seeking death. 0 degree exclaimed as he regained his composure. Brothers, unleash the spiral arrow blades and the Milky Way storm. Let this girl have nowhere to flee. I must slay her today. Otherwise, how can we endure in this sky city? The crowd responded with fervor as a magical storm descended. With a clang, Xiaoman narrowly parried 0 degrees strike with her dagger, propelled backward by the force, while the few remaining comrades urged her, Xiaoman, flee now. What are you still doing here? With determination, Xiaoman bit her lip and declared, I will not retreat. If I must perish, let it be together. We cannot allow these despicable foes to bully us. I am enraged. 0 degree swung his blade, executing a relentless series of slashes that eliminated Xiaoman's bard, strategist, and archer in succession. He pursued her with a menacing gaze. Laughing maniacally, Xiaoman, where do you intend to hide? No one can save you now. Prepare to meet your demise. With a swift motion, the blade sent forth a fiery cone, shattering barriers and sealing off all escape routes for Xiaoman, leaving her with only one path, death. With a heavy heart, Xiaoman closed her beautiful eyes, resigned to her fate. Clang! Sparks flew as 0 degrees sword struck fiercely against her jagged armor, sending tremors through the air, resulting in a damage output of 7,904. What? 0 degree exclaimed, bewildered. How is it that this is all the damage I inflict? Upon looking up, he was met with my icy gaze. Just in the nick of time, I had arrived to shield Xiaoman from the lethal blow. A strike that would have been fatal for her, but barely registered against my total health of 50,000. Who would concern themselves with damage under 8,000? The beautiful Xiaoman opened her eyes, gazing at me, yet only perceiving the tattered hem of the soul-requiting cloak drifting in the air. With a dagger in hand, she cautiously maneuvered to stand before me, where she beheld my countenance, reminiscent of an Azura king, its sharp features coldly fixed upon the frigid 0 point. Suddenly, I activated my game ID, and the words Fallen Heroes LV-142 materialized before the crowd, eliciting a chorus of astonishment. My heavens, is that Lu Qin? The vice leader of the Alliance, Lu Qin? How did he end up here? Oh no, the 0 degree leader has made a blunder. Why would Lu Qin save that young girl? I knew it. Lu Qin would never stand idly by. By the gods, the leader of the firing strings and boiled cranes is truly a scourge to our ranks. This promises to be quite the spectacle, ha ha ha. The leader? 0 degree Ice Point regarded me, his eyes brimming with astonishment. What are you doing? I regarded him calmly, brushing aside his longsword, and said, 0 degree, do you remember the promise you made upon joining the 8th Division of the Ancient Sword Soldiery? To defend the dignity of the ancient sword with your life. Yet here you stand, oppressing the weak. How does this differ from the rampant dragons of your brother? Enough of this. Our ancient sword does not engage in clearing out others. This leveling zone is vast enough for you to train. 0 degree Ice Point appeared despondent. How can this be? I smiled gently. There is nothing that cannot be. Turning towards the lovely Xiaoman, I continued. My apologies for the actions of the ancient sword soldiery in clearing the area. Consider this a token to compensate for the losses suffered by your friends. I hope you can forgive us. Similar incidents shall not recur. I retrieved 7 high-tier pieces of equipment from my inventory. All exceptional gear ranging from dark gold to purple gold, including several superlative items with a strategy rating of 20. This should sufficiently offset the losses of the fallen. Xiaoman stared at me in disbelief, her grip tightening on the dagger. Abruptly, she turned and departed without a backward glance, saying, forget it. I doubt they will hold the ancient sword soldiery accountable any longer. Under our watchful gaze, she assisted another priestess, gravely wounded by an arrow, and they both staggered out of our line of sight. 0 degree Ice Point furrowed his brow, saying, Leader, isn't your demeanor towards such a small team, which lacks even a guild, overly humble? I shook my head with a smile, responding lightly, humble? I believe this is merely the most fundamental respect between individuals. All right, enough staring. Let us commence leveling up. I turned and stated, this canyon is teeming with night spirit creatures, all of high levels. Exercise extreme caution while leveling here. Players without heavy armor should not approach any of these monsters, as they would be instantly vanquished. 0 degree, it would be wise to lead everyone to a different leveling area, as the losses here could be substantial. 0 degree Ice Point nodded, saying, "I will give it a try. You must trust in everyone's strength." I refrained from further comment, dragging my Qingming sword as I made my way towards Lin Yisan. Alas, how unfortunate it is that such a lovely and charming little loli has slipped away. Lin Yisan gazed in the direction of the beautiful Xiaoman, chuckling softly as she spoke. I pursed my lips and clarified, I must firmly state that my intention to save her was not solely based on her beauty. I simply did not wish to see a branch of the ancient sword association fall into decline. Furthermore, subconsciously, I may indeed wish to recruit the enchanting Xiaoman into our ranks. Did you witness her prowess as a melee assassin just now? What are your thoughts? Lin Yisan blinked her captivating eyes and replied with a smile. Oh, there are quite a number of skilled assassins in the China region. If we were to assign a score based on the standards set by the previous master, Bai Su Qing Feng, with a perfect score of 100, I would estimate that Ligay is around 95 to 100, while Kiss of the Moon falls between 90 to 95. As for the lovely Xiaoman, she appears quite competent, likely possessing an operational skill level of around 80 to 85, though her equipment is rather lacking, which prevents her from besting even 0-degree ice point. I nodded in agreement, taking a deep breath as I said, indeed, her equipment is woefully inadequate. With proper enhancement, she could become an exceptional assassin. The Ancient Sword Association has long been without a truly adept assassin, and I seek to find a stronger contender to bolster our reputation. Kiss of the Moon has declined to join us, so this delightful Xiaoman presents a promising option. She exhibits determination, responsibility, and a certain purity. Lin Yisan tilted her head, scrutinizing me. Goodness, after all this, your interest is merely because she is somewhat pure? Is that it? Humph, I see through you. Nonsense, I'm merely stating the facts. Let us focus on leveling up and completing our quests. Very well. In the distance, 0-degree ice point led a group of players from the 8th branch of the Ancient Sword Association in a grueling battle against monsters. Within less than 10 minutes, nearly 100 had perished, yet they remained unwilling to retreat. I observed from afar, my brow furrowed in concern. Lin Yisan, perceptive as ever, whispered, "Little trickster. It seems the 8th branch holds quite a grudge against you. Alas, I truly do not understand why you would choose such a rogue as their leader. Your judgment appears flawed. If it were me, I would have kicked him out long ago. His worldview is utterly misguided." I sighed in resignation. There is no choice. My intentions are not directed at him, but rather to reclaim one of his subordinates. And who might that be? Lu Bai. Oh, the renowned strategist? Hee. I have heard of him. He is quite famous in the realm of strategists. I did not realize he was associated with 0-degree ice point. What a pity. This situation is rather precarious. Be cautious in your dealings, for if you provoke 0-degree ice point, it may also unsettle Lu Bai. Indeed, I nodded. It is precisely for this reason that I was courteous to 0-degree earlier. Otherwise, with my previous temperament, I would have expelled him from the branch and incited the remaining players to rebel. Those who follow 0-degree are but a mere handful. The majority are drawn by the reputation of the Ancient Sword Association. Indeed, haha. Lin Yisan smiled, and we continued our quest. We practiced diligently until evening, and finally, after a burst of golden light, I ascended to level 143, an arduous journey, but a significant achievement nonetheless. After much contemplation, I finally resolved to search for the name of the enchanting little beauty, while accompanying Lin Yisan in leveling up, and subsequently applied to become her friend. After an anxious wait of nearly 2 minutes, the system chimed. Please be advised, player enchanting little beauty has added you as a friend. Are you the big brother who saved me earlier? Enchanting little beauty sent a message. Yes, it is I replied. Is there something you wish to discuss? Little beauty, I must once again apologize for my earlier actions. Are you still unwilling to accept my apology in the form of a gift? Enchanting little beauty opened her communicator, her voice gentle. Brothers Edukensha, I understand what a weakling like me should do. Given that several teammates have lost their equipment, it simply indicates that we are too weak. Little beauty, I bear some responsibility for this situation. Indeed you do, she murmured. You are the vice leader of the legendary Ancient Sword Soul Dream Alliance. Your failure to guide your subordinates has resulted in my Qinghai brother and Linfeng brother losing their equipment. That 2-star superior weapon was purchased with 2 months' salary. I must strive to help him acquire an equally good weapon. I was at a loss for words. How many of you are playing together? Why haven't you formed a guild? We are a total of 8, all friends. The token required to create a guild is quite expensive, 4,000 gold coins. And since our circle is small, We haven't established one. I smiled slightly. I suppose you must have been bullied by other guilds, then? Indeed. Enchanting little beauty nodded emphatically, her voice tinged with grievance. We were camped by others several times. Once, in a bear den in the Sky Forest. We were guarded for a whole day and night by members of the Huajian faction. During that ordeal, each of us lost at least 5 levels. It was dreadful. I remarked, I despise being camped as well. I experienced it myself once. I became so infuriated that I practiced diligently every day, ultimately turning the tables and camping them instead. Enchanting little beauty finally chuckled, saying, "You are indeed a master of the legendary CGL Hall of Fame. Have you also been camped?" "Yes. I have even been killed down to level 0, but I gradually leveled up again. In truth, it is of little consequence. The strongest individuals are always those who are most resilient, impervious to defeat. Wouldn't you agree, little beauty?" "Yes," she smiled, a touch of wistfulness in her voice. "It is a pity that I lack the gaming talent you possess, Brother Zedjikensha. Others often mock my clumsiness, and I strive to protect everyone. Yet I invariably end up making things worse. Alas, if only I were more skilled. I wouldn't have to watch others being camped while I can only silently observe from a distance." I took a deep breath. "I can understand your feelings." Then, shifting the conversation, I asked, "Little beauty, if given the opportunity to become stronger to protect everyone, would you be willing to accept it?" "Yes, of course." At last, I steered the conversation towards the main topic, speaking in a tone of utmost seriousness. "On behalf of the senior executives of Gu Jianhunming, I extend a heartfelt invitation to you and your companions to join us. Xiao Man, trust me, I have an eye for talent. Once you become a part of Gu Jian, you will undoubtedly emerge as one of the premier assassins on the Chinese server, more than capable of safeguarding your comrades." The beautiful Xiao Man was taken aback. "Zheji Qinsha, are you personally inviting me to join Gu Jian? Would you be willing?" From the small avatar in the dialogue box, I could clearly discern Xiao Man's hesitation, intermingled with hope yet tinged with concern. She murmured, "May I discuss it with everyone first? Is that all right?" "Of course." Thus, the lovely Xiao Man severed the connection. In less than 2 minutes, she called me back. Her expression one of resignation. Qing Shan brother and Lin Feng brother have both expressed their reluctance to join Gu Jian. As long as that 0-degree ice point remains in Gu Jian, they refuse to enter. I found myself at a loss for words. "Xiao Man, do you wish to come?" The beautiful Xiao Man hesitated, but suddenly her expression shifted, glancing towards the other side. She whispered, "Zheji Qinsha, I can't talk right now. Qing Shan brother has been piked by someone from the Huajian faction. Oh no, we're doomed. We'll have to guard the corpse. And there are so many of them. Tell me the coordinates. Long Gu Mountain Range, 128740929. Brother, will you come?" "Yes, I will come to rescue you. But you must hold on until I arrive." After shutting off the communicator, I turned to Lin Yisan beside me. The beautiful Xiao Man and her group are under attack by the Huajian faction on the other side of the mountain. I must go save them." "Oh, so you're off to be a hero? Come on, it's not like that. I'm going to win their hearts." Sigh. I really want Xiao Man on my side as an assassin. Lin Yisan smiled sweetly. All right, I'm bored anyway. Without you, I can't farm in groups. And I'm itching to give those Huajian folks a good thrashing. Li Lu, that fool, has been sending a love letter to my class mailbox every day. And now he has resorted to printing them. What a shameless guy. I'll accompany you to deal with him. Absolutely, how shameless. Indeed. The two of us abandoned 7 or 8 bloodied corrupt bugs, tidied up the battlefield, and retreated. After several icy downpours from the ice fox, a swarm of corrupt bugs was left behind, and Lin Yisan and I successfully navigated through the canyon, racing towards the coordinates provided by the lovely Xiao Man. In less than 5 minutes, we encountered a large group ahead, all players from the Huajian faction, boasting remarkably high levels. However, none were familiar faces. They were players from the First Alliance of Huajian, with levels ranging between 128 and 135, numbering around 80. This forced the beautiful Xiao Man and her companions into a corner of the map. On the ground lay a corpse. It was none other than the beautiful Xiao Man's Qing Shan brother, the Elven Warrior. A level 129 Huajian assassin sat atop Qing Shan's body, munching on bread, and with a dismissive sneer, spat the crumbs onto Qing Shan's face, laughing derisively. This kind of trash dares to level up in this place? Brothers, hold your ground. Let us leave the beautiful Xiao Man behind. Young Master Lu has expressed a desire for a rendezvous, huh? A chorus of knowing smiles spread across the faces of the Huajian players, each one reveling in the moment, brandishing their blades as they closed in on the beautiful Xiao Man and her companions. Roar! Roar! Amidst the roar of the beast, a deep azure giant wolf lunged before the assassin girl. Its claws rose sharply and struck heavily against the massive shield of a mage knight from the Huajian faction, inflicting a staggering 4,000 damage. The knight trembled but retorted with a scornful smile. Where did this beast come from? You think such feeble power can defeat me? You're merely courting death. Brothers, let us bring down this wolf. It appears to be a player's pet. The attack power of the Tianyao greedy wolf was evidently insufficient to breach defenses, as it bared its fangs and swiftly moved to the right. I seized the opportunity to position myself, my Qingming sword imbued with vast power, igniting in an indigo flame. With the 8 trigrams formation swirling beneath my feet, I grinned. If your pet cannot kill you, then allow me to take my turn. Qian Kuan break. A decisive thrust pierced through the mage knight's shield, completely penetrating his body and delivering a substantial damage of 24,578. The knight, a level 130 player with approximately 30,000 health points, was left in a critically wounded state. Damn it, who is so audacious? The knight, gripping his steel blade, retreated, glaring at me with seething anger, and demanded, "Who exactly are you? And what do you mean by this?" I raised my long sword, responding, "Let us settle this on the ground." With a swift motion, the azure blade descended upon the knight's forehead, dealing 12,492 damage, the dragon-slaying blade proving as sharp as ever. At that moment, someone finally recognized me, shouting, "Damn! That's the technique of Zhiji Chensha. This person is Zhiji Chensha." I merely smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. In the crowd of the Huajian faction, a level 135 mage knight named Gao Hengshuan, mounted on a low-tier earth dragon and clad in formidable armor, brandished a spear. A blood-red shield emblem shimmered upon his left arm, indicating his status as the team leader. He pointed his spear at me and declared, "Zhiji Qinsha, we bear no grudges against you. Why must you stir trouble in the Dragonbone Mountains?" I lowered the tip of my sword and replied with a calm smile. "I indeed do not wish to engage with you, yet I will not allow you to lay a finger on my team behind me. The beautiful Xiaoman is my friend." Humph. Gao Hengshuan's gaze turned icy. "You are but one person. What right do you have to protect them all? Moreover, what do you take our Huajian faction for? This is the Dragonbone Mountains, a public leveling area, not your Dark Moon City. You do not hold dominion here." I took a deep breath. "Are you seeking a fight? What is the issue with that?" Just then, the sound of galloping hooves approached, and a petite beauty riding an ice scythe warhorse sped towards me, wielding the purple lightning blade. She cheerfully remarked, "Ah, such speed. I can hardly keep up even on horseback. Your heroic heart truly knows no bounds." Instantly, the lovely Xiaoman behind me blushed slightly, casting shy glances between me and Lin Yisan. The group from the Huajian faction stood in awe, their eyes fixed on Lin Yisan, while Gao Hengshuan gaped, muttering, "Could this be the fruit knife goddess from Fengsa Huanqing? Alas, how could she be here as well? What should I do now? This is disastrous. One defeat is already troublesome enough, and now there's another threat." At that moment, with a swift motion, the elven warrior from the beautiful Xiaoman's team resurrected and quickly approached her, clasping his fists and smiling at me. "Master of the broken spear, thank you for your assistance." I smiled in return. "Qingshan? Ah, you must be the Qingshan that Xiaoman spoke of, correct? Your numbers are too few, in such perilous leveling grounds. Encountering even a single leveling team could result in your annihilation. Why not join the ancient sword dream? At least I can offer you some protection." Qingshan shook his head. "No, the disgrace bestowed upon us by the 8th Division of the Ancient Sword Dream is too difficult to forget. We shall not join your ranks." I inquired, "Is there truly no room for negotiation?" "None." Qingshan's eyes were resolute as he replied, "Master of the broken spear, you are a decent fellow, yet your subordinates are utterly intolerable. I will never join the Ancient Sword Dream." At that moment, the priestess beside Qingshan called out, leaning in to whisper something to him, seemingly attempting to persuade him. After a few moments of hesitation, Qingshan, gripping his iron spear, addressed me. "If you truly wish for us to join the Ancient Sword Dream, then so be it. Firstly, we shall never join the 8th Division. Secondly, to prove your sincerity, you must eliminate this 80-person team before you. If you can truly accomplish this, It would demonstrate your strength and willingness to fight for your guild members. I couldn't help but chuckle. Is that all? Indeed. That is all. Well, that simplifies things greatly. Killing is my forte. My gaze sharpened as I turned to Gao Hengxuan and the others, pointing my sword and declaring, "Now, I shall challenge all 80 of you alone. If you have the courage, then do not flee, and let us fight until the last one remains." Proving that the Huajian faction is not a mere sham. Gao Hengxuan's face flushed crimson as he brandished his spear and retorted, "Humph, you are quite audacious, are you not? Do you think we are a disorganized rabble? Very well, let us show you the might of the strongest team in the Huajian faction. This will be unlike any team you have faced before." Beside me, Lin Yisan whispered, "Lu Qing, be cautious. What he says is not unfounded. I have long heard that Li Lihua has invested heavily in creating an elite 1,000-person team, recruiting skilled players from the 3 major cities. This team's average level is 130, with over 30 members exceeding level 130. Their level and equipment strength could pose a significant threat to you." I acknowledged the gravity of the situation. Nevertheless, having promised Xiaoman and Qing Shan, I was determined to follow through, for I was eager to win over the enchanting Xiaoman. And the ancient sword dream desperately needed a prominent assassin to lead and form a covert team. Assist me in guarding the perimeter. Ensure that not a single member of the Huajian faction escapes from that canyon entrance. With a playful demeanor, the young lady Lin Yisan summoned her icy steed, galloping forward to take her stand at the entrance of the canyon, brandishing her sword and proclaiming loudly, "From this moment onward, anyone who dares attempt to escape from here shall meet my unwavering wrath. Those who doubt may come and test their fate." In truth, Lin Yisan was exceedingly astute. Her actions inadvertently aided me immensely. Even if she refrained from direct engagement, her mere presence would instill fear in the members of the Huajian sect, causing their resolve to waver. With 2 renowned players from the CGL Hall of Fame joining forces to hunt them down, their fate appeared dire. The crimson energy of the Qingming sword surged forth, a manifestation of necromantic power. I activated the Dark Eye effect, striving to unleash my utmost potential. For failure could very well lead to my demise at the hands of this 80-member team. Gao Hengxuan initiated the assault, not charging recklessly, but rushing forward with his spear in hand. With a fierce roar, the Tianyao greedy wolf lunged at my command, while I maneuvered around Gao Hengxuan, my speed akin to lightning. I evaded the attacks of the opposing archers and mages with erratic movements, deftly navigating along one side of their formation. Suddenly, I struck with the Thousand Ice Slash. The air erupted in a flurry of ice shards, and 4 archers fell simultaneously to the ground. This group was indeed formidable. The warriors struck by my attack remained standing, albeit with nearly half their health depleted. "Eliminate him," Gao Hengxuan shouted as he executed a series of predictive strikes. The archers encircled me with spiral arrows, seeking an opportunity to incapacitate me with a shockwave arrow, while the soldiers prepared to breach my defenses and finish me off. As anticipated, nearly 20 of the opposing mages were of high level and demonstrated remarkable skill. The Star River Storm did not blindly target, but instead anticipated my movements to launch its assault. Consequently, my path was completely obstructed, rendering it impossible to emerge unscathed. I could only seek an opportunity amidst the onslaught of the Star River Storm. A cacophony of pain enveloped my body, as the damage inflicted upon heavy-armored players was substantial. Above me, damage numbers flared. 4,829, 3,593, 5,102. The toll was severe. Within mere seconds, I had lost half of my health. Gritting my teeth, I decisively locked onto a nearby mage and charged forward, transforming into a bolt of lightning as I surged into the crowd, landing with a single foot and unleashing a warbreaker. Boom, boom, boom. In a flurry of crushing attacks, 5 mages collapsed, and seizing the moment, I brandished my sword, unleashing a fierce blade strike toward another 7 mages. 3 waves of fiery sword energy rippled through the throng. The first and second strikes barely tore through their magical shields, and the third delivered a fatal blow, resulting in the simultaneous downfall of 7 mages. However, the consequence of targeting 12 of their mages was a momentary stagnation in my movement. I lingered too long in one spot, allowing the level 135 Dark Knight Gao Hengxuan to charge forth with stunning speed, successfully stunning me. Kill. The moment of peril has arrived. The barriers have been shattered, and the onslaught of 3 warriors has commenced. Clang, clang, clang. 8,904. 7,941. 10,293. Fortunately, bolstered by the effects of the demon god armor, my defenses are sufficiently robust to withstand these 3 strikes, though my vitality has nearly vanished. Without waiting for the sequential attacks from my adversaries, I swiftly evaded the throng as my dizziness subsided, quaffing an 8th-level Holy Spirit potion while simultaneously invoking a death resilience to restore 13,261. 5,000. Vitality, momentarily regaining nearly 20,000 points. Thanks to the effect of undead rebirth, I barely managed to preserve my life, and more fortuitously, I had dispatched the majority of their mages, significantly diminishing the threat posed by this formidable group. As I retreated, I utilized the Dragon Slayer blade to execute precise eliminations. Suddenly, the dark eye keenly discerned 3 assassins stealthily approaching, all at level 130, their lips curling into malevolent grins, merely 15 yards away. Their daggers glistening with venom, clearly intent on blinding me for a lethal strike. I couldn't help but smile, raising my arm. 3 azure blades of the Dragon Slayer descended from above, exploding upon the foreheads of the assassins, resulting in damage values of 14,920, 15,002, 17,331. In an instant, all 3 assassins collapsed, their vitality too frail, as fellow leatherwearers, Bei Ming Shui's total health had already surpassed 20,000 points. Such is the disparity. With a cold gaze, the dark eye fixed its sights on Gao Hengxuan, the soul of this team, whom I must eliminate first. However, Gao Hengxuan possessed the bard's buff, granting him at least 50,000 health and astonishingly high defenses, making a swift kill seem rather challenging. I pondered briefly before resolutely charging forth with my Qingming sword. With the insight provided by the dark eye's weakness detection, the impossible became possible. Not good. He intends to kill the captain. Someone shouted in alarm. Yet Gao Hengxuan showed no fear, brandishing his spear with a smirk. I couldn't ask for more. The alliance leader paid 200,000 to bring me over from Tianfeng City, and I must show my worth. I've longed to witness the prowess of the legendary genius race. Now, the opportunity has arrived. With that, Gao Hengxuan let out a fierce roar, enveloped in a radiant aura, as the blessings of the bard, including buffs for valor, tenacity, and more, cascaded upon him, significantly enhancing his overall capabilities. Additionally, the bard was also a level 131 player, undoubtedly possessing high tactical value. The effects of these buffs had risen to over 35 in attack and defense bonuses, rivaling even the unrelated charms of the ancient sword spirit. Come on, Lu Chun. Gao Hengxuan laughed heartily, suddenly shaking his spear and charging forward like a dragon. Frost swirling around his weapon as he unleashed a series of 5 piercing thrusts, a flurry of strikes, each one a critical blow with 75 of normal attack power. This was undoubtedly the signature lethal skill of a melee player. I swiftly raised my arm to shield against the opponent's gunfire, my body trembling violently as I endured a series of 5 strikes, each inflicting damage between 500 and 2,000 points. While these blows were not lethal, neglecting my defense would have doubled the damage. Hai Hengxuan's attributes at this moment were indeed quite formidable. Fortunately, I was still under the protective aura of Lin Yisan, without which it would have been challenging to gain the upper hand against a fully buffed adversary. Still dare to defend? Hai Hengxuan roared, his gun trembling as he unleashed a devastating skill. A smile crept upon my face. With such reaction speed, did he truly believe he could contend with me? In an instant, I abandoned my defensive stance, leveraging the momentum from his previous 5 strikes. My boot pressed fiercely against a protruding boulder, launching me skyward, the blade descending with thunderous force. Hai Hengxuan hastily swung his spear to block, successfully parrying the blow with a resounding clang. His reflexes were indeed impressive. However, in the next moment, I executed a powerful kick that sent his arm flying aside, deliberately enticing him to block, and thus reveal an opening. After absorbing the impact of my kick, Hai Hengxuan's defense faltered, exposing his vulnerability beneath his arm. Under the effect of my dark eye, he could not escape detection. The Qingming sword surged forth, ignited by indigo flames, piercing through Hai Hengxuan's body with unrelenting ferocity. Break. 28,909. The staggering damage left Hai Hengxuan's face pale. Before he could evade, my blade of fury descended like a cataclysm, aiming to rend the earth itself, and the brunt of it fell upon Heiheng, who was mercilessly slashed by 3 consecutive arcs of light, his massive shield sent flying. 6,092, 9,012, 28,944. The third strike dealt a fatal blow, signifying Heiheng's demise. The shield that soared into the air was a testament to his defeat, an exquisite spirit shield of considerable quality, rolling amidst the rubble at my feet. Heiheng slowly collapsed from his mount, kneeling upon the ground with a look of bitter defeat as he gazed at me. I regarded him coolly and remarked, "Fool, you are merely worth 200,000. Even my trifling earnings surpass yours. How could you possibly be my match?" With that, Heiheng coughed up blood and perished. In the distance, a group of Huajian sect players gasped in shock. "Damn, the boss's 3-star extraordinary spirit shield just dropped. Brothers, let us go retrieve that shield." I couldn't help but chuckle as I launched a kick, sending the spirit shield soaring into the air, where it landed gracefully at the feet of the beautiful Xiaoman. I smiled gently and said, "Xiaoman, your friend has fallen. This shield belongs to an enemy. Consider it a welcoming gift for your entry into the guild." Xiaoman quickly bent down to pick up the shield, laughing lightly. "Thank you, brother Zhiji Qinsha, you are truly kind." Beside me, the elven warrior Qingshan's expression softened as he observed my prowess in battle, nodding slightly and murmuring in an almost inaudible tone, "Indeed, the legendary CGL Hall of Fame's Little King is exceptionally formidable." As I surged into the fray, employing a Z-pattern step that rendered me nearly undetectable, I utilized the opposing players as cover, the Qingming sword striking like a venomous serpent, swiftly eliminating a series of strategists and archers. "Mages, focus fire quickly. Concentrate your attacks and eliminate him." A voice echoed, though its origin remained unknown. The last 4 high-tier mages hastily brandished their staffs, chanting incantations. Yet, I would not grant them the opportunity to concentrate their fire. With a swift motion of my sword, I soared forward, attempting to unleash the binding spell, only to have it thwarted by their magical shield, a clear testament that, despite its formidable nature, the binding spell was ineffective against shielded mages. Celestial Storm, unleash your wrath. A level 134 high-tier mage's face flushed with fury, his bloodlust palpable. As he anticipated the descent of the Celestial Storm, my health plummeted, dwindling to around 25. Concentrated fire? I chuckled softly. The azure sword erupted in a radiant indigo blaze, slipping past the level 134 mage. My Qianquan break pierced through his magical shield, impaling his frail form and resulting in an instantaneous kill. But that was merely the beginning. With a swift turn, I unleashed the Thousand-Eye Slash, freezing over 10 adversaries in its wake. A chill coursed through my arm as the azure sword emitted a melodious chime. The azure dragon soul, entwined around the blade, surged with brilliance, coalescing into the form of the azure divine dragon. A colossal energy halo surged forward, decimating dozens of foes. In that moment, my burden lightened. The enemy mages had been eradicated, leaving only a handful of high-level warriors and scattered archers, along with some bards and beast tamers. Regrettably, while the beasts summoned by the tamers were formidable, they failed to breach my defenses, rendering their attacks trivial. With a swift slash, my sword cleaved through 2 warriors, unleashing a wave of the Blade Fury attack, causing 5 players to collapse. A multitude of potions and equipment spilled forth, yet no one dared to claim them. I, with merely 20 health remaining, pursued and slaughtered the remaining foes. The archers and beast tamers attempted to strike with calculated precision, yet their strikes lacked the potency to claim lives. A level 129 assassin, fueled by rage, charged forth with daggers in hand, proclaiming, "We, the Huajian sect, shall not be slaughtered like sheep. Damn it, I'll fight you. Even in defeat, we shall not lose our spirit." A commendable assassin, yet regrettably aligned with a second-rate guild leader like Li Lu, indicating poor judgment in choosing allies. Even if he maintained his spirit, he was likely to remain a fool. Without hesitation, I unleashed the Qianquan break, my sword piercing through his body, inflicting 2 damage figures, 27, 894, 2, 789. Excellent. The Azure Sword's frenzied blood skill absorbed 10 damage for health, a truly formidable effect. As I fought, the enemy's numbers dwindled while my health surged. In truth, after dispatching several high-tier mages and Gao Hengshuan, the 80-member Huajian sect had already faced defeat. However, one could not deny the strength of this 80-member team. They were formidable enough to rival the elite forces led by Chunni and Yeshang of the Huajian sect. Otherwise, I would not have found myself in such a precarious situation. After all, my equipment was extraordinary, 4 pieces of Earth-grade gear and legendary weapons. With such superior equipment, even slaying a 100-member team should pose little challenge. In a desperate flight, the members of the Huajian faction found themselves gripped by anxiety, contemplating escape, yet facing the formidable fruit knife goddess guarding the canyon's entrance. Thus, they were left to fight like cornered beasts. With fervor, the last 2 warriors charged forth, one wielding what appeared to be an invincible level 120 spirit axe, exuding an aura of indomitability. However, the true nature of the axe remained uncertain. With a smile, I advanced, deftly evading their attack with a swift sidestep, executing 2 consecutive Z-shaped maneuvers that disoriented them. The Qingming sword danced through the air, striking with a resounding crack, and soon the last 2 warriors crumpled to the ground. To my astonishment, one of them dropped the very invincible axe. Upon picking it up, I discovered it was not extraordinary, merely an ordinary spirit weapon, possessing an attack power and attributes inferior to the indomitable axe held by my comrade by approximately 30 points. Nevertheless, it was still a commendable spirit weapon. As I collected the invincible axe, I tossed it to the lovely Xiaoman, saying, "This is for your warriors." Xiaoman, clutching the axe, looked at me in bewilderment. "Brother Zhiji, we have already requested your assistance in PK. How could we accept so much equipment from you?" I raised my Qingming sword and chuckled. "Xiaoman, look at this divine weapon in my hands. Do you think I need another spirit weapon? Give it to Qing Shan. His weapon was lost to a 0-degree explosion, and this invincible axe can compensate for his loss." Qing Shan nodded in agreement and took the axe from Xiaoman, speaking solemnly. "Leader." I smiled. "Welcome to the ancient sword soul dream." Xiaoman beamed sweetly. "Brother Zhiji, which faction do you plan to assign us to?" I must clarify that we absolutely refuse to join the 8th sub-faction. "Of course," I replied, as Qing Shan hesitated before finally speaking. "Leader, I once managed a 1,000-member faction while playing Lingtao. If you do not mind, we could establish a sub-faction. Xiaoman also wishes to experience being a leader. Don't you agree, Xiaoman?" Xiaoman nodded eagerly. "Yes, I want to be a faction leader like Sister Fengsa." Lin Yisan approached with a gentle laugh. "Good luck." I couldn't help but smile. However, the current structure of Ancient Sword only includes the main faction, Blood Mercenaries, and 8 sub-factions. There are no vacant shells available for you at the moment. After we return to town, you can acquire a faction-building decree and then create your new sub-faction. "All right." Xiaoman nodded repeatedly. At that moment, a ringing echoed through the skies of the City of Heaven. Ding! System announcement. Attention players. The western region of the City of Heaven has officially refreshed. A new unoccupied territory has emerged at coordinates 12,994, 9,002. Defeating the boss within this territory will yield a Lord's Decree. The guild that defends the territory for 10 hours will secure ownership. With the system's chime, the guild channel erupted in excitement. Su Yang exclaimed, "Finally, the 3rd territory in the City of Heaven has appeared. This is going to be lively." Dao Zhiyang asked, "What should we do? Shall we assist Junlin in capturing this 3rd territory?" "Giguzi, this new territory lies in the western region. While both our domain and that of Shui Yinsan are situated in the eastern realm, a considerable distance apart. Even if we were to seize this land for Junlin, they might struggle to maintain control over it. Furthermore, last time, Lu Chun wagered the 3rd territory against Zhan Tian in order to aid us in stabilizing HS Town. We cannot go back on our word. Players of Gujian Huanmeng are absolutely forbidden from entering the vicinity of the 3rd territory. Yuyun Shibachi, this is rather simple. Let all the elite members of Gujian Huanming join Shueisha mercenaries, and then directly enlist their help to storm the city." Li Chingfeng countered, "That would be too obvious. The Shueisha mercenaries are, after all, part of our Gujian Huanming. If we were to do this, the players from Sky City would certainly accuse us of being unable to withstand defeat. So, Lu Chen, do you have a clever plan? Surely you have devised something." I nodded. Indeed, using the Shueisha mercenaries in such a manner is impractical. My suggestion is to establish a blockade along the outskirts of the western region. We will not venture into the west, but will instead gather the 2 main alliances of Gujian Huanming along with 8 sub-alliances to form a perimeter. Upon encountering Zhan Tian's players, we shall eliminate them one by one. Since Zhan Tian shamelessly broke his promise to challenge HS Club, we shall return the favor in kind. Avoiding the Western territory and instead ambushing Zhang Tian's members from the periphery, leaving him without a retort. Li Chengfeng couldn't help but laugh heartily. Excellent. I favor this strategy. By targeting Zhang Tian's members from the outside, he cannot accuse us of cowardice, and moreover, this will significantly alleviate the pressure on Junlin and Shui Yinsan in seizing the third territory. TSK, Lu Chen always manages to devise such ingenious strategies. I replied, indeed. I then opened my friend list, located Guguzi, and sent a message. Little ghost, how prepared are you? How is the situation in Qinghu Forest? Are we ready for full engagement? Guguzi replied swiftly. Zhiji, we have amassed nearly 10,000 players here, swiftly overtaking this leveling ground. I have also drawn high-ranking knight-class players from various sub-alliances to the main alliance, finally assembling a formidable force of 3,097 Qinghu Iron Cavalry. Heh, absolutely elite. I smiled with satisfaction. All right, gather the forces with Su Yang and Li Chengfeng at the edge of the forest below the western gate of Sky City. These 3,000 Qinghu Iron Cavalry move swiftly. You will command their actions alone. Proceed to ambush in the western forest and deploy assassins to scout the main coordinates of Zhang Tian's forces. Li Chengfeng and I will lead the non-knight players to follow shortly. This time, we must not disappoint Junlin. Such reliable allies are hard to come by. Understood. I will ensure that Zhiji is not let down, nor will I disappoint the beautiful Ling Xueshan. All right, let's set off. After arranging matters within the guild, I lifted my head only to find Lin Yisan and the lovely Xiaoman staring at me with wide, beautiful eyes. So what are the movements of Gujin Huanming? Lin Yisan chuckled. Just now, Ling Xueshan reached out to me. She is quite conflicted about the third territory. She desires it greatly but hesitates. The coordinates of that territory are alarmingly distant from our two domains, making it exceedingly difficult for us to provide timely assistance in the event of an attack. The West, after all, is not the domain of our three alliances, and the players there are predominantly from the Battle Sky Alliance, the Mad Dragon, and the Godslayer guilds. I licked my lips and replied, regardless, we should proceed. In any case, even if we cannot seize it, we must ensure that the Battle Sky Alliance cannot easily acquire the third territory. The best scenario would be to prevent them from obtaining it altogether. That cunning fellow from Battle Sky, especially with October Rain's support, would only become more formidable if they secured that territory, posing a tremendous threat to the rest of us guilds. Indeed, I have already commanded the Snow Silver Fur Alliance and several sub-alliances to concentrate their forces, preparing to venture into the west alongside Junlin. What of Gu Jian Hunming's strategies? We shall also partake in this endeavor. Excellent. The charming Xiaoman brandished a dagger in one hand while resting her other hand on her waist, beaming at me. Brother Zhiji Qinsha, our group has just joined Gu Jian Hunming, and before even fully integrating, we are confronted with such significant matters. Isn't this our opportunity to shine? I cast a sidelong glance at them, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and replied, You few, ahem, your equipment and levels are not yet formidable enough. Would you merely serve as cannon fodder in such a grand conflict? I prefer to add you to the main alliance first, and we shall discuss your participation when you have grown stronger. As for Xiaoman, being the sub-alliance leader, you will have ample opportunities. Oh, I see. Very well. But we still wish to accompany you to witness the direct clash between Gu Jian and the Battle Sky Alliance, the super guilds. Indeed, it is always beneficial to observe. Yes. The lovely Xiaoman nodded vigorously before glancing at Lin Yisan and inquiring, Sister Fantasy, how old are you in reality? You appear so youthful. Lin Yisan smiled gently. I am 21 years old. Why do you ask, Xiaoman? Oh, how young. I'm 19. Hee, Sister Fantasy. Do you know who my three favorite individuals in the CGL Hall of Fame are? Who are they? Lin Yisan asked with keen interest. The enchanting Xiaoman enumerated with enthusiasm. I particularly admire Brother Luoqing. He is incredibly powerful. Everyone says that although Luoqing was defeated by Zhu Yingluan, he never abandoned his promise and transformed into Zhiji Qinsha to continue protecting Gu Jian Hunming. If every girl could have such a man to guard them, they would have no regrets in life. Then, I admire you even more, Sister Fantasy. I believe you are currently the strongest player in the China region. Lin Yisan's smile was sweet. Oh, and the third? Xiaoman bit her lip, her eyes filled with longing. The third, who is also my favorite CGL player, is Sister Wenyu. She is the strongest female assassin in the China region and is advancing rapidly. My lifelong dream has been to become a top-tier assassin player like Wen Yu. I chuckled. Xiaoman, there is no need to rush. One day you will undoubtedly match or even surpass Wen Yu. Perhaps, one day, Wen Yu will also become a member of Gu Jian Hunming. By then. With two top assassins supporting our cause, who would dare to claim that Gu Jian Hunming lacks assassins? Lin Yisan cast a glance at me and said, "All right. We can discuss the matter of kissing you later. For now, I must return to the city. The guild players must head over immediately, otherwise, the Zhantian Alliance will seize the opportunity." Okay, I responded. I added the beautiful Xiaoman, Qingshan, and others to the ancient Sword Soul Dream Alliance. Once they all joined, our alliance was once again at full capacity. Darn it, adding one more member would necessitate kicking someone out. The limit of 10,000 members is truly frustrating. I took out a city return scroll and crushed it. In a flash, I found myself in the Sky City. Without dwelling on anything else, I replenished my potions and repaired my equipment. Today, I had reached level 143, and what lay ahead would be exhilarating battles. Within the Sky City, countless players were bustling about. Some headed to the West Gate teleportation to seek new territories, while many others went to purchase potions and form teams for leveling up. After all, the concept of territories had become tacitly understood. In the minds of Sky City players, only the Zhantian Alliance, the Overlord Hall, and the Junlin Guild were truly competitive in the third territory. The remaining guilds would merely serve as fodder, so why waste time? Just as I was about to leave, suddenly, a system notification echoed through the sky. Ding! System announcement. Attention players, the player Bloodthirsty War Emperor has successfully submitted the feudal order. Representing his guild, Changsheng Hall, and allied guilds, Holy Domain Rose, and Asking for the World, in a raid on the territory Dark Moon City, owned by Ancient Sword Soul Dream in Sky City. If they succeed in killing all Ancient Sword Soul Dream Guild players within the territory in the next 10 hours, they will successfully seize the city, and Dark Moon City will belong to Changsheng Hall. I gasped quietly, feeling a chill run down my spine, just when I thought things couldn't get worse. The three major guilds of Hidden City were launching an assault on Dark Moon City. The situation unfolded too rapidly, leaving most players of Ancient Sword Soul Dream at a loss. The guild channel was in an uproar. Li Chengfeng, furious, exclaimed, "Darn it! How could they use the feudal order at this time? This is clearly an attempt to prevent Ancient Sword Soul Dream from participating in the battle for the third territory." Su Yang remarked, "Changsheng Hall, Holy Domain Rose, and Asking for the World are all among the top 10 guilds of Hidden City. Each of them possesses strength far surpassing that of Batian Dao's Annihilation. They have remained silent until now, only to suddenly strike at this moment. They clearly see that our Dark Moon City has reached a high level and wish to reap the benefits." Goe Guzi snorted disdainfully, "Dream on. The leaders Jegji and Eve have spent so long building Dark Moon City, they can't just take it from us. They will have to step over our corpses first." Luan Umm interjected, "I believe that the alliance of these three major guilds attacking Dark Moon City is likely instigated by the Zhantian Alliance. It seems to be a dual-pronged strategy by October Rain, forcing us to choose between Dark Moon City and the third territory. Perhaps October Rain never intended to leave either territory for us. The combined strength of the three guilds from Hidden City is indeed formidable." Goe Guzi then asked, "Jegji, what should we do now?" After contemplation, I spoke in a hushed tone. "Little one, your mission remains unchanged. Continue to lead the others in their assaults. The rest of you, accompany me in teleporting to Dark Moon City. We must ensure its steadfastness. Should we lose Dark Moon City, all our efforts over the past month will be rendered futile, and the foothold we have so painstakingly established in the Sky City will be shaken." Su Yang, Li Chengfeng, and the others, filled with fervor, nodded in agreement. With a flash, we returned to Dark Moon City, gazing upon the now 6th-level undead fortress. I affirmed that our dedication must not be squandered. This time, even if it means fighting to the last breath, we must defend Dark Moon City. Ding! A message arrived from Ling Xueshang. "Luchun, we are being targeted this time. I have received insider information. The War Sky Guild has dispatched October Rain to Shadow City to persuade the leaders of the three major guilds, Eternal Life Palace, Ascendant World, and Sacred Rose. After successful negotiations and commitments made, these three guilds will launch a plundering attack on Dark Moon City. We shall face not only the War Sky Alliance, the Overlord Hall, and the Extinction God guilds, but also the three major guilds from Shadow City. Each of these guilds boasts over 100,000 troops. placing us at a significant disadvantage. I couldn't help but chuckle, responding, "Fair Lady Xueshang, you and Feng Se Huanxiang should lead Junlin and Shui Yinsan to seize the third territory. As for Gu Jian Hunming, we shall handle it ourselves." Humph, the three major guilds from Shadow City do not intimidate me. If they wish to come to Sky City, I shall extend my hospitality and see them buried here. Ling Xueshang replied with a smiley face, asking, "Are you truly resolved to fight?" "Of course. Otherwise, what else is there to do on this dreary afternoon?" Very well. On behalf of all players in the Junlin Guild, I extend our gratitude for Gu Jian Hunming's support. You're welcome. I will dispatch Guguzi to lead 3,000 elite knights to intercept the War Sky Alliance forces on the periphery. The remaining troops must return to defend Darkmoon City. Everything else rests on your shoulders. Understood. Good luck. Go team. At that moment, Bei Mingxue, Li Chengfeng, Su Yang, and the other principal players of Gu Jian Hunming appeared within my line of sight. They approached together, and soon, nearly all the leadership of Gu Jian Hunming assembled near the little skeletal blood pool of Darkmoon City, engaging in lively conversation. "How many foes do we face this time?" Su Yang inquired. Li Chengfeng replied, "The three major guilds from Shadow City, perhaps even the likes of Mad Dragon and Extinction God, may come to meddle. Overall, the outlook is not optimistic. We must fight with all our might. Otherwise, Darkmoon City may truly be at risk." I nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must spare no effort and not underestimate these three major guilds. Bei Mingxue remarked, "In recent days, I have constructed numerous arrow towers within our territory. Roughly one every 10 paces. They will serve us well. Once the archers ascend the towers, their attack power will decrease by 10, but their attack range will increase by 50. This will impose substantial pressure on the players outside." I smiled. "Yes, Bei Ming, good luck. In this defense of the city, you and Guguzi are our absolute main forces. How many archers does our alliance currently possess?" "In the realm of the Northern Abyss," Shui Juju remarked with a pout. "As you vigorously develop the cavalry division, the archers are inevitably marginalized. Currently, the main alliance boasts only 1,500 archers, which is somewhat lacking." With fervor, Doji laughed. "Not too shabby. They are all elite, and with Lu Chen's sister leading, each one can easily contend with 10 foes." I turned to him, sensing a hint of mockery, which elicited hearty laughter from the crowd. Soon after, a multitude of players from the ancient Sword Soul Dream converged upon the territory. I promptly disabled the teleportation services for players from rival alliances. Naturally, the three guilds, Changsheng Hall, Wending Tianxia, and Holy Domain Rose, were placed on my blacklist for daring to assault the Darkmoon City. They were unequivocally hostile alliances. Pondering the situation, I found it troubling. The three major guilds collectively numbered 300,000, while the main alliance of Ancient Sword Soul Dream counted merely 10,000, and the Blood Mercenaries another 10,000, with 8 sub-alliances summing up to around 40,000. In total, we could muster only 60,000 troops to oppose their overwhelming 300,000. It seemed a daunting task, and perhaps their numbers were even greater, considering the prowess of October Rain, who could summon aid from the Hidden City to intervene in the Sky City conflict. It was plausible she could rally other factions to assist the three guilds in seizing Darkmoon City. In any case, we must exert every effort. Failure was not an option. I opened my friends list and found Jingxing Luotian, initiating a call. "Hi, Chengcheng," I affectionately greeted. A shiver ran through Jingcheng Luotian as she retorted, "You cheeky rascal, calling me so sweetly. Are you trying to make me sick? Something must be amiss." Indeed, it concerns the territorial battle. Changxing Hall, Wending Tianxia, and Holy Domain Rose are uniting to attack our Darkmoon City. I fear I may be outnumbered and unable to handle the situation. Is there any conflict in Tianfeng City? If not, could you send some aid? Darkmoon City is crucial for Ancient Sword Soul Dream. With a sigh, Jingxing Luotian replied, "I wish to assist you. But that scoundrel Zhuing Luan just moments ago applied for a raid on the Purple Lily territory on behalf of the first sub-alliance of Zhu Long. I cannot ensure my own safety. Then let Kiss Moon bring some assassins to aid me." "Absolutely not. She is my girl. How could I lend her to you?" "Come on. All right. Good luck. I have faith in you. You must also pray for our Purple Lily. With Zhu Long's forces approaching, we are bound for battle. I suppose I need to forge an alliance with the depths of Peach Blossom. Though they are pitifully weak, their numbers are considerable." I felt somewhat exasperated. The depths of Peach Blossom, during the era of Floating Ice City, were indeed formidable, but now, Caught between Purple Lily and Zhu Long, they faced a precarious position. Disconnecting the communicator, it was clear Purple Lily could not provide the assistance we required. Next, I would seek out other allies. Searching my friends list, I found Sansheng Mo and initiated a call. Hi, Mo, long time no see. I greeted with a radiant smile. In the dialogue channel, Sansheng Mo's lovely visage beamed with delight. Oh, Lu Chun, you only come when there's trouble. What brings you here? Well, Dark Moon City is under assault from Changxing Hall, Wending Tianxia, and Holy Domain Rose. Could you lend a hand? After all, these three guilds are the elite of Hidden City, and you have had considerable dealings with them. Would you rally some forces to help me stabilize the situation? Sansheng Mo opened her mouth slightly and said, why is everyone here at such a critical moment? The third territory has emerged in the City of Divine Concealment, and the three guilds, Heaven's Will, War's Lament, and the Moon Hunter Dynasty, are fiercely competing for it. I just promised the White Emperor City that I would help them tonight to enjoy the snow, and I cannot go back on my word. How about this? If I fail to seize the territory, I will bring people to assist you in the Sky City, provided that you can hold out for at least 5 hours. Is that acceptable? I nodded. Okay, it seems we have no other choice. Mo. I will activate the teleportation to the City of Divine Concealment from the Dark Moon City, and I'll be waiting for you to bring your team over. All right. It's a deal. Thank you. No need for thanks. We are comrades after all, she giggled. At last, I had managed to contact a somewhat reliable ally, although I doubted her dependability. Ultimately, whether we could withstand the assault of the three major guilds and their 300,000 troops would largely depend on the performance of our own guild, Ancient Sword Soul Dream. Holding the Qingming sword, I wandered around the territory and saw Du Shisan with Shui Lu and Yama Dai standing there. So I approached them with a smile. Hi, Shisan. Lu Mama bag. Du Shisan laughed heartily. Damn, we seem to have hit a streak of bad luck this time, being targeted by the three major guilds. This looks grim. I was speechless. Come on, can't you say something more auspicious? Yama Dai interjected. Let us just pray for the heavens to strike down the bloodthirsty War Emperor, the one-word shoulder, and the rose thorn with lightning. Damn, it's really frustrating to think about it. Isn't the leader of the sacred domain Roses a beauty? With our ability to engage all ages, how could we possibly provoke someone like Rose Thorn? It's truly strange. I grinned. Stop it. I don't have that kind of allure. October Rain from the Battle Heaven Alliance and Cold Moon Rose from the Mad Dragon Guild are all eager to crush me. Rose Thorn is merely one among them. However, it is indeed remarkable that a woman could elevate the sacred domain Roses to be one of the top 10 guilds in the City of Divine Concealment. Du Shisan nodded in agreement. Yama Dai's expression darkened as he said, the top 10 guilds of the City of Divine Concealment, renowned far and wide, are said to be the most formidable in the Chinese server's 3 main cities. If we speak of the strength of individual guilds, Zhulong, Ancient Sword Soul Dream, and Shui Yinshan would rank among the top 3. However, when considering the overall strength of the main city, the City of Divine Concealment undoubtedly stands as the strongest across the entire server. Each of the 10 guilds is not to be trifled with. The fact that the 3 guilds are uniting to attack us is unprecedented. It truly brings glory to Ancient Sword Soul Dream to have drawn their combined efforts. I chuckled. What glory? Right now, I feel as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. It's excruciating. Shuelu laughed lightly. Don't worry, Lu Chun. Is there anything that Shisan and I can help with? I nodded and pointed at the teleportation array not far off, saying, Lulu, lead a group of archers to defend this spot. The reconnaissance ability of archers is quite strong. They should fire randomly every 3 seconds to sweep the areas surrounding the NPCs and thwart any attacks from the opposing assassins. We must ensure the teleportation array remains secure. Otherwise, if we lose it, we will lose our source of reinforcements. Even if Shui Yinshan and Jun Lin want to come to our rescue, it will be too late. With a captivating smile, Shui Lu declared, All right, leave it to me. I shall command at least 500 archers to safeguard this place. No matter how many assassins infiltrate, I shall deal with them all. Du Shisan raised his sword in agreement, saying, Rest assured, my brothers. I too will station several hundred elite players here, leaving no opportunity for the enemy. I nodded emphatically. Very well. The defense of the city shall be entrusted to Shisan and Lulu for the time being. As for me, what are you planning to do? Bag Mama asked in astonishment. I smiled, my gaze fervently fixed on the northern horizon. Guests from the City of Divine Concealment are arriving. How could we not extend them a warm welcome? The defenders perish, while the challengers thrive. Those who fall near our territory can never return online. Thus, I shall lead the main force of ancient Sword Soul Dream to confront the 3 allied armies outside the canyon, welcoming them with a fitting greeting. Bagmama couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, that's our Luchun. 10,000 against 300,000. What audacity. Du Shursin chuckled heartily. Is this a suicide squad? I nodded. Indeed. Once we venture out, I do not intend to return alive. If death is to be my fate, so be it. Who fears whom? If the palace of eternal life dares to come, I shall let them taste the formidable might of the first guild of Sky City. I opened the grand map. To reach Darkmoon City, players from the City of Divine Concealment had 2 routes. One was to traverse the Outer Realms from the north. But that path was fraught with formidable monsters exceeding level 160, even encountering level 200 behemoths. I surmised that those players were not foolish enough to undertake such a perilous journey on foot. Therefore, they must have teleported from Sky City. The inevitable route from Sky City to Darkmoon City passed through the Chingstone Valley beneath the Dragonbone Mountains, a vast expanse suitable for leveling up, making it an ideal ambush location for us to strike against the 3 guilds of the City of Divine Concealment. Resolute in my decision, I chose this site for our ambush. At this moment, He and Murong Mingyue were out in the field, leaving the decision-making power of ancient Sword Soul Dream solely in my hands. However, I did not take it lightly and shared my idea with Li Chengfeng, Bai Mingshui, and Su Yang. To my satisfaction, they all unanimously agreed. Li Chengfeng remarked, since those guilds from the Palace of Eternal Life have decided to oppose us, we need not show them any courtesy. A direct confrontation will suffice. Let the blood-red mercenaries guard our base, while the main alliance of 7,000 men advances to engage them. Even without the cavalry's assistance, we shall not fear them. Very well, issue the orders. All right. With Su Yang's command, the main alliance of ancient Sword Soul Dream, except for the 3,000 cavalry led by Gue Guzi, surged forth from the city, their sights set on the Chingstone Valley beneath the Dragonbone Mountains. It was evident that today, Chingstone Valley would witness a cataclysmic and brutal clash. On the roadside, numerous players from Sky City were diligently leveling up, while our large group proceeded along the official path, intent on not disturbing the other players' training nor inciting any unnecessary complications. Yet, the gazes cast upon us revealed their reverence for the ancient Sword Soul Dream emblem adorning our shoulders. The current iteration of the ancient Sword Soul Dream was indeed a far cry from its former self. It now stood as a paragon of prominence within Sky City, with only the Battle Heaven Alliance and the Snow Silver Fur Guild capable of rivaling our might. Deputy Guild Leader, what is our objective for this mission? Inquired the spirited one while we ran forward. I gazed ahead and replied solemnly, we shall ambush the triumvirate of the Eternal Life Palace, Sacred Rose, and the World Ascendancy in the Qingshi Valley, maximizing our damage against them. This battle must instill a deep-seated fear within the ranks of the Eternal Life Palace. By the time our Qinghu Iron Cavalry returns, we should be ready to withdraw. The spirited one's muscles twitched in anticipation. This will be a battle of life and death, won't it? I smiled faintly and nodded. Indeed, I harbor no illusions about returning alive. What? Are you feeling cowardly? Instantly, the spirited one raised his invincible battle axe and laughed heartily. A fight where death is a possibility suits me just fine. What an honor it would be to lie in defeat alongside my brothers. The thought of potentially lying alone in a grave is truly terrifying. Fortunately, I have my comrades to share this fate with me. Su Yang laughed heartily as well, lifting his sword and proclaiming, exactly. If we must die, let us perish together. As long as our demise holds value and allows the name of the ancient Sword Soul Dream to echo across the land, then so be it. Li Chengfeng lowered his sword and chuckled. All right, let us die together. Wan Yu pouted. You lot are quite ominous, discussing death before even engaging in battle. I believe we should hold an unwavering resolve for victory. Li Chengfeng responded with a grin. Victory may be overly optimistic. We only have 7,000 men, while their forces certainly exceed 300,000, and it is said they possess a fully organized cavalry unit. I reckon if we can withstand 2 hours, we will have done remarkably well. I remarked, if we can endure for 2 hours, that would equate to victory. Our Qinghu Iron Cavalry's battle in the Western Territories should also conclude by then. Our task is merely to secure a 24-hour window for the Qinghu Iron Cavalry. Heaven help us. Let us hope the little ghosts The Yuyan 18 riders and the heavenly rain can hold their ground and return before we are completely overwhelmed. Li Chengfeng, Su Yang, and the others clenched their fists in silent understanding, sharing knowing smiles. For the ancient sword soul dream, we will fight to the death. Even if we are ultimately defeated, let us take as many foes with us as we can. Half an hour later, we arrived at Qingshi Valley. Indeed, the surrounding cliffs were adorned with lush trees and vines, a verdant spectacle. No wonder this place was named Qingshi Valley. How beautiful, exclaimed Baiming Shui. Holding her fierce shadow bow and taking in the surroundings, a radiant smile gracing her lovely face. I smiled slightly in response. It is indeed beautiful, but soon, this place will be stained crimson with blood. Li Chengfeng surveyed the surroundings and said, Lu Chun, arrange the formation. This position is quite suitable, approximately 300 yards wide, allowing our 70 million to establish a perfect defensive line here. I nodded, glanced around, and pointed. Here, 50 yards ahead, the warriors will form a line. Our numbers are currently insufficient, so the beast tamers' pets and other creatures should be dispatched to secure their positions. The warriors will hold the front line. Additionally, there are rugged stone blocks behind us, quite high, which will enhance our visibility and range. Baiming Shui will lead the archers, while the mages should take their positions. This time, we will employ heavy firepower to suppress the enemy, using the archers and mages to compensate for the absence of magical knights and rangers. Baiming Shui nodded with a smile. Understood, brother. Yu Lu, holding her staff, began to allocate healing zones for the priests. I felt a pang of concern. Originally, the warrior players of Ancient Sword Soul Dream were invincible, but they had all been taken away by Giguzi. Now, although our offensive power was ample, our front line was notably weak. Whether we could withstand the enemy's assault depended on the strength of our archers and mages. Li Chengfeng, Su Yang, and others, filled with fighting spirit, reached the front line, drawing their gleaming blades and gazing into the distance. In the guild channel, Giguzi's voice echoed, Giguzi, Old Man Jiji. Real-time battle report. We have engaged a team from the War Heaven Alliance, led by the bravest warrior with a force of 2,000. I inquired, how is the battle progressing? Giguzi chuckled lightly, like a hot knife through butter. Our successive charge formation is simply too powerful. The bravest warrior's team offered little resistance and was swiftly cut down. The bravest warrior was pierced to death by Tian Tangyu's barrier. We anticipate the battle will conclude in 5 minutes, with the first batch of 2,000 enemies defeated. Our losses should not exceed 100. Excellent. A smile of satisfaction spread across my face. Although forming this Qing Tiger Iron Cavalry had consumed nearly 2 days and nights of effort from Giguzi and the team, it was undoubtedly worthwhile. Now, there were no rare mounts left in the Qing Tiger jungle. Our Qing Tiger Iron Cavalry was unparalleled, surely causing headaches for the War Heaven Alliance. Su Yang similarly smiled. Little ghost, keep it up. Giguzi asked, Yang, are you with Old Man Jiji and the others? What are you doing? Su Yang replied, in the Qingshi Valley, we are ambushing the Longsheng Hall, the Holy Domain Rose, and the 300,000 coalition forces, buying you more time. Giguzi queried, will you survive? Su Yang stated, certainly not. Giguzi responded resolutely, rest assured, I will lead everyone back as swiftly as possible. I will not allow excessive bloodshed. Tian Tangyu echoed, yes? Everyone hold on. Li Chengfeng and I exchanged glances, both moved and comforted by the atmosphere of Ancient Sword Soul Dream. The cohesion of a team lies in our willingness to risk our lives for one another. Now, we were engaged in a fight that seemed certain to end in death for Giguzi and the others, who were battling thousands of miles away to uphold their vow to protect Ancient Sword Soul Dream. At that moment, the thunderous sound of hooves began to resonate, gradually intensifying and reverberating throughout the valley. Soon after, a dark mass of figures emerged on the horizon, led by a motley assortment of cavalry, lacking any semblance of uniformity. Here they come, by the heavens, they arrive with astonishing speed. Su Yang exclaimed, brandishing his sword. I, too, held my Qingming sword aloft, standing at the forefront, and solemnly proclaimed, to safeguard the ancient sword spirit, brothers, let us fulfill our pact. In unison, our comrades drew their weapons, raising their blades in a fervent cry, to safeguard the ancient sword spirit, brothers, let us fulfill our pact. The echoes of this rallying cry resonated through the valley and within each heart, igniting a fervent determination to protect what was worth defending, prompting us to fight with unwavering resolve. The disorganized cavalry approached swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, they were upon us. The guild emblem emblazoned upon their shoulders shimmered brightly, a pink rose, yet they were not players of the sacred domain rose, but rather from its second division. Damn it! Li Changfeng gritted his teeth in frustration. How cunning of them to send a mere division for a probing attack. The sacred domain rose is indeed formidable. I chuckled softly. Prepare for battle. Archers, unleash your arrows. At my command, Bei Mingxue issued a signal, and countless arrows pierced the air, raining down in rapid succession. Within 3 seconds, nearly every archer had released over 10 arrows. A level 10 barrage meant 12 arrows per archer, resulting in a dark cloud of iron arrows descending upon the enemy. The powerful shots struck the knight's armor, sparking flares, yet at least a third of the arrows found their mark, penetrating the knight's defenses. Bei Mingxue's onslaught was particularly devastating, as the arrows from her chaotic barrage exploded amidst the ranks, unleashing terrifying force. In an instant, numerous knights were felled, for they were indeed players of the second division of the sacred domain rose, boasting commendable levels and equipment. The Moonlight Stone mage wielded her staff, locking onto the enemy with a fierce declaration. Mages suppressed them with the celestial storm. Instantly, countless black starry whirlpools descended upon our adversaries, forming a barricade before the warriors of the ancient sword spirit. Those knights from the second division of the sacred domain rose, yet to reach our melee range, were already ensnared by the swirling maelstrom, their cries of anguish echoing as countless items and potions burst forth. Boom! The icy cyclones danced amidst the deep blue hues of the celestial storm, creating a breathtaking scene of battle. The spiral arrow blades of the celestial storm epitomized the formidable combination of archers and mages after their fifth transformation, the dazzling effects of their skills illuminating the gruesome yet artistically violent spectacle of combat. Accompanied by the cries of despair, the charge of approximately 4,000 knights dwindled to mere remnants. Only 7 or 8 managed to breach the celestial storm and the spiral arrow blockade. Each of them bore less than 50 health points, brandishing their weapons and urging their steeds forward, shrieking as they prepared to charge into our ranks. With a spirited determination, I licked my lips, exclaiming, "Wow! They all seem incredibly valiant, don't they?" A slight smile graced my face as I raised the Qingming's sword and, with a fierce shout, hurled it forth. In an instant, this extraordinary weapon transformed into a spiraling blade, slicing through the ground and tracing a magnificent arc among my adversaries. The sound of armor shattering echoed as 5 dark knights collapsed to the ground, slain instantly. At this moment, I had activated the martial goddess general skill, granting me an unimaginable level of attack power. With a single, whirling strike, I eliminated 5 enemies, and with a swift motion, I unleashed 2 successive dragon slashes, sending the remaining 2 dark knights tumbling from their mounts. Only one adversary remained, charging toward me with a spear in hand. "This one is mine." Li Changfeng laughed heartily as he surged forward, his sword gliding forward with the grace of a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. The barrier shattered and a powerful attack erupted forth, met with the anguished cries of the Dark Knight as he fell, a damage number of 16,000 floating above him. Li Changfeng had activated the thunderous strategy skill. Though his attack power was modest, it sufficed to vanquish a foe of this caliber. Before us lay a heap of corpses intermingled with potions and equipment, yet the members of the ancient Sword Soul Dream showed no interest in these spoils. We understood that to claim them would disrupt our formation. We were undeniably outnumbered and could not afford to be complacent. However, it was reassuring that the ranged attack strength of the ancient Sword Soul Dream did not disappoint. Not a single one of the 4,000 miscellaneous cavalry managed to breach our melee range. They were all eliminated before they could draw near. Su Yang grinned. "Our archers and mages are truly remarkable." I chuckled in agreement. Indeed, especially with the 100 archers empowered by Bei Mingxue's Bao God enhancement. Their attacks are extraordinarily formidable, boasting 150 attack power and a 60 attack speed boost. Goodness, if I were faced with such a team of archers, I would surrender immediately. Against such an onslaught, even the strongest would struggle to withstand the impact of their piercing arrows and spiraling blades. The only recourse would be to activate an invincibility skill and charge forward. Of course, only a handful of players on the entire server possess such invincibility, and while I do have that capability, I have yet to employ it. No one has compelled me to do so thus far. Ahead, commotion arose as a multitude gathered, seemingly engaged in discussion. Soon after, a battalion of infantry armed with long swords advanced, accompanied by a considerable number of cavalry players. Following closely were archers, mages, and other classes such as priests, bards, and strategists, indicating a tactical push to fortify their position. This was, in fact, the most rational strategy, though it would inevitably lead to some attrition for the ancient sword soldiery. The guilds of Chongqing Hall, Sacred Rose, and Wending Tianxia held a definitive numerical advantage. And facing the mere 7,000 members of the ancient sword soldiery, they showed no mercy. Li Chengfeng brandished the fierce wind sword, spat disdainfully, and exclaimed, "What utter shamelessness! They dare to advance their position against our meager numbers. How brazen!" I cast a cold glance and chuckled. "Everyone, brace yourselves. The true battle has commenced." What we just witnessed was merely the vanguard of the sacred domain roses. Now, let us discern which guild this new contingent belongs to. Wanyu, squinting her eyes with a smile, replied, "It is the first sub-guild of the Ascendant Realm." "Oh, even the top guild has joined the fray. It appears they are serious about this. And it seems there is not just the first sub-guild, but also the second." With a multitude of players, at least over 10,000 have arrived this time. With a spirited grin, Do Zhiyong lifted his battle axe and declared, "Perfect. Let us make this a swift slaughter." I echoed his enthusiasm. "Prepare for a grand feast. The bard will bestow various buffs upon all warriors above level 135. Once we commence the attack, the high-level warriors will charge forward 20 yards to draw fire and safeguard our rear line." Li Chengfeng, Do Zhiyong, Wanyu, and the others nodded in agreement. Excellent. In truth, without Gue Guzi and his companions, the ancient sword soldiery alliance had only about 25 warriors above level 135. However, that was sufficient. With buffs applied, they could effectively withstand the opposing knight's charge, especially with the healers bolstering their health. Such a strategy of heroic players absorbing firepower at the front was quite effective against advancing tactics. Before long, the enemy had entered our range. Bai Mingshui and the other archers occupied the heights of the hills and rocky terrain, gaining a significant advantage in positioning, enhancing their attack range by approximately 50. Thus, when the enemy warriors were still 80 yards away, they were already met with a deluge of arrows from our archers and mages, as the icy rain descended upon them. Clang, clang, clang. The frontline Dark Knights raised their shields to fend off the archers' attacks. This defensive line was indeed considerably stronger than before, and their teamwork had shown marked improvement. Nevertheless, many Dark Knights fell beneath the rain of arrows. After all, the might of Bai Mingshui and her archers was formidable and could not be easily thwarted. As the frontline Dark Knights fell from their steeds, it did not impede the advance of the players behind them, who trod over their fallen comrades to continue their charge. Soon, the enemy's archers and mages reached their range, drawing their longbows to unleash a storm of arrows, which rained down upon our frontline players. With the sound of clanging metal, my health began to dwindle. Yet the damage was mostly around 200 points, hardly significant. Of course, the same could not be said for other players. Some lower-level warriors saw their health plummet below 50. Fortunately, there were enough healers behind to continuously restore their health and ensure their survival. Holding the Qingming sword, I smiled slightly and commanded, "All right, high-level warriors. Thrust forward and maintain a distance of 20 yards to deny them any opportunity for close combat. Let us go." Su Yang, Wanyu, Li Chengfeng, and the spirited warriors surged forward, swords drawn, with me leading the charge. Before me stood 3 formidable demon knights, each boasting levels between 125 and 130, brandishing their long spears. Upon spotting me, their battle spirits ignited, and they erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Who is this? Is it not the little king Lu Chun from the Sky City, who reigns supreme over all? Brothers, let us vanquish this hollow little king." I couldn't help but chuckle. Summoning the celestial wolf, and I launched myself into a fierce charge. With a swift motion, I unleashed a fiery blade strike towards the trio of demon knights. In a dazzling display, 3 fiery blades erupted amidst the throng, leaving the knights alarmed as they hastily raised their shields in defense. Yet, such feeble protection could not withstand my might. With a subtle flick of my wrist, I redirected the second strike of the fiery blade, launching it upward to shatter their shields. The third attack, fueled by overwhelming force, toppled both knights and their steeds, a cascade of damage numbers soaring into the air. 4,902. 13,829. 20,192. The thrill of battle surged through me. Indeed, these knights were no match for my prowess. With a commanding shout, I thrust my sword forward, unleashing the 1,000 ice slash, which resonated through the crowd, igniting sparks that rained down, wreaking havoc upon the nearby players. In one fell swoop, a vacuum of space emerged amidst the adversaries, littered with fallen players, potions, and scattered equipment. By the heavens, this fellow is incredibly strong, cried an archer in disbelief. Stop standing there like fools. Attack. Warriors, charge forth. Those with barrier-breaking skills, lead the way. A fellow warrior retorted, what nonsense. Let the archers handle it. Our first alliance has barely 20 barrier breakers, and not all can be here. As arrows rained down, I raised my left arm, the jagged edges of my bracer armor poised to block. Alas, had I been a demon knight, I could have wielded a shield for perfect defense. Nevertheless, there is no hierarchy among professions. While warriors may lack the defense of knights, their offensive capabilities are unmatched. A circle of warriors closed in on me, and I firmly planted one foot on the ground, unleashing a crimson explosion of war's fury. Several warriors fell like leaves in a storm. Before they could recover from their astonishment, I hurled an ice spiral domain into the fray, its spikes erupting and claiming the lives of numerous archers. My long sword gleamed with a menacing brilliance as I flung it into the air, its spiraling blade cutting through the ranks, piercing several unshielded mages, who collapsed in an instant. With precision, I grasped the returning sword's hilt and launched 2 swift strikes, dispatching 2 assassins who dared to ambush me. Foolish mortals, I thought, as they fell under the shroud of darkness, unaware of their impending doom until it was far too late. The sword's blade swiftly thrust forward, sending a level 132 Dark Knight reeling backward. Suddenly, the ring worn on my finger emanated a brilliant light, triggering the Silver Dragon Ring's storm effect. A ferocious and menacing silver dragon surged into the crowd, wreaking havoc and leaving chaos in its wake. Moments later, a group of aspiring champions stood frozen, petrified, halting their advance and attacks, staring blankly at me. With a graceful lift of the Qingming sword, I pointed it straight ahead, a faint smile curling at the corners of my lips. Who else desires to experience the taste of a celestial-grade weapon? A celestial-grade weapon. The crowd swallowed hard, their eyes widening in disbelief. Is that the Qingming sword, ranked first on the weapon list? A 6-star exceptional celestial-grade weapon. The one that the bloodthirsty war monarch of the Eternal Life Palace offered a bounty of 10 million RMB for. If I could obtain this sword, I would strike it rich. In an instant, excitement surged through the crowd. The Qingming sword in my grasp appeared as valuable as a fortune in RMB, akin to a luxurious mansion or an unparalleled beauty. In essence, acquiring this sword meant securing both wealth and women, while also having slain a top-tier player ranked 7th in the CGL Hall of Fame. It was as if I had fulfilled a lifelong dream every man aspires to achieve. Attack. Everyone, join forces to eliminate the one who wields the Qingming sword. Laughter erupted as they schemed. I've heard his equipment is equally impressive, with several exceptional grade items. Even one of those could make us rich. Charge. Begin the slaughter. The players from the Alliance of Aspiring Champions and the Second Alliance had bloodshot eyes, their gazes clouded with desire, as they brandished their weapons and surged forward. This was precisely what I sought. The more rival experts I could draw to me, the less pressure would be placed on Li Chengfeng, Su Yang, and Dou Jiqiang, as their defenses paled in comparison to mine. With a swift motion, I unleashed the 1,000 ice slash upon the crowd, then summoned an ice spiral domain. The area of effect from the 3 ice spiral domains enveloped the battlefield within a span of several dozen yards. To reach me, one would have to traverse through the ice spiral domains, significantly reducing their movement and attack speeds. In this ebb and flow, my own ease in combat was magnified. Boom. The 1,000 ice slash descended, swiftly eliminating low-health players, while the remainder were largely encased in ice. Tianyao's greedy wolf transformed into a green shadow, darting through the throng, its sharp teeth tearing through the remaining players. I plunged into the fray, wielding the Qingming sword with abandon, allowing those who dared to covet it to taste the might of a divine weapon. Countless arrows rained down upon me, interspersed with numerous stunning arrows capable of disorienting me. However, bolstered by my level and equipment advantages, My resistance to being stunned had significantly increased. At least 99 of the arrows failed to affect me. Yet, that remaining one could not be disregarded. Boom. My body trembled violently, my vision blurred. Indeed, I had been stunned. Almost immediately, a dozen star river storms enveloped me. And damage numbers soared. 1,982. 2019. 1,728. It is truly exasperating. In less than 5 seconds, my vitality plummeted by nearly 30,000. I am immensely grateful for the corporeal buff bestowed upon me by the unrelated Mooney lady, which raised my health cap by 45, allowing me to endure the torment with almost 43,000 health. Suddenly, a crimson beam of light pierced through the clouds, enveloping me with the tenacity of death itself, instantly restoring over 10,000 health. With the aid of an 8th level Holy Spirit potion, my vitality surged back to nearly 30,000. Behind me, a cadre of priests, including Mooney, concentrated their efforts to heal me, miraculously elevating my health to over 90, ensuring my safety. A voice rang out from Baiming Shui. Brother, the enemies around you are too densely packed. Archers, unleash the spiral arrows to suppress them now. In the next moment, at least 50 spiral arrows erupted within a 20-yard radius around me. Their overlapping attacks felled numerous mages and archers. Almost instantaneously, the enemy's ranged camp was decimated, affirming that the team of archers led by Baiming Shui was our nuclear weapon, striking precisely where commanded with devastating impact. With the pressure significantly alleviated, I soared into the fray, executing a fierce blade slash that decimated a cluster of melee players. With my health restored, I felt emboldened, unleashing more fervent assaults. The Qingming sword danced in my hands, slicing left and right, rendering a group of aspiring conquerors helpless and utterly disheveled. The battle had escalated to a fever pitch. The sprawling battlefield was ablaze with conflict, the glow of skills illuminating the dim sky. Mages unleashed torrents of fire, while arrows from archers pierced like venomous stings in the cold night, claiming the lives of both factions. Li Chengfeng stood resolutely at the forefront of our line, grinning broadly as he swept his fierce wind sword, the reverse scale slash erupting amidst the throng. With a deft motion, he executed a barrier breaker, dispatching the nearest dark knight. The dragon warrior, nearly invincible, stood tall and proud, bolstered by the priest's support. On the opposite side, Guan Yu wielded her longsword, delivering a powerful stone shatter that descended upon the masses. The Blue Mountain Formation overwhelmed countless foes, and the stone shatter's ability to bypass defenses was remarkably sharp, amplified by Guan Yu's bone scythe set, making her an unstoppable force. Players felled by Guan Yu began to unleash their rage. A plethora of weapons and gear littered the ground, glimmering enticingly and captivating all who beheld them. Those aspiring to conquer the world grew frantic, pointing at Guan Yu and exclaiming, "Goodness, this girl is a killing machine. She is bound to drop loot. Be careful." After the second was slain, 3 pieces of gear dropped. We nearly saw undergarments flying out. How ruthless. Guan Yu smiled sweetly, raising her sword as she called, "Brothers from the God-hidden city, come quickly." The group aspiring to conquer the world could no longer contain themselves, charging forward with weapons drawn, only to be met with Guan Yu's stone shatter, leaving them battered and bruised. Indeed, for a woman, they were willing to forsake even their lives. 20 yards to the right of Guan Yu, another fierce warrior was charging forward with brute force. Fueled by the buffs from numerous bards overhead, both his offensive and defensive attributes surged dramatically, allowing him to plunge into the crowd like a ferocious beast. With a thunderous roar, he swung his battle axe, conjuring countless whirlwinds. The energy of the Xieji exploded, delivering successive cuts and carving out a vacuum around him. Not stopping there, he hurled his battle axe in a swift arc, executing a spinning skill. The arc-shaped axe soared through the air, crashing into the throng and slaughtering dozens in a straight line before returning to the hands of the invigorated warrior. With a grin, he accelerated, propelling the axe forward with fiery, conical energy. The axe cleaved through the air, decapitating a dark knight after shattering its defenses, reduced by 60. This dark knight could not withstand the onslaught of the battle axe. The invigorated warrior was a beast of the ancient sword spirit dream, a creature to be avoided at all costs. To his side was yet another beast, Su Yang. Su Yang, now at an unparalleled level, wielded a 3-star extraordinary spirit sword. clad in formidable armor. The armor shimmered with the barely visible glow of skill enhancements, resonating with the roars of a beast, the Ironback Bear. This skill was acquired when Su Yang and Giguzi defeated the purple-gold boss, Ironback Bear King. It significantly boosted his defense by 15 and magic defense by 9. A remarkable feat. Hey, are you seeking death? Su Yang bellowed, unleashing a green rock formation from his sword's edge. Sweeping across a distance of approximately 5 yards in a fan-shaped attack, his area attack skill, Mountain Shatter. While the range of Mountain Shatter was somewhat limited, its value lay in its ability to ignore 30 points of the target's armor defense, proving particularly effective against Knight-type players, swiftly diminishing their mount's resilience. It bore similarity to the archer's Shattering Arrow, albeit with superior efficacy. Boom. As Mountain Shatter struck the ground, it left several dark knights and warriors in tears, one lamenting. Is this really that noob, liar's son, from the ancient sword? Su Yang roared again, executing another barrier break that felled a high-level dark knight. For a brief moment, he was the epitome of dominance. However, mere seconds later, his overwhelming momentum attracted the attention of several enemy mages, who unleashed powerful spells, Star River Storm and Dragon's Roar, each hitting Su Yang hard, leaving him in tears as he hastily retreated to seek the priest's healing. The battle raged intensely, both sides unleashing absolute firepower. In this clash of might, the superiority of the ancient sword's spirit dream was evident, boasting overwhelming firepower and defensive advantages. Yet, losses were inevitable. Amidst the barrage of arrows and magic from the enemy, frontline warriors, archers, mages, and priests continuously fell. Such is the nature of war. Achieving victory without casualties in a fierce battle is utterly impossible. The battle raged for nearly an hour, and finally, the artillery fire began to wane. The coalition of the 2nd Division of the Alliance striving for supremacy paid a heavy toll, with over 80 players falling in battle. Ultimately, they had to face the grim reality. One of the division leaders drew his sword and shouted, "We cannot prevail, retreat." However, unexpectedly, a 136-level demon knight wielding a long spear soared into the fray, bellowing from afar, "No retreat. Fight until the last man. Do not forget, to seek dominion over the world, sacrifice is indispensable. The damage you have inflicted upon the ancient sword soul dream is utterly minimal. With 10,000 against 7,000. You haven't even managed to slay 500 of the enemy. Is this the standard you uphold? Charge forward. Fight to the last soldier. Rest assured, your blood will not be shed in vain. Soon, the forces of the Eternal Life Palace will charge." The speaker was none other than the leader of the Alliance, a 136-level demon knight known as Yi, a figure of considerable authority whose commanding presence reinvigorated the shame-stricken subordinates, prompting them to launch another assault against the ancient sword soul dream's defenses. I raised my Qingming sword and murmured, "If they seek death, show no mercy. Kill them all. Leave none alive." In a mere 5 minutes, the enemy's disorganized forces of over 1,000 crumbled before our ranks. Lacking healers, archers, bards, and other support roles, they relied solely on warriors to charge, effectively courting annihilation. Su Yang, assess our losses. I inhaled deeply, gripping the Qingming sword as I stood at the forefront. Su Yang nodded and soon reported, 312 warriors, 45 archers, 12 mages, 41 beast tamers, and 9 assassins have perished, totaling 419. Not accounting for morale loss. I exhaled with relief, stating, "This is nothing. The strongest faction among these 3 guilds, the Eternal Life Palace, has yet to join the fray. Indeed, we have chosen the right place to intercept. They will likely soon dispatch their true forces to engage." A few minutes later, a crimson hue appeared on the horizon. The glint of insignias on players' shoulders reflecting the blood-red skull emblem of the Eternal Life Palace, indicating a large and well-composed force. Li Chengfeng gritted his teeth and remarked, "Indeed. They are serious. The 1st, 3rd, 5th, and 6th divisions of the Eternal Life Palace are charging together with at least 30,000 troops. This battle will not be easy." With a spirit of determination, I raised my battle axe and chuckled, "What is there to fear? Death is merely the worst that can happen." Li Chengfeng replied with a light laugh, "True enough. If we fear not death, what else is there to fear?" Faced with the formidable array of the 4 divisions of the Eternal Life Palace, even the composed Li Chengfeng was stirred. He turned to me and inquired, "Lu Chun, shall we maintain our tactics?" I nodded, "Everyone, take care. This time, the pressure will be significantly greater. The divisions of the Eternal Life Palace harbor many hidden experts, and their levels and equipment far surpass those of the Alliance. Luan Yu furrowed her brow and remarked, "It is a pity that Lu Bu Yi is a member of the 8th Alliance rather than the main one. Otherwise, the recently acquired Purple Dragon strategy could have proven immensely beneficial, providing a 70 boost to all attributes, which rivals even Lin Mei Nu's famed general skill." Su Yang replied solemnly, "Lu Bu Yi is still fixated on 0 degrees. Humph, the 8th Alliance is his home, while the brothers of the main alliance are not truly brothers. Moreover, in my view, 0 degrees is not a paragon either. Once the leader of a minor alliance, he was diligent, yet now, as the head of the 8th Alliance with 5,000 subordinates, he has become rather arrogant, stirring considerable controversy among the various alliances." I frowned and cautioned, "Su Yang, lower your voice and refrain from disparaging others behind their backs. Since 0 degrees joined the ancient sword, he has become our brother. Trust those we employ, and do not doubt them." Su Yang expressed his discontent. "Lu Chun, one must remain vigilant." I inhaled deeply and said, "If only Eve were here, she would handle such matters with ease." Su Yang lamented, "Indeed, we are still quite inexperienced." Luan Yu raised her delicate brows. "Oh, Lu Chun admits to his inexperience. That is a fact. What relevance do you, Su Yang, have with the notion of being inexperienced, considering your appearance?" Su Yang's face flushed with embarrassment. "Lady Luan Yu, your words strike with great force." With a spirited demeanor, the warrior brandished his battle axe and declared, "Enough of the banter with the lovely Luan Yu. The members of Chongqing Palace are approaching. Prepare yourselves, for the battle commences in 3 minutes." The opposing players were already drawing near, merely 100 yards away, and I could even discern the blemishes on the faces of their frontline female warriors. My dark eyes granted me insight into the enemy's movements, enhancing both my vision and perception. Alas, once the world became so clear, it lost its charm. Perhaps only in the company of exquisite beauties like Lin Yixin and He Yi would I feel utterly at ease. With a swift motion, the blade of the Qingming sword was enveloped in a dense crimson aura, bolstered by necromantic energy. Gazing at the throngs of Chongqing Palace players ahead, I commanded, "The clash is imminent. Archers and mages, maintain your long-range suppression. The strategy remains unchanged. Spiral arrow blades and galaxy storm, I rely on your strength." In truth, without our main cavalry class, the warriors could not contribute significantly. We depended primarily on range bombardment. After all, not every warrior possesses the mass damage skills like myself, Li Chengfeng, or Luan Yu. In fact, those warriors with area of effect skills constitute less than 0.01 of the total. The majority still rely on basic skills like Inferno and low-tier combos to deal damage, and even those possessing the barrier break skill are exceedingly rare, highly sought after wherever they go. Nevertheless, due to my previous sale of strength potions in Sky City, a considerable number of warriors have emerged who have learned the barrier break skill. Some even traveled from Tianfeng City and Shinan City to purchase strength potions, resulting in a substantial profit for me. Behind, Bei Mingxue tightened her longbow and whispered, "It begins, release." A cohort of archers raised their bodies in unison, angling at a precise 45 degrees, the sharp whistling of iron arrows filling the air. In the next moment, countless projectiles rained down upon the throng ahead, striking numerous players of the Everlasting Palace. Yet, their numbers were so overwhelming that our archers' assault resembled nothing more than a mere shower. As I surged forward, I locked eyes with several warriors from the opposing front line, and with a mischievous grin, I beckoned, "Come on." The warriors exchanged glances, then brandished their blades, bellowing, "Here in the realm of broken spears and sunken sands, let us slay him and bring glory to the Everlasting Palace. Brothers, let us charge forth and vanquish this so-called hero, the legendary broken spears, and the likes of Chaos Moon. We shall emerge as the new champions." With a deft flick of my sword, I unleashed the 1,000-eye slash, laughing heartily, "Show me the might of the Everlasting Palace's heroes." A thunderous crash resounded as my Azure Void sword split into 10 streams of icy sword energy, cascading into the crowd and inflicting a series of damage figures ranging from 10,000 to 20,000. The amplified splash effect intensified the onslaught, sending shards of light piercing through the surrounding players, creating a vacuum in the fray. Only one level 132 Demon Knight remained standing, brandishing an iron spear. His face alight with exhilaration. He cackled, "Broken spears, you cannot defeat me. It is you who shall perish. Ha ha ha, face your doom." With a fierce neigh, his war steed charged forth, and with a flourish of his spear, he unleashed a fiery skill. However, along with the flames, the spear's energy coalesced into a blazing cone. A devastating breakthrough from the fiery barrier. This fellow certainly had a clever strategy. The impact struck. 1902. The flames seared my shoulder plate, leaving a charred mark. In a moment of utmost peril, I swiftly raised my left arm to deflect the opponent's breakthrough skill, testing my mettle. Would I succeed? Alas! The energy still pierced through to my chest, registering a significant damage figure of 6,983. However, despite not fully blocking the attack, my skilled maneuvering managed to negate at least 30 of the damage. Logically, with the Demon Knight's strength, he should have dealt me at least 10,000 in health. With a sudden motion, my left hand seized the blade of his spear, and I grinned widely, positioning my azure void sword against his chest, summoning swirling indigo energy, a prelude to the Qian Kuan break. "Perish," I declared, striking with a force of 25,674. A brilliant light erupted as the azure flame spear penetrated his chest, revealing a staggering damage figure. The Demon Knight, stunned and aghast, fell to the ground, proving once more that he could not withstand my might. With a resounding thud, I raised my head, only to find my chest riddled with arrows. A formidable assembly of archers was unleashing a relentless barrage upon me, a level of aggression that was maddening. Even though the devoted clerics, including Moonlight, were fervently healing me from the rear, I could not maintain my vitality above 50%. In this moment, I couldn't help but yearn for Murong Mingyue, whose general skill, Bright Mirror, augmented healing effectiveness by 35%. Coupled with strategic techniques, the healing could nearly multiply 12-fold. A single major healing spell could restore almost 20,000 hit points, and the clerics in our party would benefit from such a vast enhancement. What a formidable skill it was. Alas, Murong Mingyue and he had journeyed to Nanjing for contract negotiations and had yet to return. It was likely they would spend the night there and would not log into the game, as their helmets remained at home. From behind me, Bai Mingxue shouted, "Brother, retreat 10 yards. You're too far away for us to reach you." I nodded, swinging my sword in a fierce onslaught. The skill, Fiery Blade Slash, wove chaos among the crowd, and with a lifesteal effect of 10, it became my secret weapon. After a series of strikes, I inflicted nearly 100,000 damage, simultaneously restoring over 10,000 health points, significantly bolstering my vitality. Fighting and retreating, I hurled dragon slashes into the throng, leaving a trail of frosty domain that rendered the players from Chongqing Temple utterly miserable. Finally, upon retreating to the front line of the ancient sword formation, I found myself enveloped by a barrage of spiraling arrows and skills, compelling the warrior players attempting to approach me with their fire, ice, and cosmic shatter attacks to reconsider. The ferocity of Bai Mingxue's assault was overwhelming. Any who dared to close the distance would need to withstand the sharpness of her spiraling arrows. In truth, very few warriors could endure such an onslaught, and at least 90% would find themselves unable to survive for more than 6 seconds under her relentless fire. Boom, boom, boom. A series of starry tempests erupted all around me, both from our side and the enemy's. Waves of excruciating pain coursed through me, transforming the vicinity into a veritable slaughterhouse. The warrior players of Chongqing Temple fell one after another, while I remained steadfast, bolstered by the cleric's healing, standing resolutely as a living target, preventing any player from the Chongqing Temple from crossing that line. Not far away, a level 134 mage, radiating the glow of a guild leader, spat in disdain and exclaimed, "What audacity! You think you can hold this ground alone? Brothers, focus your fire and bombard him. I refuse to believe we cannot take down this stubborn foe, regardless of his magical defenses." In truth, my magic defense stood at 710 points. And with the enhancement from buffs and the phantom armor skill, it was approximately 8,000 points, allowing me to withstand over 70% of damage from equally powerful mages. This was the reason for my resilience. A group of mages advanced, chanting spells with the intent to execute a quick elimination. I smirked and thought to myself, not on my watch. Suddenly, I raised the gleaming blade. The aura of the dragon soul encircling the Qingming sword intensified. In an instant, I hurled the long sword forward, transforming its edge into a spiraling wave of energy that forcefully penetrated the ranks of the opposing mages, wreaking havoc as if reaping wheat. After a magnificent arc of attack, the sword returned to my hand, while in the distance, numerous mages fell one after another. Even those who had activated their shields could not withstand the onslaught of the spinning blade. After all, my actual attack power exceeding 10,000 was a formidable presence, augmented by the god of war. To the mage players, my assault was nothing short of a nightmare. At that moment, a voice emerged from the right. I can't hold them off any longer. I'm about to collapse. Before the words could settle, the level 135 warrior, Wolf Fong, had already succumbed to the onslaught. His magical defense proved insufficient against the enemy's concentrated barrage of spells. As the battle reached such an intense level, everyone was struggling. Li Chengfeng, Guan Yu, Su Yang, and others found their health dwindling below 50, teetering on the brink of collapse. Guan Yu, fall back, Li Chengfeng suddenly shouted. Indeed, Guan Yu retreated under the bombardment of the enemy's spiral arrows and the stellar storm, reaching our front line. If she remained exposed, she would surely fall within 3 minutes. Subsequently, Dou Zhiyang, Li Chengfeng, Su Yang, and others also retreated to our front line. This proximity allowed more priests to provide healing, but it also placed our archers, beast tamers, and mages under the enemy's firepower, foretelling significant casualties. Boom! The shockwave boots trembled, the war crush skill blazed with brilliance, and the nearby warriors from the Eternal Life Palace fell one after another. The triple strike was indeed formidable. I brandished the Qingming sword, swiftly adopting a defensive stance, successfully blocking dozens of arrows. Then, with a swift motion, I unleashed the Thousand-Eye Slash, the cascading sword light erupting within the crowd, causing a number of mages and archers to falter, with many archers collapsing on the spot, while the mages barely escaped under the protection of their magical shields. From behind, Luan Yu's voice rang out. Lu Chun, aren't you falling back? No, I resolutely replied. I stood at the very heart of this defensive line, about 15 yards from our formation, plunging into the core of the enemy's ranks, causing them considerable distress. If I retreated, the 4 factions of the Eternal Life Palace would unleash their assault without restraint, putting Ancient Sword in jeopardy. Seeing my unwillingness to withdraw, Guan Yu smiled and said, Yuelu, gather 20 priests to provide indiscriminate healing for Lu Chun. Yuelu nodded, understood. Charge. They can't hold us off any longer. A faction leader of the Eternal Life Palace raised his sword and bellowed. Thus, a horde of ruthless warriors surged forward, braving our rain of arrows and magical assaults, finally clashing with the warriors of the Ancient Sword faction. However, what awaited them was the cold steel of our blades, as nearly 1,000 fiery spikes surged forth at the front line, revealing a radiant barrier-breaking light. The sound of blades tearing through flesh became rather melodious. With my support, the majority of the warrior-class players had mastered the barrier break technique. After a single encounter, a group from the Chongqing Palace sub-alliance immediately tasted the consequences. Nearly 1,000 players on the front line were swiftly annihilated. After all, so close in proximity, our archers and mages were far from ineffectual. Those who would have survived before were now easily dispatched with the addition of barrier break. Hundreds, even thousands, fell like wheat being harvested, while above, the sky was illuminated by magical radiance. Fiery orbs rained down upon both factions, echoing with the cacophony of anguished cries, a battle rife with slaughter and bloodshed. The enemy, numerous as they were, faced our more elite forces, leading to an exceptionally brutal conflict. Li Chengfeng's eyes nearly glowed with fury as he brandished his sword, bellowing, "Reverse scale slash, retreat back home." With a thunderous roar, the reverse scale slash surged into the throng, claiming numerous lives. He followed up with a series of dragon bone thrusts, his blades slicing through the crowd, taking down several bloody demonic knights who had managed to survive the initial onslaught. With unwavering resolve, Dou Zhiyang charged forward, enduring a barrage of fiery sword strikes. Suddenly, he unleashed a roar, summoning a cyclone that enveloped him and his famed technique. The Xieji roar erupted forth, creating a tempest that shredded nearby enemies into mere fragments. However, after a series of relentless charges, Dou Zhiyang fell into a daze. The Chongqing Palace sub-alliance demonstrated remarkable strategic awareness, as a cadre of demonic knights launched a coordinated assault, successfully stunning him. Following this, mages and archers concentrated their fire, intending to eliminate a key member of the ancient sword faction in one fell swoop. In his state of disorientation, Do Zhiyong seethed with anger, yet at that moment, a blade imbued with deep azure rock energy struck from the side. With a resounding crash, debris flew as Wanyue unleashed her stone shatter technique, causing a chorus of agonized cries among the demonic knights. Su Yang followed up with a devastating mountain shatter strike, obliterating them entirely. The three formidable experts combined their might to vanquish nearly 100 of the enemy in an instant. Such overwhelming power left the players of Changxing Palace in astonishment. None could have anticipated the core strength of Ancient Sword to be so formidable. Not even the core players of the Candle Dragon Guild could boast such lethal prowess. Kill. Focus on eliminating the remaining frontline members first and systematically take down their priests. Without healing, Do Zhiyong and Wanyue will be nothing, bellowed a leader from the Changxing Palace sub-alliance, brandishing his staff in fury. If our four sub-alliances cannot defeat a mere 7,000 from Ancient Sword, we will become a laughingstock. Do you wish to disappoint the War Emperor? Charge, no holds barred. I ground my teeth in frustration. Indeed, the leaders on their side were no fools, first targeting our lower-tier warrior players, then aiming to eliminate our priests. What a cunning and insidious tactic. Once our healers were gone, Li Chengfeng and I would be rendered powerless. Block them. Do not allow this group from the Eternal Palace to approach the Thunder Pool. With unwavering determination, I wield my invincible battle axe, bellowing fiercely. The opposing leader swiftly retaliates. How dare you call us trash? To which I respond, your entire family is trash, utterly worthless. Thus, the confrontation escalates into a cacophony of combat and insults, both sides ablaze with fervor, wishing they could spit and turn it into a storm of stars to rain down upon their foes. In the guild channel, voices of Guguzi and others resonate. Tian Tangyu laments, "Oh, it's a brutal slaughter. How is Li Gu so powerful, able to confront cavalry head-on? It's unbelievable that a mere assassin can take down over 10 of the Green Tiger Iron Cavalry." Guguzi replies, "Indeed, Li Gu has always been formidable. Even the mighty Zhiji Lauda struggles to achieve a 100 victory rate against him. However, it's just a matter of perspective. He has killed a few dozen cavalry. But if Zhiji Lauda were to face our Green Tiger Iron Cavalry, he would need to sacrifice at least 100 of them to have a chance of defeating him." I interject, "Do not speak ill of me behind my back. You rascals. Xiao Gui, Xiao Yu, Yi Yun, how fares the battle on your front?" Guguzi responds, "We have encountered the main alliance of the Battle Heaven Alliance, with formidable figures like Zhang Tian, Lin Bing Doja, Li Gu, and Shi Yu among them. They comprise a large team of 5,000. We have fiercely clashed for nearly half an hour, eliminating both Xiao Tsongtian and Lin Bing Doja, while taking down nearly 3,000 of their forces. Though we have suffered significant losses ourselves, over 500 of our own fallen." Yu Yin Shirbachi adds, "In truth, we have held our ground quite well against their elite forces, showing no fear. We drove Zhang Tian to retreat, allowing Lin Bing Doja to cover their escape." Haha. Xiao Gui was outstanding. Under Xiao Yu's protection, he pierced Lin Bing Doja with 5 consecutive strikes. I suggest we should let Yu Yin lead a pursuit with Fei Jiang, and upon catching up, switch to Qi Xin for the kill. This strategy will surely instill fear in Li Gu and Zhang Tian. Guguzi chuckles, "Indeed, we are employing this flanking tactic, utilizing the mobility of our cavalry. So far, we have eliminated nearly 10,000 main players from the Battle Heaven Alliance, significantly weakening their main force." My lips twitch slightly. What an apt metaphor. Yu Yun Bachi retorts, "Watch your words, you rascal." Tian Tangyu giggles, "Brother Lu Chun, how is the battle situation on your side?" I ponder for a moment. "We have lost nearly 2,000 men. Continue your efforts. We should be able to hold for about another hour. After that, regardless of the outcome, use the territory return scroll to go back to Dark Moon City. Do you understand?" "Yes, we understand." The group responds in unison. Boom, boom, boom. Radiant light illuminates the sky as skills such as Star River Storm and Spiral Arrowblade erupt in succession. On the battlefield, flames rise like conical spikes. The warrior faction of Ancient Sword is proving to be incredibly effective, breaking through the enemy's defenses, leaving their melee fighters utterly entranced. Many are reluctant to engage in close combat, preferring instead to let their ranged archers, mages, and the distant forces of ancient sword exchange fire. The relentless toll of casualties continued, as our numbers dwindled within the team interface. Thankfully, under our formidable assault, the ranks of the players from Chongqing Palace also suffered significantly. The first division of Chongqing Palace was nearly annihilated, and their final leader fell victim to a daring combo executed by Li Qingfeng. Ultimately, the opposing force, once numbering 30,000, retreated with a mere 4,000 soldiers remaining. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke and chaos, littered with corpses, and an abundance of equipment and potions lay piled like small mountains. Unfortunately, none felt moved by the scene. I organized a few individuals to clear the battlefield within a 20-yard radius, and we managed to acquire a considerable amount of exquisite gear, such as purple gold and dark gold items, serving as a form of compensation for our efforts. The Qingming sword was stained with blood, droplets splattering to the ground, creating a dismal sound that mingled with the mountain winds, enhancing the atmosphere of desolation. Wanyua, her pristine armor stained red, brushed aside a strand of hair from her forehead and sighed softly. It turns out that slaying foes can be exhausting. Su Yang replied solemnly. Indeed, taking down over 20,000 enemies is no small feat. We have lost nearly 3,000 men, leaving us with less than 4,000. Most of the casualties were archers and beast tamers, with 300 frontline warriors also perishing, leaving our defenses severely compromised. I nodded in agreement. In the next wave, we must prepare to fight with all our might. They will undoubtedly aim for the main force of the alliance. A ray of dawn broke forth, and within its light, a solitary rider approached, the leader of Chongqing Palace, a legendary figure from Shenin City. Above him floated a line of shimmering words: Bloodthirsty Battle Sovereign, LV-137, Platinum Berserk Knight. Guild, Chongqing Palace, Position, Leader. Bloodthirsty Battle Sovereign raised his broadsword, declaring with fervor, the ancient sword spirit has returned. Brothers of Chongqing Palace, for the glory we protect, let us march forth together and avenge our fallen comrades. Chongqing Palace was prepared for a desperate struggle. Li Qingfeng suddenly drove his sword into the ground, wiping the sweat from his brow, and remarked, I fear we may not withstand this next wave. The combined forces of the main and subsidiary alliances of Chongqing Palace number nearly 100,000, 25 times our own. This means each of us must eliminate 25 opponents to secure victory. Su Yang scoffed. Perhaps we few can manage that, but the rest may struggle. Besides, Chongqing Palace has its own experts capable of slaying 25 foes, and I've heard that Bloodthirsty Battle Sovereign is exceptionally formidable, possessing both superior skill and equipment. He has long contended with the likes of Lian Hanchun from the Three Lives and Mo Guild. I lowered the Qingming's sword with a smile. Let us not dwell on such matters. As you have seen, we have successfully barred the hundreds of thousands from Chongqing Palace, winning Tianxia and Sacred Rose from entering the canyon. Therefore, we must not retreat before Guguzi and the others return to Inu City. Should we allow them to breach the canyon and launch an unimpeded assault on Inu City, we would be utterly incapable of resisting with the strength of our single guild. In the midst of tumult, Luan Yu nodded in agreement, acknowledging Lu Chen's assertion that sacrificing 7,000 lives to gain 24 hours was a considerable advantage. Regardless of the circumstances, the city of Dark Moon must not be forsaken. For losing it would undermine their standing in the Sky City, inviting ridicule from foolish guilds such as the Battle Heaven Alliance, the God of Destruction, and the Overlord Hall. Prepare yourselves. The bloodthirsty War Emperor has arrived with reinforcements. The main force of the Eternal Life Palace is fully engaged. The cacophony of battle cries reverberated through the air as players from the Eternal Life Palace surged in, transforming the once sparsely occupied canyon into a throng of thousands. The frontline warriors, armed with glistening blades, charged forward with fervor, proclaiming, the ancient sword soul has repeatedly disdained our Eternal Life Palace and the city of divine concealment. Today, let them taste the might of the foremost guild in the city of divine concealment. Bah! Li Qingfeng spat contemptuously, drawing the gale sword from the ground. Brothers, prepare for battle. Let these fools learn what it means to confront a kingly army. Charge! With a collective roar, the warriors unsheathed their weapons, blades gleaming like snow, battle cloaks billowing in the wind. With steely resolve, the elite fighters steeled themselves for the imminent clash. At this juncture, they could only fight with valor, aiming to ensure that their demise would yield greater worth. Kill one to break even, two to gain. The more we slay, the better. Fire, commanded by Ming Shui, as archers, leveraging their advantageous position, raised their longbows, unleashing a hail of arrows that rained down upon the enemy. The first line of warriors from the Eternal Life Palace staggered as they were struck, collapsing like puppets with severed strings, trampled by their own comrades in the chaos. Meanwhile, mages wielding moonlight stones brandished their staffs, summoning colossal magical starry storms that erupted amidst the throng, tearing apart the warriors' armor and claiming lives in the process. In that moment, before the front lines even clashed, the fierce exchange of long-range attacks had already turned brutal. Kill. A level 136 warrior, clad in golden armor and accompanied by a spirited monkey pet, charged fiercely, his sword raised high, striking down upon Li Chengfeng's shoulder. The clang of metal rang out. 893 damage. Li Chengfeng, entangled with another dark knight, was caught off guard as his health plummeted sharply, igniting his fury. With a swift retaliation, he unleashed a barrier breaker, delivering a heavy blow to the warrior's chest. 909 damage. This warrior, a sub-guild leader, grinned wickedly and exclaimed, "The legendary hero is nothing extraordinary. Brothers, let us slay him." With that, he retreated, fully aware that he was no match for Li Chengfeng, using the attack merely to bolster his comrades' morale. Li Chengfeng gritted his teeth and growled, "You think you can escape?" Channeling his strength, he transformed into a phantom of the dragon warrior, leveraging his agility to swiftly position himself behind the sub-guild leader. With a powerful strike to the chin, he reversed his grip on the sword, its edge gleaming coldly, delivering a series of devastating blows that reverberated against the opponent's chest. A flurry of damage numbers erupted, and the sub-guild leader let out a grunt before collapsing. Clearly taken aback by the dragon warrior's formidable prowess, what seemed easy to initiate was far more challenging to retreat from. At that moment, Li Chengfeng suddenly trembled, struck down by a level 134 archer's stunning attack. In a mere 2 seconds, the situation became dire. "Focus fire on the dragon warrior," someone shouted. And in the next instant, a throng of mages and archers surged forward, unleashing a torrent of offensive spells. Alarmed, I called out, "Heal Li Chengfeng. Wan Yu, come with me to rescue him." Under our watchful eyes, Li Chengfeng's health plummeted below 20, but thanks to several swift heals from Yu Lu, he regained some vitality. Otherwise, he might have been instantly annihilated. Boom. The shattering stone slash erupted among the crowd. Wan Yu, clad in her formidable bone scythe armor, delivered a strike that could leave many in a state of awe, especially the mages and archers, as the shattering stone slash ignored defenses, inflicting tremendous pain. Even their magical shields could scarcely withstand it. However, Wan Yu alone could not rescue Li Chengfeng from his perilous plight. With a flash, I unleashed a thunder charge, positioning myself a mere 10 yards in front of Li Chengfeng. The Qingming sword erupted in brilliance as I stomped the ground, scattering the light of war's destruction. A multitude of archers and mages around me fell lifeless to the ground. Yet that was not all. With a swift horizontal sweep of my sword, I hurled the spiraling blade towards a distant line of archers, tearing through their bodies, their anguished cries merging into a cacophony. Crack! I firmly grasped the returning Qingming sword and raised my hand for another thousand-eye slash, immediately causing the players from the Chongqing temple before me to hesitate. Daunted by my prowess, Li Chengfeng, barely clinging to life, laughed heartily. "Lu Chun, thank you for saving me. Quickly retreat. I will cover you." With a sigh of relief, Li Chengfeng's health restored to over 90, while my own dwindled below 70. Damn it. The players of the Chongqing temple were exceptionally high level and their equipment superb. Their assault was brutally fierce, far beyond what my defenses could endure. I swiftly retreated, while Li Chengfeng unleashed a reverse scale slash that erupted among the crowd. A stunning blow that left the Chongqing temple players in shock, as they finally recognized the caliber of their opponents. Thud! The melee fighters finally clashed, and the Chongqing temple erupted with dozens of fiery spikes of attack energy, a clear display of their barrier-breaking force. Yet, the ancient Sword Soul Dream retaliated with over 400 barrier breaks, resulting in a chorus of screams along the front lines. "Damn it!" A level 132 warrior from the Chongqing temple exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief, bellowing, "Which bastard misreported the situation, claiming that the elite warriors of ancient Sword Soul Dream were absent? With so many barrier breaks, how can our warriors even fight?" On the front lines, The warriors of the Changsheng Temple were toppled one after another. Li Chengfeng, Su Yang, Wan Yu, and I, brimming with fighting spirit, refrained from being overly ostentatious. Standing firm at the forefront to engage in battle. Skills such as Thousand Eye Slash, Fiery Blade Slash, Shattering Stone Slash, Reverse Scale Slash, and Mountain Shatter Strike were unleashed in rapid succession, sending the melee fighters of the Changsheng Temple into a state of disarray. However, the numerical disadvantage cannot be compensated by these ace warriors. Our output and healing capabilities are significantly inferior to those of our opponents. The mages and archers of the Eternal Life Palace unleash their attacks with an intensity nearly 25 times greater than ours on the front lines. Despite the valiant efforts of archers like Baiming Shui, they are unable to decimate the enemy ranks. Under the relentless barrage of heavy fire, our forces are falling one after another, particularly the archers and mages, who have drawn the enemy's focused attention. In the distance, the bloodthirsty warlord, brandishing his blade and mounted on his steed, stands resolutely atop a large azure stone. With a triumphant laugh, he commands, "Kill them. Leave them no chance to breathe." MD Su Yang, glancing at the distant warlord, mutters in frustration, "The supreme leader of the Eternal Life Palace is truly a coward." Watching our brothers fight tirelessly from afar, without joining the fray, I nod in agreement, lamenting, indeed, with him absent. We have lost our chance to capture the thief by seizing the king first. Li Chengfeng suggests, "Shall I lead a group to charge and take him down?" I glare at him. "What do you mean by take down? With our meager health and speed, we wouldn't even make it to our mounts before being turned into pin cushions by their spiral arrows and starlight storms. Do you believe it?" Li Chengfeng shrugs. Though it's the truth, it sounds rather unsatisfactory. In reality, in this level of combat, unless it is a cavalry charge, the attacks of one or two warriors cannot inflict significant damage on the target, especially when that target is well guarded by the enemy. Blocked at the front. The azure light of the Qingming sword surged forth as the Qingming dragon soul was summoned, wreaking havoc among the crowd and claiming nearly 100 lives in mere seconds. Within 6 seconds, the silver dragon ring radiated brilliance, and the silver dragon storm erupted, creating a temporary vacuum in front of me. Yet, the players of the Eternal Life Palace, blinded by the thrill of battle, care little for the losses, rushing forward in an unrelenting tide, as if the slaughter would never cease. Boom! Baiming Shui's malevolent arrows exploded amidst the throng, claiming the lives of several Eternal Life Palace warriors. Following that, another spiral blade struck, instantly annihilating another group. At that moment, the dark archers exuded an air of dominance, resembling distant snipers, provoking the enemy into a frenzy of rage while rendering them utterly helpless. Amidst the chaotic dance of azure shards, the warrior of the ruined moon, after delivering a devastating strike, chuckled, "Alas, even in death, it is worth it. In such a brief time, I have amassed a considerable amount of guild points." I could not help but share in his mirth. Indeed, prior to the battle, this endeavor was designated as a guild collective activity, where slaying both foes and monsters would yield points. The higher the score of the defeated players, the greater the guild points accrued. Thus, I found myself eager to vanquish the bloodthirsty war emperor, certain it would yield substantial points, which could then be exchanged for coveted equipment during our next guild boss raid, a most delightful prospect. However, a series of pained groans echoed as 4 or 5 warriors from the ancient sword society fell beside me, among them skilled experts who had mastered the barrier break technique. Under the relentless onslaught of spiral arrow blades and stellar storms, none could withstand the barrage. The ranks of the ancient sword soul dream dwindled drastically. In less than 10 minutes, nearly 1,000 had perished. Witnessing such staggering losses, both Li Chengfeng and I felt a weight in our hearts, exchanging glances that spoke of mutual concern. At this rate, it seemed we could barely endure for 3 hours. Boom! The Thousand Ice Slash descended upon the crowd, conjuring a flurry of crystalline frost, freezing a group of warriors in place, rendering them motionless and dazed. After the devastation wrought by the Thousand Ice Slash, they were left with but a sliver of health. Behind me, Baiming Shui unleashed her longbow, her arrows striking with deadly precision, systematically eliminating these weakened warriors. Her mastery was nothing short of breathtaking. By the heavens, that archer is formidable. The players from the Eternal Life Palace were equally astonished. Goodness! That must be the legendary Dark Archer, Baiming Shui. Her attack power is unparalleled, and I've heard she is quite the beauty as well. Focus! Now is not the time for such thoughts. After relentless engagement, the ancient sword soul dream suffered grievously. In half an hour, our numbers plummeted from 400 to 2,000. Yet, our strong offensive had decimated the Eternal Life Palace, inflicting losses at least tenfold, particularly among their frontline warriors, who, alongside Baiming Shui, had instilled fear in many of their ranks. Though we had lost 2,000, we had dispatched over 30,000 of the enemy. Such a performance was becoming intolerable for the bloodthirsty war emperor, who raised his sword and bellowed, "Old 4, Old 6. You two advance, sniper down the likes of Zhiji Chensha and the legendary hero. They are far too bothersome." Yes, the two archers, wielding longbows, approached with an imposing presence. Upon closer inspection, they were both seasoned archers of level 135 or higher, equipped with identical longbows radiating a purple luminescence. Their limbs adorned with deep teal bows inscribed with violet runes. This longbow was eerily familiar. Upon reflection, I realized it was the Thunder Bow, a coveted weapon bestowed upon archers after their 5th promotion. The Thunder Bow's remarkable attribute is its ability to trigger a thunder strike, delivering attacks that ignore defenses, an exceptionally fearsome quality. The Thunder Bow in Qingqing Shuixiang's possession possessed the same trait. Once its thunderous attack was unleashed, it could easily overwhelm even the most heavily armored warrior. Two archers, known as bloodthirsty marksmen and piercing shot, both hold prominent positions within the Long Life Palace's main alliance. Clearly crafted as elite archers by the bloodthirsty war emperor, it is indeed remarkable that they possess 2 thunderbows. Which one shall we eliminate first? Bloodthirsty marksman inquired. Piercing shot laughed heartily. Let us save the big prey for later. We should first take down that spirited warrior. That old codger has stood his ground, defeating many of our brothers. I've long wished to take him down, but the leader forbade it. Now an opportunity has arisen. Let us strike together and bombard him. Okay. A sense of foreboding gripped me, and I urgently cautioned, "Be careful, Spirit. The 2 archers have set their sights on you." Spirit, wielding the invincible battle axe, laughed boldly. "Let them come. I fear them not." With that, he transformed into a whirlwind, charging into the fray, his axe soaring and shattering countless armors, displaying extraordinary valor and invincibility. I gritted my teeth, realizing that once he became bloodthirsty, this fool would disregard my warnings and recklessly charge forward. Was he courting death? Clang, clang. 2 barriers were shattered, reverberating against my chest armor. Ahead, 2 level 130 warriors regarded me with fierce gazes, formidable opponents not to be underestimated. After the barriers fell, my health plummeted by over 20,000, dipping below 50. "Seeking death," I exclaimed, stepping forward, raising a hand as the binding deity's spell howled downwards. For divine weapons descended from the heavens, piercing around one of the warriors and binding him. What? The warrior gasped in shock, yet was powerless to resist. I lunged forward. The azure glow of my sword surged forth as I unleashed a fierce blade slash, 3 flames of sword energy cascading upon the warrior's armor. The lad, remarkably quick, swiftly assumed a defensive stance. The fierce blade slash struck his armor, generating 3 damage numbers, 2,782. 4,788, 7,912. Miraculously, he survived. However, I had anticipated such a maneuver. Following the 3rd strike of the fierce blade slash, a preemptive crumbling strike burst forth, executed within a mere 0.15 seconds, nearing the limits of human cognitive response. The warrior, aghast, realized he could not evade it. 31,092. A perfect hit. The sensation was exhilarating. In that moment, a searing pain shot through my shoulder as my health plummeted again, another warrior's fiery skill descending upon me. With a swift, gliding motion, I altered my position, and beneath my feet, the Qian Kuan formation materialized. In the next instant, an indigo light illuminated the warrior's visage, and in his astonished gaze, the Qian Kuan strike pierced through his chest. 27,894. All right, yet another one down. Though the 2 warriors of the Long Life Palace were formidable, they were no match for me. Their targeting of me was truly a path to self-destruction. As I vanquished 2 formidable warriors, a fierce battle unfolded in the distance. After skillfully wielding my battle axe to fell a dozen foes, I was confronted by 2 exceptionally skilled archers who unleashed their assault. Both were level 10 marksmen, and in a swift motion, they released a flurry of 12 arrows aimed directly at my heart. Their precision was remarkable, boasting a success rate of 75. With 8 of the arrows striking true. Huh, I bellowed, raising my battle axe in a defensive stance, the only means to withstand the tempest of their relentless attack. The sound of clashing echoed as damage numbers of approximately 400 materialized above my head. Though not fatal, the true peril had yet to strike. Suddenly, a brilliant flash emanated from the thunder bow, a bolt of lightning coalescing into an arrow on the taut bowstring. In the next instant, the arrow soared forth, piercing my chest with devastating force. Boom. 17, 899. A strike that disregarded my defenses, utterly formidable. Moondew and the other ladies rushed to restore my health. Yet their efforts fell short against the onslaught. In the next heartbeat, the thunder bow flared once more, another lightning arrow released. Thud. It once again penetrated my chest, dealing a staggering 19,042 damage. At last, my life force waned, and I slowly sank to my knees, the invincible battle axe slipping from my grasp. Damn it! I shouted, hastening forward with my sword, but I could only watch as an enemy player snatched the invincible battle axe from the ground. This weapon was not merely a tool of war, it was a symbol of my essence, a cherished treasure. The thought of my despair upon losing it was unbearable. In a moment of blind fury, I charged forth, fully aware that reclaiming it was futile, yet my determination surged. My sword gleamed with an intensity that none could withstand. At that instant, the player who had seized the invincible axe suddenly gasped, a fiery blade protruding from their chest. They crumpled to the ground, dropping a bundle of equipment. To my surprise, the assailant was a striking female warrior, clad in razor-sharp armor. A glimmer of satisfaction on her face as she picked up a blood-red axe from the spoils, exclaiming, "That fool Doji," allowing me to clean up his mess. A wave of relief washed over me, and I couldn't help but laugh. All right, Wanyu has resolved the issue, I mused, acknowledging her impressive looting strategy, which had proven highly effective. After dispatching the assassin with a single stroke, she had nearly claimed their very undergarments. A truly ruthless woman, indeed. Wanyu, fall back, I commanded. Understood. Wanyu stowed the invincible axe into her pack, deftly retreating while retaliating with a rock-shatter strike that halted those pursuing her. The battle raged on with fierce intensity. Even a master like Doji had been slain, leaving little hope for the others. The clash continued unabated. In a flurry of chaotic shots, yet another formidable warrior of the ancient sword was swiftly vanquished. The duo, known for their lethal precision, adeptly utilized their barrage to draw out a thunderous strike. The remarkable efficacy of the thunder bow was triggered at approximately 10% with each assault, enabling them to unleash a tempest of arrows that almost guaranteed a thunderous attack within a single volley. Essentially, they could eliminate an ancient sword warrior with but one onslaught. My teeth clenched in frustration as I turned to Xiaoxua, urging her to join forces with me to eliminate those two archers. These two are truly a headache. Understood, brother. Xiaoxua descended from the rocks with grace, positioning herself behind me as I shielded her. While the archer known as 100 Steps Piercing seemed to engage with the enchanting Wanyu. With a knowing glance, Wanyu instinctively retreated, subtly adjusting our formation. 100 Steps Piercing advanced slowly, and I keenly monitored the distance before suddenly exclaiming, "Xiaoxua, now is the moment." Xiaoxua had already drawn her longbow, and as I flitted aside, her petite figure emerged from behind the tattered cloak of the Soul Requiem, launching a perfectly aimed shock arrow that struck 100 Steps Piercing with a resounding impact. 13,092 damage. The stun was successful. Overjoyed, I raised my hand for a dragon blade strike. Boom. 19,803 damage. Indeed, our coordinated assault had swiftly dispatched 100 Steps Piercing. In the distance, the bloodthirsty warlord shuddered in disbelief. What the hell? This is possible. Brother, there's still one left. Xiaoxua softly called, drawing her bow once more. 12 wicked arrows sliced through the air, whistling like thunder towards the bloodthirsty archer. However, the archer, quick as lightning, leaped to evade Xiaoxua's onslaught. Unfortunately for him, the latter arrows were already locked onto their target. In an instant, the bloodthirsty archer's movements faltered. The opportunity had arrived. I brandished the Qingming sword and hurled it forth, transforming the blade into a spiraling tempest that pierced through the crowd and brutally impaled the bloodthirsty archer. 17,672 damage, combined with Xiaoxua's spiraling arrow blade strike. The bloodthirsty archer collapsed in defeat. The bloodthirsty warlord's face twitched in agitation as a high-level assassin at his side gravely remarked, "Leader, we cannot hold back any longer. Luo Chun, Xiaoxue, the legendary heroes, and Wanyu. These are some of the most elite players from the Sky City. If this continues, our army of 10,000 will be depleted. Nearly 50,000 have already fallen. This cannot stand. We must deploy our trump card." A chill crept into the bloodthirsty warlord's gaze as he nodded in agreement, declaring, "Very well, summon the phantom iron cavalry." The thunderous sound of hooves echoed from the horizon as the players of the Eternal Life Palace began to disperse like a receding tide. "What is happening?" Wanyu exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Is the Eternal Life Palace conceding? Haha, how interesting. I must concede." I shook my head. "I fear it is not as simple as that." Li Chengfeng nodded in agreement, expressing a foreboding sense of unease. "I have a dreadful premonition. I feel our journey has reached its end." On the horizon, a formidable legion of armored cavalry emerged, each warrior adorned with the blood-red skull emblem of their guild, players from the Chongqing Palace Alliance. There were nearly 5,000 iron steeds, all mounted on the same type of ghostly warhorses, which exuded an aura of dominance. In an instant, astonished expressions flickered across the faces of the battered warriors of Gujin's Soul Dream. With a clang, I drew the Qingming sword and declared, "For our brothers. We shall fight until the final moment." Chapter 602. A noble sacrifice. The intel has been gathered. Bai Mingshui whispered, "Brother, the ghostly iron cavalry was only forged a week ago. The Chongqing Palace deployed 100,000 troops to seize a map known as Ghost Valley, where they farmed these undead creatures, including rare mounts. The bloodthirsty war emperor is particularly ruthless. To dominate this map, he even slaughtered 7 small guilds. Now, the majority of the Chongqing Palace Alliance comprises knight-type players, boasting a total of 7,000 ghostly iron cavalry." Li Chengfeng and I exchanged glances. He inquired, "Little Baiming, how do the attributes of the ghostly iron cavalry compare to our Qinghu iron cavalry?" Bai Mingshui smiled lightly. "Undoubtedly, our Qinghu iron cavalry is superior. After all, it is a cavalry regiment meticulously crafted by you, brother. The ghostly iron cavalry is a level 120 undead mount of the dark gold tier, a full grade below our Qinghu iron cavalry, with attributes approximately 40 points weaker. The comparison is stark. However, should these 7,000 ghostly iron cavalry charge, our mere 1,000+ troops will undoubtedly be unable to withstand them." I nodded resolutely. "Regardless, every foe we can slay counts. Archers and mages, take to the rocks to engage in battle, lest we be overwhelmed by their cavalry. Warriors, rally with me, even if we must perish. Let us take down as many ghostly iron cavalry as we can. Damn it, who does the bloodthirsty war emperor think he is? Daring to flaunt his power in Sky City? Let him taste our might. We have but a little over 100 warriors left. This is merely an appetizer. After we fall and return to the city, we'll let Giguzi's commander, leading 3,000 Qinghu iron cavalry, contend with the ghostly iron cavalry, so that the Chongqing Palace learns what it means to face formidable opponents, that there are mountains beyond mountains." Su Yang clenched his fists, laughing heartily. "Lu Chun is right. Regardless of how many we can slay next, this interception has already been a resounding victory, wouldn't you agree?" Li Chengfeng nodded with a hearty laugh. "Indeed, let us kill. Each enemy slain is a win." At that moment, the thunderous sound of hooves shook the ground as 7,000 ghostly iron cavalry surged forth, their imposing presence overwhelming. Most of the Dark Knights were armed with long spears, while some rangers wielded sabers, their blades glinting coldly in the morning light, as battle cries echoed throughout the valley. With my sword held proudly before my chest, I smiled faintly and addressed my comrades. "Brothers, this marks our inaugural experience in cavalry combat. Let us all savor the dread that infantry feels when confronted by cavalry. Once we endure this terrifying pressure, no battlefield engagement shall prove too challenging for us in the future." Ha! The bloodthirsty warlord, astride a rather imposing spectral steed, seemingly of the boss variety, brandished his blade and surged to the forefront of our ranks. Raising his long sword, he bellowed, "Brothers, charge forth immediately. Tear these infantry of the ancient sword Soul Dream to shreds. Let them know that this is now the era of cavalry warfare." Ha! His taunts pierced the air, and my companions, Wanyu, Su Yang, and Li Chengfeng, quickly regrouped. With our numbers dwindled to fewer than 200 warriors, extending our formation was an impossibility. Merely withstanding a single charge from the cavalry would be an admirable feat. The thunder of hooves erupted as the opposing force of 7,000 spectral iron riders initiated a full-speed charge, their blades glinting ominously in the light. As the sound of their approach echoed, I steadied myself, wielding the Qingming sword, and cautioned, "Everyone, be wary. Do not engage directly with the horse's head, or you will be knocked unconscious. The cavalry's greatest strength lies in their staggered, slicing attacks. Stay alert, utilize your skills to disrupt their charge. If we can diminish their speed, their lethality will be significantly reduced." Understood. A level 132 warrior from Ancient Swords surged forward, shouting fiercely as he raised his sword to execute a barrier-breaking strike aimed straight at the foremost rider. With a resounding thunk, he inflicted 9,056 damage. The knight merely trembled, undeterred, as the sword's edge grazed the shoulder of the Ancient Sword warrior, dealing 7,290 damage. In swift succession, another knight swept past and struck with a lance. The speed of the cavalry's assault akin to lightning. The level 132 warrior had no means of defense and swung his sword aimlessly, his vitality plummeting until, with a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground, slain. We stood in stunned silence. This brave warrior had survived until now, yet had proven utterly powerless against the cavalry's onslaught. Incoming, the bloodthirsty warlord, wielding a heavy sword, laughed heartily as he was flanked by a dense throng of spectral iron riders. His sword, ablaze with a fiery crimson cone, descended upon Li Chengfeng in a devastating strike, a barrier-breaking maneuver executed while in a charge. Clang! Li Chengfeng deftly maneuvered, his Gale sword deflecting the opponent's blade, and in a swift motion, he retaliated, striking the bloodthirsty warlord's back for 5,092 damage. Before we could react, a horde of cavalry charged forth, and both Li Chengfeng and I were caught in the onslaught. The Qingming sword surged forth, sending forth a flurry of snowflakes as I unleashed the 1,000 ice slash amidst the cavalry ranks. The foremost riders were instantly frozen, unable to continue their charge, while the spectral iron riders behind them collided with their frozen brethren, trampling one another, and the damage numbers soared dramatically. Upon discovering this promising breakthrough, I surged forward with great haste, my sword slicing through the air with precision as I unleashed a flurry of 3 consecutive strikes. The fierce blade cleaved through the dense throng of cavalry, eliciting a cascade of damage indicators. In the ensuing chaos, a multitude of cavalrymen cried out in agony as they, along with their steeds, fell to the ground, resulting in the swift demise of at least 20 knights with a single blow. Boom! The shattering impact of the stone shatter erupted amidst the crowd as a cavalryman, bloodied but undeterred, charged at me with a spear ignited in flames, aiming for my chest. With a dismissive huff, I deftly sidestepped, my blade crashing against his spear with force, and I seized the shaft, transforming my sword into a fiery lance that pierced through the neck of this dark knight. A staggering 19,045 damage. The knight's mount crumpled to the ground, prompting the cavalry behind to hastily evade. I seized the moment to charge forth, stunning a nearby ironclad warrior with a swift strike, my tactical maneuvers executed with clarity, as I moved incessantly to mitigate the damage I sustained. In contrast to my fluidity, Su Yang's movements appeared considerably lackluster, rooted in place and forced to endure the onslaught. Nonetheless, his skills posed a significant threat to cavalry players. With a powerful swing of his blade, he bellowed, "Mountain shatter, descend." Boom! His longsword, gleaming with the essence of blue mountains, struck heavily against the advancing cavalry, severing the bonds of their mounts and transforming them into infantry, who were swiftly trampled by their comrades. Su Yang stood resolute, his sword dancing through the air as he activated his ironback bear armor, clashing head-on with the enemy cavalry without yielding an inch. Not far behind, several priestesses hastily tended to him, ensuring his survival in the fray. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of pikes, sharp blades, and broadswords clashed against the scarlet rock dragon armor, sending dazzling sparks flying. My defenses were formidable, and though the spectral cavalry was fierce, few had mastered the art of barrier breaking, rendering their attacks a mere nuisance, inflicting only 1,000 to 2,000 damage. Thus, bolstered by the resilience of death and the Holy Spirit potions, my survival was assured. With my sword dancing wildly, the fierce blade struck through the masses once more, claiming dozens of lives. As I grounded my feet, The radiant light of war shattered around me, and within a 5-yard radius, not a single knight remained standing. Yet, the enemy's numbers were overwhelming, the valiant spectral cavalry continuing to surge forth like an unrelenting tide. Not far away, Li Changfeng and I were swinging our swords in a chaotic frenzy, both of us shaken by the relentless cavalry charges. With our strength points comparatively low, we were even knocked back by the force of their assault, rolling on the ground before rising to unleash our own devastating strikes, the stone shatter and reverse scale slash, battling fiercely without relent. However, amidst our fierce clashes, the remaining warriors of the ancient sword soul dream faced utter catastrophe. The ghostly cavalry, leveraging the advantage of their mounts, charged recklessly, their blades raining down from above. One by one, the warriors of the ancient sword fell, and within a mere 10 minutes, only Li Changfeng, Wan Yu, Su Yang, and I remained. The battle was brutal, the ground littered with corpses, equipment, and potions, yet no one dared to claim them. Boom. The chaos of the ghostly cavalry erupted with the malevolent arrows and spiraling blades. Bai Mingshui fought with remarkable precision. The splatter from her malevolent arrows, combined with her 2 spiraling strikes, was sufficient to slay a fully healthy cavalryman. Indeed, the number of foes she dispatched surpassed my own tally. The bloodthirsty war emperor, unable to contain his fury, thrust his sword skyward and bellowed, "First squad, dismount. Ascend the rocks and eliminate those mages, archers, and priests." Both sides fought with desperation. Amidst the cacophony of enraged shouts, Su Yang stood resolutely, his battle armor nearly torn to shreds. Surrounded by a throng of ghostly cavalry, he finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground. Should he continue, his equipment would be ruined, and without defensive strength, even a divine priest could not restore his health. I glanced down to see my crimson rock dragon armor marred with scars. The intensity of the battle was beyond what the equipment could endure. Boom. The stone shatter erupted within the throng, and I could no longer spot Wan Yu. In the guild channel, she whispered, "All right, I'm done for. Lu Chun, take care." Li Changfeng let out a soft whimper. "I'm coming." In the distance, I watched helplessly as Li Changfeng drained his last vestiges of health, unable to withstand the onslaught without a priest's healing. Moreover, we were infantry against cavalry. The disparity was insurmountable, leaving us with little room for maneuver. Above the rocks, players like Moonlight Stone, Moondew, and Guan Yu fell one after another, unable to withstand the onslaught of 7,000 ghostly cavalry. Less than 10 players from the Ancient Sword Alliance remained, including Bai Mingshui and myself. Brother, Bai Mingshui could not kite effectively and was forced to confront the enemy head-on. Desperately, she leapt from the rocks, landing with a painful thud, and fled, though her speed paled in comparison to that of the cavalry. She ran towards me, while I was powerless to avert the impending disaster. Boom. I retaliated with a spiraling arrow strike, claiming the lives of 3 weakened cavalrymen. But Bai Mingshui trembled as a crimson mark appeared on her pristine neck, a testament to the bloodthirsty war emperor's pursuit. Damn it. My vision turned crimson as I activated my wrath and blood frenzy, charging directly at the bloodthirsty war emperor. With a shake of the Qingming sword, I unleashed the Thousand Ice slash amidst the crowd. Boom. The critical hit sent a wave of ghostly cavalry crashing down, while the bloodthirsty war emperor retreated in alarm, commanding the remaining cavalry to encircle me. Get back. With a deft swing of my sword, the fiery blade strike reverberated against the steeds of the cavalry, forcing them to stagger back. I seized the fiery shadow bow dropped by Bai Mingshui and stuffed it into my pack. Utilizing the effects of wrath, I wildly slashed my sword, sending the ghostly cavalry into a state of sheer terror. However, the pleasant times were fleeting, as the opposing mage and archer team finally arrived as reinforcements. Countless celestial storms and demon-breaking arrows descended upon me, causing my health to plummet. Alas, a spiral arrow severed the last remnant of my vitality. Ding. System notification. You have succumbed to death, losing 1 level. Your items, the Celestial Arm Guards, the Headshot War Helm, and the Headshot War Boots have been dropped. Fortunately, the fierce shadow bow of Bai Mingshui remained intact. Otherwise, it would have been a significant loss. Whoosh. I was automatically resurrected in Darkmoon City. From a distance, I spotted Li Changfeng, Wan Yu, and Dou Zhiyongyang resurrected within the city, their laughter resonating. "You have returned at last." I smirked. "The Phantom Iron Cavalry is exceedingly ruthless." Just then, The teleportation array flickered repeatedly. And a beautiful maiden riding a blue tiger steed soared in. It was Tian Tangyu, renowned for her cavalry prowess. Behind her followed Gue Guzi, the 18 riders of Yuyuan, and others who had also returned. Boss, we're back, and our achievements are glorious. How did you fare? Gue Guzi inquired with a grin. I shrugged. All of us met a heroic end. With that, I turned and tossed the fierce shadow bow to Baiming Shui, asking, did everyone escape with minimal losses? Luan Yu reported a fair share of potions depleted. Su Yang had lost a pair of purple gold boots, while Li Chengfeng sustained no losses. And Do Jiangyang's axe was returned to him, leaving the core warriors essentially unscathed. Clang, drawing forth the severely battered Qingming's sword. I smiled faintly. Let us repair our gear and brace ourselves for the formidable assault from the Hall of Eternal Life, the pinnacle of the world, and the Sacred Rose. Chapter 603. Cavalry Duel. Ah, dear little skeleton, your weapon is in such disrepair. Thus, the repair cost amounts to 12,987 gold coins. This is a special repair that does not consume the weapon's maximum durability. By the furnace of iron casting, a hooded blacksmith, revealing a glimpse of his eerie bony arm, stared intently at me, his keen eyes piercing through my identity, and he charged me a hefty price. In this era of war, Darkmoon City had already received reports of being attacked, and even NPCs would not grant me, the city lord, a preferential rate. Such is the harshness of the world. Repairing the Qingming sword alone drained over 10,000 gold coins, a burden difficult to bear. However, this only fueled my determination to earn more, lest I find myself unable to afford weapon repairs. After mending all my equipment, which cost a total of 30,000 gold coins, it was indeed a significant expense. Thankfully, the circumstances that led to such wear on my gear had, for the most part, proven worthwhile. For instance, during that recent battle, although I, along with Li Chengfeng, Luan Yu, and Su Yang, had perished, our bags brimmed with exquisite gear dropped by our foes. Players from the Hall of Eternal Life are not lacking in funds. The number of exceptional purple gold and dark gold items is staggering. These treasures, when placed in the auction house of Sky City, would undoubtedly fetch prices exceeding 1,000 gold coins. Selling a dozen or so of these premium items would cover both repair costs and potion expenses. Returning to the city's edge, the formidable walls of Darkmoon City, now a level 6 fortress, stood resolutely constructed from hard black stone. The battlements rose approximately 20 meters high and 3 meters wide, capable of accommodating 610 archers in a single file volley. At this moment, the walls were teeming with archers, while the astute archers, including Baiming Shui, ascended to the highest arrow tower. The elevation significantly augmented their lethality. With heavy arrowheads descending swiftly, the range would be greatly enhanced. Given Baiming Shui's formidable attack power, possessing an absolute height advantage would surely inflict profound suffering upon guilds such as Changxing Palace and Wending Tianxia. As I ascended the steps to the wall, I gazed into the distance and remarked, they will appear within our line of sight in no more than 15 minutes. Holding the rainbow spear, Geguzi inquired, Boss, are their cavalry formidable? I smiled knowingly. Li Chengfeng added, Little Ghost, they boast approximately 7,000 phantom iron cavalry, equipped with level 120 dark gold mounts. We managed to ambush around 2,000 of them beneath the Dragonbone Mountains, leaving roughly 5,000 still remaining. They are undeniably fierce. If you ask whether they are strong, I can only tell you that both Lu Chun and I fell to their charge. What do you think? At once, excitement ignited in Geguzi's eyes as he laughed heartily. What a thrill. Such opponents are worthy of our Qinghu Iron Cavalry's engagement. Xiaoyu, Yuyuan, prepare for battle. All right. Nearby, Tianyanyu and the 18 riders of Yuyuan unsheathed their weapons, ready for combat. Tianyanyu approached me, wielding a knight's broadsword, and smiled. Brother Lu Chun, fear not. The Qinghu Iron Cavalry is formidable and shall avenge you. Just watch from the walls. Indeed. I nodded earnestly, chuckling lightly. Xiaoyu, you must be cautious. I estimate their phantom iron cavalry will arrive at the base of the city first. You can strike hard while their main force is yet to arrive. Do not linger in battle. As soon as their main force makes an appearance, retreat to the walls. Rely on the archers and mages stationed here to provide support. I, along with the spirited warriors Li Chengfeng, Wan Yu, and Su Yang, will assist you from below. Tianyanyu smiled sweetly, nodding repeatedly. Yes, brother Lu Chun. I will not let you down. Xiaoyu and I are off now. The 18 riders of Yuyun chimed in. And what about you, brother Yuyun? Uncle Yuyun. With a chuckle, the 18 riders leaped from the wall, conserving much energy in the process. Shortly thereafter, players from the Ancient Sword Alliance's cavalry gathered at the city's base, all mounted on azure war tigers. Under the leadership of Giguzi, Tianyanyu, and the 18 riders of Yuyun, they mounted their steeds, unsheathed their blades, and awaited the approaching adversaries. True to expectations, numerous small dots rapidly emerged on the horizon. The very phantom iron cavalry that had previously decimated 2,000 elite members of the Ancient Sword Alliance beneath the Dragonbone Mountains, suddenly raising the rainbow spear in his hand. Giguzi's eyes gleamed with fervor, and a smile danced at the corners of his mouth as he declared, "Brothers and sisters, the invaders have arrived. Our ancient sword soul dream and the city of divine concealment have always maintained a peaceful coexistence, yet the three guilds, Eternal Life Palace, Ascending the World, and Sacred Domain Rose, brazenly challenge us. A valiant warrior would rather perish than submit. Ancient sword soul dream shall not tolerate such an affront. Let us charge forth and show these specters of the Eternal Life Palace what it means to be a royal knightly order." With that, Giguzi fiercely cracked the rainbow spear against the rear of the war tiger, which emitted a deep growl as it surged forward. The beast, leading the charge, bore the illustrious glow of a renowned general's skill, indeed, the night god strategy. Behind Giguzi, the Heaven Rain urged the war tiger to gallop fiercely, employing the renowned general's skill. Though slightly less potent than that of the night god, it remained an exceedingly practical ability. Should Ancient Sword Soul Dream acquire a few more players with illustrious knightly skills, our cavalry might indeed become invincible. Observing the frenzied azure cavalry below, Li Changfeng grinned with satisfaction and remarked, "And indeed, the little devils, Heaven Rain and their companions, are about to help us vent our frustrations." I nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, we are nearing level 150. Once we reach that milestone, even warriors will be able to ride mounts. Heh. That will be our true turning point." Li Changfeng laughed heartily. "Haha, indeed. I have long awaited that day." Su Yang spoke solemnly. "Lu Chun, we currently have 70,000 defending players within the city, while the enemy boasts at least 300,000. The pressure on our defenses will be considerable, and we remain unaware of the movements of the Overlord Palace and the Godslayers. If they join the siege, we would find ourselves in peril." I chuckled reassuringly. "Su Yang, do not be overly anxious. There will surely be a way through. And consider this, according to the system's rules, if enough players perish within the territory during an assault, the territory can achieve commendable rewards, even leveling up. I believe that Eternal Life Palace, Ascending the World, and Sacred Domain Rose are not here to conquer. Rather, they intend to assist us in upgrading Dark Moon City to a level 8 castle." "Ha ha." Luan Yu smiled lightly. "Ah, you are remarkably optimistic. What are you waiting for? All warriors, descend the city. We shall form a defensive line outside the city to support Giguzi's cavalry." Very well. A group of warriors descended the city walls, drawing a contingent of fighters from various guilds such as blood mercenaries, assembling a formidable team of 5,000 to guard the city below. Meanwhile, mages and priests remained atop the walls, effortlessly casting spells and providing healing from their elevated position, while skillfully evading the attacks of enemy players. This was the advantage of the defenders. In the distance, the clash of battle echoed, as both cavalry units engaged in fierce combat. Clang! Giguzi's rainbow spear struck heavily against the enemy's armor, igniting with fiery brilliance as it pierced a gaping hole into the chest plate of the opposing knight. With a sudden thrust, the spear unleashed a devastating barrage, catapulting the level 134 Dark Knight from his steed, the blade shimmering with lethal radiance. Instant annihilation. On the other side, the 18 riders of the Ghost Cloud brandished their battle blades, their faces aglow with fervor as they charged forth, cleaving through the air. With a single strike, they shattered the ground, sending debris cascading into the throng below, wreaking havoc among the spectral iron cavalry, who stumbled and faltered in chaos. Indeed, the area of effect skills in mounted combat proved to be crucial. They inflicted significant damage on multiple targets, while simultaneously disrupting the enemy's formation, demonstrating their sheer lethality. "I shall slay. I shall slay." The 18 riders of the Ghost Cloud swung their long swords in a flurry of left and right strikes. executing consecutive slashes and unleashing skills akin to the legendary splitting Mount Hua. The opposing demon knights were left agape, astonished by the ferocity of this rogue. Whispering in disbelief, "What on earth? Is this rogue from the ancient sword truly a formidable force? Could he possibly be the uncle of the fruit knife goddess?" The 18 riders surged with even greater ferocity. "I am not yet 30. I am no uncle." Meanwhile, on the other side, Heaven's reign, wielding a broadsword that shimmered with fiery energy, deftly delivered a series of blade strikes. She was astute, not seeking instant kills, but rather inflicting damage on her targets, evoking the essence of a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. As she swept through the enemy ranks, she deftly diminished the health of numerous foes, while the Qinghu Iron Cavalry followed suit, reaping the lives of the vanquished. This, of course, did not detract from Heaven's reign's guild points acquisition. There were myriad ways to earn guild points. Slaying targets was one, causing damage represented another. Moreover, when allies were injured, effective healing from a priest also garnered points, ensuring that a sufficiently powerful priest could easily amass points. For instance, Murong Mingwei consistently ranked within the top 5 for guild points, exuding an aura of dominance. With a resounding clash, the cavalry of both sides collided, revealing the disparity in strength. Under the onslaught of the Qinghu Iron Cavalry, the ghostly riders wavered, their formation disrupted. After a fierce exchange, both factions retreated momentarily, turning their steeds to charge once more. In the central expanse of the battlefield, the ground lay strewn with unvanquished corpses, predominantly those of the ghostly Iron Cavalry. At least 500 had fallen, engaging head-on with the elite cavalry of ancient Sword Soul Dream. The players of the ghostly Iron Cavalry found themselves at a significant disadvantage. The gap in strength between the two sides was indeed vast. Giguzi and Heaven's reign, both astute leaders, employed their strategies and tactics to guide their 200 warriors as the edge of their blade. With the enhancements to attack and defense, their foes found it nearly impossible to inflict damage upon their blade, resulting in substantial losses for the enemy. Brandishing the rainbow spear, Giguzi shouted with fervor, "These rascals beneath the Longbone Mountains have annihilated our brotherhood in the main alliance. Charge forth, leave none behind, and erase the name of the ghostly Iron Cavalry from the map of Sky City. Let these fools retreat to their hidden city. The moment to defend the honor of the cavalry of Sky City has arrived. Let us slay." Chapter 604. Iron-blooded loyalty spurring his warhorse, Giguzi launched himself like an arrow, with the 18 riders of the Ghost Cloud and Heaven's reign following closely behind. The second wave of the assault commenced, as the Qinghu Iron Cavalry moved with incredible speed, far surpassing their spectral steeds. Thus, the followers of the Eternal Life Palace found themselves with no choice but to confront the impending battle. The resounding clash of steeds, armor, and weaponry filled the air, heralding an extraordinarily fierce battle. Following the second charge, even the formidable Qinghu Iron Cavalry could not guarantee a flawless victory. In the grim harvest of their adversaries' lives, there were instances when the Qinghu riders, too, fell from their mounts, as the struggle reached a boiling point. For nearly 20 minutes, the scene 300 yards from the territory transformed into a veritable river of blood. Under relentless pursuit by the Qinghu Iron Cavalry, the 5,000 elite ghost riders of the Chongqing Palace were left in dire straits. Most critical was the activation of the flying general strategy by the Yuyan 18 riders, who, with 100 cavalrymen, flanked and hunted down their foes, leaving the ghost riders bereft of even the thought of escape. With the strategic prowess of the Yuyan 18 riders, their speed was amplified approximately fourfold, moving like the wind, akin to harbingers of death, causing the cavalry players from Chongqing Palace to feel their hearts quail in despair, pointing at the Yuyan 18 riders, exclaiming, "Cursed be this merciless middle-aged man." With fury etched upon their faces, the Yuyan 18 riders were consumed by a thirst for bloodshed, and chaos ensued once more. Just then, on the horizon, a multitude of tiny dots began to materialize. At long last, the forces from Chongqing Palace, the Wending World, and the sacred domain Roses had arrived, cascading down the mountains like a deluge, amassing what appeared to be no fewer than 300,000 troops. Even after we had decimated 7,000 to 8,000 of their ranks. Ding! I sent a message to Giguzi. "Little ghost, do not linger in battle. Retreat immediately." Understood. In the distance, Giguzi raised his rainbow spear, laughing heartily, Brothers, spare the lives of these few remnants. Big Brother has commanded the retreat. Let us hasten to the city and take a brief respite to prepare for the next challenge. Accompanied by the roars of war tigers. A throng of spirited war tiger cavalry galloped back, while Giguzi, Tiantanjiu, and the Yuyuan 18 riders dismounted, approaching with cheerful smiles. How about it, Big Brother Zhiji? Giguzi inquired with a grin. I nodded in approval, truly impressive. The painstaking efforts of ancient Sword Soul Dream in crafting this cavalry team have not been in vain. Each of you has brought glory to ancient Sword Soul Dream and Sky City in this battle. Li Chengfeng gazed into the distance, chuckling. The fleeing Ghost Riders number no more than 500. What a splendid battle it has been, having directly slain 4,500 Ghost Iron Cavalry. Exhilarating indeed. Tiantanjiu, holding her broadsword, smiled brightly. Lord Alliance Leader, with our formidable performance, will there be no rewards? I chuckled. Rewards? Certainly. For this defense of Darkmoon City. Each of you in the Qinghu Iron Cavalry shall receive an additional 50,000 guild points. Tiantanjiu gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, I just established my guild and am in dire need of points. Are you truly granting us each 50,000 points? You are the vice leader. Does your word hold weight? Beside him, Li Chengfeng, filled with fervor, laughed heartily, proclaiming, Reign, there is no need for concern. With the Grand Leader and another Vice Leader away on official business. Lu Chun holds all authority single-handedly. Heavenly Reign, with twinkling eyes, exclaimed, Wow, so Lu Chun has truly seized great power. How modest of him. Unlike the Flower Interlude and Mad Dragon guilds, where even a mere brigade leader is excessively arrogant, Lu Chun remains so humble. I chuckled, drawing my Qingming sword and pointing it towards the distant Changsheng Hall and other guilds, calling out loudly, Brothers, prepare for defense. If we withstand the first wave, the cavalry will charge out with me, slaying the men of Changsheng Hall and seizing their women. Afterward, we shall dig up their ancestral graves in Shenin City. Li Chengfeng hoisted his sword, exclaiming, Indeed, this is quite low-key. Heavenly Reign added, 10 minutes later, a vast army amassed outside Darkmoon City, densely surrounding it in layers. Li Chengfeng took a deep breath. Goodness, there must be at least 500,000 troops. The numbers from Shenin City are staggering. These guilds are quite proactive in expanding their sub-guilds. I nodded in agreement. Indeed, in comparison, my attempts to expand a sub-guild feel overwhelming. Li Chengfeng concurred. Both of us are warriors, not farmers. Matters of expanding sub-guilds should wait for the return of the Eve leader. Su Yang, brandishing his longsword, suggested, Lu Chun, should we retreat into the city and rely on the thick walls for defense? With so many warriors outside, it would be all too easy for them to become targets. I shook my head, replying solemnly, we cannot retreat, especially at the western city wall. We must hold our ground. Why? Su Yang asked, bewildered. I pointed, look there. The guilds of Changsheng Hall have come prepared, bringing siege equipment. Those ominous machines are the thunder vehicles revealed in the system data. They inflict significant damage to the walls. If they attack persistently, they could breach it in under 3 minutes. Our guild's craftsmen can construct similar machines, can't they? Damn. Su Yang gritted his teeth. You truly have a keen eye. Thankfully, we did not retreat. Indeed. I raised my sword, commanding, we must not allow their thunder vehicles to approach the walls. Archers and mages, keep your eyes peeled. On the walls, a group of archers tilted their faces upward, launching a flurry of arrows that soared through the air, striking the ground 100 yards away with a cacophony. Those positioned higher, like Baiming Shui and others, shot even farther, with ranges reaching approximately 150 yards, truly astonishing. Stop. Bloodthirsty War Emperor raised his long sword, bellowing, it seems that ancient Sword Soul Dream has prepared its defenses. This battle promises to be most intriguing. Nearby, the leader of the guild asking the world rode forth alongside his warhorse, laughing heartily. War Emperor, what is this? Are you intimidated by such an array? Intimidated, my foot. Bloodthirsty War Emperor retorted angrily. Ancient Sword Soul Dream has slain 7,000 of my Ghost Iron Cavalry. Today, I shall settle this score. A smile crept across my face as I said, there is no need to rush. The leader of the sacred domain Roses will arrive shortly. Once she is here, we can discuss the strategy to conquer Darkmoon City in detail. Moments later, the ranks parted to reveal a female knight, gracefully mounted on a pristine white steed. Emerging beneath the pink banner of the sacred domain Roses, clad in gleaming silver armor and wielding a slender sword. Her exquisite features suggested she was around 25 years of age. Her demeanor exuded elegance, hinting at her success in the real world. Above her, the words floated, Rose Thorn. LV 138, Guardian Knight, Guild, Sacred Domain Roses, Position, Leader. Suyang's gaze sharpened. The leader of the Sacred Domain Roses is a mere girl? He muttered, indeed. The heart of a woman can be treacherous. Why would this young lady choose to assault Darkmoon City alongside two burly men? I shrugged, who knows? At that moment, Rosethorn did not engage in conversation with bloodthirsty battle monarch or me, but rather charged ahead, halting her steed when she was still 100 yards away from us. Suddenly, a flurry of arrows hurtled toward her. Clang, clang, clang. A shield of silvery light materialized around Rosethorn, effortlessly deflecting the arrows, leaving her unscathed. This was astonishing. It was clear that this guardian knight possessed formidable strength, and her defensive capabilities would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge to many. Stepping forward, Rosethorn raised her sword and called out, Hey, the leader of ancient sword soul dream, come forth and speak. Murong Mingyue, I demand you show yourself. With He and Murong Mingyue absent, I took the initiative and approached. The blade of my Qingming sword hung low as I firmly planted my stealth boots upon the sandy ground. Behind me, the tattered cloak of the soul-soothing mantle billowed in the autumn breeze, and my formidable armor lent me an air of cold determination, reminiscent of a reaper emerging from the depths of hell. This aura of lethal calm set me apart from players who had never faced the trials of life and death. Rosethorn looked taken aback. Fallen to the sands. Luchen, I thrust my Qingming sword into the ground, resting my hand upon my shoulder, standing resolutely before her. Indeed, I wonder what counsel the esteemed leader of the Sacred Domain Roses wishes to impart. With a gentle smile, Rosethorn replied, I wouldn't presume to offer counsel, merely proposing a greeting before hostilities. As you can see, the Sacred Domain Roses, alongside the Eternal Life Palace, are allied with the three great guilds to attack Darkmoon City. Our sole aim is to seize this territory. Luchen, you are a renowned player ranked 7th in the CGL Hall of Fame. You must understand that there is no justice in the competition within this game. Therefore, regardless of the outcome of this territorial dispute, I hope you will not harbor animosity toward the Sacred Domain Roses. I licked my lips and chuckled lightly. Rest assured, esteemed leader of Roses, I, Luchen, am a man of my word and harbor no grudges. However, should I be bitten by a dog, I shall feast on dog meat hot pot with snowflake beer that very evening. I trust you will understand that should the Sacred Domain Roses attack Darkmoon City, I must declare that Ancient Sword Soul Dream will immediately place the Sacred Domain Roses on our blacklist, and we shall strike without mercy. The rose thorn shivered slightly, then chuckled lightly, causing the flowers to tremble. In a soft voice, she remarked, I have long heard of Luchen's unwavering devotion to the Ancient Sword Soul, guarding this guild with blood and iron since the era of spirit weeping until now. Indeed, it appears to be true. Therefore, I take great solace in having such a respectable opponent like you. Until we meet again on the battlefield. With that, the rose thorn turned her steed and galloped away, raising her sword high, proclaiming, Saint Domain Rose, prepare for the siege. At last, the battle was upon us, and I felt a surge of excitement. To be among the top 10 guilds in the City of Divine Concealment is no small feat, and the Rose Thorn, shrouded in mystery, is undoubtedly a formidable adversary. Turning around, I strode back to the city's edge, drew my Qingming sword, and called out, Brothers, defend. Chapter 605. The howl of the pack. The sharp sound of unsheathing blades resonated as thousands of melee players below the western wall drew their weapons. Yaguzi led the Qing Tiger Iron Cavalry, adeptly maneuvering around, fully aware that mobility is essential to unleash the cavalry's maximum lethality. Surrounding us were our own priests, mages, and archers, ensuring that wherever the Qing Tiger Iron Cavalry ventured, they would receive optimal healing and support. Li Chengfeng, Wan Yu, Doji, and Suyang gripped their blades tightly, their gazes dark and resolute. With fervent spirits, they grinned and declared, Bring it on. We'll slay one for every foe that approaches, and let us see how many can make it to the Sky City. On the city wall, a handsome strategist emerged. None other than Lu Bu Yi, whom I had recently recruited. Now at level 133, wielding a blazing fan, he stood atop the wall and proclaimed, Vice Guild Leader Lu Chun, Though I may not be a renowned general, I can bolster the strategies of 39 individuals. The purple dragon can now enhance all attributes by 72. Allow me to form a team. I nodded. Very well. Bui, select your team from those on the wall. Your strategy can amplify allies within 1,000 yards. Activate the purple dragon from the ramparts. It will ensure your safety as well. Lu Bui chuckled lightly indeed. But my dragon vein technique is no trifling matter. It can contribute to our output. I implore you to trust me, guild leader. Soon after, 39 valiant warriors joined Lu Buyi's ranks, and the 72-point enhancement to all attributes was indeed remarkable, far outshining Lin Yisan's capabilities. Everyone clamored to be included in Lu Buyi's team. After all, an increase of 72 in attack, defense, and health is a tempting prospect. Were it not for the overwhelming 200 attack boost from the War Goddess blessing, I would have unhesitatingly joined Lu Buyi's squad. Su Yang gazed up at the wall and grinned. The boss will surely be pleased upon his return. Hee, our ancient sword soul finally has its own signature strategist. Lu Buyi is proving to be quite the asset. During our last training session, this cloth-armored class showed no fear at all. I shot him a sidelong glance. It's merely that you are rather lacking. Luan Yu and Do Ji burst into hearty laughter. At that moment, distant cries of battle erupted, signaling the commencement of the siege by the alliance of the three major guilds. A torrent of players surged forth like a tide, with members from various sub-guilds and the main guild alike, while auxiliary craftsmen, shielded by knightly protections, swiftly constructed siege equipment such as ladders and catapults. Moreover, over a dozen ominous black siege engines advanced steadily, bolstered by the throngs of supporters. The bloodthirsty war emperor urged his steed forward, brandishing his sword as he charged to the front lines, halting only when he was nearly 100 paces from the city, raising his shield to block the deluge of arrows raining down from above. Magicians and archers, unleash your full power. Attack at will, came the voice of Baiming Shui. Instantly, the mages atop the walls began chanting spells in unison, unleashing a barrage of celestial storms, wind blades, fireballs, icy rain, and falling rocks, creating an electrifying barrier of wind, fire, and lightning in the vicinity of the city, causing many players from the Eternal Life Hall to fall lifelessly before they even reached the foot of the walls. The onslaught was overwhelming. Countless attackers fell in droves. In the first 10 minutes, few managed to survive our barrage. Players from the ancient Sword Dream were situated near the Dragonbone Mountains and the Black Coast, elite training grounds, making their strength formidable. Even the players from the three major guilds of the Hidden City found themselves at a disadvantage, a fact that was indisputable. Finally, the leader of the sacred domain rose. Rose Thorn could no longer endure the situation. With a swift motion of her sword, she commanded, "Cease the assault. Summon the Purple Thunder Cavalry immediately. Charge to the foot of the city and secure the advantageous terrain. Set up the ladders and do not grant Ancient Sword Dream a moment's respite. Their allies are preoccupied with conquering new territories and are unable to provide reinforcements. We must seize this undead fortress in one fell swoop." The crowd parted, and the thunderous sound of iron hooves shook the ground as a formidable group of knight-class players emerged, brandishing their gleaming blades while mounted on warhorses with purple hides. The heads of these steeds bore a fierce countenance, adorned with sharp horns that crackled with electric light, instilling an icy dread in the hearts of onlookers. Indeed, as the game progressed to this stage, all major guilds had begun to assemble their own cavalry units. What in the world is that? Su Yang muttered in astonishment. Luan Yu, her beautiful eyes fixated ahead, remarked coolly, "I just checked the information on the forum. This is the Sacred Domain Rose Guild's prized Purple Thunder Cavalry, a 125-level dark gold mount. There are approximately 4,000 of them, each boasting combat prowess superior to that of the Phantom Iron Cavalry. It is precisely this cavalry that enables Sacred Domain Rose to stand toe-to-toe with the super guilds of Flaming Red Lips, Eternal Life Hall, and the Moon-Hunting Dynasty in the struggle for supremacy within the Hidden City." I chuckled softly and declared, "Su Yang, relay the orders. Have Giguzi lead 1,000 Blue Tiger Iron Cavalry on the left flank and Tiantanju lead another 1,000 on the right. We will advance with a defensive posture, allowing Giguzi and Tiantanju to strike from the sides, maximizing our chances to eliminate these Purple Thunder Cavalry. Since Rose Thorn places such heavy reliance on this cavalry, we shall shatter the very foundation of the enemy's confidence in one fell swoop." Su Yang laughed heartily, understood. As he spoke, Su Yang raised his head to gaze at the city above, calling out loudly, "Brothers in the distance, lend us your strength. Aim for the purple warhorses, and let this band of sacred domain rose knights taste our might." Moonlight Stone chuckled lightly. "Rest assured, Brother Su Yang, we will deliver." In the midst of their conversation, the purple thunder iron cavalry had already surged forth, their speed unparalleled, arriving just 100 yards from our defensive line. This was a range our ranged players could exploit due to their elevated position. Suddenly, fiery rain, icy blades, and storms of arrows cascaded upon the enemy's purple thunder cavalry. Thud, thud, thud. The resilient arrows struck against their armor. The purple thunder riders grunted but pressed their steeds forward valiantly, despite players falling from their mounts around them. The rest remained undeterred, charging forth towards the city with the speed of lightning. This exemplified the quality of their combat training. Ordinary players would have crumbled under such fierce firepower. Only a well-trained unit like the Purple Thunder Cavalry could withstand the onslaught from ancient Sword Soul Dream. "Ha, we're here." The first wave of nearly 100 Purple Thunder Riders burst through the blockade, laughing heartily as they brandished their blades. Moonlight Stone and her companions were forced to cast their spells closer, continuing to envelop the ranks of the Purple Thunder Cavalry. Consequently, our defensive radius was forcibly reduced, playing right into the hands of the Rose Thorn. This cunning leader, equipped with both martial prowess and strategy, swiftly wielded his sword, commanding warriors, archers, mages, and other classes to push the entire front line forward. It must be said that, in terms of strategic deployment, the Sacred Domain Rose Guild far surpassed both the Eternal Life Palace and the summit of the World Guilds. With a swift motion of my sword, I quietly urged, "Warrior brothers, follow my lead. Once we engage, adopt a defensive stance and be wary of their charges. Onward." With that, I dashed forward, locking onto the first knight in the distance and unleashing a thunderous charge, transforming myself into a fleeting shadow that shot forth. Bam! I struck head-on. The azure mysterious sword erupted, delivering a devastating thousand-eye slash that left dozens of purple thunder riders stunned and frozen. Those rushing from behind could not halt their momentum, colliding into the players ahead, resulting in significant casualties. Alongside me, Li Chengfeng, Luan Yu, and others also engaged with the enemy ranks. Kill, kill, kill. The squad leaders of the Purple Thunder Cavalry swung their blades wildly, shouting loudly, leveraging their mount advantage to forcefully cut down several ancient Sword Soul Dream warriors beside me. Indeed, as infantry, it was exceedingly difficult to withstand the onslaught of cavalry, yet I was managing to hold my ground thanks to my attributes, equipment, and skill advantages. Get lost. The sword's edge trembled as 3 blazing sword blades erupted amidst the crowd. 7 or 8 purple thunder riders stood in stunned silence, hastily raising their shields to defend, but alas, it was too late. My flame blade slash had been mastered to perfection. The 3 attacks were nearly instantaneous, unleashing a flurry of damage. The cavalry, caught unprepared, fell to the ground en masse. Most of them had health points ranging from 30,000 to 50,000. Far from the extraordinary resilience of Giguzi, and they could scarcely withstand my flame blade slash. Of course, had they successfully defended, they would have easily withstood the onslaught. Ahead, a level 134 Purple Thunder cavalryman displayed commendable skill in defense. However, there was no trace of triumph upon his visage. In his gaze, I appeared clad in a tattered, blood-red war robe, adorned in armor, wielding a blade encircled by a dragon-esque spirit, rushing forth like the harbinger of death. Alas, my speed was so formidable that his agility could not afford him escape. With a fierce resolve, the knight raised his sharp sword, striking heavily upon my shoulder. As my Qingming sword instantaneously pierced through his chest, a deep indigo flame erupting forth, yielding a staggering damage figure of 24,891. Oh! To vanquish the demon knight with the universe break, disregarding 90 points of defense, was a sensation akin to slicing through tofu. Buzz! The Qingming sword surged with power, the dragon's spirit radiating magnificently around the blade, successfully triggered. In the next heartbeat, the dragon's essence transformed into a torrent of force, wreaking havoc among the crowd. And in the blink of an eye, nearly 100 Purple Thunder cavalrymen lay slain. Li Chengfeng decapitated one of the Purple Thunder riders with a single stroke. Glancing at me, somewhat speechless, "Dude, Lu Qin's attack power is utterly absurd." Meanwhile, The expressionless Wanyua swept through 3 purple thunder cavalrymen effortlessly, remarking, "That fellow is always like this." However, the situation around us was less than favorable. Within a brief exchange, the ancient sword soul dream had already witnessed hundreds of ground warriors fall beneath the blades of the enemy cavalry. At this rate, within half an hour, we would likely be reduced to just a handful of corps members. Just then, roars from the left and right erupted, signaling the arrival of reinforcements. With a shout, the spear transformed into a fierce gleam, piercing through the throng as Giguzi was the first to engage, clashing fiercely with the opposing purple thunder cavalry. The azure war tiger roared, toppling the enemy's steeds, and with the enhancement of the cavalry god, Giguzi's attributes had indeed become remarkably formidable. On the other side, Tian Tongyu wielded her sword with vigor, slicing through barriers and dispatching an enemy squadron leader, while the Yuyun 18 riders followed suit with a crushing blow, causing a cacophony of cries from the purple thunder cavalry. The tide of battle shifted dramatically in less than 10 minutes. Our combined forces had annihilated over 70 of the opposing purple thunder cavalry. As arrows and starry storms descended, I could not help but feel a shiver. The main force of the Holy Domain Rose had breached the blockade. Little Ghost, Little Rain, lead everyone in retreat. Fall back to the base of the city. Re-establish the defensive line within the healing range, immediately. At my command, although Giguzi and the others were blinded by their lust for battle, they turned to leave, albeit a moment too late, as dozens of Qinghu cavalrymen fell to the onslaught of enemy fire. As we hastily retreated, glancing back at the sea of fallen bodies, I couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. The intensity of this combat was exceedingly brutal. Indeed, this battle proved far more arduous than we had anticipated. And even with the elite Qinghu cavalry at our disposal, we might not withstand the relentless onslaught of wolves. Chapter 606. The heroic brother Tsang Tian. As the army approaches the city, the Holy Domain Rose takes us by surprise, employing 4,000 purple thunder iron riders to extend their attack range by nearly 200 yards. Just as we regain our composure, their infantry has already arrived at the city gates. Clad in silver armor, Rosethorn raises her sword sharply and commands, "Cavalry, provide cover. Archers and mages, return fire to suppress the enemy's firepower and bring forth the ladders." Instantly, the sound of galloping hooves erupts as a throng of cavalry bearing golden shields charges from the formation, nearly 1,000 strong. Under my darkened gaze, their attributes lay bare. They are all blood knights, each with an impressive health pool exceeding 40,000, and their armor is formidable, providing substantial defense. Clang, clang, clang. The cavalry lines up, shields raised, forming an ironclad defense at the foot of the city. Behind them, the archers and mages of the Holy Domain Rose, shielded by the cavalry, chant their spells and draw their bows. In the next moment, a torrential rain of arrows rains down upon the city. Thud, thud, thud. Blood blossoms as dozens of archers from the ancient sword soul dream fall in the initial onslaught. None anticipated the Holy Domain Rose would arrive so swiftly. Starry River Storm. On the city walls, Moonstone activates a magical shield and commands, "Use the Starry River Storm to cleanse those cavalry, shielding our ranged units." Mages, raise your shields and do not hesitate to expend your magic. If you hold back now, you will regret it when the loot drops. In an instant, countless Starry River Storms descend from the city, and a fierce exchange ensues between both sides' ranged units. Meanwhile, under Rosethorn's orders, over a dozen catapults are set up approximately 150 yards from the city. The next moment, the sound of mechanisms springs to life as colossal boulders are hurled through the air, crashing against the city walls with tremendous force, shaking the very foundations of Darkmoon City. Boom! The stones shatter, raining debris upon the Green Tiger Iron Riders below, who cry out in agony. Simultaneously, the walls are marred by gaping craters, as the catapults, siege engines designed to breach fortifications, severely weaken the city's defenses, delivering devastating damage. I call out to the battlements, Bei Ming Shui, activate the range strategy skill for precision targeting. Focus fire to eliminate those catapults. Are there any objections? Perched at the edge of the arrow tower, Bei Ming Shui, pulling back her longbow, sways her delicate legs in the wind and smiles slightly. Rest assured, brother, I will handle it within 5 minutes. With that, Bei Ming Shui activates the range strategy skill, which increases her attack range by 25. Given her strategic prowess, it elevates her range by over 100, allowing her to accurately target enemies at a distance of 150 yards, unlike the mere haphazard throws of before. In the next moment, the sound of arrows being loosed fills the air as Bei Ming Shui employs her whip bow technique. Countless cursed arrows pierce the sky, falling like laser-guided missiles upon the nearest catapult, inflicting a series of damage figures as the siege engine is swiftly depleted of health. Wow, someone made it here. Artisans, hurry and repair. A player guarding the catapult shouted. Nearby, several craftsmen promptly seized their hammers and began to work. On the city wall, Bei Ming Shui smiled slightly, drawing her longbow once more. With a swift motion, a spiraling arrow blade soared through the air, and in an instant, a tempest of spiraling winds erupted within the ranks of the artisans. Several craftsmen, with meager health, fell to the ground, groaning, none left alive. I couldn't help but smile. With Bei Ming Shui's presence, the ranged catapult posed no threat to us any longer. With a swift motion, I raised my Qingming sword, pointing towards the array of magical knights from the sacred rows, and urged, "Brothers, let us breach this ironclad defense and provide our ranged comrades with the optimal attacking vantage." All right. Su Yang, Gaguzi, Li Chengfeng, and others displayed eager excitement, all too ready to retaliate. A group of us charged like lightning, and I initiated a thunder charge from a distance, transforming myself into a streak of light that collided heavily with the foremost magical knight. This foe shifted his shield, expertly thrusting a spear at me. Clang. 798. How pitiful. The fiery attack barely inflicted 3-digit damage. I couldn't help but chuckle, while the magical knight smirked arrogantly, proclaiming, "Come at me. My actual defense is 9,000 with 56,000 health. If you have the guts, try to take me down." Behind the magical knight, several mages and archer maidens gazed at me with envy, exclaiming, "Wow, Sangtian is so powerful, even challenging the little king." I too revealed a smile. "Huh. Boasting with 9,000 defense? You must think highly of yourself. Very well, let me show you." Saying this, I suddenly raised my sword, and the Qiankuan formation began to swirl beneath my feet. Indigo flames danced upon the blade, coalescing into a layered cone. In the next moment, I thrust the Qiankuan breaker decisively towards the knight's chest. What? Enhanced barrier breaker? The magical knight was taken aback, too frightened to defend. Barrier breaker is an exceptionally domineering skill, as the more one defends, the greater the damage inflicted, a fitting name indeed. I had anticipated this. This blow would force him to forego defense. With nearly 60,000 health, let us see how swiftly I can strike him down. Thud. The Qiankuan breaker pierced through his shield and chest armor, as if penetrating through Sangtian himself. His eyes widened as the massive damage number 25,087 appeared above him. The shield shattered, revealing my calm smile. Just as Sangtian attempted to reposition his shield for defense, I unexpectedly struck the end of his shield with the hilt of my sword, causing sparks to fly and preventing him from adopting a defensive stance. In the next moment, the Qingming sword transformed into a blue dragon, ablaze with light, delivering 3 powerful strikes against the exposed chest armor of this full-health magical knight. The damage numbers erupted: 9,805, 15,092, 22,172. The visage of Sangtian was one of despair, even with the cleric's healing support behind him. My relentless barrage of attacks unfolded with such fluidity that I executed a series of lethal maneuvers within a mere 0.5 seconds, leaving no opportunity for the opposing cleric to intervene. As the Qingming sword withdrew from Sangtian's chest, I felt a surge of satisfaction witnessing his disheartened demise. Furthermore, during the instant I vanquished Sangtian, the splash damage from the Qingming sword proved to be devastating, instantly eliminating 2 archers closely positioned to the Death Knight. A multitude of archers and mages behind them were also caught in the onslaught, resulting in widespread carnage. This was merely the beginning. As I pressed down upon the radiant light of war's obliteration, the expressions of several Death Knights and advancing warriors turned ashen. Boom, boom, boom. A succession of kills ensued, swiftly dispatching a cluster of foes. With a flick of my blade, I unleashed a 1,000-eye slash, causing dozens of splintered frost blades to erupt among the throng, leaving even shielded mages vulnerable to the devastation. The ancient bowmen atop the city walls immediately rained down a torrent of spiraling arrows, and the collective cries of anguish filled the air. Before me lay a desolate expanse, littered with corpses and the spoils of battle, equipment, potions, and more. My comrades, equally formidable, fought valiantly alongside me. Luan Yu wielded her stone shatter with great prowess, activating her plunder skill to devastating effect, leaving the enemy players shattered and weeping over their lost gear. Fueled by renewed fervor, she transformed into a frenzied beast, plunging into the throng of death knights, her axe dancing through the air, while the Yu Yun 18 cavalry safeguarded her, clearing the rear with their rock-breaker technique. Li Chengfeng carved through the masses, striking left and right, moving as if through uncharted territory, an echo of dragon roars and tiger howls reverberating around him. He single-handedly instilled fear in nearly 100 foes who dared not approach. The reputation of the dragon warrior was well-deserved. Gui Guzi and Tian Tang Yu continued to lead 2,000 Qing Tiger Iron Riders in a relentless charge, consistently slicing through the enemy's formation. The offensive power of the Qing Tiger Iron Riders was astonishing, particularly Gui Guzi's cavalry, which boasted a formidable 150-point enhancement in attack and defense, truly imposing. Tian Tang Yu's cavalry was commendable as well, with a skill limit of 100 in attack and defense enhancement, which was now nearly reached. Though not quite at Gui Guzi's level, it was sufficient to fend off adversaries. In that moment, the Qing Tiger Iron Riders became the thorn in the sides of the three major guilds, Sacred Domain Roses, Eternal Life Hall, and Ascendancy of the World. They longed to eliminate us swiftly, yet we stood firm beneath the city of ancient Sword Soul Dream, bolstered by powerful reinforcements, emboldened to slay our enemies and defend the city. With numerous cleric players from above healing us, the Qing Tiger Iron Riders remained undaunted by enemy attacks, engaging in exhilarating combat. Boom! In the distance, the last catapult was shattered to pieces, and Bei Ming Shui completed her task, smiling as she declared, "Brother, everything is taken care of." I cleaved through the entangled purple thunder Iron Riders ahead, saying, "Let's not delay. Bring forth the firepower to support everyone. Reactivate the Bao God, and suppress the Sacred Domain Roses with heavy fire. Their onslaught is overwhelming, and our losses are substantial." The Rose Thorn seems to have gone all out, deploying tens of thousands of troops, with cavalry and warriors advancing vigorously at the forefront, while mages and archers suppress from behind. This strategy has rendered their ground offensive capabilities extraordinarily formidable. After all, the ancient swords' ranged attacks from the narrow city wall are considerably less effective. It is fortunate that the warrior players have pushed the front line forward. Otherwise, our situation would have been even more dire. Boom. Skills such as Thousand Eye Slash, War Crush, Fiery Blade Slash, and Ice Spiral Domain erupted among the crowd. I held my ground alone, defending a line of nearly 50 yards, fighting valiantly without retreat. After approximately an hour and a half, I glanced around and involuntarily gasped. Indeed, I was the last one standing. The nearly 100 ancient Sword Soul Dream warrior players around me had all perished. In the distance, Tianyu Yu rode a cerulean war tiger, wielding a broadsword, accompanied by a group of blue tiger iron cavalry, still gallant. Though our ground warriors had suffered heavy losses under the relentless magic and arrow rain. However, the results were remarkable. The number of Sacred Domain Rose players we had slain became incalculable. A thick pile of corpses lay at the foot of the city, blood flowing like a river. Preliminary estimates suggest that over 80% of the initial 50,000 players from the Sacred Domain Rose had fallen, leaving them with scarcely any remaining. At last, the Rose Thorn recognized the severity of the situation and, like a sword's edge, commanded loudly, "Sacred Domain Rose, retreat 200 yards to regroup and prepare for battle." Chapter 607. Beastification. Once the Sacred Domain Rose retreated, the pressure on us significantly diminished. Guguzi and Tianyu Yu led the Blue Tiger Iron Cavalry back to the city to receive treatment. Crack, crack, crack. Li Chengfeng leaned against the city wall, sharpening his sword against the stone. I tilted my head to look at him and asked, "What's wrong? Have you become a bit frantic with the killing?" Li Chengfeng nodded. "Indeed, the intensity of the PK is exceptionally high. In my previous team battles, I could keep track of the number of enemies I had slain. But today, it's utterly impossible. I have played this game for many years and even served as the leader of a small guild. Yet I have never encountered such a spectacle. It's thrilling." I grinned. "It is indeed quite exhilarating, but our losses are substantial as well." "Damn. The sacred domain rose, and the eternal life palace seemed to have an unspoken understanding. As soon as the sacred domain rose retreated, the main forces of eternal life palace began to stir, seemingly intent on denying us a moment's respite. Beside us, a spirited warrior propped his battle axe on the ground and chuckled. The leader need not worry too much. As you have seen, the sacred domain rose has only about 130,000 members. In the recent battle, we eliminated nearly half of them, and they were primarily their main forces. The sacred domain rose has already been severely weakened. Giguzi nodded in agreement. Yes, that is why that woman ordered a retreat to regroup. I sensed that it was not merely a hasty retreat. Looking into the distance, the beautiful and wise-eyed Ruan chuckled lightly. Eternal life palace, sacred domain rose. Vying for supremacy in the world, the three major guilds must have some unspeakable agreement among them. Each guild harbors ulterior motives, and now, with the sacred domain rose sustaining heavy losses, Rosethorn must reconsider her strategy. Her retreat to regroup is merely a means to preserve her bargaining chips. I couldn't help but chuckle, saying, indeed, Luan Yu's thoughts seem quite reasonable. Little ghost, you ought to elevate your intellect. Luan Yu shook her head, remarking, he is beyond salvation. Guzi exclaimed, damn. At that moment, Su Yang approached with his sword in hand, assessing our battle losses. He said, Lu Chun, we suffered considerable losses in just this past hour. Go on, I urged. Su Yang took a deep breath and continued, a rough estimate reveals that among the 14,000 warrior class players who ventured outside the city, 7,000 fell in the past hour. The Qinghu Iron Cavalry suffered 800 casualties while intercepting the Phantom Iron Cavalry and the Purple Thunder Cavalry, and another 600 fell during the recent charge. We currently have 552 Qinghu Iron Cavalry left, yet the remaining ones are exceptionally elite players, seasoned by numerous battles. As for the ranged players on the walls, over 3,000 have perished due to the fierce firepower of the Holy Domain Roses. I nodded, leaning against the city wall, cradling my Qingming sword, and smiled, saying, the losses are indeed substantial. It appears that complete annihilation of the 500,000 coalition forces is unlikely. I glanced at the system interface, noting the siege countdown, 5:11:45. With just over 5 hours remaining, if we can hold our territory for that duration, it will be considered a victory. Looking at the others, I added, continue to draw warriors from the guild within the city to fortify the walls, pushing the Chongqing Palace back at least 100 yards to prevent them from inflicting heavy damage on our ranged units. Understood. Su Yang nodded earnestly. He is a valiant warrior, yet strategically, he falls short of my capabilities. During the absence of He Yi and Murong Mingyue, Su Yang undoubtedly looks to me for guidance. Likely due to He Yi's instructions, as he is concerned that this fierce general might disregard orders in his fervor. Thus, he has granted me full authority. For in the ancient era of Gu Jianhun Ming, I ranked last among the 4 elders, while Su Yang held the top position. Approximately 10 minutes later, the Chongqing Palace surged back into action. The bloodthirsty war sovereign, mounted on a phantom warhorse and wielding a long sword, glared fiercely, the sword poised forward as he bellowed, charge. Launch a forceful attack. Bring forth a squad of demon knights to protect the breaker as we assault the city gate. We must breach the gate within half an hour. Once we seize it, Darkmoon City will collapse without further effort. On the ground, a multitude of Chongqing Palace players surged forth like a tide, advancing under the heavy fire of Gu Jianhun Ming. The Phantom Iron Cavalry faced near annihilation, yet nearly 100 remained under the command of the bloodthirsty war sovereign. Charging ahead. This time, he did not retreat, but led the charge, shield raised, consuming health potions while withstanding the assaults from Gu Jianhun Ming. His ability to draw considerable firepower was notable, and his personal defensive and magical resistances were commendable, particularly his magical defense. As even the Milky Way Star River Storm could only inflict 2,000 points of damage on him, showcasing his formidable strength. That shield must be exceptional, providing significant magical protection. Breaker? What is a breaker? Luan Yu inquired, somewhat perplexed. Li Chengfeng, however, pointed ahead, saying, look, there is a massive creature over there. It appears quite powerful. Should we engage it? As everyone turned their gaze, indeed, under the protection of a legion of spectral cavalry, a colossal dark knight loomed atop a war bear mount. This knight stood approximately 3 meters tall, clad in obsidian armor, wielding a hammer crackling with lightning. His muscles were taut and intimidating, with the title breaker of wings LV-135 destroyer floating above him, indicating his guild affiliation with the Eternal Life Palace and his rank as Legion Commander. Su Yang's pupils dilated sharply as he muttered, "Damn it, so it is this person, the Breaker of Wings. I have heard of him. He entered the game under fortunate circumstances, choosing the Beastman race, resulting in his massive stature. With each level gained, he naturally acquires 7 points of strength. His hammer possesses city-breaking attributes, and it is said that during the battle for the second city of Divine Hidden City, it was initially captured by Tianni with the assistance of Flame Red Lips, only to be reclaimed by the Eternal Life Palace. It was this Breaker of Wings who single-handedly smashed the city gates, leading to the defeat of the allied forces of Tianni and Flame Red Lips." Li Chengfeng was taken aback. Is this fellow really that formidable? Damn, just look at the size of that hammer. It must weigh several tons. If it were to strike our level 6 castle gates, they might not withstand the impact. We must prioritize eliminating this Breaker of Wings. Su Yang shook his head and replied, "Chengfeng, you are not the first to desire the demise of the Breaker of Wings. Observe his armor. It is of the highest defensive quality and allows for the equipping of shields. His buffs are formidable, and as a beastman, his health growth is significantly superior. Every point of vitality translates to an increase of 15 health points, far surpassing that of ordinary players. He likely possesses over 70,000 health points. Defeating the Breaker of Wings would indeed be a monumental challenge. Many have perished attempting it in Divine Hidden City, including San Sheng Mo, who suffered considerable losses." Li Chengfeng scoffed. "Well, I never said I would go. Let Lu Chen handle it. He is more than capable." I brandished my Qingming's sword, exclaiming, "Why must all the good deeds fall upon me?" Laughter erupted among the group. In truth, in terms of offensive capability, no one could rival Gu Jianhunming. Moreover, I possessed not only overwhelming attack power, but also a substantial health pool and defense, boasting nearly perfect attributes alongside extraordinarily formidable skills, qualities that others lacked. Su Yang raised his sword and proclaimed, "The fools of the Eternal Life Palace have arrived. Brothers, prepare for battle." Gue Guzi commanded a group of Azure Tiger cavalry, quietly stating, "Zhiji, leave the Breaker of Wings to us. Yiyun, Xiaoyu, and I will ensure he does not reach the city walls, without fail." I nodded in agreement. "All right, proceed with caution. We will support you from the rear. Let us go, everyone." Gue Guzi, fully replenished, led Tian Tangyu, Yiyun, and the 18 riders galloping forth. The Azure Tiger cavalry transformed into a streak of azure, reminiscent of a long sword extending from the city, charging boldly towards the bloodthirsty War Emperor and his cohorts, alongside Li Chengfeng and the spirited warriors. I led our faction in pursuit, determined not to allow the Azure Tiger cavalry to venture too deep alone. Should this contingent of 1,500 fall, we would lose our trump card. Ha ha ha. The champions of Ancient Sword, Soul Dream have arrived. The bloodthirsty Battle Emperor, brimming with fervor, brandished his long sword and boisterously declared, "Behold, for the fallen heroes of the CGL Hall of Fame are among us, along with that formidable dragon warrior and the necromancer Giguzi. By the gods, activate the recording system and let all players on the Chinese server witness how we of the Eternal Life Palace vanquish these legendary masters." As he spoke, the bloodthirsty Battle Emperor urged his steed forward, charging headlong to confront Giguzi. With a resounding crash, they collided. Both warriors momentarily halted, Giguzi displaying a marginally quicker reaction. The barrier erupted with a fierce howl, yet the bloodthirsty Battle Emperor retaliated with an equally fierce strike. The two pierced through each other's forms, resulting in damage numbers of 16,892 and 19,023. Their attributes were nearly equivalent, though Giguzi had a slight edge in vitality. The necromancer possessed a racial trait that enhanced his health, a unique talent of his kind, coupled with the formidable undying shield that swiftly absorbed incoming damage, and the imbalanced strategy skill of the war god, granting him a distinct advantage. Enraged, the bloodthirsty Battle Emperor's longsword quivered violently as he unleashed a flurry of 3 consecutive strikes. 11,020, 10,281, 11,028. The astonishing power of his attacks left the spectators in awe. The bloodthirsty Battle Emperor had activated a 7th-tier encouragement, showcasing an incredible prowess, undoubtedly bolstered by exceptional equipment. Giguzi trembled, retreating under the pressure. yet unyieldingly countered with powerful thrusts from his rainbow spear, delivering a barrage of stabs to the opponent's chest, blood splattering as the bloodthirsty battle emperor's health plummeted. With a sudden flourish of his longsword, he executed a furious slash that dealt devastating damage, forcing Giguzi to momentarily withdraw to evade the onslaught. "Brother Xiao Gui, allow me." Heaven's Rain charged in on horseback, her sword poised as a fiery spear pierced through the bloodthirsty battle emperor's breastplate, shattering the barrier and taking away half of his remaining health. Ha ha ha. The bloodthirsty battle emperor, after consuming a health potion, retreated hastily, laughing heartily. "Come forth, O Azure Tiger Knights of Ancient Sword. Let me witness your true strength." Eager and invigorated, Heaven's Rain lunged forward, accompanied by dozens of fellow Azure Tiger Knights. However, at that moment, the bloodthirsty battle emperor suddenly shifted to the side, revealing a cloaked mage player behind him. Brandishing a blood-red staff and chanting a spell, "O endless frost god, grant me your icy power, shatter this hypocritical starry sky." Ice flame spike. In an instant, the sky turned crimson as countless fiery ice spikes rained down, engulfing a radius of 1,010 yards. Boom, boom, boom. The ice spikes wreaked havoc, shredding the armor of the Azure Tiger Knights and inflicting catastrophic damage. In the blink of an eye, over 10 Azure Tiger Knights fell, groaning beneath the onslaught of the ice flame spike. Chapter 608. The Guardian of the Mind. Heaven's Rain, left with a mere sliver of health from the ice flame spike, desperately fled, her superior equipment being the only reason she managed to escape. The opposing mage smirked, laughing heartily. "Beautiful swordswoman of ancient sword, do you truly believe you can escape? Prepare to meet your demise." With a flick of his staff, ice shards erupted, aimed directly at Tianyu. At that moment, a towering figure stepped in front of her, his body shuddering violently as he lost over 10,000 health points. It was none other than the renowned Yuyun 18 Riders, a ranger who, despite being unable to wield a shield, bravely defended the knight in their guild, demonstrating the affection Yuyun 18 Riders held for this knightly female character. Tianyu was momentarily taken aback, turning to look at Yuyun. "Uncle Yuyun." Tears streamed down the face of Yuyun 18 Riders. Just then, the enemy mage launched another assault, unleashing a series of ice flame shards. Instantly, the ancient sword's dozen or so Qinghu Iron Riders were furious. "Damn it, let's take down that mage. How despicable. Killing so many of our brothers, the scoundrel." In an instant, the Qinghu Iron Riders charged, locking onto the mage, closing the distance, and swinging their swords wildly. Alas, the combat notifications incessantly flashed, indicating that their attacks were thwarted by the opponent's energy shield. The energy shield, a high-tier protective spell for advanced mages, was a technique that even the illustrious Lucian of the capital wielded, allowing mages to traverse the battlefield unscathed by blades. "Heh, are you seeking death?" The mage grinned maliciously, suddenly brandishing his staff. In the next moment, the ground trembled violently as countless gray energy dragons erupted from the earth, launching indiscriminate attacks all around. A flurry of damage numbers exceeding 10,000 soared, and all the Qinghu Iron Riders fell, none surviving. "Damn it, what kind of mage is this?" Giguzi gritted his teeth, commanding, "Retreat to the city to recover health. Do not confront this mage head-on. Let Jiji handle this troublesome foe." At this moment, I had reached within 50 yards of the front line, my dark eyes glinting as I discerned the mage's level. Starbreaker LV 138, Platinum Mage, Guild, Eternal Life Hall, Position, Legion Commander. Li Chengfeng, wielding the Gale's sword, wore an expression of astonishment. What a powerful mage. Those attack skills, Ice Flame Spike, Earth Dragon's Roar. Surely even Lucian from the capital cannot match such might? I regarded him solemnly. Lucian may be slightly stronger, yet this individual is not far behind. Their professional skills are formidable. I wonder where they acquired those skill books. Chengfeng, gather a few people and join me to eliminate this Starbreaker. Understood. Li Chengfeng had come alone, aware that anyone else would be doomed against such overwhelming power. Only the two of us stood a chance against Starbreaker's onslaught. I extended my hand and unleashed the Celestial Wolf, which transformed into a streak of blue lightning, charging towards Starbreaker, at least buying us a moment to strategize. Here they come. The bloodthirsty Battle Emperor warned sharply, commanding, "Everyone be cautious, protect Starbreaker, and eliminate Jiji and the legendary hero. We cannot allow these two to escape." Li Chengfeng retorted fiercely, Nonsense. Come at me with your life. Suddenly, with a fierce charge, the reverse scale sliced through the air, stirring up a multitude of dust. The spell, shattering the starry sky, remained intact under the cover of the reverse scale, though its energy shield had lost some resilience. However, the reverse scale inflicted significant damage upon a group of ghostly knights, the swirling dust greatly impairing the visibility of all present. Seizing this precious moment, I swiftly activated the phantom ring, summoning a doppelganger. The doppelganger brandished its sword and lunged forward, immediately unleashing a series of strikes with the thousand-eye slash. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous onslaught shook the bloodthirsty war emperor, forcing him to retreat repeatedly, unable to maintain his position before shattering the starry sky. Meanwhile, the doppelganger deftly maneuvered, zigzagging twice before drifting to the opposite side of shattering the starry sky. As the 6-second cooldown concluded, the Chinquan formation erupted beneath its feet, and the long sword ignited with indigo flames, ready to unleash the Chinquan shatter. Shattering the starry sky, taken aback, hurriedly waved his staff, summoning a barrage of icy flame spikes that rained down upon the doppelganger, rapidly depleting its health. Lacking my ghostly armor and possessing only 75 attributes, its resistance to magic was severely compromised, leading to a swift decline in vitality. 15,092, 15,929, 17,298. The bloodthirsty war emperor abruptly retreated and then charged, stunning the doppelganger, causing the Chinquan shatter to falter. In that moment, shattering the starry sky unleashed a mighty earth dragon roar. Amidst the dragon's roar, the doppelganger fell tragically to the ground, defeated. Ha ha ha, shattered and sunk. What a small king, all mere pretenders before the hall of eternal life. The bloodthirsty war emperor could not help but laugh maniacally. Yet, the doppelganger's assault granted Li Changfeng the perfect opportunity to strike. With a swift horizontal sweep of his sword, the Chinquan shatter descended, aiming directly for the chest of shattering the starry sky. If the barrier was breached, with Li Changfeng's currently activated 7th-tier encouragement strategy, a decisive kill was inevitable. Just then, a nearby dark knight collided, unexpectedly blocking the attack aimed at shattering the starry sky. 19,094. With a whimper, the dark knight fell, and shattering the starry sky finally exhaled in relief. However, the heart still raced. Amidst the haze, a blood-red cloak billowed in the wind as I charged forth once more, my sword enveloped in indigo flames, revealing the luminous sheen of the Chinquan shatter. What? Lu Chen is still alive? Both shattering the starry sky and the bloodthirsty war emperor gasped in astonishment. My positioning and angle were impeccable, cornering shattering the starry sky into a no-escape situation. Waiting to be annihilated by my Chinquan shatter, Li Changfeng, surrounded by the dragon armor defensive skill, laughed heartily as he retreated, loudly proclaiming, Lu Chen, go forth and slay this scoundrel. Suddenly, the blade of the Chinquan shatter pressed against the energy shield of the opponent, disregarding its resistance as it thrust deeply, poised to pierce shattering the starry sky's heart. Just then, a high-ranking dark knight emerged from behind shattering the starry sky, clad in deep blue armor. With a thunderous shout, he declared, Want to kill the starry sky? Dream on. Come forth, Mind Guardian. With a flourish, the dark knight extended one hand, enveloping shattering the starry sky in a blue halo, as my Chinquan shatter seamlessly pierced through the mage's chest. With a sharp sound, the blade was splattered with blood. Yet there were no signs of injury on the formidable mage, lawbreaker of the starry sky. Instead, the knight behind him trembled, and a damage number of 13,902 appeared above his head. What was happening? I was taken aback and quickly glanced at the battle prompt, left momentarily speechless. Battle prompt. Player Dark Guardian employs the skill Mind Guard, transferring your damage to player Lawbreaker of the Starry Sky onto himself, while reducing your attack damage by 50. Player Dark Guardian suffers a loss of 13,902 health points from your attack. Goodness, Mind Guard, what a formidable skill. This Dark Guardian Knight truly lives up to his name. It seems he possesses an impressive health pool, likely exceeding 70,000 under the current buff. Annihilating him is utterly impossible. Boom, boom, boom. The demon-breaking arrow, spiral blade, and galactic storm raged around me, causing my health to plummet. After a moment of tenacious survival, I managed to regain a fraction of my health and hastily retreated, following Li Changfeng. It was clear that I stood no chance against this group alone. The magic attack from Lawbreaker of the Starry Sky was devastating. One galactic storm could strip away nearly 8,000 of my health. If he ensnared me with Ice Arrow, I would surely meet my demise right there. Fortunately, Gue Guzi, Tian Tangyu, and others returned, and under the protection of a battalion of Qinghu Iron Cavalry, Li Chengfeng and I managed to escape back to the city, albeit in a disheveled state. This assassination attempt ultimately ended in failure. The enemy was simply too numerous. The bloodthirsty War Emperor did not seem overly eager to eliminate us. Instead, he advanced with a host of knights to breach the gate. Lawbreaker of the Starry Sky acted as a formidable ace, exuding an air of authority, wielding his staff and gazing coldly at the city ahead. As for the Dark Guardian Knight, he appeared to serve as the protector of this ace fighter. In truth, this formed a remarkably beneficial cycle. Dark Guardian utilized Mind Guard to shield Lawbreaker of the Starry Sky, while he himself was healed by a priest. Thus, under the protection of the Shield of Vitality, it would be exceedingly difficult for Lawbreaker to perish. To dismantle this strategy, one must first eliminate the priest, then the Dark Guardian, followed by Lawbreaker of the Starry Sky, and finally deal with the Gatecrasher, ensuring the safety of our city gate. Damn it! Lawbreaker of the Starry Sky must be taken down. He absolutely must be eliminated. Li Chengfeng gripped his longsword tightly, his face contorted with rage as he stared ahead. Clearly, he was losing his composure. The battle had escalated to such an extent that many were on edge, myself included. Brandishing the Qingming sword, I called to the top of the city, Baiming, descend and join us for another assault. We must eliminate Lawbreaker of the Starry Sky. Everyone, scatter your formations and strike when they are within 25 yards of the city gate. First, take down the Dark Guardian, then Lawbreaker of the Starry Sky. We must safeguard the gate at all costs. Understood. Baiming Shui leaped gracefully from the arrow tower onto the city wall, sprinting along its edge and appearing directly behind me, accompanied by several skilled archers ready to attack. Everyone held their breath, silently waiting. Finally, the enemy drew closer, maintaining their advance despite our ranged firepower. Now was the moment. 25 yards. Go. Beware of Lawbreaker of the Starry Sky's magic. I leaped forward, skirting the edge of the opposing camp, and with a sudden thrust of my sword, the thousand ice slash erupted amidst the crowd. Fortune favored me, as the Dark Guardian was ensnared by the icy onslaught. With a swift motion, I invoked the binding technique. In an instant, the Dark Guardian stood bewildered, trapped among 4 divine weapons, rendered immobile. Break through with the barrier and strike, then retreat, I commanded fervently. With spirits high, Su Yang, Du Shirsan, and others surged forward, their blades ignited with flames, delivering rapid thrusts. Indeed, after the initial strike, they vanished, lacking the desire for a second fiery assault. Desperation gripped Lawbreaker of the Stars as he rapidly brandished his staff, unleashing a barrage of ice flame cones that crashed against the walls, sending players tumbling down in swathes. Meanwhile, Baiming Shui darted about the battleground like a graceful rabbit, her speed unparalleled as she deftly drew her bowstring, continuously launching earth-shaking arrows at the bloodthirsty War Emperor. In the blink of an eye, the Dark Guardian's health plummeted. The moment had come. I surged forward, my sword quivering, and struck with the celestial strike. A staggering 2,491 damage erupted forth, and the Dark Guardian, face twisted in disbelief, collapsed alongside his steed. Chapter 609. The Price of Education. What? The Guardian has fallen. Lawbreaker of the Stars exclaimed in shock, hastily retreating while activating the energy shield. He raised his staff once more, summoning another volley of ice flame cones that rained down upon the city, saturating a radius of 5 yards with blazing ice spikes, devastatingly powerful, claiming the health of the ancient sword spirit dream warriors, with many falling instantly. With renewed vigor, I charged forth, targeting a stunned spectral knight behind Lawbreaker of the Stars. The invincible battle axe whirled through the air as I shouted, MD. Having slain so many of our brothers, do you still wish to escape? Experience the might of my Xieji roar. The attack detonated, and the cyclone of the Xieji roar surged like a tempest, relentlessly assaulting Lawbreaker of the Stars' energy shield. This beastly war god, with unwavering determination, sealed off Lawbreaker of the Stars' escape route, while simultaneously raising his arm to withstand a fierce onslaught from the bloodthirsty War Emperor, his health rapidly depleting. With fervor, we charged. Li Chengfeng, Su Yang, and Luan Yu advanced together, their sights set on Lawbreaker of the Stars. 3 fiery spikes manifested in the wind, intertwining into a net of firepower, with the core target being Lawbreaker of the Stars himself. Lawbreaker of the Stars cried out in despair, his feet moving swiftly as he attempted to evade the trio's barrier-breaking assault. Yet, amidst the sliding of his boots, a tremendous miss echoed as Su Yang's strike failed to connect. However, the skills of the other two could not be dodged, for Li Chengfeng's prowess was undeniable. And although Luan Yu's skills were not as refined as Li Chengfeng's, they surpassed Su Yang's in ferocity. With 2 successive strikes, the energy shield shattered, and 2 damage numbers soared, claiming Lawbreaker of the Stars' life. 17,902, 19,045. With a mournful cry, the sorcerer who shattered the stars fell lifeless to the ground, a chilling corpse. From his demise, a round, blood-red armor headpiece emerged, a manifestation of the skill possessed by the famed plunderer, Luan Yu, an inevitable drop of equipment upon killing. It seemed quite unfortunate for the sorcerer to have encountered Luan Yu. Upon retrieving the helm, Luan Yu's eyes sparkled with delight. Oh, a 130 level, 4-star exquisite artifact, enhancing magic attack by 40. No wonder this fellow's magical prowess was so formidable. Hee, I'm in luck. I nodded in agreement. Indeed, this treasure belongs to you. Take it and sell it for coin. Luan Yu chuckled gleefully, swiftly stowing the headpiece in her inventory. Such equipment could not be forcibly deposited into the guild's storage, for it was clear that the guild had no right to claim the fruits of another's labor, especially when Luan Yu had earned it through her own valor. Her focus now was on how to reward Li Chengfeng, her steadfast ally. The tides of battle had entirely shifted, with the sorcerer's death. The opposing heavy artillery had vanished, leaving the ancient sword soul players mercilessly unrestrained. Particularly, the archers, led by Baiming Shui, unleashed a barrage of precise shots, utilizing shock arrows to stun their foes, effectively eliminating one enemy every 2 seconds. Bang, bang, bang. Near the bloodthirsty War Emperor, a fully intact magic knight was incapacitated by Baiming Shui's stunning arrow. In a mere second, several arrows struck his breastplate, resulting in an instant kill. What? The bloodthirsty War Emperor was taken aback. Turning to glance behind, he saw his allies from the Chongqing Palace being cleaved apart by Geguzi and the Heavenly Rain, leading the Qinghu Iron Cavalry, leaving him utterly helpless. Damn it, how could this happen? He bellowed in fury, hastily turning his steed, abandoning his subordinates, and fleeing frantically. The speed of that boss-level spectral warhorse was astonishingly swift, and I had no intention of pursuing it. Instead, I redirected my focus to the next target, the beast transformation warrior. Pixiangzhe. Surrounded by a throng of spectral knights, Pixiangzhe wielded his warhammer with a fierce glint in his eyes. The hammer crashed down with tremendous force, shattering the shields of the ancient sword soul Qinghu cavalry. His strength was overwhelmingly dominant, and as he raised his left arm to block Baiming Shui's assault, he charged down to the castle gates, raising his hammer to strike heavily against the entrance. Boom! The resounding crash astonished everyone. None anticipated a player could wield such power. As the warhammer collided with the castle gate, faint cracks and indentations appeared on the heavy skeletal iron door, suggesting that a few more strikes could spell its doom. The resilience of the gate was waning rapidly. Is he not too arrogant? I muttered under my breath, brandishing the Qingming's sword and charging forward. Due to the obstructed view, the mages and archers atop the castle were unable to target Pixiangzhe, leaving the ground warriors to take action. Seeing my approach, a cadre of spectral iron riders instantly steeled themselves, shouting, "Protect Pixiangzhe! The legendary heroes have arrived." I advanced boldly, the Qingming sword shimmering with frost, and unleashed a devastating thousand-ice slash. The blade fractured into countless icy shards, cleaving through the throng, causing a cacophony of pained cries as the spectral knights suffered grievously, their health rapidly depleting. They had clustered too closely, resulting in numerous casualties from my lethal onslaught. However, the opposing force numbered at least 100, and I found myself unable to infiltrate and launch a direct assault on the Breaker of Wings. Once again, a resounding clang echoed as the Breaker delivered a second strike, further damaging our city gates. At that moment, Li Chengfeng arrived, executing a powerful reverse blow to vanquish the enemy, while bellowing, "I will take care of this troop of minor players. Lu Chun, you must eliminate the Breaker of Wings. He cannot be allowed to continue his assault on the gates." Understood. I charged forward with determination, while Li Changfeng launched his attack from the flank. With a swift motion, he unleashed a series of piercing strikes, sending the spectral cavalry tumbling to the ground. What proved even more formidable was Li Changfeng raising his sword high, summoning a whirlwind of energy around him, and with a fierce shout proclaimed, "Cyclone Slash." In an instant, he became a whirlwind, his blade dancing like the wind, sweeping through the throng of adversaries, causing dozens of players from the Everlasting Palace to collapse. Remarkably, the Cyclone Slash not only inflicted damage upon targets, but also allowed for precise repositioning, an extraordinary skill. With Li Changfeng's support, I found no obstacles ahead, even catching sight of the breaker of wings back. I quickly locked onto him and charged forth. In a flash, my thunderous charge homed in on the breaker, who, sensing the impending threat, swiftly turned and raised his shield, activating the Holy Shield defense. Clang. Miss. The Holy Shield defense provided both physical and magical protection, and the breaker was astute enough to use it to nullify my charge. However, this would not save him. Spirals of energy coalesced around my Qingming sword as I activated the Qingquan strike before he could react. The breaker's gaze turned icy as he maintained the Holy Shield defense, while his warhammer crackled with flames, crashing down upon me. Thud. 29,079. The damage numbers soared, amplified under the Holy Shield defense. Yet, the breaker understood that my next strike, the fiery blade slash, would be lethal. Without defense, he would surely perish. The heavy hammer struck my shoulder, showcasing the formidable strength of a beastly warrior augmented by 7 points from leveling up. 13,002. I disregarded the damage, deftly flicking my sword upward, executing a crumbling strike. What? The breaker was taken aback, hastily canceling his Holy Shield defense. However, I feigned a strike, unleashing a 3-hit combo of the fiery blade slash, which was merely a ruse to bait him. It seemed the breaker had not faced peak-level experts often enough to comprehend the deceptive tactics of warfare. Clang, clang, clang. My blade clashed against the armor of the destroyer, sending sparks flying, with damage figures soaring. 9,043. 15,020. 23,401. After a relentless barrage of attacks, the breaker received a harsh lesson. Reeling from my consecutive strikes without the benefit of a healer, he tumbled from his steed, relinquishing his shield in the process. Swiftly, I reached out and grasped the shield, seizing my prize, a 5-star exquisite spirit shield, remarkably impressive. A group of players from the Eternal Life Palace were left in utter shock. What the hell? The breakthrough warrior has been slain, brutally defeated by a mere physical fighter. What kind of world is this, where even the combined efforts of Bikuin and Lai Wind could not annihilate the breakthrough warrior, yet he was vanquished in a single round? Is this the disparity between the 7th member of the CGL Hall of Fame and the rest? I couldn't help but chuckle. What disparity? The greatest difference lies in my divine warrior's astonishing 200 attack power, rendering any defense before me utterly insignificant. Du Shishan raised his sword and declared, "Excellent, Lu Chun. Li Changfeng and the others have already dispatched several of their key players. Let us all join forces and dismantle that wretched thunder cart." Under the protection of the players from the Eternal Life Palace, a menacing black thunder cart had already moved to the foot of the city. This was the true siege weapon. Should it approach the city walls and gates, it was likely that Darkmoon City would fall immediately. In the next moment, Su Yang, Li Changfeng, Luin Yu, and a multitude of warriors launched a combined assault. Waves of sword energy sliced through the air, obliterating the thunder cart's guardians. The mages on the walls unleashed fireballs, while archers rained down spiral arrows, a chaotic flurry of offensive spells. In no time, the thunder cart exploded with a thunderous roar, leaving behind nothing but ruins. A despondent assassin from the Eternal Life Palace sank to his knees, gazing at the wreckage of the thunder cart in despair. It's over. The boss spent hundreds of thousands on that thunder cart, and now it's gone. He'll surely swallow us whole. Yet the members of the Ancient Sword were in high spirits, retreating to the city's edge to regroup, ready to face the oncoming tide of the Eternal Life Palace's main force, numbering at least 100,000, encircling the city. We were equally undeterred. The ground soldiers' relentless assault, combined with the archers' and mages' attacks from above, left the players of the Eternal Life Palace on the brink of despair. Chapter 610. The rogue cavalry with a thunderous roar, the ground cracked open, and a blue dragon shadow emerged. directly engulfing a powerful warrior from the Eternal Life Palace standing before Du Shursan. The warrior, caught off guard, stood frozen as a colossal damage number of 15. 092 appeared above him. Dragon Pulse Technique. This was the signature move of the strategist Liu Bai from the Ancient Sword, whose attack power had surged significantly after acquiring the Blazing Fan. The damage dealt by a single Dragon Pulse technique surpassed that of most mages. When the warrior realized it was a strategist who had reduced his health so drastically, despair enveloped him. How dare a mere strategist act so arrogantly? The warrior, enraged, lunged forward, only to be instantly slain by a barrier thrust forth by Du Shursan. Above, a throng of flamboyant female players erupted in excited cheers. Wow! The guild leader is so handsome. Du Shursan beamed with delight. I remained silent, reflecting on the immutable nature of one's character. It seemed this lad was indeed on the verge of transforming the blood mercenaries into his own band of beauties. One could only wonder if Bag Mama had succumbed to this peculiar taste. Li Chengfeng approached with a solemn expression, gazing into the distance. A spell that shatters the starry sky has left us in such disarray. Alas, it seems that aside from Bai Ming Shui, our ancient sword's long-range capabilities lack substantial deterrence. I nodded in agreement. Indeed, Zhu Long possesses the dance of the divine. Shui Yinshan boasts the presence of the shadowed Chanel. And Zibaihe is graced by the Luo god of the capital. Even the Chongqing Palace wields the spell that breaks the starry sky. Yet, our mage, Moonstone, still requires significant refinement. However, we cannot rush. The finest mages are rare gems, and we must take one step at a time. Li Chengfeng smirked slightly. The Chongqing Palace still retains its main force, the Holy Domain Roses, who are fiercely attacking the western city wall. We have held them off for quite some time, but both sides have suffered severe losses. The next phase will undoubtedly be a desperate struggle, if they do not fight with all their might. Once the 10-hour siege limit is reached, victory shall be ours. Indeed, we must fiercely defend the remaining 4 hours. Beneath the city, thousands of ancient Sword Soul Dream warriors stood resolute, while above, a multitude of ranged players provided fervent support. In the distance, after nearly 20 minutes of regrouping, the main alliance and several sub-alliances of the Chongqing Palace and Holy Domain Roses reformed their attack formation, still formidable. More than 200,000 players awaited outside the western city wall, poised to deliver a decisive blow. In stark contrast, the situation for ancient Sword Soul Dream was dire. We had only the main alliance, blood mercenaries, and 8 sub-alliances, suffering over 50 losses after hours of fierce combat. Merely 30,000 could still defend the city. Near the western city wall, there were 8,000 warriors below and 5,000 ranged players above, our maximum strength, yet it paled in comparison to the enemy's 200,000 strong army. Even with the protection of the walls, we faced an absolute disadvantage. They are coming again, Guguzi spat, gripping his rainbow spear. As expected, they will not relent. There are so many this time, charging at us in mass. Boss, shall we hold our ground, or what should we do? I pondered for a moment. Holding our ground is likely futile now. Their siege weapon, the breaker, has already been eliminated, and our forces have taken down all their thunder cars and catapults. What remains are merely ladders and siege towers, which pose no significant threat. Here is the plan. I will lead 6,000 infantry and cavalry to defend the city. Xiao Gui, you and Tian Tangyu and Yu Yun will command 1,000 Qinghu Iron Cavalry to strike from the flank, engaging in guerrilla tactics against the enemy's periphery to support Dark Moon City. Avoid prolonged battles. Strike at the mages and archers, then retreat swiftly. Utilize the high mobility of the Qinghu Iron Cavalry to disrupt the Holy Domain Roses and Chongqing Palace. Guguzi smiled in delight. Okay, boss is brilliant. Tian Tangyu, wielding a broadsword, beamed with sunshine. Why do I feel that Brother Lu Chen is so clever and composed, far more manly than Xiao Gui? Guguzi sighed in exasperation. Hey, I can be quite manly too. You simply haven't seen me in action. The Yu Yun 18 riders chuckled. Indeed, that day we fought for Shui Lu, and the little ghost was knocked out for a full hour by a brick. Thankfully, Lu Chen's resilience held strong. Otherwise, the little ghost would have been sold off to a brothel long ago. Guzi grinned. Dare to mention this again, and I shall take it up with you. Qinghu Iron Riders, heed my command. Let us carve a path through the bloodshed and frolic freely in the periphery. With that, Gui Guzi raised his rainbow spear, urging his steed, leading a battalion of Qinghu iron riders as they charged forth, targeting the most vulnerable defensive point of the sacred domain rose on the right flank, where merely about 2,000 defenders stood. Under the assault of renowned generals such as Gui Guzi and Tianfang Yu, a bloody path was swiftly forged, and the Qinghu iron riders galloped forth, vanishing from sight in an instant. With a clang, I drew the Qingming sword, pointing it forward with a smile. Brothers, our moment of glory has arrived. Gather your courage to uphold the honor and dignity of the ancient sword soul dream. Since the Chongqing Palace and sacred domain rose covet our homeland, let us bury them beneath our swords and blood within our city walls. The crowd unsheathed their blades, a chorus of furious roars filling the air, bracing themselves for battle. Ahead, the rose-thorn and bloodthirsty war monarch, two formidable leaders, marched side by side with grim expressions. With a swift motion of the rose-thorn sword, a cacophony of battle cries erupted, and a throng of sacred domain rose players surged through our lines, braving a storm of arrows and magical onslaught, their momentum unyielding. Kill! I brandished my sword, charging forward to intercept the enemy's ranks approximately 30 yards from the city. Leading the charge, I unleashed the thousand-eye slash, freezing a group of warriors in their tracks, then followed with a series of flame blade strikes, unleashing 3 arcs of fiery sword energy that decimated a swath of foes. Raising my arm, I deftly defended against a barrage of arrows, then thrust my sword, delivering a sudden Qiankuan strike that felled a warrior attempting to breach my defenses. With a sweeping cut, the Qingming sword glimmered with an icy sheen, the azure dragon spirit swirling around its blade, cleaving through the enemy ranks with ease, rendering their ground troops unable to withstand my might. After all, the sacred domain rose's purple thunder iron cavalry and the Chongqing Palace's phantom cavalry were their elite legions, but we had already vanquished them. Although their numbers were vast, their prowess had waned, thus slightly diminishing our combat intensity. Yet, the sheer number of their players, coupled with a deluge of arrows and celestial storms, made the fight quite arduous. Feeding on the chaos of battle, I spun, wielding my sword with wild abandon, simultaneously slashing through foes while replenishing my vitality. The life transfer effect of Frenzied Blood 10 proved remarkably effective. With my attack power and splash damage, my damage per second, DPS, in the fray exceeded 20,000, translating to a remarkable restoration of 2,000 health points per second thanks to the Qingming sword's frenzied effect, a truly bountiful and joyous boon. On the other side, Li Chengfeng spun, his blade whirling into a tempest as he plunged into the enemy throng, mercilessly dispatching countless foes. The dazzling yet practical effect of his whirlwind slash was evident as he entered the fray. A sharp turn of his sword delivered a stunning reverse-scale strike that left the opposition trembling with fear. Additionally, the likes of Luan Yu Su Yang, and Do Jiangyang unleashed their full potential, summoning a dazzling array of group attack skills such as Shattered Stone Slash, Mountain Shattering Slash, and the roar of the Xieji, each explosion sending forth waves of energy amidst the throng. Each individual appeared as a hero, striking fear into the hearts of their foes, while simultaneously instilling boundless confidence in our players from the ancient sword soul dream. As we valiantly fought amidst the enemy ranks, it became clear that hope still lingered, and the honor of ancient sword soul dream was being fiercely safeguarded with our blood and sweat. The cacophony of magic and arrows intensified, with the opposing players stacked in layers, disregarding our long-range bombardment from atop the city. Arrows and spells rained down upon our warriors below, and the situation worsened as Rose Thorn commanded the archers to direct their fire towards the city, making it increasingly difficult for North Cold Snow and Moonlight Stone to maintain their footing. Our numbers were too few, our firepower limited, and even the priests were scarce. The resulting exchange proved to be devastating. In the distance, the thunderous sounds of battle echoed, revealing Gui Guzi and Tian Tangyu activating their legendary cavalry skills, leading a contingent of Qinghu iron cavalry to decimate the players at the enemy's rear. Under the iron hooves of the Qinghu, the mages and archers appeared exceedingly feeble. Confronted by these cavalry, they found themselves unable to retaliate or defend, ultimately succumbing to their fate, reduced to mere pulp. In mere moments, over 1,000 elite Qinghu iron cavalry swept through the crowd like a whirlwind, their barrier break skill flashing repeatedly. annihilating a 3,000-strong remote attack team from the Changxing Hall without leaving a single survivor. The bloodthirsty warlord, witnessing this, erupted in fury, raising his sword and bellowing, "Bring forth the troops. Pursue the Qinghu Iron Cavalry. They are too arrogant, these bastards." A sub-leader from Changxing Hall immediately spurred his horse, sword raised, commanding 5,000 troops to charge forth, while Gue Guzi cleverly signaled for the Qinghu Iron Cavalry to retreat, luring the enemy to the forest's edge. With a swift counterattack, they faced overwhelming odds yet maintained their formidable spirit, disregarding the enemy formation entirely. The elite 1,000-strong Qinghu Iron Cavalry shattered the opposing 5,000 troops into disarray, leaving no trace after 4 to 5 successive charges. Clearly, in open fields. As long as the enemy numbers were not overwhelmingly superior, encountering the Qinghu Iron Cavalry was tantamount to death. Especially with the cavalry led by a god of war and a general, each providing a significant 150 and 100 attack and defense bonuses, respectively, an effect that was nothing short of terrifying. Players of equal caliber could not breach their defenses. The muscles on the bloodthirsty warlord's face twitched violently as he seethed. Damn it, this band of rogue cavalry from ancient Sword Soul Dream is utterly despicable. Bring forth the 14th and 19th alliances, with 34,000 troops from 6 alliances. I refuse to believe we cannot overwhelm these mere 1,000 cavalry. Chapter 611. This person is not human. Rose Thorn cast a sharp glance, murmuring softly, "Warlord, have you lost your mind? Sending 6 alliances to pursue this mere 1,000 is rather an overestimation of the Qinghu Iron Cavalry." The bloodthirsty warlord paused, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, raising an eyebrow as he replied, "What, Rose Thorn, do you have an objection?" The Rose Thorn chuckled lightly, her delicate figure trembling as she said, "We already possess limited forces on the front lines. As we are besieging the city, our strength must be at least 24 times that of the defending troops to successfully capture it. Are you truly contemplating dispatching over 30,000 men to hunt down just over 1,000? Is that not sheer folly? How many of your men can be slain by those mere 1,000 Azure Tiger Cavalry? Command a retreat of our formation. Otherwise, splitting our forces to pursue them will only play into the hands of Giguzi. Humph. That scoundrel Lu Chun has swiftly infiltrated the top 10 of the CGL Hall of Fame, proving that alongside his martial prowess, he possesses a keen intellect." The bloodthirsty war emperor pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. "The Rose Maiden speaks wisely. Yes, we should indeed consolidate our formation and allow their Azure Tiger Cavalry to observe. Should they dare to approach, we shall annihilate them with ranged attacks." "Indeed, that's the spirit," Rose Thorn replied with a light laugh. On the battlefield, the sands stained crimson, layers of corpses piled beneath the city walls. After nearly an hour of fierce combat, the ancient Sword Soul Dream had dwindled to merely 5,000 warriors. The ranged attackers atop the city walls had also suffered significant losses. Below, I, along with Li Chengfeng, Luan Yue, and Su Yang, stood resolute at the core of the front line, akin to venomous thorns, steadfastly gripping the enemy's throat and preventing them from unleashing their full might. Boom, boom, boom. The malevolent spirits of Baiming Shui erupted in brilliance amidst the enemy ranks, complemented by spiraling arrow blades, decimating foes in an instant. I strategically withdrew slightly, entering the protective radius of the city's arrow towers. MD, attempting to flee? Not a chance. Several warriors from the Hall of Eternal Life charged forward, while I laughed heartily and continued my retreat, suddenly raising my arm. Defend. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous sounds erupted as several enemy warriors and knights crashed into me. Before they could launch their attacks, a massive arrow descended from the sky. Thud. The eyes of a level 132 elite warrior widened as he beheld a gigantic arrow piercing through his chest. This colossal projectile had been launched from the city's arrow tower, engineered to resemble a long spear, delivering tremendous impact. This became our final line of defense. Once the allied forces of the Hall of Eternal Life and the Sacred Rose breached our last player barrier, we could only rely on the numerous arrow towers behind us for protection. With a sharp sound, the arrowhead embedded itself into the ground, pinning the warrior's lifeless body in place. Subsequently, an entire line of arrows rained down upon the invading forces outside the city. The resounding thuds of arrows piercing flesh became particularly melodious. Nearly half of the fearsome warriors from the Hall of Eternal Life were struck down by the arrow towers in that moment, with at least 1,000 falling at the city's base. Li Changfeng observed and laughed heartily. What a thrill! I nodded in agreement and whispered, brothers, our numbers are woefully insufficient. Let us strategically withdraw to form a defensive line 15 yards from the city walls. With fervor, Wang Yue inquired, why 15 yards? The ever-witty Wang Yue chuckled, fool, Lu Chen must have his reasons for such a choice. Our arrow towers possess limited height and a range of only 70 yards. Due to the obstruction of the city walls, the area 15 yards from the base is a blind spot in our range. The effective range truly spans from 15 to 70 yards. Otherwise, why do you think Lu Chen opted for a defensive line at 15 yards? I could not help but chuckle. Indeed, Wang Yue is remarkably astute. Consequently, a group of individuals swiftly retreated into the shooting range of the arrow tower, and the knights of the allied faction raised their shields, assuming a stance of sacred defense to meet the relentless assault from the Chongqing Palace and the sacred domain roses. The bloodthirsty war emperor, with a fierce swing of his sword, bellowed, charge forth, fear not death. Victory is within our grasp. Annihilate the last remnants of the ancient Sword Soul Dream players, and we shall seize this unparalleled level 6 undead castle across the entire server. With a resolute expression, Rose Thorn, her eyes radiating intelligence, declared, let us charge with all our might, breach their warrior line, and upon reaching the ground beneath the city, we shall gain the advantage of the arrow tower's blind spot. If we erect a siege ladder, victory will be within reach. Rose Thorn's proclamation filled us with trepidation, for the opposing side possessed a remarkably clever commander, much like October Rain, who was indeed most irksome. We preferred the simpler-minded adversaries, like Longxing Tiantian and Li Lu, as they were far more exhilarating to defeat. Hold the line, Li Changfeng shouted, and naturally, everyone raised their blades in unison. In the next moment, melee players from both factions clashed once more, with skills illuminating the battlefield, creating a cacophony of battle cries. At that juncture, Geguzi launched a renewed attack, taking advantage of the disarray within the enemy ranks. The Qinghu Iron Cavalry sliced through the tail of the enemy formation like a razor-sharp sword, leaving 4,000 players from the sacred domain roses swiftly ensnared in a dire predicament. However, Rose Thorn, embodying bravery, promptly chose to abandon those 4,000, resolutely commanding the remaining forces to initiate an offensive, determined to seize the eastern gate of the Dark Moon City at the earliest opportunity. This battle was fought with fervor, and the guild player scores surged dramatically. Since the server's inception, never had there been such intense and gruesome skirmishes, with over 600,000 participants engaged in a fierce contest among several prominent guilds, devoid of any idle factions. Before long, more than an hour had passed, and merely an hour and a half remained for the siege. However, on the battlefield below, the ancient Sword Soul Dream players had dwindled to a mere 700, nearly all others having perished save for the elite teams led by a few renowned generals. In stark contrast, the Sacred Domain Roses and the Chongqing Palace, having suffered losses of nearly 70,000 to 80,000 players, advanced upon the city, launching a desperate assault against us. With a swift strike, Li Changfeng felled a ghostly cavalryman, exclaiming, Lu Qing, my brothers truly cannot withstand much longer. If we continue this fight, we shall all perish. I nodded in agreement. Indeed, the battle atop the walls still requires warriors. Let us all use our guild's return scroll to retreat. Grasping the return scroll, the guidance time required for the guild's return was exceedingly brief, allowing the players at the rear to successfully retreat. Li Changfeng, Wang Yue, and I, along with other renowned generals, held the rear and gradually made our way to the city gate. I bellowed, Yu Guangxi, open the city gate. Understood, replied Yu Guangxi, who controlled the gate mechanism. The gate swung open, and we entered in a steady stream, followed closely by hundreds of players from the Chongqing Palace. Charge in, follow me. A throng of faces illuminated with excitement surged forward. Yu Guangxi pouted, are they seeking death? Boom. The city gate suddenly fell, and the colossal iron door crushed several players from the Eternal Life Hall into fragments. As we turned, we noticed dozens of players from the Eternal Life Hall entering, bewildered by their surroundings. They looked back at the firmly shut gate and then forward at a horde of players from the ancient Sword Soul Dream, who were licking their lips like cats that had spotted a plump fish. Attack! I raised my sword, and without needing to lift a finger. This group was swiftly torn apart. Even now, the ancient sword was still at a disadvantage. Each of us had pent-up frustration that needed to be released. To the walls. Continue the fight. At my command, a throng of players scrambled up the stone steps. Indeed, many siege ladders had been set up along the edges of the walls. While below, a dense army from the city of God hidden was climbing upward. On the walls, Bai Mingxue and her archers unleashed a rapid volley. There was no need for precise aim now. Even random shots were finding their mark amidst the sea of heads below. I hastily cast several ice spiral domains to give them a taste of the thrill before hurling my long sword, which transformed into a spiraling tempest, cutting through the crowd and instantly slaying dozens. The blade returned to my hand with a satisfying grip. Hold the walls. I effortlessly dispatched a warrior from the eternal life hall, scaling the ladder, laughing heartily. Warriors, defend the ladders. Do not let anyone through. Mages, archers, strategists, brothers. The moment to earn guild points has arrived. Kill to your heart's content. Laughter erupted among us as we faced an enemy 10 times our number, yet we remained lighthearted. At that moment, accompanied by a mechanical whir, a massive siege tower was pushed into view by a group of knights. Standing atop the tower was a throng of players from the Holy Domain rose, perfectly level with the city walls. Once the tower drew near, they would not hesitate to leap onto the walls, at least 200 of them, posing a significant threat to our defenses. Damn, this is formidable. I spat with determination. Bai Mingxue looked at me, bewildered. Brother, what should we do? Clear the way. I barked, swiftly retreating a few steps while brandishing my blade. What a ridiculous siege tower. I shall show them the power of defiance. With that, I pressed forward with explosive force, my battle boots sending stones flying. With a final powerful leap at the edge of the wall, I launched myself like a blood-red arrow, gracefully arcing through the air and landing squarely atop the siege tower. Around me, the players from the Holy Domain rose were astonished. What is happening? Nothing much, just delivering dinner. I chuckled, unleashing a fierce thousand ice slash amidst the crowd. The sword's energy erupted, instantly annihilating a throng of foes. I then rapidly retreated a few steps into the fray, stomping down with a single foot, creating a thunderous series of impacts that once again felled a multitude of enemies. The tower, already limited in size, had very few defenders left after my 2 devastating maneuvers. Wielding my Qingming sword, I began to slash through them with ease. The tower trembled with the sounds of chaos, punctuated by the cries of the fallen. Upon the city wall, Li Chengfeng, Luan Yu, Su Yang, Du Shisan, and others stood with their mouths agape, resembling the shape of an O. After a prolonged silence, Luan Yu sighed with a hint of lamentation. Is this truly possible? Lu Chun is indeed no ordinary man. Chapter 612, Betrayal. The power of the dragon soul, residing upon the Qinghun sword, surged forth with resplendence, suddenly erupting and wreaking havoc upon the upper tier of the siege tower. The dragon scales sliced through the bodies of players, and the echoes of roaring reverberated endlessly. The remaining dozen or so individuals stood in stunned silence, utterly at a loss. With a loud thud, the Jingtao battle boots struck the wooden planks of the siege tower with force, propelling the wearer like an arrow loosed from its bow. Soaring from the tower's pinnacle to the city wall, the boots skidded across the ground, while Bai Mingxue, wielding the fierce shadow bow, collided against me, halting my momentum. I glanced back to see the destruction wrought by the Qingming dragon soul. The entire siege tower had collapsed into ruins, burying many beneath its debris. The equipment dropped by fallen players on the tower lay scattered amidst the wreckage, inciting a frenzied scramble among the players of the Chongqing Temple. The battle atop the city wall was fiercely contested. Faced with enemies numbering in the dozens, the players of ancient Sword Soul Dream found themselves straining under the pressure, many on the verge of despair. However, upon my forceful destruction of an enemy siege tower, a wave of relief washed over us, greatly boosting morale and rekindling courage among many to continue their assault with renewed fervor. Brandishing the Qingming sword, I secured a position on a cloud ladder. Unleashing a flurry of strikes, a magic knight, having just ascended, hurriedly raised his shield to defend, but I executed a swift Qingquan strike, resulting in an instant kill. As the magic knight fell, his body plummeting, he dropped a trove of potions and a piece of armor. Boom, boom, boom. Bai Mingxue and the archers unleashed spiraling arrow blades into the throng below, inflicting great suffering upon the players stationed at the base of the city. The mages atop the wall conjured a stellar storm, equally devastating, while I cast the ice rotation domain into the crowd, sending icy spikes piercing through the air, instilling fear among players within a 20-yard radius. The players of Changsheng Temple were on the brink of madness, unable to breach our defenses, while layers upon layers of corpses accumulated at the base of the city. Though the numbers of ancient sword soldiering players were dwindling, the losses incurred by Changsheng Temple and the Sacred Rose players were at least tenfold compared to ours. To make matters worse, only 55 minutes remained. Should the enemy fail to breach the city and capture the territory hall within this time, the siege activity would be forcibly cancelled, and the system would declare Ancient Sword Soul Dream's defense of a new city a success, potentially rewarding us with remarkable accolades. The bloodthirsty war emperor, brandishing a long sword, charged back and forth, his face ashen, bellowing, "Intensify the siege. Do not falter. The first to breach the gates shall receive a bounty of 100,000 RMB, and I shall not renege on my word." With a thunderous roar, the bloodthirsty war emperor incited the players of the Eternal Life Palace, who seemed to be infused with a surge of adrenaline, shouting fervently as they charged against the city walls. Many had already reached the front of the city gates, where a group of warriors wielded their blades in a futile attempt to breach the gate. Unfortunately, the gate was fortified as a city defense structure, rendering their ordinary attacks ineffectual. Striking with mere swords would take an eternity. The Dark Moon City was a level 6 undead fortress, its defenses formidable and not to be underestimated. Standing at the edge of the battlements, I brandished the Qing Ming sword, delivering slashes with precision. The tattered blood-red cloak of the soul-soothing mantle billowed dramatically in the wind, becoming a banner of the ancient sword spirit. The Qing Ming sword unleashed the dragon soul's ferocity and the silver dragon storm's assault, causing my guild points to soar and instilling fear among the players of Eternal Life Palace and the Sacred Domain Roses. Within the area I controlled, enemy players dwindled in number, compelling me to shift my front line and offer reinforcements throughout our ranks. Below, the leader of the Sacred Domain Roses, the Demon Knight Rose Thorn, stood transfixed, observing the battle above, and sighed, "Alas, how fortunate it is to have a general like Lu Chen aiding us. Possessing Lu Chen alone equates to holding half the world." Such words rang true. The bloodthirsty war emperor, filled with ire, retorted, "Rose, why do you linger lamenting such trivialities? Quickly devise a strategy to breach the city. If this continues, my token will be wasted, an item I procured at the cost of millions. Furthermore, my brothers have journeyed from the hidden city, and I allocated 500 each for this operation. With 180,000 members in Eternal Life Palace, that amounts to a staggering 90 million. If we fail to capture Dark Moon City, will all that investment go to waste? I would be ruined." Rose Thorn smiled faintly. "It is your own impatience that leads to this predicament. Can you blame me? Moreover, given your temperament, why not streamline your ranks and discard the less capable factions to save a significant sum? You have done so before, so why pretend ignorance before me?" Grinding his teeth, the bloodthirsty war emperor shot back, "Rose Thorn, we are allies, yet you offer no solutions and instead mock me. What is this?" With a slight smirk, Rose Thorn replied, "Fear not, the tides will turn in due course. This Dark Moon City is yours to possess. If it is not yours, you shall never hold it, will you?" "Humph." The bloodthirsty war emperor snapped his wrist, exclaiming in fury, "You speak so confidently. I truly wonder what goes through your mind. And where is the elite troop of the pinnacle of the world? The greedy wolf cavalry should be present in such a grand display. Yet they are nowhere to be seen. How absurd." Rose Thorn shrugged and chuckled. "As for the greedy wolf cavalry, I cannot say. However, I have heard they are engaged at the East Gate. Damn it." The bloodthirsty war emperor spat in frustration, at a loss for further insults. It became evident that this alliance, forged out of self-interest, was inherently fragile. As the countdown dwindled to 30 minutes, laughter erupted amidst the chaos surrounding the Changsheng Hall. Li Chengfeng leaned against the parapet, chuckling heartily. "Archers, take aim and fire. We must not allow their siege engines to approach the city gates. Warriors, defend your positions resolutely and do not let the enemy encroach upon our territory." A group of players from Ancient Sword Soul Dream beamed with joy, having reached this stage. The tide of battle had begun to turn in their favor. With the protection of thousands of players, Dark Moon City stood resilient after more than 9 hours of fierce contention, remaining firmly within the domain of Ancient Sword Soul Dream. I glanced around the city, noting that the number of players from Ancient Sword Soul Dream had dwindled significantly, with the combined forces of the main and allied guilds totaling only 27,000. Holding Dark Moon City for another half an hour should suffice. Where have those fools from the Asking for the World Guild gone? Li Chengfeng suddenly hesitated. Su Yang suggested. Perhaps they are pursuing Giguzi and Tianyu? Li Chengfeng pointed into the distance. Look, Xiao Gui, Xiao Yu, and Yuyan are still engaging the outer players of the Chongqing Hall, facing minimal resistance. What about the Asking for the World Guild? Su Yang asked, confused. Just then, the guild channel erupted with exclamations of anger. Damn it. How did the Asking for the World players get into the city? Who opened the gates and let them in? Turning to observe the city, I saw a surge of players with crimson names storming in. The very players of Asking for the World. Leading the charge was none other than Easy Bingjian, the level 136 demon knight and guild leader, flanked by a cadre of riders on fiery red wolves, brandishing their weapons and attacking anyone in sight, causing chaos among NPCs and support players alike. What on earth is happening? Li Chengfeng exclaimed in disbelief, murmuring. How could the gates be opened without the siege engines assaulting them? In the guild, a member known as Wuguan Fengyue cried out in distress. This is bad. The leader of the 8th Division, 0 Degree Ice, has betrayed us. All the players under him have turned against us. Before our very eyes, nearly 5,000 players from the 8th Division saw their names shift from friendly orange to neutral white, and then to blood red. The emblems on their shoulders transformed from those of Ancient Sword Soul Dream to those of Sacred Domain Rose, marking them as our sworn enemies. On the city wall, the name of Lu Bu Yi also turned blood red. Holding a blazing fan, he stood there in shock. After a few moments, his expression twisted with rage as he shouted. What is happening? How did I become an enemy guild member? On the periphery, the player known as Luan Yu brandished her blade. Glaring at Lu Bu Yi with indignation, Lu Bu Yi, explain this to us. How could this happen? Why has your guild leader led our division to betrayal? How can you justify this to us, to Lu Qin's trust in you? Speak up. Lu Bu Yi gritted his teeth, tears welling in his eyes, and abruptly withdrew from the burning Qin and boiling Crane Guild. He raised his voice, proclaiming, Heaven and earth bear witness. I, Lu Bu Yi, am certainly not a traitor. I nodded in agreement, asserting, Lu Bu Yi is our brother. Never doubt a brother. Come, let us venture into the city to assess the situation. By the heavens, are those wolf cavalry within the city the notorious greedy wolves that have garnered fame through their ruthlessness? Brothers, let us confront these greedy wolves. With that, I brandished my sword, leaped down from the city wall, and strode purposefully towards the gathering of those vying for supremacy, their sole aim being to seize the town hall. Side by side, we wielded our blades, cutting a path to the town hall, only to find Du Shursen brandishing his sword, Xue Lu with her bow, accompanied by nearly 100 crimson mercenaries standing guard, even the linen sack wielding a staff. Stand aside, said Yi Bingqian coldly. The linen sack raised his staff and retorted angrily. The ones who should leave are you fools. This is the territory of Ancient Sword Soul Dream, a fortress we crimson mercenaries defend with our lives. As long as we are here, no one shall lay a hand on the town hall. A smirk crept across Yi Bingqian's face as he raised his battle blade, chuckling sinisterly. Greedy wolves, let us end this swiftly. Grant them a quick demise. In a frenzy, the greedy wolves charged forth, their malevolent laughter echoing. Du Shursen wielded his long sword, slashing left and right, but alas, the opponent's attributes exceeded his own. With 2 successive breaches of his defenses, damage numbers soared from Du Shursen's forehead, 14,502, 13,920. With astonishment in his eyes, Du Shursen slowly collapsed to the ground, having failed to withstand even a single round against so many high-level greedy wolves. Facing such an overwhelming force was beyond his capability. Xue Lu, panic-stricken, retreated while hastily unleashing spiral arrow blades to fend off the enemies. Unfortunately, her attacks were negligible against the heavily armored greedy wolves. The linen sack, while healing Xue Lu, lamented, by the heavens, 13's defense is pitifully low. He was eliminated in 1 round, and I can't keep up. Yi Bingqian, wielding his blade, laughed heartily as he approached the lifeless body of Du Shursen, scoffing. What nonsense about crimson mercenaries and guarding the Ancient Sword Soul Dream. It's all drivel. How could such a scum be a leader? No wonder the crimson mercenaries have sunk to being mere vassals of the Ancient Sword Soul Dream. Kill them all. Slay every last one of these crimson mercenaries. The pack of greedy wolves surged forward, their expressions filled with exhilaration. At that moment, a sudden shadow darted past, stunning a frontline greedy wolf, followed swiftly by the shimmering brilliance of Qian Bing's blade, freezing a cluster of greedy wolves. I had arrived. The Qingming sword radiating a chilling glow, swiftly decapitating one of the greedy wolves and kicking the severed head away. I brandished my sword, bellowing, by the heavens. I too am the leader of the Crimson Mercenaries. Yi Bing Qian, do you dare challenge me in single combat? A figure, known as Yitzi Bianjin, stood before me with a pallid expression, his gaze fixed intently upon me. It was evident that he recognized the futility of challenging me directly. His chances of victory were unequivocally non-existent. Yet, amidst the presence of his subordinates, he could not afford to back down without losing face. After all, in the realm of Shenin City, Yitzi Bianjin's prowess in player-versus-player combat was indeed formidable, albeit not unparalleled. Brandishing a sharp weapon, Yitzi Bianjin glared at me and declared with fervor, "The time for the greedy wolf riders to claim dominion over the world is fleeting. Advance into the town hall." In this moment, no one should act rashly. The true path lies in swiftly entering the town hall. Charge forth and vanquish those who falter. To my surprise, he sought to use the siege battle as a means to evade my challenge. Despite his imposing stature, Yitzi Bianjin exhibited a certain cunning. A throng of greedy wolf riders surged forward, and with a swift motion, I raised my hand. The ghost shadow ring radiated with brilliance, and amidst the cacophony of wails and cries, a spectral image emerged from my form, manifesting behind me. In an instant, it unleashed a devastating attack known as the Thousand-Eye Slash, boasting an attack power of 75, which, enhanced by the war goddess' strategic skill, became a formidable force. Utilizing the cover of my doppelganger, I lunged forward with remarkable speed, executing the fiery blade slash. 3 blazing sword strikes cleaved through the crowd, sending a wave of greedy wolf riders reeling, with a significant number already fallen. Even the elite among them could not withstand the full brunt of my 3 successive assaults. My doppelganger swiftly advanced from the side, executing the Chinkoan break to eliminate an archer, then swiftly following up with another fiery blade slash, decimating a throng of foes. Under my adept dual control, it retreated rapidly, denying the greedy wolf riders any opportunity for a frontal assault. It appeared as though 2 masterful combatants were stationed here, thwarting the advance of 5,000 greedy wolf riders. Is this truly happening? Yitzi Bianjin seethed with rage, brandishing his weapon as he urged his mount forward, bellowing, "Brothers, charge with me." The fiery blade slash and Chinkoan break are on cooldown. Seize this opportunity to eliminate him. And you, 0° Ice Point. Why are you merely standing there? Attack. In that instant, 0° Ice Point emerged from the throng, his expression grim as he raised his long sword and proclaimed, "Fengqin Jua. The ancient sword has shown us no mercy. Today, I have resolved to rebel. Everyone, join me in taking down the fiery blade slash, so we may join the sacred rose and ascend to greatness, becoming their 4th ally. Let the world know that we, Fengqin Jua, are not mere footnotes. We aspire to be sovereigns, not vassals." Subsequently, a multitude of archers began to draw their bows, many of whom were former players of Fengqin Jua, loyal to 0° Ice Point. In the next moment, a barrage of tremor arrows and spiraling arrow blades descended upon us. As I raised my arm, the arrows struck against my armor, causing a sensation that was not painful but rather an irritant. Seizing the moment, Yitzi Bianjin advanced with a hearty laugh, commanding, "Greedy wolf riders, charge forth and eliminate that one from the fiery blade slash." Flames of crimson surged as the fierce cavalry charged forth, and my avatar succumbed to a state of dormancy, rendered uncontrollable and dazed. The synchronized cavalry advanced, brandishing their long swords, the blades igniting with fiery tips, delivering a formidable blow that shattered defenses, swiftly followed by a flurry of 3 consecutive thrusts. The avatar trembled violently under the onslaught, health plummeting rapidly. 17,892, 7,891, 8,023, 8,120. Coupled with the attacks from other cavalry members, my avatar collapsed to the ground, lifeless. With a grim expression, I retreated to the entrance of the town hall. Braving the rain of arrows, I had to hold this position. Now was not the time for reckless assaults. At that moment, Li Chengfeng, Bai Mingshui, Su Yang, and others, filled with fervor, surged into the ranks of the enemy cavalry. However, the sheer numbers of the Crimson Wolf cavalry were overwhelming. 0 degrees, as the leader of the alliance, seized control of the city gates, opening the eastern gate to allow 5,000 Crimson Wolf riders to flood into the town, descending upon our support players from the ancient sword soul dream as wolves among sheep. Clang, clang, clang. The swords clashed against the armored foes, sending sparks flying. Before long, Li Chengfeng, Luan Yu, and others were forced back to the entrance of the town hall, where they held their ground. We could do little more than persist in this moment. 0 degrees approached, his expression dark, raising his sword and commanding, "Brothers of the burning zither and cooking crane, advance. Shower these foes with arrows and magical storms." At that instant, a cloth-clad player dashed forth, positioning himself directly in front of our group. Dressed in flowing garments and wielding a blazing fan, it was Lu Bai. "Halt," he declared, raising his fan with a pained expression as he addressed 0 degrees. "Boss, why? Why have you betrayed the alliance?" 0 degrees furrowed his brow. "Bai, you are one of us in the burning zither and cooking crane. Step over here immediately. You are my brother, now and forever, and you will always be our chief strategist and vice leader. Do not choose the wrong side. The ancient sword soul dream has never regarded us as brothers." Lu Bai retorted with a low voice. Silence. 0 degrees was taken aback. Lu Bai continued calmly. "Boss, I believed you to be a man of great righteousness, someone who would stand by me, Lu Bai, even at the cost of his own life. Today, you have disappointed me gravely. You may speak your mind and favor your brothers, but you must not lose sight of right and wrong. From the day I joined the ancient sword soul dream, I have regarded everyone here as brothers. I, Lu Bai, will never betray my comrades. Therefore, I withdraw from the burning zither and cooking crane. After this battle, we are no longer brothers. You fail to comprehend the essence of loyalty and respect. Fool." 0 degrees roared in fury, pointing at Lu Bai. "You treacherous wretch. They offered you a mere favor, and you have become a dog for the ancient sword soul dream. Have you forgotten who took you in and who provided you with the strategist's gear?" Lu Bai smiled faintly. "Have you ever respected me as a brother?" The moment those words left his lips, 0 degrees was left speechless. At that moment, a voice thundered in unison. "Damn it, 0 degree ice point, you fool. What are you waiting for? Eliminate this roadblock and prepare to strike the town hall. We have only 20 minutes left. Our time is running dangerously short." 0 degree ice point's expression turned cold. "Lu Bui, you are seeking your own demise." With that, he brandished his sword and lunged forward, delivering a devastating blow. The crimson blade pierced through Lu Bui's chest, spilling forth a cascade of bright red blood. 920 damage. Lu Bui had not defended himself. Nor did he resist. His closed eyes suddenly opened wide as he calmly uttered, "Boss, after this strike, I owe you nothing. I hope you never regret betraying Ancient Sword. Go to hell." The edge of 0 degree ice point's sword erupted in a blaze of fire, inflicting over 10,000 additional damage points. Lu Bui fell to the ground, despondent. Ultimately, he could not bring himself to strike 0 degree ice point, for with Lu Bui's individual PK prowess, he might not have lost, especially under the enhancement of the Purple Dragon strategy, which bolstered his attack power and health. Moreover, Lu Bui's PK skills were commendable. With Lu Bui's demise, a wave of dismay washed over the players of the Burning Chains and Boiled Cranes Guild. "Leader, how could you kill the vice leader?" Many individuals promptly withdrew from the guild, some original members of Burning Chains and Boiled Cranes, others who had joined later. A chorus of angry shouts erupted. "To think you would kill even the vice leader. It seems you're merely in this for your trivial authority. You've abandoned Ancient Sword to become a lackey of the sacred domain Roses. Disgusting. I'm out. How infuriating. I joined for Ancient Sword, not to be part of this trashy Burning Chains and Boiled Cranes guild led by this heartless fool." Just then, the western gate trembled violently and shattered, revealing a dark, ominous siege engine standing ready. At last, after our main force had departed, the city fell. The Rose Thorns brandished their swords, shouting, "Kill. Let us seize the territory hall at once." My scalp prickled. We were surrounded by enemies, and the members of Ancient Sword's dream were nearly cut to pieces. Suddenly, the teleportation array flickered twice, and two beautiful figures emerged, a voluptuous and striking priestess, alongside a fierce armored knight. He and Mu Rong Mingwe. What is happening? Is the world in chaos? Mu Rong Mingyue exclaimed, surveying the surroundings. Oh no, someone is attacking our Dark Moon City. He mounted the Snow Domain's Swift Wind Warhorse, brandishing her whirlwind sword, and declared, I'm coming. Chapter 614. The Revenge Legion. He charged forth at an angle, the Snow Domain's Swift Wind neighing fiercely as she elegantly maneuvered through the crowd, her whirlwind sword crashing down heavily upon Easy Bing Jian's forehead, skillfully executing the barrier break and Azure Wave attack effect. Boom. 17, 894, 9089. Two consecutive damage numbers leapt forth. Under the influence of the renowned skill of the kingly generals, with vitality and defense diminished by 30%, with health dwindling, after enduring 2 strikes from He, I was left with scarcely a third of my vitality, my face paling in fear. I hastily brandished my blade in retaliation, only to find He retreating swiftly, refusing to engage in direct confrontation. He displayed an exquisite maneuver, striking down the opposing leader amidst a throng of ravenous wolf riders before darting away like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. This assault underscored He's remarkable tactical acumen and skillful execution, honed through countless days and nights of training in the arena, an endeavor not in vain. The sound of galloping steeds echoed as He urged the snow-white steed forward, her delicate brows furrowing in concern. Lu Chen, what on earth is happening? I've heard that the Eternal Life Palace, the Sacred Domain Roses, and the 3 great guilds have united to attack our Dark Moon City. Ming Yu and I rushed back, only to discover that our 8th sub-guild has betrayed us. I clenched my teeth and replied. The leader of the Burning Zither and Boiled Crane Guild, 0 Degree Ice Point, harbored excessive ambition, aspiring to become the 4th formidable guild beyond the 3 major ones. He has betrayed us, and Lu Bu has already been slain by him. Oh, how shameless. He glared at the members of the Burning Zither and Boiled Crane Guild, her face shrouded in frost as she raised her sword. What grievance do you hold against the ancient sword dream, that you would so brazenly violate the pact of our sub-guild? Bah, truly despicable. With fervor, she brandished her battle axe, declaring, Indeed, now you still wish to covet Dark Moon City? Dream on. I gazed into the distance, witnessing the rose thorns and the bloodthirsty war emperor leading a vast host into our realm, leaving us with exceedingly little time. The players of the ancient sword dream had already suffered considerable casualties, with only a handful remaining, incapable of withstanding the onslaught from the enemy. However, one individual must not escape. Brandishing the Qingming sword, I commanded, Cheng Feng, join me in a flanking assault for cover. Doji, Suyang, you 2 must eliminate 0 Degree Ice Point. This traitor must perish, or we shall have no explanation to offer Lu Bui. Haha, understood. Doji grinned broadly. I've longed to slay that scoundrel, 0 Degree Ice Point, who is so shameless as to turn on his own comrades. Li Chengfeng's expression darkened, his armor riddled with wounds, his windstorm sword similarly marred with cracks. If not repaired soon, it would lose its durability. Yet, at this stage of battle, the repair NPCs in the city were likely already dispatched by the wolf riders, and we could only press on. Lu Chun, to my right, you to my left. Li Chengfeng shouted. All right. With the Qingming sword in hand, I launched my attack from the flank. We were set to confront at least 500 wolf riders head-on. One person alone could not absorb their firepower. We required Li Chengfeng's cooperation to accomplish our task. Otherwise, if 500 wolf riders charged together, the hundreds of us guarding the town hall would be obliterated in an instant. The charge was immediate, plunging into the ranks of cavalry. The azure sword whistled and danced, unleashing 1,000 icy slashes that erupted amidst the throng, turning and delivering a devastating blow that felled over 10 foes and grievously wounded nearly 100. The onslaught was relentless, its swiftness bewildering the greedy wolf riders who sought dominion over the realm. Before they could gather their wits, the azure sword transformed into a streak of cerulean light, cleaving through the masses and conjuring a dazzling azure cyclone. On another front, Li Chengfeng surged into the fray, brandishing his blade to execute a whirlwind slash, his form erupting like a tempest among the crowd. Skills such as reverse scale slash and dragon bone stab ignited in rapid succession, while healing light shimmered around him, courtesy of the formidable support from Yu Lu and her companions. Standing shoulder to shoulder, Xingnu roared commands, instructing the 1st Battalion of greedy wolves, 1,000 strong, to encircle the legendary warriors, demanding mages and archers to unleash shock arrows and star river storms to ensnare them. I refuse to believe that two warriors can be invincible. A barrage of shock arrows rained down upon my crimson rock dragon armor, and I could only pray that my attributes were formidable enough to resist stunning effects. Otherwise, a series of stuns would render me helpless. Li Changfeng two-faced peril, his health plummeting under the brilliance of the Star River storm. Fortuitously, he remained close to Yu Lu and her allies, barely managing to sustain his vitality. On the other side, the true killing move was set in motion. Luan Yu, clad in her bone sickle armor, led the charge alongside Su Yang and their companions against the traitorous forces of burning zither and boiled crane. The enemy still numbered nearly 2,000. Yet the three valiant warriors disregarded the odds and advanced fearlessly. To the grave with you, traitorous scoundrels, Luan Yu declared fiercely, her armor clattering as it deflected incoming arrows, her sword slicing through the air to unleash a torrent of shattered stone upon the crowd. Instantly, archers and mages fell en masse, her sheer power undeniable. Her renowned skill not only amplified her critical hit rate, but also augmented her attack power by 20, akin to the effects of a 7th-tier encouragement, rendering this skill exceptionally practical. "I have arrived," shouted De Zhiyang with fervor, his battle axe cleaving through several players of burning zither and boiled crane, acting as a spearhead into the throng. Suddenly, he unleashed an attack that summoned cyclones, transforming the battlefield into a vortex of destruction, shredding enemies into fragments as he pierced through multiple times, closing in on 0° Ice Point. After dispatching Lu Bui, 0° Ice Point felt a pang of frustration, his eyes reddening as he glared at De Zhiyang, bellowing, "You fool! Are you so eager to lay down your life for others?" De Zhiyang replied with a cold smirk, "For my brothers, I would gladly do so." "Then perish, idiot!" 0° Ice Point roared, thrusting his great sword and shattering the barrier upon De Zhiyang's chest plate. De Zhiyang did not flinch, absorbing the full force of the barrier break and retaliating with his own strike. 14,092. On the other side, Su Yang transformed into a shadow, swiftly striking with his sword, shattering the barrier as a torrent of flames collided with 0°'s forehead. Despite the numerous priests behind 0° attempting to heal him, he was rapidly reduced to a sliver of health. At last, Luan Yu arrived, raising her blade for a third barrier-breaking strike. Simultaneously, Su Yang roared. A mountain image surged upon his broadsword, delivering a formidable blow that, in conjunction with Luan Yu's barrier breach, resulted in a devastating combined attack that annihilated their foe. With a thunderous crash, 0°'s battle armor was instantly torn apart. His eyes widened in disbelief and fury as he gazed at Su Yang and Luan Yu, ultimately collapsing to the ground in despair. Do Zhiyang, emboldened, stepped forward and delivered a fierce axe strike to 0°'s neck, then forcefully stomped on his chest plate. In an instant, 0°'s head was severed, rolling towards the feet of a group of players from the burning chains and boiling cranes, who stood aghast, their hearts racing. Initially apprehensive as members of a rebel faction, the sight of Luan Yu, Do Zhiyang, and Su Yang mercilessly dispatching their comrades shattered their morale. Su Yang approached, his sword poised, and declared, "Today, you have betrayed the ancient sword soul dream, and there will be no turning back. As long as the ancient sword soul dream exists, we shall pursue you relentlessly until you are erased. Mark my words, I, Su Yang, will not falter. From this day forth, I will lead the ancient sword revenge legion, dedicated to exterminating you traitors." He smiled with satisfaction. "Let us eliminate Lu Chen first. His equipment is superior. Surround him and ensure he cannot escape. Once we have slain Zhiji Chen Sha, the banner of the ancient sword soul dream will be shaken, and this wretched guild will no longer pose a threat." The team rallied, raising their swords, while a pack of voracious wolves, spurred by their leader, unleashed a barrage of attacks. Flames, icy blasts, and barrier breaches erupted in succession. With a swift flourish of his sword, I endeavored to deflect as many of the enemy's assaults as possible, particularly the icy blasts and barrier breaches. One slowed me down, while the other broke my defenses. Only by mitigating such effects could I sustain my strength in battle. Suddenly, my vision blurred, and I was rendered dizzy by a precise shock arrow. The starry river storm flickered beneath my feet, transforming the area into an abyss, devoured by magical forces, swiftly draining my health. Dwindling to around 10,000 points, I was on the verge of collapse. Charge. Unleash all firepower. Easy Bing Jian exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging with excitement. Yet, in the next moment, a brilliant healing light enveloped him, bringing a glimmer of hope to his heart. 2 consecutive healing numbers warmed my entire body, creating a sense of euphoria. 23,488. 13,902. I was certain that only Murong Mingyue could achieve such remarkable healing output across the entire server, as she was the sole individual to master the priest-specific skill, Mingjing, which granted a 35 healing and dispelling effect. With the enhancement from strategy values, it was equivalent to a healing boost of at least 100, effectively nullifying this deadly blow. In an instant, rejuvenation coursed through me, a sensation of sheer ecstasy. I stepped forward, shattering the battlefield, wielding my sword with grace and precision, cutting down a throng of greedy wolves with fervor. Not far away, Murong Mingyue gathered the last few remaining priestesses, smiling as she declared, "Let us activate the guild's attack mode. Onward." The expression of Yitzi Bingxian was grim as he commanded. The second wave of greedy wolves advanced from the flanks into the town hall. "Hurry, charge straight in." As he spoke, the battle wolves roared and surged forward, while he and others bravely met the oncoming tide. However, our numbers were insufficient, and nearly 100 greedy wolves infiltrated the territory's hall. Alas, this is disastrous. I gasped in shock. He rallied his spirit, calling out, "Duji, Wanyue, Shuyong, follow me into the hall. We must protect the ancient sword spirit's inhabitants at all costs." The atmosphere was charged with tension as the territory felt on the brink of collapse. Just then, a figure clad in silver armor charged forth, her sword sweeping with elegance. Accompanied by a melodic voice, "Storm Slash, clear the way." Boom, boom, boom. A series of 4 storm attacks erupted within the ranks of the greedy wolves, decimating at least 20 of them, with some falling instantly, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. Yitzi Bingxian turned, astonished at the sudden onslaught of this woman, exclaiming, "You dare to strike at me?" Rose Thorn. Chapter 615. Discrepancy between appearance and intent. Rose Thorn, with her sword raised, regarded Yitzi Bingxian with an impassive expression, stating coolly, "What was our initial agreement, Yitzi Bingxian? It was for the greedy wolves to enter the city and allow our sacred domain Roses to take the town hall first. Yet, you have allowed the greedy wolves to invade the hall ahead of us, clearly aiming to seize control, correct?" Yitzi Bingxian clenched his teeth, growling, "You insolent woman. I intended to give you the opportunity for the greedy wolves to secure the territory first, but with your sluggish pace, how can you blame us? Humph. If you doubt your allies like this, I shall no longer consider you one." With a frosty demeanor, Rose Thorn retorted, "Nonsense. The greedy wolves have stormed the town hall, and you failed to send me a single message. The city is on the verge of falling in 20 minutes. Do you think I, Rose Thorn, am a fool? Humph. The sacred domain Roses have sacrificed all their purple thunder knights to distract the main forces of the ancient sword, creating an opportunity for you. And this is how you repay me?" Yitzi Bingxian spat. Humph. The leader of the Changsheng Hall, bloodthirsty war emperor, was nearly aflame with rage as he bellowed, "Damn it. I have led my brothers to fight tooth and nail to this point. No one has suffered more losses than Changsheng Hall. We agreed beforehand that the territory would belong to Changsheng Hall, and I promised you ample rewards. Yet, you are already plotting behind my back. Such allies are truly despicable. I spit on you." Both Yitzi Bingxian and Rose Thorn turned their scornful gazes towards the bloodthirsty war emperor, who sneered, "What are you? Besides flaunting your wealth to build your RMB army, what else do you possess? You boast of your riches, properties, and luxury cars, yet fail to reflect on what you have truly earned yourself. Filth." Incensed, the bloodthirsty war emperor raised his hand and shouted, "Brothers of Changsheng Hall, follow my lead. Kill." Within the territory, apart from the inhabitants of the Eternal Life Palace, all others are to be eradicated. The members of the sacred domain Rose and the dogs of the Ascendant World are to be shattered into fragments alongside the souls of the ancient sword dream. The situation has utterly collapsed. The 3 major guilds harbor treacherous intentions, and Li Qingfeng and I find ourselves besieged by a pack of ravenous wolves, barely stifling our laughter. However, the circumstances remain dire. According to the system interface, the players of the ancient sword dream within the city have dwindled to less than 4,000, most of whom are perched upon the city walls, unwilling to descend. Merely 1,000 are valiantly defending the territory hall. While the invading players flood in like an unstoppable tide, Eternal Life Palace. 28, 901 Sacred Domain Rose. 19, 323 Ascendant World. 35, 829 Is this still our territory? The opposing guild players within our domain outnumber us by a staggering 21-1. Even after slaying a significant portion, their formidable ranks persist. A fire ignites, chaos erupts. All 4 gates of Darkmoon City have been breached. The calamity arises from within, as it was our own people who opened the gates. Otherwise, given the city's defensive capabilities, bolstered by numerous arrow towers and NPCs, we could have held out for at least another hour, successfully completing our defensive task. Inside the city, hostile guild members roam freely. The members of the Eternal Life Palace have gone berserk, indiscriminately slashing at everyone. The elite forces of the Sacred Domain Rose and Ascendant World have launched a concentrated assault on the Territory Hall, while a substantial cavalry from Ascendant World targets the arrow towers within the city. One by one, these towers crash down, a sight that is utterly heart-wrenching. As these structures were painstakingly erected through our diligent efforts and resources, the remaining warriors of the ancient sword dream are safeguarding Murong Mingyue, Yu Lu, and others, while Baiming Shui stands on the periphery, her shadow bow unleashing a barrage of multiple arrows that whistle through the air, deterring the players of Ascendant World from advancing, thus ensuring the survival of Murong Mingyue and her companions. Li Qingfeng and I stand as 2 venomous spikes at the front lines, preventing the 2 guilds from making significant inroads into our territory. Meanwhile, the guild channel continuously relays battle reports. Daring spirit. Damn, so many of them. We can't kill them all. There are only 20 of us in the town hall, while they have hundreds. Stay mobile and evade attacks. We lack priests. If only a few priests could join us, we wouldn't be able to withstand this onslaught. Suyong, what is the situation outside? With such fierce firepower from Ascendant World, can Lu Chun and Li Qingfeng hold their ground? Li Qingfeng, we have healing. It's manageable. I said, Qingfeng, look for an opportunity to enter the town hall. Li Qingfeng, all right, cover me. I pondered for a moment, surrounded by ravenous cavalry. Despite their individual combat prowess being inferior to that of the Sacred Domain Rose's Thunderiron cavalry, their damage against ground soldiers remains formidable. A focused strike is imperative. Otherwise, I cannot ensure Li Qingfeng's safe passage into the Territory Hall. With a resolute heart, I activated my skill, the soul-guarding cloak of Dusk Shield, rendering myself invincible for 12 seconds. A vibrant crimson shield manifested beside me, reminiscent of the rosy hues of a sunset. As I entered a 12-second invincibility period, I downed an 8th-level holy elixir, instantly restoring my health to its zenith. Come forth, my ultimate skill, the Purple Dragon Roar. With a swift motion, a flash of purple lightning surged around the sword's edge, coalescing into a majestic purple dragon. I stood resolutely at the center of a throng of greedy wolf riders, shielded by the twilight shield from harm. A subtle smile graced my lips as I brandished my sword, the purple dragon roar poised to unleash. But it seemed insufficient. Let me activate another super buff. I invoked the God-restraining Necklace's Fury, granting me 100 critical strikes for a duration of 60 seconds. Here it comes. With a powerful swing of my sword, the purple dragon roar erupted, transforming into a massive dragon over 10 meters long, roaring through the crowd. Any greedy wolf rider touched by the purple dragon roar fell instantly, succumbing to an undeniable death. A cascade of astonishing damage numbers left the players of asking for domination in sheer disbelief. 80,942. 78,894, 82,010. The purple dragon roar, now augmented by the effects of divine fury. Wielding the celestial artifact, the Qingming sword, with the enhancement of my 200-level war god general skill, there was no way it wouldn't result in instant kills. The divine dragon surged through the masses, claiming countless lives. This strike had certainly annihilated hundreds of players, and with the twilight shield activated from the outset, I afforded no opportunity for the adversaries to interrupt my skill. This maneuver was, at present, utterly insurmountable, unless the opponents possessed their own invincibility skills to escape unscathed. The cries of the greedy wolf riders echoed in despair, while Li Qingfeng stood in stunned silence, surveying the multitude of fallen bodies, utterly speechless. Are you not leaving? I bellowed. Yes. Li Qingfeng nodded earnestly, brandishing his long sword as he dashed into the town hall. With him present, the situation should remain secure. for the prowess and skills of the dragon warrior were undeniable. The ground was strewn with equipment and potions, yet no one seemed inclined to collect them. Once the effects of the purple dragon roar subsided, I wielded the Qingming sword, seizing the opportunity to plunge into the throng, executing the Thousand Eyes slash for seamless kills. The divine fury effect had yet to fade. With 40 seconds remaining on my critical strike window, the one word together stood in furious defiance, yet alas, there was no strategy to counteract my overwhelming attack power. None could withstand my onslaught. Furthermore, the ranged assassin, Baiming Shui, relentlessly eliminated players from asking for domination, leaving one word together and the rose of the sacred domain in a state of utter frustration. Rose Thorn, you wretched woman, one word together roared. Quickly send your people to block the Eternal Life Palace. That bloodthirsty war emperor has gone mad. Rose Thorn's gaze turned icy as she brandished her sword and leaped into the town hall, disregarding one word together entirely. With a fierce determination, I charged forward with several warriors, positioning my sword to block the entrance to the town hall, declaring, "No one is permitted to enter the territory hall. Damn it." Confronting us, a dozen greedy wolf riders advanced, and we braced ourselves to withstand their assault. At that moment, the sounds of battle erupted from outside the town, and shortly thereafter, a cadre of blue-armored cavalry charged in, approximately several hundred strong, the Blue Tiger Iron Cavalry. Tian Tongyu waved her sword, urging the War Tiger to gallop forth, exclaiming, "Brother Lu Chun, we have arrived." In the midst of the turmoil, Giguzi brandished his rainbow spear, surveying the surroundings with disdain. How utterly despicable. They have actually colluded with the foolish 0 Degree to open the city gates. The audacity. I couldn't help but chuckle. Your arrival is fortuitous. Quickly, assist us in securing the main entrance of the town hall. Understood. Giguzi activated his cavalry strategy, leading 100 elite horsemen in a relentless charge, swiftly diminishing the resolve of the forces from Wending Tianxia and the sacred domain roses. In such a confined terrain, the cavalry, bolstered by divine prowess, became an indomitable force. I turned to Tianyanyu and said, "Rain, take 100 men into the town hall to reinforce Eve and Li Chengfeng. The cavalry's strength is crucial. It all hinges on your ability to hold for 15 minutes. No problem." With a graceful sweep of her sword, Tianyanyu called, "Follow me." Thus, 100 Qinghu Iron Cavalry followed her into the territory hall, their 100 attack and defense boost ensuring a solid defense, allowing me to breathe a sigh of relief. With this arrangement, the territory hall would undoubtedly remain secure. As time ticked away, the defense was nearing completion, a remarkable feat. As the Guild of Ancient Sword Soul Dreams stood resilient against an onslaught of 500,000 troops. What incredible strength and audacity. Bloodthirsty War Emperor, wielding his sharp blade, rallied a throng of Chongqing Palace players, shouting, "Charge! This is our last chance. Push the thunder car forward and demolish the walls of the town hall." Both Giguzi and I were taken aback. Moments later, a thunder car, shielded by thousands, advanced, and Giguzi's hundreds could not withstand the onslaught. With a thunderous boom, the city wall was breached, leaving a gaping hole. Our jaws dropped in disbelief. What a shoddy construction. Bloodthirsty War Emperor cackled maniacally, pointing his sword. "Kill. You have 10 minutes. Cleanse the ancient sword soul dream, Wending Tianxia, and sacred domain roses within. This territory belongs to Chongqing Palace." With tens of thousands of Chongqing Palace players converging, they had seemingly discovered a critical flaw. It appeared we were on the brink of collapse with merely 10 minutes remaining, and they possessed an elite force of thousands. Just then, a series of brilliant flashes erupted at the teleportation array as a group emerged. Their guild insignia instantly recognizable. It was Shui Yinsan and the Junlin faction. Amidst the resounding neigh of warhorses, Shui Yinsan, the leader, rode in on an ice-scythed steed, proclaiming, "Shui Yinsan, seal all 4 city gates. Annihilate any foes within." I gasped in astonishment. Has the city fallen?" With a playful smile, Lin Yisan, the leader of Junlin, replied, "The Zhantian Alliance has united with several guilds. We are unable to breach this stronghold. Protecting Dark Moon City is paramount." Chapter 616, The Shattering Soul Shield. What? The Zhantian Alliance has united? I was taken aback. What is happening? We have defended Dark Moon City for so long, only for you to seize this new territory? Ling Xueshang chuckled lightly. It matters not. The geographic location of that territory was inherently unfavorable, situated deep within the Western realm, far removed from the cities of ancient Sword Soul Dream and Snow Silver Fir. Should the teleportation array be breached, reinforcements would arrive too late. It would be wiser to await a new territory. Moreover, the Battle Heaven Alliance has struck some accord with the Godslayer and the Mad Dragon, and they have summoned 4 mercenary guilds from Tianfeng City. Should we confront them head-on, our losses would be catastrophic. I turned to Lin Yisan, who shrugged and smiled. To preserve the commander, we must first defend Darkmoon City. If we lose it, even if our 3 alliances acquire a new territory, it would still represent a significant loss. I nodded in agreement, grasping the severely damaged Qingming sword, and remarked, "It is fortunate that you have arrived. The rabble from the Hall of Eternal Life have gone mad." Lin Yisan smiled faintly, raising her hand and instructing the purple robe Marquis. "Lead the charge directly against them and obliterate this so-called Hall of Eternal Life. Additionally, station guards at all 4 gates to ensure no one escapes from here." As she spoke, Lin Yisan glanced at me, noting the sword marks across my armored figure and the Soul Requiem cloak nearly soaked in blood. She pursed her lips and remarked with a gentle smile, "It is unacceptable that this band of ruffians has bullied my little trickster to such an extent. They must be taught a lesson." I grinned, uncertain whether to laugh or cry. The purple robe Marquis commanded nearly 10,000 players from Snow Silver Fir, transforming into a formidable force. They charged forward, cleaving through the ranks of the Hall of Eternal Life. The bloodthirsty Battle Emperor could hardly believe his eyes. Astonished by the sudden descent of Snow Silver Fir and Junlin's army, he lamented the failure to destroy the magical crystal of the teleportation array, filled with regret. "Kill." Giguzi raised his rainbow spear. With the arrival of our allies, the morale of our elite players surged under his command. Hundreds of Qing Tiger Iron Cavalry charged fiercely, invincible in their assault. Ling Xueshang stood in the town hall, surveying the heaps of corpses and battered walls around her, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. She could not help but exclaim, "One guild has withstood the combined assault of so many others, and despite the devastation, not a single person has retreated. My heavens! What drives these folks from ancient Sword Soul Dream to continue fighting?" I held the Qingming sword, smiling lightly. "Dreams. We aspire to dominate the world. If we cannot even defeat guilds like the Hall of Eternal Life, the Sacred Domain Roses, or the pinnacle of the world, then there is nothing more to discuss." Ling Xueshang nodded. "Indeed, to reign supreme on the Chinese server is indeed a path paved with blood. Junlin is fortunate to have allies like you." "Likewise," I replied. With a swift turn of my sword, I plunged into the fray, breaking through the doors of the town hall. The siege had entered its final moments. Chaos reigning within as players from ancient Sword Soul Dream, Snow Silver Fir, Junlin, the Hall of Eternal Life, Sacred Domain Roses, and Pinnacle of the World clashed violently, the sounds of battle reverberating through the air. "Kill! Hurry! There is little time left," I shouted, mounted on my warhorse, sword in hand. My face a mask of fury as I surveyed the surroundings. The number of players from Pinnacle of the World had dwindled, yet they still attempted to seize Darkmoon City. Giguzi approached from behind, chuckling, "Old Big, shall we go and eliminate that one who rides in formation? I shall provide cover. You charge forth and annihilate." "Very well." No sooner had the words left my lips than Giguzi transformed into a streak of light. Surging forward with tremendous vigor, Easy Bing Jian, realizing the impending danger, hastily maneuvered to the right to evade, exhibiting commendable skill as he narrowly missed Giguzi's assault. Anticipating this, Giguzi swung his spear into the throng, unleashing the shockwave of the Aurora thrust. Boom! A host of greedy wolf riders wavered, rendered spellbound by such a devastating area attack, especially when wielded by Giguzi, who had activated his God of Riders ability, boosting his attack power by 150. Even though Giguzi had not fully allocated his points to strength, a single blow from the Aurora thrust was enough to leave his foes in a state of despair. Having successfully dodged Giguzi's charge, Easy Bing Jian was still reveling in his fortune when, unexpectedly, another trajectory of assault approached, my thunder charge. With a soft thud I struck, stunning Easy Bing Jian. In that instant, I unleashed the Qingming sword, executing the Qian Kuan Breaker and the Fierce Blade Slash in a seamless 4-hit combo upon Easy Bing Jian's chest plate. The clang of my blade shattered the armor, sending forth brilliant sparks. Easy Bing Jian's chest appeared grievously wounded, as a flurry of damage numbers ascended from his forehead. 27,619. 9,023, 14,809, 22,102. Undoubtedly. Even with the Songweaver's physique buff, he could not withstand the onslaught of my relentless strikes. The blade of the Qingming sword, stained with blood, cleaved Ez Bing Jian from his mount, causing him to topple to the ground, simultaneously dropping a blood-red shield. Upon retrieving it, I was pleasantly surprised. Soulbreaker shield. Earthly exceptional defense 895, magic defense 790, strength 140, stamina 150. Increases the user's health limit by 400 points. Exceptional trait, Soulbreaker. With a certain chance to knock back the target with a shield strike. Requirements. Level 130, class, Magic Knight. An impressive shield indeed. I shall later deposit it into the guild warehouse for a bounty, ensuring to mark it as the equipment dropped by Ez Bing Jian, the leader of the Alliance of Ascendant Sovereignty. This siege battle has been arduous for the players of Ancient Sword Soul Dream. It is only right to reward them. While I may not possess the wealth of the bloodthirsty warlord to pay them, I can certainly offer them this enemy as spoils. In an instant, I abandoned the pursuit of the greedy wolf riders, leaving them to Giguzi and the Blue Tiger Iron Cavalry led by Tiantang Yu. My new target became the bloodthirsty warlord of the Chongqing Hall, the orchestrator of this war. His ambition to seize Darkmoon City had led to an alarming casualty rate of over 80 among the players of Ancient Sword Soul Dream. Not far away, the bloodthirsty warlord wielded his blade, cleaving through several warriors of the Silver Fur, urging his comrades with fervent shouts, "Brothers of the Chongqing Hall, we shall not yield until the final moment. Quickly, dispatch them. Their numbers dwindle, and we have reached the final stage. There is no reason to falter now." With a fierce spirit, I spat in disdain. "Bah! This shameless creature. How dare he speak so boldly? MD, Chengfeng, Luanyue, shall we join forces to eliminate him?" Li Chengfeng gestured nonchalantly. "There's no need for that. Just provide cover. There are those who yearn to eliminate him more than you do." With fervor, I followed the direction of Li Chengfeng's finger and was taken aback to see myself charging toward the bloodthirsty war emperor, my eyes ablaze with murderous intent. I was resolute. If I did not vanquish the bloodthirsty war emperor today, my satisfaction would be irrevocably marred. "Allow me to take the lead," I declared with exuberance, laughing heartily as I surged forward to confront the bloodthirsty war emperor. Yet, as anticipated, I was met with resistance from several warriors of the Eternal Life Palace, who barred my path. Undeterred, I summoned my fury, and a cyclone of energy swirled around me. The roar of the mythical Xieji resonating through the town hall with a thunderous bellow, its beastly aura strikingly vivid. With a resounding crash, I incapacitated a circle of adversaries, and the enchanting Ruanyue leapt forth, executing a devastating stone shatter strike that felled all in its wake, scattering an array of equipment across the ground. With her tactical prowess, Ruanyue activated the Plunder General skill, ensuring that each player she dispatched yielded at least 2 pieces of equipment, and in some instances, 3. Such a fate was excruciatingly bittersweet for the players of the Eternal Life Palace, who surely wept in regret for participating in this siege. Confronted by the merciless Ruanyue, a grim reality difficult to accept. Meanwhile, Su Yang, in his third assault, raised his sword to unleash the resounding strike, only to have it thwarted by the bloodthirsty war emperor's shield. The counterattack sent Su Yang staggering backward. "Huh, you think a second-rate warrior like you can defeat me?" The bloodthirsty war emperor laughed heartily, brandishing his sword. "Do you believe my ranking in the God-hidden city arena's top 10 is a mere illusion?" Fuming with frustration, Su Yang found himself entangled with several other players from the Eternal Life Palace, leaving him no opportunity to retaliate against the bloodthirsty war emperor. Indeed, the war emperor's skill was commendable, and it was evident that his equipment was extraordinarily formidable. Otherwise, he would not have so effortlessly deflected Su Yang's powerful strike. The art of blocking requires not only adept player skill, but also a significant disparity in equipment attributes. The greater the difference, the easier it is to succeed in blocking. At that moment, I charged forward, my sword lowered, calling out, "Everyone, stand clear. Allow me to slay him." Li Chengfeng and Ruanyue swiftly cleared a path for me. While the bloodthirsty war emperor's expression darkened, his voice laced with anger, "Are you finally ready to act personally?" As I sprinted, I laughed. Throughout this territorial battle, I have been directly involved from start to finish, suddenly leaping into the air to gain an aerial advantage. My Qingming sword transformed into a streak of indigo light as I executed a basic attack aimed at the bloodthirsty war emperor's head. with a swift tilt of his head. The War Emperor forcefully deflected my Qingming sword with his shield and retaliated with a strike to my side, delivering a sharp jolt of pain that registered a staggering damage of 10,929. Indeed, his prowess was formidable. Even a basic attack could inflict such significant injury upon me. Before I could even land, I swung my sword again, my dark eye glimmering as it revealed the weaknesses in my opponent's equipment configuration, particularly near the upper abdomen. There you come again. The bloodthirsty war monarch, employing his familiar tactics once more, attempted a defensive maneuver with his shield against a barrage of ordinary attacks. Alas, at the very moment he raised his shield, he caught sight of the smile playing at the corners of my lips, and a chill of realization coursed through him. He had fallen into a trap. With a feint of my blade, I swiftly altered my speed, my left fist swirling with a crimson vortex of energy, the demonic fist crashing into his abdomen with tremendous force. This was swiftly followed by a series of Blade of Fury strikes, each blow targeting his vulnerable spots, weaknesses that perhaps even the bloodthirsty war monarch himself was unaware of. 7,902, 12,048, 18,089, 23,678. After 4 devastating strikes, he still clung to life, reduced to a mere shadow of himself. The once formidable bloodthirsty war monarch, now a panicked figure. His gaze filled with desperation. "Priest, heal me, quickly." I barked a command. "Guan Yu, what are you waiting for?" In an instant, Guan Yu's graceful form darted forward, her stone shatter technique engulfing both the bloodthirsty war monarch and his steed. Victory was ours. The sound of equipment dropping echoed in succession, and lo and behold, the ill-fated bloodthirsty war monarch had dropped his shield, heavy boots, and helmet all at once. Chapter 617. Bountiful rewards. Ah, splendid, Guan Yu exclaimed, stepping forward to collect the spoils amidst the astonished gazes of the players from the Eternal Life Hall. A single player could possess a maximum of 9 pieces of equipment, comprising 1 weapon, 1 chest piece, 1 pair of boots, 1 helmet, 1 leg piece, 1 cloak, 1 necklace, and 2 rings. The bloodthirsty war monarch's misfortune was profound. Having fallen, he had relinquished 3 pieces of gear, losing a third of his total equipment in a single blow. It was no wonder he might wish for death, for the odds of a typical player dropping even a single piece of equipment upon defeat hovered around 20 to 40. To lose 3 at once was well beyond the realm of even the most skilled of plunderers. Cradling the 3 pieces of equipment, Guan Yu beamed at me. "Lu Chun, we have struck it rich. The shield and boots are 3-star exceptional artifacts, and the helmet is a 5-star extraordinary piece." He truly possessed some remarkable items. I nodded in agreement. I have heard that the bloodthirsty war monarch spent several million crafting this set of gear. Individuals like him are not ones to skimp on expenses. Guan Yu inquired about the distribution of the equipment. After a moment's contemplation, I replied, "The heavy boots are quite good. You should keep those. As for the shield and helmet, please hand them over to me, and I will place them in the guild's storage as rewards for the brothers who participated in this battle." "All right, as you say," Guan Yu chirped happily, taking the heavy boots. She likely had no need for them, given her current set of bone sickle gear, but they could certainly be sold for a nice sum. In a game at our level, money was indeed crucial. One could not do without it. She then handed me the other 2 pieces of equipment, the shield in particular being a 3-star exceptional artifact, quite impressive. I already had a plan. I would give this shield to Tian Tangyu, enhancing her prowess. A small deduction from her guild points would suffice. As a leader of a large guild, one must have a long-term vision for nurturing key talents. At that moment, a resounding system notification rang out across the sky, instantly freezing the combatants in the town hall. Ding! System announcement. The player fallen into the sands has successfully defended the city of Dark Moon City. The number of casualties in this battle exceeded the predetermined threshold, and it has been assessed as a magnificent and unparalleled battle. Countless souls have coalesced into deathly essence, absorbed by the necropolis. Dark Moon City has been elevated, achieving level 2 status and officially upgrading to an 8-level fortress. Concurrently, all buildings within the city have also reached level 2, and the following rewards have been granted. 10,000 Dark Worms, 4,000 Dark Knights, 2,000 Shadow Archers, and 1,000 Wraith Knights. All players who participated in the defense of the city have gained a level 1 increase in experience and luck. and 90 of the fallen NPCs within the city have been resurrected. Instantly, golden light surged throughout the venue, a manifestation of the elevation in level. Even the recently arrived reinforcements, players of the Silver Fur, received a level-up reward. Naturally, the fallen players also received compensation, providing at least some consolation to everyone. The rewards for the city are indeed bountiful, befitting the title of the first grand battle. Dark Moon City ascended directly from level 6 to level 8, under normal circumstances. Such an elevation would take at least 2 months to achieve. Additionally, the reward of 10,000 dark worms is a substantial boon, representing tangible productivity. Furthermore, the 6th-level unit, Dark Knights, has produced 4,000 soldiers, while the 8th-level Shadow Archers yielded 2,000, alongside 1,000 Wraith Knights of level 9. The rewards from this battle are indeed extraordinary. The resources required to recruit such forces are inconceivably vast. Upon reviewing the detailed information of Dark Moon City, I found myself unable to contain my delight. Dark Moon City, Lord, fallen into the sands, level 8 Necropolis gold production, 50,000 per hour, 50, wood production, 50,000 per hour, 20, stone production, 50,000 per hour, 11, crystal production, 42,000 per hour, 8, dark worm count, 14, 200 number of buildings, 19 troop quantity, 7, 321 wall armor, 2, 500 teleportation circles, 2 Lord, Dark Knight Odal. Such productivity indicates that upgrading to a level 9 residence is imminent. Moreover, the Dark Knights and other forces within the city have been concealed within the Dark Blood Pool, leaving only 321 remaining, which is insufficient for combat. It is prudent to retain some strength. Now, with the addition of 7,000 NPC defenders, any future assaults on the city will require careful consideration. Presently, Dark Moon City is as fortified as a bastion. From this moment forth, I eagerly await the arrival of an assault. The Celestial City battle system is truly remarkable. The souls of the departed coalesce into energy, enhancing the attributes of the city. I wonder if this phenomenon is unique to the necropolis. In any case, the siege by the triumvirate of eternal life, the quest for supremacy, and the Sacred Rose Alliance ended in utter defeat. Not only did they fail to seize the city, but they unwittingly facilitated Dark Moon City's ascent to a higher-tier fortress. How disheartening. Clang. A warrior from the Eternal Life faction stood in shock, dropping the iron sword from his grip as he muttered, "What is this? Have we labored for 10 hours in vain?" In a moment of jest, Su Yang mockingly remarked, "This is what it means to lose the hen while trying to steal the eggs," evoking laughter. In the distance, a group of players from the Asking to Dominate the World faction erupted in fury. "Damn it, they have slain our leader. Let us fight them, brothers. Let us avenge him." Thus, the clash of arms commenced anew, an unyielding war where neither side would relent. With a thunderous roar, a colossal ice spear, enveloped in fiery energy, soared through the air. It was Lin Eason's ice flame slash, descending upon the throng, sending the players of Asking to Dominate the World into disarray. What on earth? Even a fruit knife has joined the fray. This is madness. Lin Eason chuckled lightly. "Hurry. Clear the area. This is the town hall. The battle is over, and no one from the outside can enter. We must swiftly eliminate everyone inside." Purple Cloak, Li Chengfeng, Yaguzi, and Su Yang, filled with fervor, laughed heartily as they wielded their blades, plunging into the chaos like tigers among sheep, wreaking havoc. Meanwhile, with a clang, Rose Thorn and He clashed head-on, their swords meeting in a fierce confrontation. Their attributes were nearly equal. However, Rose Thorn employed a 7th-tier inspiration, while He wielded the superior Path of Kings, clearly tipping the scales in He's favor, causing Rose Thorn to stagger back repeatedly. With frost adorning her delicate features, He inquired, "The Guild of Ancient Sword Soul Dream and the Guild of Divine Hidden City have always maintained a non-aggression pact. What is the meaning of your pillaging of Dark Moon City?" Rose Thorn replied with a faint smile, "The victor is king, the vanquished a bandit. There is little more to discuss. Let the strongest prevail." He chuckled lightly, urging Snowy Gale to charge forward. The brilliance of the blue wave shattered barriers, compelling Rose Thorn to retreat. Yet Rose Thorn retaliated fiercely with a storm slash, conjuring 4 tempestuous gales that surged toward He. From a distance, Bai Ming Shui cried out in alarm, "Sister Eve, be careful." Recognizing the threat, He hastily withdrew, raising her shield, the holy shield of the demon knight, offering substantial defense against both magical and physical assaults. The subsequent 4 strikes landed with devastating force, causing He's health to plummet. 12,023, 11,879, 12,100, 11,899. Fortunately, He's Path of Kings augmented all attributes by 50, and with an additional 35 health points from the Bard's buff, she could withstand the onslaught. Not far away, Murong Mingyue effortlessly cast a large healing spell, swiftly restoring her health. 17,890, 39,002. As Murong Mingyue's healing spell concluded, Rose Thorn's expression became convoluted and conflicted. If even the Storm Slash could not fell He, then the situation looked dire. He mounted a counterattack, while Rose Thorn raised her shield, conjuring her silver barrier through the Guardian Spirit skill, a commendable defensive ability. The arrows of Baiming Shui rained down like a tempest, shattering Rose Thorn's Guardian Spirit. Even with her hidden class as a Guardian Knight, she could not withstand the combined assault from He and Baiming Shui. With a glint in her eye, Luan Yu charged forth, brandishing her blade. Laughing, "Sister Eve, do not let her escape. We must eliminate her." He nodded, her eyes glinting with determination as she and her fierce companions regarded Rose Thorn with unwavering resolve. The Rose Thorns, feeling exasperated, remarked, "It seems that this time, the sacred domain Rose has truly provoked an adversary it ought not to have. However, if you wish to end my life, that is merely a figment of your imagination. For I possess a unique skill." With that proclamation, the Rose Thorns declared loudly, "Players of the sacred domain Rose, seize the opportunity to retreat. Do not pursue us, for we have been defeated." Subsequently, under the onslaught of Baiming Shui and He, the Rose Thorns suddenly activated an invincibility skill and produced a return scroll. Indeed, it was the legendary technique of invulnerable retreat. With a flash, the Rose Thorns took flight, and the battle within the town hall turned decidedly one-sided. After nearly 10 minutes of rampaging, the hostile players within the town hall were vanquished. Exiting the hall, a chaotic scene still unfolded within the territory. The Changxing Palace, Sacred Domain Rose, and the Wending Tianxia Guild retained thousands of members within the territory, now marked as adversarial guilds. Their names glowed crimson, making them targets for both players and NPCs alike. I swiftly relayed orders to the Dark Knight Odal, and a cadre of shadow archers ascended the remaining arrow towers, unleashing a torrential downpour of arrows, demonstrating the formidable nature of the NPCs. As the battle raged on, players who had perished in the main city, including those from the ancient Sword Soul Dream Guild, returned to the fray. The territorial conflict concluded, and it was now time for the cleanup. A group of fierce individuals, aided by allies, harvested the lives of the opposing players. It was nothing short of a massacre, a lopsided war in which I had no desire to actively participate. Instead, I wandered about, sword in hand, repairing equipment and maintaining the city with a calm demeanor. He, riding a small pony, trotted alongside me. I turned to glance back and smiled. "You've returned from Nanjing?" "Yes, I came back overnight." "Oh, I am quite hungry. Shall we have a late-night snack together?" "Absolutely." At that moment, a message from Su Yang arrived. "Lu Chun, you ought to check out the eastern gate of Darkmoon City. That rascal Lu Bai has once again crossed paths with 0° Ice Point." Chapter 618. A clean break, that rascal Lu Bai. I silently groaned and, accompanied by He, exited through the eastern gate, racing towards the edge of the forest. Indeed, a large crowd had gathered there, including 0° Ice Point, who had taken advantage of the chaos to teleport into Darkmoon City, bringing along hundreds of players from the Burning Zither and Boiled Crane Guild. Lu Bai, wielding a blazing fan, cast a cold gaze upon 0° Ice Point. Behind him stood Su Yang and Li Chengfeng, along with several players from ancient Sword Soul Dream. Though not a large contingent, they were sufficient to handle 0° Ice Point, especially considering that both Li Chengfeng and Su Yang were formidable adversaries capable of taking on 100 foes single-handedly. "What more do you want?" "Although I currently lack a guild, I am still one of ancient Sword's people. That will never change," Lu Bai replied coolly. 0° Ice Point, displaying a troubled expression, retorted, "Bai, we of the Burning Zither and Boiled Crane Guild have come this far together as brothers. How could it have escalated to this point?" Lu Bai chuckled lightly. "That is simply because I was blind and misjudged you." "You?" 0° Ice Point's eyes widened in anger. "Are you subtly insulting me?" "Damn it. Have you forgotten how we once fought side by side to help you vanquish that boss bear in Moonlight Forest, risking everything to assist you in completing the transformation into the Chi Mai schemer? As he spoke, 0° Ice Point, filled with excitement, pointed a finger at Liu Bai's nose, proclaiming, "The traitor is not I, but you, Liu Bai. Damn it, every piece of equipment you possess was forged by our efforts. Even your level was elevated through our assistance. Without us, you would be nothing. Do you truly believe that Liu Chun, ranked 7th in the CGL Hall of Fame, would ever regard you?" Liu Bai maintained an expression of indifference, calmly pulling off his leather boots and discarding them onto the ground. In a hushed tone, he declared, "What belongs to you, I shall return in its entirety." Without hesitation, Liu Bai removed his warlock robe, bracers, leggings, and hat, casting them down before 0° Ice Point. Clad only in a simple novice robe and wielding a remarkable blazing fan, he stood proudly, gazing at 0° Ice Point with quiet resolve, stating, "Now, it is all returned to you. Should you require it, feel free to slay me, reducing me to below level 100. I, Liu Bai, aspire to be the foremost strategist in China and shall not accept the charity of a despicable person such as yourself. Even if I regress to level 0, I hold the confidence to become the greatest strategist in ancient sword, for I possess something you, 0° Ice Point, have never known: faith and conviction." 0° Ice Point stood there, stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief as he regarded the discarded warlock gear, torn between the desire to retrieve it or leave it behind. After a long pause, he finally spoke, "Fine, you've shown your true colors. Damn it, I see through the hearts of men." Liu Bai chuckled lightly. "You see through the hearts of men? With a heart as grotesque and filthy as yours, how could you comprehend the hearts of others?" Furious, 0° Ice Point retorted, "Very well, if that is the case, I shall show you my resolve. Don't think I wouldn't dare to reduce you to level 0. If Liu Chun disrespects the leader of the alliance, then eliminating you, Liu Bai, is hardly a challenge." With that, 0° Ice Point brandished his sharp blade, advancing towards the nearly bare Liu Bai, who, despite activating the purple dragon strategy, could not withstand 0° Ice Point's onslaught. "Stop!" At that moment, Li Changfeng intervened. "0° Ice Point, do you have no shame? Do you think that Su Yang and I stand here as mere decorations? Let me make it clear. Liu Bai joining Ancient Sword means he is our brother. To act against him in our presence is to slap us in the face. And I detest being slapped." Before Li Changfeng's words faded, I and he had already arrived. The beautiful leader rode forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Liu Bai, her sword held firmly across her chest as her keen gaze surveyed the surroundings. "Who dares to harm the foremost strategist of Ancient Sword's soul dream? Go ahead. Make your move." Though he had not logged in for several days, causing her level to drop from the top 10 of Sky City, she remained the leader of Ancient Sword's soul dream, a prominent figure long accustomed to the upper echelons of the leaderboard. Her presence alone cast a shadow of intimidation over the group led by Finqin Zhuhua, and when I appeared beside, he with the Qingming sword in hand. The faces of Finqin Zhuhua's followers turned a shade of ashen gray. Liu Bai stood there, somewhat dazed. The leader of one faction, Lord Liu Chun. I turned and smiled. "No need to say more, you have acted rightly. A true man, standing amidst heaven and earth, seeks only a clear conscience. Even without the equipment of these individuals, none can hinder your progress." As I spoke, I kicked a few pieces of Liu Bai's gear away, sending them scattering among the crowd, where several players from the Burning Zither and Boiled Crane quickly collected them. After all, they were decent items that one would not refuse. However, in my eyes, these pieces were rather trivial. The guild warehouse of the Ancient Sword Dream held an abundance of dark gold and purple gold equipment, and even some spiritual artifacts. I could easily procure Liu Bai a fine set of gear from the guild's repository later, which I believed would rival that of the Burning Zither and Boiled Crane. After kicking away the equipment, I grinned widely. All right, what is owed has been returned. Now, it is time for the Burning Zither and Boiled Crane to repay us. The Ancient Sword Dream. You traitorous scoundrels have squandered our trust. With a swift motion of my sword, I commanded, Liu Bai need not lift a finger. Everyone else, attack. Leave none alive. Li Changfeng and Su Yang sprang into action, unleashing their powerful skills, the Reverse Scale Slash and the Mountain Shatter Slash, which wreaked havoc among the hundreds of players from the Burning Zither and Boiled Crane. Additionally, he joined the fray, his Snowy Domain's whirlwind sword cutting through the crowd, conjuring a tremendous storm that left the enemy reeling in despair. Within 10 minutes, the battle concluded, and 0° ice point was swiftly dispatched by Su Yang, pinned against a small pine tree. At the moment of his demise, I caught a fleeting glimpse of regret on Liu Bai's face. Though brief, it did not escape my notice. Indeed, Liu Bai would make a commendable ally. If he truly severed ties with 0° ice point, it would instead leave me feeling unsettled. All right, Liu Bai. Join the main guild. I extended an invitation to him. He had been with the 8th sub-guild, which had now betrayed us, and most players had devolved into rogue status. Liu Bai too had exited the guild, remaining a lone player. With a chime, he successfully joined the guild. Liu Bai, without pretense, nodded at me and declared, Liu Chun, I will not let everyone down. I nodded and smiled. Indeed, we all trust you. Now, let us return to Dark Moon City and get you a full set of gear. All right. Accompanied by several members of the Qinghu Iron Cavalry, we made our way back to the city. At this point, the battle in Dark Moon City was nearing its conclusion. The 3 major guilds, Chongqing Palace, Holy Domain Rose, and Questing the World, had nearly been eradicated, with only a handful of their members left stubbornly resisting. Yet, it was clear they could not withstand the onslaught from the Ancient Sword Dream, Snow Silver Fur, and Junlin guilds. Upon arriving at the guild warehouse, I sifted through the available equipment for cloth-wearing classes, demanding high strategy, robust defense, and ample health, requirements that were rather stringent. Nevertheless, the spoils of our recent conquest were plentiful, and I managed to secure for Liu Bai 3 spiritual artifacts and 4 pieces of purple gold gear. Once donned, he transformed into a refreshing and scholarly figure, and with his refined appearance, the attire suited him splendidly. Ah, such formidable equipment, remarked Liu Bai lightly, gazing at his attributes. With nearly 400 in strategy value, a 400 boost to strategy skills, Purple Dragon has now achieved a total attribute enhancement of 75. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Even the renowned Lin Mei's National Beauty only offers an 80 attribute increase. Liu Bai, does your Purple Dragon have a limit? As of now, no indication of a limit. He replied, Oh, splendid. I chimed in, perhaps Liu Bai's strategy skills might indeed surpass Lin Yisan's. For long, Lin Yisan's National Beauty had been celebrated as the epitome of legendary general skills. If Liu Bai's Purple Dragon were to exceed that, in a certain sense, he would have already claimed the title of the foremost strategist in the Chinese server. At that moment, a panicked level 132 demon knight from the Chongqing Palace dashed past, spear in hand, pursued by a valiant warrior brandishing an axe, shouting, You scoundrel, don't you dare run. The demon knight, heedless, fled for his life, leaving the valiant warrior gasping behind him. Suddenly, a blood-red light surged forth, stunning the demon knight. In the blink of an eye, a graceful figure emerged from the void, a dagger glinting ominously in hand, striking heavily at the demon knight's neck. This was the Lijian skill, a specialty of the assassin, delivering a trio of devastating blows. Crack. 8,042. 7,899. 8,125. With 3 consecutive strikes, the assassin girl skillfully executed a finishing move, leaving the demon knight devoid of health. The valiant warrior closed in, severing the head with a mighty axe and laughing heartily. Oh my, where did this little lady come from? What a sharp assassin's finesse. This enchanting assassin was none other than the beautiful Xiaoman, the very player I intended to recruit, yet had not managed to invite into the main alliance in time. Now, she had approached on her own accord. The valiant warrior, a connoisseur of charming young ladies, was utterly smitten by Xiaoman's beauty. Her youthful allure and pleasing figure were simply irresistible, causing him to rub his hands together, inadvertently drooling. Little sister, where do you hail from? Xiaoman silently turned her back to the valiant warrior and addressed me. Zhiji Qinsha, have you forgotten your promise to me? The valiant warrior felt a pang of despair. I interjected. Promises can indeed be fulfilled. However, Xiaoman, upon joining the Ancient Sword Dream, will you join the main alliance or establish a new guild? I aspire to create a dedicated assassination guild for Ancient Sword Dream, exclusively for assassin players. Xiaoman declared confidently, her silhouette accentuating her budding curves. Chapter 619. The Thieves Guild. Oh, an assassin from Ancient Sword? He chuckled upon hearing this. In truth, Ancient Sword had long been in need of a leading assassin, and with Xiaoman's impressive display before even entering a guild, he was elated. Having such a reliable assassin as a banner figure for the guild would surely be a delightful prospect. Lu Chen, What is your view on this matter? He sought my opinion. I spread my hands with a smile, saying, I have no objections. I have already promised Xiaoman that she would become the leader of the sub-alliance. I initially intended to hand over the 8th sub-alliance to her. However, regrettably, the vessel of the 8th sub-alliance was taken away by Fengqin and Zhuha. If we were to create a new guild, we would have to start from level 1, which is rather bothersome. He couldn't help but chuckle and said, this is simple. Mingwei has a friend who established a guild in Tianfeng City, which is already at level 4 and is merely 20 experience points away from reaching level 5. Unfortunately, that person later joined Taoyuan Deep, and the guild's vessel has been left in the hands of another individual. The guild was disbanded, and only one person is managing it. I could purchase the guild vessel for 10,000 RMB and hand it over to Xiaoman. Then we could pay 10,000 gold coins to change the guild's name at the NPC. I was overjoyed, replying, all right, that sounds splendid. The lovely Xiaoman affectionately linked arms with He, smiling. Thank you, Sister Alliance Leader. You are truly wonderful. He chuckled, seemingly quite fond of the charming Xiaoman, who appeared to possess little cunning. In fact, everyone in the ancient sword spirit dream was also quite taken with her. A group of older gentlemen gazed at her with fervent eyes, perhaps contemplating when to entice her to see the goldfish. I grinned at Li Chengfeng, Yuyun Shibaki, and the others, declaring, NND. Xiaoman is the leader of our ancient sword assassination team. Whoever dares to have designs on her, I shall obliterate. Li Chengfeng was taken aback, exclaiming, wow, that's ruthless. Yuyun Shibaki expressed regret, sighing, yet another delicate flower that cannot be harmed. Luan Yue playfully jabbed Yuyun Shibaki with the hilt of her sword, saying, harm? You beast. You are in dire need of discipline. Since Lu Qing values Xiaoman so highly, allow me to be the guardian of the assassination team. Hee. The lovely Xiaoman beamed with delight, exclaiming, oh, this is Sister Luan Yue. I have heard so much about you, the mightiest ground warrior in ancient sword spirit dream. Luan Yue pouted, Shaw. I will eventually become the #1 female knight. He interjected, what about me? Luan Yue replied, all right, then I shall settle for second place. He displayed a satisfied smile. Soon after, a slender player hurriedly emerged from the teleportation array, adorned with the emblem of Tianfeng City, at level 92, indeed a hollow account. Yet surprisingly, he was the leader of a large alliance, which was quite rare. However, the name of that alliance was rather unrefined, entering with a buttock. I felt a bit embarrassed upon seeing the guild's name. Not far away, Lin Yixin approached on her ice-scythe steed. Upon glancing at the slender player's guild name, her face flushed crimson, and she glared at me, saying, Stinky Lu Qing, every man associated with you is truly no good. Instantly, Li Chengfeng, Giguzi, Duziyang, Su Yang, and the others shot her angry glares, to which Lin Yixin waved her purple lightning in her hand and chuckled. What's the matter? Do you wish to compete? Instantly, Li Chengfeng, Giguzi, and others revealed smiles, exclaiming, how could it be? You understand us too well. I glared at them, retorting, come on. You're already surrendering before the fight has even begun, a bunch of useless fools. The Yuyun 18 riders scoffed. Who dares to challenge the future vice leader's girlfriend? I continued. Lin Yixin. The handover ceremony proceeded smoothly. The enchanting Xiaoman joined us, and he paid a fee of 10,000 RMB. Subsequently, she handed Xiaoman 10,000 gold coins, prompting her to swiftly change the guild's name to the 8th sub-guild of the Ancient Sword, with an assassination suffix that showcased her unique touch. There's one more request. Xiaoman returned to say. I nodded, speak. Can Brother Qingshan and the others join the main guild as squad leaders? Certainly. There are numerous vacant squad leader positions in the main guild. Splendid. With just a little over 10 of us, Brother Qingshan and his crew can take the lead. Having promoted Xiaoman's companions to squad leaders of the main guild, we then extracted nearly 800 assassins from the main guild to join the 8th sub-guild. In truth, the main guild had always been dominated by warriors and ranged classes, while assassins faced ostracism. Hence, their entry into the 8th sub-guild should align with their desires. It's time to recruit. Xiaoman declared triumphantly. Go ahead, I encouraged. Wait, Brother Zhiji Qinsha, I have another request. I was nearly numb by this point. All right. What is it? Please issue a system announcement for me, stating that the 8th sub-guild is recruiting at the Northgate Square of the Sky City, seeking assassin players above level 125 to join. Why must I be the one to announce it? You possess prestige, she replied, gently caressing her dagger. Besides, I'm quite poor and can't afford to give the system 5,000 RMB. I couldn't help but chuckle, quickly trading 100,000 gold coins to Xiaoman, saying, here is the initial funding for the 8th sub-guild. Thereafter, it's up to you to develop the guild. Thus, I accessed the system announcement feature, composed a message, and spent 5,000 RMB to send it out. Ding. System announcement. Player Zhiji Chen Sha proclaims attention, thieves of the Sky City. The ancient Sword Soul Dream has officially established a dedicated team for assassins, the 8th sub-guild. The guild leader is the enchanting Xiaoman, now recruiting all hidden assassins lurking in the shadows, dancers on the edge of the blade, and those seeking extreme challenges. Head to the North Gate Square of the Sky City, where Xiaoman will commence recruitment immediately. What are you waiting for? Joining requirements: attractive appearance, good character, a versatile rogue, kind-hearted yet fierce in combat, praised by all on the road. Level 125, possessing at least 3 dark gold equipment pieces, exceptional skills, and handsome looks preferred, along with scholarship recipients. After the recruitment announcement was posted, Xiaoman's cheeks flushed as she looked at me, saying, brother leader, your eloquence is truly remarkable. I felt my face heat up, replying, I've read too much bathroom literature. It's all like this. Xiaoman nodded in agreement. Well then, Sister Luan Yue, would you care to help me recruit for the 8th sub-guild? Luan Yue hurriedly shook her head. You handle this personally. I 1T overstepped my bounds. I chuckled. Are you reluctant to part with guild points? As the moonlight dimmed, Luan Yue narrowed her eyes and warned, if you dare to speak the truth again, I shall strike you. Lin Yisin, standing nearby, held a dagger in her hand, her posture brimming with vigilance towards Luan Yue, ready to act at the slightest provocation. Qingqing Shuixiang gently patted Lin Yisin on the shoulder, asking, why are you so tense around Lu Chun? Lin Yisin blinked her delicate eyes and replied, only I have the right to strike him. Luan Yue smirked, fine, let us pretend I never said that. Now where's Lu Bai? Let us finish our late-night snacks and prepare for leveling up. At that moment, glancing at the time, I realized it was late into the night. I turned to Lin Yisin and said, after such an extensive territory battle, you must be exhausted. Quickly eat something and rest. Lin Yisin nodded yes. I will go to sleep now. You should rest early as well. Understood, off you go. I watched as Lin Yisin produced a return scroll and vanished. Meanwhile, the members of Gu Jian Hunming were still reveling in the joy of their successful defense of the city. Indeed, it was a magnificent victory, overcoming numerous adversaries and vanquishing so many foes, resulting in a substantial upgrade of the territory. This triumph granted Gu Jian Hunming a formidable stronghold that others could not encroach upon. Let us log off and have a meal. Morong Minghua chuckled. Eve and I had the foresight to order some dishes from a local restaurant for our late-night snack. Hurry and call Xiao Baiming to log off. All right. I sent a message to Baiming Shui and logged off as well. Removing my helmet after being online for several consecutive hours left me feeling utterly fatigued. After downing 2 bottles of water, I stepped outside to find several ladies already in the studio's lobby. True enough, Morong Minghua was unwrapping the takeout. There was a clear broth fish, a spicy stir-fried pork dish, a roasted chicken, a plate of boiled peanuts, and sliced dried beef. It was quite a feast, complemented by some congee they had thoughtfully ordered. The aroma of the food immediately ignited my appetite, and I sat beside He, exclaiming, I suddenly feel so hungry. He smiled. After being online for so long, it would be strange if you weren't hungry. Eat slowly. There are steamed buns as well. I grabbed a bun, sipped my congee, and savored the spicy dishes, surrounded by 3 stunning beauties. For a moment, I felt that my life had not been in vain. As I ate, I inquired, Sister how is the situation in Nanjing progressing? Oh, very smoothly, he replied, taking small bites of her congee. Minghua and I split our efforts. Nanjing is our stronghold, so transferring manpower and resources has been quite effortless. Within a week, the Yuliang Nanjing branch will be established, directly providing technical and human support to Tianzong's server located in Nanjing. That is wonderful. With Yuliang involved in the technical collaboration, issues like disconnections will likely become a rarity. The last time we leveled, we lost several hundred players at once, and many characters were killed by monsters while online. Later, we discovered it was due to the Hangzhou server crashing. What a disaster. He chuckled lightly. Indeed, Blue Star was initially focused on the electronics industry, and its shortcomings in the virtual software sector are evident. This is precisely why Ling Shui and Ling Yu are so eager for our collaboration. After all, Blue Star must operate under the supervision of the Yueheng headquarters. Failing to execute this project could lead to severe repercussions for them. Mu Rong Mingyue bit into a steamed bun, looked at me, and remarked, "It's been just a day since we last met. Yet this rascal Lu Chun has managed to create such a stir in the game. How amusing." I could only respond with silence. It's not as if I wished for such chaos to unfold. With 500,000 players besieging the city, while our entire guild barely amounts to 70 or 80,000. The disparity is staggering. I certainly don't wish to encounter such an opportunity again. Once you all finish your tasks, let us swiftly expand our alliances. Understood. We will do our utmost, Mu Rong Mingyue replied with a light chuckle. Today, we recruited a batch of technical experts from India, all former subordinates of Eve. Hee. With her influence, she managed to lure them away from their positions to work for Yuli Square. This maneuver has surely left the higher-ups at GGS in quite a predicament. I sighed. The vengeance of a woman is truly formidable. Mu Rong Mingyue shot me a glance. You ungrateful soul. Isn't Eve's decision motivated by her concern for you? He lowered her head, sipping kanji in silence, her long hair cascading gracefully as she remained enigmatic and beautiful. Chapter 620. Unable to resist leaning against the sofa, I gazed out at the moonlight, savoring this precious moment of tranquility. The tumultuous storms of the game had temporarily subsided. The combined assault from the three major guilds, Changxing Temple, Winding Tianxia, and Holy Domain Roses, had been valiantly repelled by our guild. Ancient Sword Soul Dream. This was a monumental success, truly deserving of the title of an extraordinary battle. After this clash, players across the entire Chinese server would recognize the might of Ancient Sword Soul Dream. I firmly believe that when the Chinese guild rankings were next updated, we would undoubtedly secure a place among the top 10. Sighing, I closed my eyes, feeling utterly exhausted. I longed to drift off to sleep. Wanting nothing to do with the conflicts and battles within the game, I simply wished for a moment of rest, perhaps to awaken a century later and embark on a new chapter of life. A soft rustling sound caught my attention. It was He. She had just finished her bath, carrying a cup of tea to the balcony, gently placing it on the table. "Aren't you asleep yet?" she asked with a smile. "Yes. I will sleep soon," I replied, smiling back while admiring her lovely face. "Eve, you appear quite fatigued." "Indeed, after a long day of hustle. How could I not be tired? It's already past 1 in the morning. You should also consider getting some rest." "Yes." I stood up, adjusted my clothing, and was about to leave when I paused as I brushed past He. Turning back, I looked at her and said, "Thank you." "Oh, what are you thanking me for?" Her beautiful eyes sparkled with a captivating light as she smiled at me. I bit my lip and replied, "Thank you for staying and continuing to accompany me. I know that leaving GGS was an incredibly difficult decision for you." "Oh, He hesitated, her long eyelashes fluttering as she seemed to evade my gaze. She stared at the ground, stammering, I don't really know." In a moment of impulse, I decided to leave GGS. I wonder if I've lost my mind. I couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to embrace He, softly saying, "Nevertheless, thank you." Her body trembled slightly, and at last, she wrapped her arms around me in return, her figure enveloped in nightwear radiating a gentle warmth, leaving me utterly entranced. As He lifted her face to gaze at me, her eyes were filled with a complex blend of anticipation and trepidation. Soon, a veil of mist covered her beautiful eyes. "I am simply worried about losing you and being left all alone," she confessed. "I understand," I replied with a smile. "Is it the dream of the ancient sword soul? I shall fulfill it. Eve, I vow to dedicate my life to battle for you." He chuckled lightly, suddenly lifting her feet, her arms entwining around my neck like supple vines. Her warm lips approached, offering a sweet kiss. My head instantly felt aflame, nearly losing my reason as my tongue parted her delicate teeth to welcome her clumsy, fragrant tongue. Simultaneously, I sensed her body, hot yet trembling, pressing tightly into my embrace, as if she wished to melt away. Against my chest, her soft yet resilient form pressed against me, reaffirming her owner's alluring attributes. I was utterly disoriented, my hands instinctively sliding down to caress her rounded, pert derriere, lifting her gently and turning, my body descending upon her as I pressed her onto the sofa. My left hand, seemingly enchanted, ascended without guidance, climbing towards her pristine peaks. "What?" He exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise, staring directly at me. and I met her gaze. Both of us were flushed, trembling, her exquisitely beautiful eyes filled with a dreamy plea, as if to say, Luchun, if we continue like this, we might ignite a fire. My mind was still somewhat hazy, my palm resting upon her sacred summit. I leaned down and kissed her softly. Murmuring in disarray, Eve, I can't resist any longer, what should I do? He's face deepened in color. This place is not suitable. I glanced around. The community was illuminated with countless lights, and our balcony, too, had its share of illumination, seemingly not the most discreet setting. Just then, a calm voice interjected, indeed. With the current advancements in DSLR technology, once captured, you both could end up famous on the CL forum. He and I turned our heads to discover Murong Mingwe, having appeared by the floor-to-ceiling window at some point, holding a cup of hot beverage, relaxed with her legs crossed at the coffee table, smiling at us. Both he and I were momentarily befuddled, and after a significant pause, he asked, Mingwe, when did you arrive? Murong Mingwe took a sip of her drink, replying, Don't mind me. You two continue. I was merely hanging out laundry and happened to observe. She gestured towards a nearby basin, which indeed contained a pile of clothing, with a large pink sloggy bra flamboyantly displayed atop. He's face turned a deeper shade of red. Observe? Hurry up and hang the laundry. There's nothing between Luchun and me. Murong Mingwe chuckled. Well, indeed, there seems to be nothing. I did not witness the scene I most wished to see. What a pity. Humph. He stood up, adjusting my disheveled collar, resembling a devoted little wife. In that moment, I profoundly realized what a remarkable woman he truly was. Murong Mingwe cautiously approached he, whispering something in her ear. He's cheeks immediately flushed with a rosy hue as she playfully chided. Mingwe, you glutton, how could you say such things about us? I inquired. What did Sister Mingwe say? Please share. Murong Mingwe turned to me, one hand resting on her waist, and flashed a charming smile, saying, I told our Eve that if two people truly love each other, it's perfectly acceptable. I remarked, it is evident that everyone is exhausted and somewhat disheveled today. Standing by the windowsill, I watched as he assisted Murong Mingwe in hanging clothes, while I found myself in a state of confusion. Was my affection for he truly love? If something were to transpire between us, would I still be able to hold Lin Eason's hand as I once did? God only knows. After taking a shower and returning to my room, a wave of overwhelming drowsiness washed over me, and I fell into a hazy slumber. When I opened my eyes again, it was already the following morning. Outside my room, I could hear the cheerful banter of Murong Mingwe and he, and Bai Mingshui was already awake as well. Upon opening the door, a delightful aroma greeted me. He, clad in a coffee-colored uniform dress with a neatly tied white apron, had taken to the kitchen herself. Oh, you're awake? He smiled at me. This morning, I made a pot of pumpkin porridge. It's light and nourishing. From now on, no more pork buns for breakfast. They're not necessarily healthy. Those fluffy buns are likely laden with additives, and the pork is probably uninspected. I pouted. Eve, you're being rather pessimistic. You should look on the bright side. He chuckled. I'm just concerned for your safety. Hurry and wash your face. Breakfast is ready. Mingwe went to buy us a healthy meal. Oh, she went to buy breakfast. Just then, the door swung open, and Murong Mingwe entered, proudly holding a bag. Eve, look. I bought 3 pounds of delicious meat buns. The shopkeeper assured me that the ingredients are neither gutter oil nor pork from deceased pigs. He remained unfazed, replying, relying on you. I nearly burst into laughter as I wrapped my arm around He's shoulders, saying, all right, accept your fate. Where can we find healthy food in this world? Unless we grow it ourselves. Once we earn enough money, let us move to Yangzhou's Yong'an town, buy a dozen acres, and plant vegetables like bok choy and cauliflower. I'll fish in the river, and we'll feast on pure, green, and healthy food every day. He responded with a light laugh. Sounds good. Murong Mingwe beamed. Yes, it's settled then. Luchun, you'll have to support all 3 of us. Bai Mingshui chimed in happily. Brother, you're going to support us? That's wonderful. I approached the washroom, muttering, goodness, I merely suggested it. Why does it have to be taken so seriously? After washing up, I sat down with the girls to enjoy the sweet and flavorful pumpkin porridge and the delightful meat buns. The meal was indeed appetizing. Before long, I had devoured all the buns, consuming more than anyone else, likely due to the exhausting days I had recently endured. Luchun, what are your plans after breakfast? He asked. I contemplated for a moment and replied, level up and embark on a super mission. Oh, a super mission? He smiled faintly. Are you going to seek that impressive lowly, Shinran? I nodded slightly and replied, however, Shinran is no longer a lowly. She appears to be a formidable figure emerging from the depths of hell. I cannot quite comprehend it, but the only certainty is that Shinran would never harm me. And that is sufficient. With such a distinguished status, I am certain she will offer me remarkable main quests. Morong Mingyue lifted her head, wiped the soup from the corner of her mouth, and remarked with a smile, what a pity. Eve and I must venture to Changzhou shortly, otherwise I could have accompanied you to gain some experience. I responded, indeed, both of your levels are at risk of falling behind. Sister Mingyue has not utilized her insights from the bright mirror since acquiring them. It is unfortunate that you two were absent during the guild battle. Without the enhancement from the renowned general skills of the Ancient Sword Alliance's priests, we lack strength. Had you been present earlier, perhaps our defensive line would not have crumbled so soon. Morong Mingyue shrugged and pointed her chopsticks at He, saying, look, I am accompanying your beloved on this arduous journey, not by choice. I wish I were less occupied, able to log in daily to heal others, gather experience, and then marry a wealthy and handsome man, indulging in endless feasts. I rolled my eyes, indeed a true foodie. Bai Mingshui chuckled and said, all right, after a while. Eve and Sister Mingyue will surely have some leisure time. Today, I shall also pursue quests to level up, striving to reach level 150 and become the first 6 transformation super archer in the China region. Yes, good luck. Chapter 621, Flying Silver Dragon. Upon entering the game, I was teleported to Dark Moon City. A bright vista unfolded before me, and I could not help but marvel at the grandeur surrounding me. The newly refreshed Dark Moon City appeared even more solemn and majestic. As an 8th level fortress, the town hall stood imposing ahead, with its heavy iron doors adorned with thorny spikes, evoking thoughts of its formidable defenses. The entire town hall was enveloped in a thick layer of deep blue ice armor, resembling a bastion of iron, making it exceedingly challenging to conquer. In addition to the town hall, the other structures within the city had undergone significant transformations. The city walls had been heightened and extended considerably, expanding the overall area of Dark Moon City. Towering arrow towers and battlements punctuated the landscape. The Dark Knight, Odal, commanded 1,000 spectral knights patrolling the city. These spectral knights were level 150 ancient-grade NPC guardians, boasting formidable attributes, capable of facing 10 foes alone. Furthermore, as players' overall levels rise, the NPC levels will also ascend, rendering them indispensable tools in our defense against external foes and in our endeavors to conquer other territories. Due to the upgrade of the city, the troop-building structure, the Knight's Tomb, has ascended directly to level 8. Upon reaching level 9, it will enable the mass production of the Phantom Knights. Thus, I am in no rush to recruit the Dark Knights, as they belong to a level 6 category. In comparison to the level 9 Phantom Knights, they are at least 35 points inferior in attributes. In the forthcoming territorial wars and even national battles, high-tier units like the Phantom Knights will undoubtedly be the true essence of warfare. Lower-tier units, no matter how numerous, merely serve as cannon fodder. True to my approach, I seek not the expendable, but rather the sharp blade. Observing the layout of the city, there remains one vacant spot, reserved for the Dragon Tomb. It requires a level 10 castle for its construction, thereafter allowing the recruitment of the Dark Earth Dragons. That would be the ultimate unit within the necropolis. A prospect that fills me with anticipation. For now, I shall refrain from recruiting troops, as accumulating resources for about a week will suffice to upgrade the castle to level 9. Furthermore, after the Dark Moon City faced siege from the Everlasting Hall and other guilds, it will be shielded from any challenges for a period of 15 days. A provision set by the system that grants us a precious respite. Of course, should anyone dare to attack, I would welcome it. The path to the rise of ancient Sword Soul Dream is paved by warfare, and we harbor no fear of any adversary. After wandering around Dark Moon City, I repaired my equipment and checked my bank account, only to be astounded. In just one day, my bank balance had surged by an astonishing 1,200 million. Gazing at the figures in disbelief, I rubbed my eyes, recalling that I had not purchased a lottery ticket. How could such a drastic increase occur? Swiftly reviewing the transaction details, I realized that this fortune stemmed from the auction of potions at the Air Force One convenience store. The over 10,000 level 8 strength potions I consigned had sold out, with each bottle fetching over 10,000. Thus, even after deducting various taxes, I still netted a staggering 1,200 million in real currency. Truly, this culinary sorcery is a lucrative skill. The results are simply exhilarating. Elated, I recognize that opportunities for profit are fleeting. Currently, players are in dire need of such potions to master the barrier break skill. However, in a week or even 3 days, as levels rise and strength points easily reach 1400, the value of level 8 strength potions will diminish. Therefore, seizing the moment to profit is paramount. Presently, various guilds are crafting their elite warriors, resulting in a surge of buyers for these exorbitantly priced potions. Indeed, just within Sky City, there are millions of warriors, and a mere 10,000 potions are evidently insufficient. This lucrative method of earning has surely incited envy in countless individuals. Hastily, I went to the warehouse, retrieved some agave, and procured a batch of potions and ingredients. I continued to employ my culinary sorcery to synthesize level 8 strength potions. After nearly half an hour, I produced a substantial quantity, all of which I promptly placed in the convenience store, advertised, and then joyfully awaited the influx of riches. Upon examining the balance of my gaming account, a swell of pride surged within me. I had never anticipated that my first substantial fortune would not stem from selling artifacts or similar equipment, but rather from these seemingly inconspicuous potions. Each vial, priced at just over 10,000 RMB, seemed modest, yet their sales were outstanding, granting me an immense fortune. It was exhilarating. I promptly transferred 100 million into Heyi's bank account, retaining over 20 million for myself. This savings, my financial backbone, imbued me with confidence. Having 20 million as a safety net empowers one to speak with conviction. As for the Yuli Square Company, with Heyi and Murong Mingyue bustling about, I would assume the role of a minor shareholder. Investment was essential. However, within a mere 2 minutes, a notification chimed in my ear. Ding. System alert. Your friend at Shui Yifang is attempting to contact you via a bound phone call. Would you like to accept it immediately? Upon confirmation, Heyi's voice resonated. Lu Chun, have you resorted to robbery? How is it that my phone received a transfer notification of 100 million RMB? I smiled faintly, replying, I haven't committed robbery. I merely exploited a glitch to execute a lucrative transaction and earned a considerable sum. What? Do you find my 100 million insufficient? He chuckled sweetly. Not at all. Mingyue and I are en route to Changzhou, where the branch is in dire need of funds. This 100 million will be perfectly timely. Lu Chun, you are truly Yuli Square's savior within 3 days. I couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. This savior status could only last for 3 days due to the limited funds. All right, drive safely. I'll seek a place to level up, I said. Yes, go ahead. Mingyue and I will return by evening for dinner. With that, I deactivated the communicator. Filled with ambition and fully equipped, I set out, teleporting to the Violet Empire. Making my way to the royal palace. My objective was to locate the shadow dancer, Shui Wei, and request her assistance in finding Xian Ran in the Divine Realm. Upon arriving at the palace, I hurried up the steps. Inside, Queen Sophia sat regally, flanked by her ministers, and among them was Shui Wei. Oh, what brings you here? Shui Wei approached with a light laugh. I spread my arms, saying, It's been a while, Shui Wei. I'm here to find Xian Ran. Is she still in the Divine Realm? Indeed, the bard has been searching for the whereabouts of the divine relics. Allow me to take you to her, she offered. Thank you. Following Shui Wei, we made our way to the altar, where she summoned a magical array, tearing open a rift in space. She did not enter but simply nodded at me, and I leaped into the void. In an instant, I found myself once again standing amidst the apocalyptic landscape of the Divine Realm, surrounded by the bones of deities. Colossal statues of gods crumbled and collapsed. The once solemn halls had devolved into ruins. As I ventured forth, I suddenly noticed a streak of crimson in the sky. A girl cloaked in a blood-red cape wielding a vibrant dragon-bone spear. Before her loomed a fearsome dragon, roughly 5 meters in length, with wings unfurled, breathing forth flames. Beast, where do you think you can flee? Shinran, with a fierce shout, swept down with her dragon-bone spear, striking the great dragon with a resounding crash that elicited a pained roar. With one hand extended, energy surged forth, instantly adhering to the dragon's back, and she forcefully slammed the spear's handle against the creature's forehead, declaring, You wretched beast that wreaks havoc upon innocent lives. Today I shall bring you to justice. The dragon turned its menacing head, surprisingly begging for mercy, its deep voice resonating, Bard of the winds, I concede. Spare me, and I vow never to devour humans again. Shinran raised her delicate fist and unleashed a flurry of blows, sending shards of the dragon's jagged scales flying, admonishing, "Do you dare plead for mercy? Have you not uttered similar words to the dragon speaker? Yet, when shown kindness, you became an accomplice during the dragon war. Humph. Creatures like you deserve to be thoroughly punished." As she spoke, Shinran continued to rain down blows, each strike rendering the dragon's head more battered and bruised. Unable to maintain its form, the dragon plummeted, gliding directly towards me. With a thunderous crash, dust billowed as the dragon skidded across the ground, its agonized cries gradually fading. It came to a halt just a meter in front of my storm boots, barely clinging to life, and gazed up at me with remnants of draconic pride, saying, "A mere human has ventured into the divine realm? How peculiar. Tell me, little one, how much flesh do you possess? Would you consider offering it for my supper?" With a sharp sound, I drew the Qingming sword and turned to Shinran, saying, "Shinran, if this vile creature's head were to be severed, would it still dare to be so brazen?" Upon seeing me, Shinran descended from the dragon's head, leaping into my embrace, burying her face in my chest, and exclaimed, "Brother, you have finally come to see Shinran." In that moment, I experienced a peculiar sensation, pondering whether this was the formidable bard of the winds or my beloved little mushroom-picking girl, Shinran. The dragon on the ground trembled, its gaze reflecting boundless awe and fervor at our connection. It opened its bloodied maw and said, "Oh, noble human warrior, how could your melancholy yet profound sword be directed at a loyal servant? I, the silver dragon Akachi, am the most devoted servant of the bard." I cast a glance at it, then, embracing Shinran's shoulders, pointed towards the dragon and inquired, "What is this creature, Shinran? I have never encountered such an unsightly dragon before." Upon meeting Shinran's gaze, the silver dragon began to tremble uncontrollably. Shinran chuckled softly, saying, "Brother, this silver dragon is named Akachi, a truly wicked villain who has repeatedly ravaged human settlements, notorious for its cruelty and cunning. I have tracked it for over a month and finally seized the opportunity to strike it down." I raised my Qingming sword with enthusiasm, declaring, "Excellent. Let me dispatch it. Not only will it aid in my ascension, but it may also yield a dragon egg to keep as a pet." Instantly, terror filled the silver dragon's eyes as it pleaded, "Young hero, please, I am a male." Chapter 622, The Grief of Roland A. Male? I felt somewhat vexed, glancing down at the space between the silver dragoness legs, unable to discern any clarity, and then checking its level, which revealed nothing but a row of question marks. The hidden attributes remain entirely unseen, and the level of this creature likely surpasses mine by several streets. I am grateful for the presence of Shinran here, otherwise I would have surely fled in disarray. It is said that the silver dragon is exceedingly fierce and would undoubtedly not spare a dragon-slaying warrior of my insufficient prowess. "Brother?" Shinran tilted her head, brandishing the dragon-bone spear, and inquired, "What have you decided to do? The fate of this silver dragon lies in your hands." I pondered for a moment and replied, "Let us not slay it. Rather, tame it to become your steed." "Oh, why so?" "It is quite ferocious," Shinran exclaimed in astonishment. After contemplating for a few seconds, I stated, "This silver dragon is cunning and fierce. Thus, it requires your taming. Once it becomes your mount, you can conserve much energy in flight. With you by its side, it will refrain from wreaking havoc, and besides, Shinran, you have always traversed the divine realm and the abyss alone. Having a powerful silver dragon at your side would be advantageous." Shinran chuckled, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she stepped closer to embrace me, saying, "Brother, are you concerned for my safety? Is that so?" I nodded helplessly. "Indeed, I worry for you, Shinran, wandering between the divine realm and the abyss. Although this silver dragon appears grotesque, it seems to possess the potential to be a commendable steed." Shinran nodded and turned to face the silver dragon, declaring, "Akachi, you wretched creature, I now grant you a chance at life. If you forsake your past transgressions and become my mount, I shall spare you. Do you accept?" The silver dragon eagerly nodded, exclaiming, "To become the mount of the goddess of the abyss is my honor." "Excellent," Shinran responded with a sweet smile, then turned to me, saying, "Brother, it has been so long since you visited me in the divine realm." Just as I was about to speak, I noticed a glint of malice in the dragon's eyes. Its head jerked slightly, conjuring an icy blade that suddenly lunged towards Shinran's back. "Shinran, be careful," I shouted urgently. Yet, Shinran deftly turned, seemingly anticipating the attack. She blocked the dragon's horn blade with the spear and swiftly seized a fragment of the horn, exclaiming, "You audacious dragon! Do you dare to be so bold?" With a resounding crack, she snapped the horn in half, demonstrating an extraordinary display of strength. The silver dragon howled in pain. Fuming, Chiron unleashed a flurry of punches, striking the dragon's head and neck with relentless blows. Each hit was infused with crimson energy, causing the hardened scales to splinter and blood to splatter. It was evident how agonizing this was for the silver dragon, but it was a consequence of its own actions. I felt a sense of relief. Chiron's perceptiveness and absolute power now far surpassed that of the silver dragon, rendering her capable of controlling it without danger. "Oh my goddess, I vow to remain loyal to you for all my days." The silver dragon cried out in despair, beseeching, "I implore you, do not strike my face. I am one of the few handsome figures among the dragon kin. Please spare my visage." In a fit of annoyance, Shinran delivered several more punches before relenting, warning, "Akachi, should you dare to assault me or my brother again, I shall refine your dragon soul, fashion you into a horseshoe, and present that horseshoe to the most despicable of human mercenaries, subjecting you to the utmost humiliation of the human realm. Let us see if you still possess the dignity of a dragon prince." The silver dragon lamented, "Master, my goddess, my life is pledged to your service. Please do not question my loyalty any further." This reassured Shinran, who then bit her fingertip, placing her bloodied palm upon Akachi's forehead while quietly reciting the master-servant contract. The silver dragon pleaded, "Dearest master, why not consider a beast pact instead? The master-servant contract feels rather disrespectful." Shinran's beautiful eyes turned icy as she warned, "Speak another word, and I shall sever your head." "Ah, yes, my beloved master." The silver dragon resigned itself and obediently consented to the contract. I turned to Shinran and advised, "Exercise caution with this dragon, much like one would with a dog." Shinran nodded. "Indeed, I understand, brother." Soon enough, the silver dragon curled up beside Shinran, its fearsome head rubbing against the delicate thigh of the lovely maiden. Shinran kicked it away, then turned to embrace my arm, smiling, "Brother, it has been so long since you visited me. You must have something you wish for my assistance with, now that you are in the divine realm?" I nodded, "Indeed. I seek a task of reasonable difficulty." "Do you have one? A task, you say?" Shinran teased, sticking out her tongue. "How about slaying the 9 lords of the abyss? Would you dare to accept such a challenge?" I shuddered, something of lesser intensity. With a light laugh, Shinran pondered for a moment and then replied, "Well, there is indeed a rather challenging task at hand, contingent upon your courage to accept it." "Oh, what is this task?" Gazing into the distance, Shinran began. After the collapse of the ancient Silver Moon Alliance, a powerful nation arose upon the continent, known as the Roland Empire. This empire was once one of the mightiest on the continent, tasked with its protection. However, when the abyss revealed a divine weapon called the Thunderblade, those tempted by its power lost their very essence. Consequently, the empire's foremost swordsman, Thunder, willingly succumbed to darkness in pursuit of the Thunderblade, infiltrated the royal palace, assassinated the monarch, and led an army of ghouls to massacre the city. With a sigh, Shinran continued, "Now, the Roland Empire lies in ruins. I hope, dear brother, that you will venture to the remnants of Roland in my stead to locate the body of Captain Mengchuan of the Roland Royal Knights. I have already found Mengchuan's soul within the abyss. Once I acquire his corpse, I can utilize the powers of the abyss to reconstruct his body, resurrecting this ancient warrior, who possesses immense strength and could undoubtedly aid humanity in combating the Night Spirit Legion." "Very well." I nodded, and shortly thereafter, the task notification arrived. Ding. System notification. You have accepted the task, The Lament of Roland. Current task level, SSS grade inferior. Task details. Proceed to the ruins of the Roland Empire. Locate the remains of Captain Mengchuan of the Royal Knights, and deliver him to the Bard, Chiron. However, one must exercise utmost caution, as the Roland Empire has transformed into a hellish landscape, rife with demons and swarming with countless undead. Many renowned heroes have already met their demise in this cursed realm. Observing the task level and its content, I rubbed my hands in anticipation. A 3S task, quite akin to a divine mission at this stage, indeed. Chiron certainly holds me in high regard, entrusting me with such a formidable challenge. It appears I ought to seek out a few allies, but alas, the task cannot be shared and must be undertaken alone. Very well, I shall not burden others. Such peril could easily lead to death. I unfurled the map. The Roland Empire lies directly south of the Sky City, nestled within a vast wilderness. It is even situated south of the floating ice city, near the Violet Realm, which has nearly fallen under the dominion of the night spirits, teeming with the undead. Just from the map's orientation, the task's difficulty is evidently daunting. I pondered. Perhaps I should hire a priest to accompany me. Yet Morong Mingyue is accompanying He to Changzhou and cannot arrive in time. As for other priests, I feel hesitant to intrude upon their time. Yama, currently the chief priest of the Blood Mercenaries, is equally averse to disturbing. Very well, I shall manage alone. Chiron, I am on my way. Be careful, brother. Chiron beamed at me sweetly, then grasped the horn of the silver dragon, declaring, Come, let us go slay the merfolk in the western mountains. The silver dragon eagerly responded, Oh, my beloved master, I am more than willing to serve you. With a hint of exasperation, I retrieved a return scroll, pondering Chiron's seemingly split personality. She is so kind to me, yet so fierce towards the silver dragon. With a sigh, I shattered the return scroll, retrieved additional holy elixirs from my storage, and then teleported to the floating ice city, saving considerable effort on the journey to the Roland ruins. Upon arriving at the long-forgotten floating ice city, I brandished my gleaming Qingming sword and exited the city. The stormwave boots propelled me swiftly through the very jungles where I had once fought valiantly. In the thicket, green mantises waved their bladed limbs, fiercely battling a group of newly spawned novice players. As I passed by, I could not help but notice the unmistakable envy in the eyes of those novice players. To them, I must surely appear as a master of unparalleled skill. Alas, I had forgotten to conceal the luster of my gear. This was uncharacteristic of me. I have always believed in the art of subtlety, maintaining a low profile in everyday life, only to shine brilliantly when the occasion demands it, leaving the world in awe. After traversing for nearly an hour, I encountered a region of coniferous forest ahead, surrounded by a rising miasma of purple plague. In this forsaken place, the presence of any living soul was utterly absent. The undead's most potent weapon is their toxic infection, and the plague serves as their primary means of attack, converting the living into the dead, advancing relentlessly, corrupting the land, and enslaving all beings. In comparison, the deceased of the Violet Empire exhibit a remarkable tranquility. Queen Sophia, also one of the night spirits, has successfully eradicated the plague that once afflicted the Violet Realm. The deceased commoners now sustain themselves, having renounced bloodlust and cruelty, and they even engage in trade with the Frost City and the Sky City. Thus, the Violet Empire stands as a marvel, which is one of the reasons why Princess Karensan, after seizing the imperial throne, chose not to wage war against it. Of course, the inherent strength of the Violet Empire plays a significant role as well. With the support of Sinan, Sophia has summoned a vast legion of undead cavalry from the underworld, nurturing thousands of neutral undead troops, which serves as a formidable deterrent. Not far ahead, remnants of crumbling walls come into view, suggesting the boundaries of the imperial stronghold. Amidst the ruins, skeletal soldiers wielding bone swords emerge, all of them high-ranking undead. Indeed, vanquishing these undead not only promises substantial experience, but also provides me with abundant sources of undead fire. My current advancement is that of the Shura King, and the next step should be the Shura God. What would it feel like to ascend to divinity as an undead? Chapter 623, The Frenzied Battle Axe. Before me, a group of skeletal warriors emits a sharp, hissing sound, grating on the ears. My blood-red eyes are shrouded in a veil of darkness, and under my dark gaze, the attributes of the skeletal warriors manifest. Level 155 shadow creatures, merely average in attributes, hardly a challenge. Being at level 143, my stats require me to eliminate shadow creatures that are at least 20 levels higher for a more rewarding experience, rendering these skeletal warriors unworthy as training targets. Summon. Celestial Wolf of Greed. With a howl, the small wolf leaps forth, displaying a proud demeanor as it gazes at the distant skeletal warriors, clearly unimpressed by these sub-160 level foes. Moreover, this is merely the periphery of the Roland Empire, so it is prudent not to squander time here. Consulting the map, I forged ahead, swiftly dispatching several skeletal warriors with the aid of my wolf companion, weaving through the throng without further delay. Beyond the wall, a desolate expanse unfolds, with structures faintly visible in the distance, a small town bordering a jungle. The azure sword radiates a dazzling brilliance in the night, with the dragon's soul coiling ominously around its blade. I strode purposefully into the town, only to discover an eerie silence enveloping the area, devoid of any signs of life. However, approximately 100 meters away, I discerned flickering lights emanating from a large building, which upon closer inspection revealed itself to be the adventurer's inn. The decayed iron door was rusted and overrun with vines and cobwebs, with tendrils entwining the doorknob, hinting at how long it had been since anyone had crossed this threshold. Yet, from beyond the door, I could faintly hear the clinking of glasses and the sound of boisterous laughter, albeit raspy in tone. Pushing the door open, it creaked ominously before collapsing with a thunderous crash. The scene before me took me by surprise. A group of decrepit undead adventurers surrounded a table, each clutching an empty cup, seemingly indulging in a libation. Their armor was encrusted with rust, while their leather garb had decayed beyond recognition. A broadsword lay on the table, its blade marred by countless nicks and scars. Suddenly, an orc berserker, wielding a rusted battle axe, sprang to his feet, shedding pieces of iron armor that had long succumbed to the ravages of time. With a fierce gaze, he bellowed, "Damn it! How dare a wandering adventurer venture into my town? Brothers, attack! Slay this wretch and feast upon his heart. It has been far too long since we savored flesh. Everything, for the glory of Roland." I raised my hand and drew the Qingming's sword from behind me, a smirk curling my lips. Roland has long since fallen. You wretched beings should have descended into hell by now. Yet you dare to be so brazen here? You are merely courting death. Simultaneously, I scanned the area with my dark eye. These adventurers were ancient creatures, ranging from level 160 to 165, surpassing even the shadow monsters. In truth, they had perished thousands of years ago, qualifying them as ancient beings, yet they were still not bosses. Kill! The orc berserker charged first. I lifted my sword, unleashing a fierce blade slash that reverberated among the undead adventurers. Following that, I executed a war smash that felt immensely satisfying, as horrifying damage numbers erupted above the heads of the skeletal adventurers, each exceeding 150,000. Clang! The orc's axe struck my shoulder, inflicting a mild pain and dealing 786 points of damage. Yet, I could withstand it. The Qingming sword's blood frenzy effect was sufficient to restore my health. With a swift motion, I unleashed a Chinquan strike, penetrating through the enemy, followed by another round of blade slashes. After 2 rounds of assaults, the unfortunate orc berserker's health was nearly depleted. He was soon met with a flurry of claws from the celestial wolf, prompting him to widen his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Damn it! I cannot believe I am being slain by this short-haired beast." With a decisive swing, I severed the orc's head, then executed a war smash, unleashing 3 successive waves of attacks that elicited anguished cries from the surrounding undead adventurers. I hastily consumed an 8 Holy Spirit potion from my pack, restoring a portion of my health before continuing the slaughter. In approximately 5 minutes, I dispatched the undead adventurers one by one, while my health remained stable between 5,080. These level 165 ancient creatures possessed considerable attack power, and with my defenses, I could not guarantee absolute safety. Being surrounded could indeed prove perilous. Upon glancing at the ground, I discovered 5 pieces of equipment. Picking them up, I examined them briefly and was pleasantly surprised. Among them, the axe dropped by the orc berserker caught my eye. It gleamed brilliantly in my grasp, and its attributes did not disappoint. Frenzied war axe. Exquisite golden artifact attack power, 770 to 900. Strength 130, stamina 120, enhancing the wielder's attack power by 19, with a remarkable trait, Frenzy, increasing attack speed by 15. It requires a level of 140. Indeed, it was a commendable axe, and I had not expected such a fine, exquisite artifact to be dropped by a non-boss creature. It appeared that my 38 points of luck played a significant role, although the Frenzied War Axe was not overwhelmingly powerful at this stage. The number of players exceeding level 140 on the entire server was scarce. However, in about 10 days, a multitude of level 140 players would emerge. I was confident that this axe would fetch a handsome price, as not everyone could wield weapons of such caliber as earth and spirit artifacts. Many players merely engaged in habitual grinding of ordinary monsters to level up without forming parties to challenge bosses, resulting in a disparity between their levels and their subpar equipment. Such individuals were far too common. I stowed the frenzied war axe in my inventory and lifted my gaze. The adventurers' inn was still teeming with numerous undead, each one quaking with apprehension. Evidently, not all undead relished the thrill of slaughter. A quick glance revealed a grotesque undead hound, covered in warts, seated at table number 2 in the corner. It was tilting its head, observing a nearby undead rogue who, while sipping malt liquor, cast a blood-red glare at the hound, warning in a low voice, "Get lost, or I shall tear your guts out." The hound let out a mournful howl, its murky eyes filled with sorrow. At that moment, the brawny skeletal innkeeper emerged, brandishing a broom to shoo the hound away, while berating it, "You ugly wretch, get out of my establishment. There is nothing here for you." The hound howled as it scampered outside, tail between its legs, yet its eyes remained filled with hope as it gazed longingly back inside, lingering for a time before reluctantly departing. I grimaced, pushing back my hood to reveal my blood-red eyes, and inquired of the innkeeper, "What is the story behind that hound?" The innkeeper, relieved to see another undead, replied with a disdainful tone, "That miserable creature is named Dada. It was once the beloved pet of the captain of the guards. However, many years ago, the captain perished in battle, and this wretched hound has been taken in by numerous people since, only to escape time and again. Every afternoon, it returns here to this very spot, the second table, where the captain often sat to drink. It seems that the poor hound remains oblivious to the fact that its master's head has long been severed. How pitiful." A pang of sorrow struck my heart as I gazed at the seemingly grotesque hound outside. "Would you care for a drink, my lord swordsman?" the innkeeper asked me. "No, thank you," I replied, shaking my head. I sheathed my sword and stepped outside, only to find the hound's presence had vanished, leaving me wondering where it had gone. Enough. I shall continue my quest for advancement. Here lies a quaint village outside the castle, still a considerable distance from the heart of the Roland ruins I intend to reach. Accompanied by the celestial wolf, I pressed onward, and soon a dilapidated castle emerged upon the horizon. Although largely in ruins, faint echoes of its former grandeur and glory could still be perceived. The Roland castle, in its scale, rivaled that of the Sky City. Yet it lay in a state of utter decay, strewn with crumbling walls and shattered remnants. In the castle's periphery, within the barracks training ground, countless soldiers wielding long spears roamed, all high-level undead creatures, clad in heavy armor, their eyes aglow with a sanguine light, emitting low, guttural roars akin to wild beasts. From the military camp came the hoarse and menacing shouts, "Get lost, you beast!" Accompanied by anguished howls, a dark figure was unceremoniously kicked out, a large dog named Dada, which I had seen in the tavern. Deep within the barracks, there undoubtedly lay its master's abode. This dog was remarkably obstinate. Who could fathom how many times it had been cast out in such a manner? Several undead warriors, brandishing gleaming swords, charged forth from the barracks, followed by a dozen or so undead cavalrymen wielding long spears, who hurled their weapons forth. The resounding thuds echoed as the fearsome spearheads struck the ground, not far from the hapless dog, which had unwittingly become the amusement of these skeletal soldiers. With its tail tucked between its legs, the dog yelped in terror and fled into a nearby thicket, glancing back at the row of wooden cabins with eyes filled with longing and reluctance. I cast a glance at the soldiers. They were all level 165 ancient-grade monsters, possessing formidable attributes and high attack power. Although I could slay many with my strength, without sufficient supplies and a priest, I would surely exhaust myself and meet my demise in a prolonged combat. To my surprise, the celestial wolf at my side bristled with fur, baring its teeth and glaring menacingly at the group of undead soldiers harassing Dada. Suddenly, it raised its head and emitted a piercing howl, and before I could issue a command, the celestial wolf lunged forward like a streak of azure light, ferociously pouncing on an undead cavalryman, dragging him down from his steed. "By the gods, that foolish wolf!" I muttered under my breath, yet in a moment of fervor, I charged alongside, swinging my sword to unleash 1,000 ice slashes, hurling invectives at the legion of undead soldiers. "You soulless beasts, perish." Chapter 624. Clear sky and snow. Upon uttering those words, I realized I had unwittingly lowered my intellect to the level of the celestial wolf. Alas, the blood coursing through my veins seemed to boil unconsciously. Whether this is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. Nonetheless, I had stirred up a hornet's nest, challenging the barracks in this area, unaware of how many undead warriors lay within. Ha ha, this pitiful adventurer. cackled an undead cavalryman, twirling his spear. Brothers, let us slay, and let the blood of our enemies nourish our blades. A cadre of swordsmen and cavalry surged forth, while I wielded the Azure Soul's sword, initiating a devastating strike known as the War Shatter. Concurrently, I activated a deterrent effect. However, due to the level disparity, the intimidation could only diminish their attributes by 15 rather than 25. Nevertheless, this was still commendable, as it reduced their vitality and defense by 15, making them considerably easier to vanquish. With the God of War strategy skill engaged, I unleashed a relentless assault with a 200-point boost to my attack power, cleaving through foes with ease. My blade danced, clashing fiercely with the undead cavalry, as I set aside the pursuit of blocks and defenses to maximize my offensive output. After all, absorbing 10 points of damage to convert into health was the essence of survival through combat. Boom, boom, boom. The shimmering sword light erupted, emanating waves of azure sword energy that splattered onto nearby targets. My rapid leveling speed among warrior classes was largely attributed to the 40-point splash effect of the azure sword. The celestial wolf, fervently brandishing its claws, clawed and bit with unrestrained fervor, yet its attack power was regrettably limited, failing to inflict significant damage on such high-tier undead foes. In the distance, the great dog lay concealed in the grass, emitting mournful whimpers, seemingly yearning to assist, yet lacking the courage to confront such formidable adversaries. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp blades and spears struck against the crimson dragon armor, causing my health to plummet rapidly. Surrounded by a horde of 165-level ancient creatures, the situation was dire. In the blink of an eye, my health was nearly depleted, unable to endure any longer. I hastily activated the effects of Divine Fury and Blood Slaughter, yielding a 100-point critical hit, with each critical strike restoring 10 points of health, barely allowing me to withstand the onslaught. Little wolf, you rascal, retreat at once. We cannot hold here, I commanded, my voice rising in urgency towards the celestial wolf. The creature, agile as ever, yelped and swiftly disengaged from the fray, darting like lightning into the thicket behind. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 successive waves of War Shatter, I pivoted my blade to annihilate the horde of undead cavalry behind me, seizing the opportunity to escape into the woods. My Storm War boots trod swiftly over the uneven stones and fallen leaves, as the pursuing cavalry could not penetrate the forest, while the undead swordsmen retreated after a brief pursuit. At last, I had evaded the battle. This was undeniably not an opportune locale for leveling, particularly not for solitary training. However, upon glancing at my experience bar, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. In under 10 minutes, my experience surged by nearly 5 points. If I were to bring a priest along for leveling, it would be utterly exhilarating. Within a single day, gaining 23 levels would be entirely feasible. Indeed, I would eventually eradicate every last one of the undead soldiers within the Roland Forest barracks. Casting a backward glance, I noticed the great dog lying in the grass, its murky eyes fixated upon me. I extended my hand, adorned with a warm smile. Dada. I mean you no harm. Come here, and I shall protect you, guiding you in search of your master. Alas, Dada wagged his tail. Yet upon catching sight of the azure sword slung across my back, an expression of sheer terror washed over him, and he swiftly turned to flee, vanishing into the depths of the forest. Sighing, I pondered the fragility of such a small creature. What compels him to repeatedly approach the terrifying barracks and the tavern of adventurers? How long can that loyalty endure? A century, a millennium, or even 10 millennia? Can it ever diminish his attachment and dependence on his master? In my silent contemplation, I decided to set aside these thoughts for now. I had yet to collect the spoils from the fallen undead soldier I had just defeated. I would take a look. Perhaps even lure some undead soldiers for a bit of practice, leveling up here this afternoon. Estimating the battle losses, I deduced that the ancient creature of level 165 inflicted approximately 2,000 damage per encounter, while my instantaneous burst could deliver an astonishing 50,000 attack damage, restoring 5,000 health points in the process. Coupled with potions and the regenerative capabilities of the undead, I estimated I could challenge around 5 Roland undead soldiers simultaneously, quite satisfactory indeed. With my celestial wolf, Tian Yao, I approached closer, choosing to delay my tasks for the moment until I had cleared the monsters in this area. Under the gaze of the dark eye, the attributes of several undead knights and swordsmen materialized before me, Roland Undead Soldier, Ancient Level Monster. Level, 165 attack, 2550 to 2980 defense, 2750 health, 240,000 skills, heavy slash, desperate strike. War Frenzy. Description. Following the fall of the Roland Empire, these once valiant soldiers succumbed to the plague of the undead, becoming puppets and accomplices of the undead. These bloodthirsty Roland undead soldiers retained their combat prowess from life, augmented by the fervor of the undead, rendering them exceedingly formidable. Indeed, it was no wonder their blows were so painful. Even with my formidable defense, I still felt considerable agony. Had anyone else been in my place, they would likely have been overwhelmed. The monster's strength also implied that the equipment they might drop would be quite valuable, alongside the substantial experience they offered. They were precisely the adversaries I needed to confront at this stage, for my enduring dream was to swiftly reach level 150, mount a steed, and become a fervent warrior within the ranks of high-tier knights. That is the true path of warfare. Surveying my surroundings, I found the area to be quite open, devoid of advantageous positioning for trapping monsters. Thus, I resolved to expend some effort, compensating for positional flaws with skillful maneuvering. With my speed and evasive tactics, I aimed to draw around 10 to 30 Roland undead soldiers to me, utilizing positioning to mitigate incoming damage, and then unleash my area of effect skills to wreak havoc. This strategy, I believed, would prove reliable. Having made up my mind, I promptly drew my sword and ventured forth, cautious not to charge in recklessly as I had done before. Instead, I navigated the fringes with care, which soon attracted the pursuit of 20 Roland undead soldiers. I hurriedly retreated, intent on luring them away from their initial domain. With a swift motion, 3 ice vortexes descended upon the open ground, enveloping a vast area. Nearly 30 Roland undead soldiers fell within their attack range, only to be met with a devastating series of skills, the Blade of Fury and War Shatter. The clashing of swords resounded as a horde of monsters trembled violently, their health depleting rapidly under the relentless assault, while impressive damage figures soared into the air, providing a thrilling spectacle to behold. Without lingering too long, I deftly maneuvered along a zigzag path, leading a throng of monsters around the center of the ice vortex. Ice spikes erupted, launching the Roland undead into the air and significantly slowing their movement, thus ensuring my positioning remained secure. In this manner, adhering to the 7-second cooldown of War Shatter, I would turn back every few moments to unleash 2 powerful skills or execute a combination of Thousand Ice Slash and Blade of Fury, achieving even more pronounced effects. The level 165 high-tier monsters had no recourse against my onslaught, their counterattacks barely scratching me. I felt like a predator circling its prey, avoiding direct confrontation while gradually whittling away at their health and vitality with my area of effect skills. Amidst the cacophony of anguished cries, the Roland undead fell in droves, and within a mere 3 minutes, they were vanquished. The ground was strewn with high-tier stones and scattered equipment, my drop rate proving extraordinarily high. Approaching, I discovered 2 pieces of golden gray armor nestled in the grass, 1 bracer and 1 helmet. As I picked them up, I couldn't help but smile. Roland Bracer, exquisite purple gold item, defense 450, magic defense 375, strength 125, stamina 120, increases the user's attack speed by 8. Exquisite trait, increases the user's critical hit rate by 3, level requirement, 135, part of the Roland set. Roland Helm, exquisite purple gold item, defense 480, magic defense 395, strength 135, stamina 125, increases the user's accuracy by 400, exquisite trait, raises the user's health cap by 2,000, level requirement, 135, part of the Roland set. Delighted, I realized I had obtained a complete set of armor, and not just any set, but an exquisite 3-star purple gold one. If I were to gather the entire set and auction it at the Sky City, the price would undoubtedly reach astronomical heights. With a heart filled with joy, I stowed the 2 pieces in my inventory and continued my training. Indeed, there is no greater pleasure than leveling up while also earning a fortune. By around 4 p.m., my experience had surged to 97 of level 143, tantalizingly close to reaching level 144. However, in that exhilarating moment, 2 system notifications suddenly echoed in the air. Ding! System announcement. Player, Qingkong Shui, Sky City, has successfully slain the purple gold level boss Dark Valley Raider. reaching level 137, triggering the legendary general system, and becoming the 29th legendary general in the Chinese region. Luck permanently increased by 1, strategy permanently increased by 1, and acquiring the exclusive legendary general skill, Cavalry Commander. Knight Commander effect enhances the attack and defense of cavalry allies by 25, with the effect contingent upon the player's strategic value. This renowned skill is not unique and can be mastered by multiple players. Ding! System announcement. Player, Farmer Spring, Hidden City, has successfully defeated the Earth-level boss, the Forest Giant King, reaching level 136, thereby triggering the renowned general system and ascending to the 33rd renowned general in the Chinese region. Their luck value is permanently set to 1, strategy value permanently to 1, and they have acquired the exclusive renowned skill, Bow Commander. Bow Commander effect increases allies' ranged physical attack power by 25 and attack speed by 10, with the effect also dependent on the player's strategic value. This renowned skill is not unique and can be mastered by multiple players. Incredible! 2 renowned generals have ascended in succession, both with skills that can be repeatedly mastered. Consequently, the Chinese region now boasts 2 players with cavalry strategy skills. One is Tianhanjiu of Ancient Sword Soul Dream, and the other is this Qingtian Shui, whose origins remain a mystery. Moreover, following the appearance of the Bao God from Baiming Shui, the strategy skill Bao Commander has emerged, boasting overall attributes slightly exceeding 50 of that of the Bao God, which is already quite formidable. I hastily opened my friend list and located Luan Yu, who is currently the diplomat for Ancient Sword Soul Dream. She is not only beautiful and eloquent, but also quite popular in the Chinese region, with extensive online hours. I suggested, Luan Yu, shall we seek out these 2 newly ascended renowned generals? In the realm of chaotic moons, I pondered whether I could attempt to extract the essence of Farmer Spring, yet Sunny Snow was beyond my reach. A sense of profound disappointment washed over me. I had envisioned assembling a formidable cavalry of the ancient sword, where the more illustrious players skilled in tactics, the better. However, upon hearing Luan Yu's words, I found myself at a loss for words. After a moment's pause, I inquired, why is it impossible to extract? Luan Yu chuckled softly. Foolish Lu Chun, Sunny Snow is, after all, a dark knight of the ancient sword's main alliance. She even flirted with you last time. You, who have encountered countless women. How could you forget one among them? I exclaimed, damn. On November 4th, Yeezy was set to grace the China Mobile Reading Base's esteemed live broadcast room for an interview. Anyone with questions could participate, and there were generous gifts to be won. Chapter 625. The Blade of Death roars shortly thereafter. News reached me from Luan Yu. Lu Chun. I regret to inform you that I arrived a bit late. The player who comprehended the Bowman-esque skill, Farmer Spring, has already been recruited by the Battle Heaven Alliance. They sent a message within 10 seconds of his understanding. That player is in Puyang, Hunan, and Battle Heaven is particularly close. So they drove directly with October Rain to Puyang, stating they would dine with Farmer Spring tonight. I scoffed. Damn, the speed at which Battle Heaven recruits is indeed extraordinary. It must be October Rain again. Alas, due to him, we have lost numerous talents. Luan Yu laughed lightly. Well, there's no need to lament too much. After all, it is impossible to gather every expert under your banner. Some players engage in games for their dreams, while others are solely driven by profit. Farmer Spring is one who values money greatly. He directly told me that if he were to join the Ancient Sword's Dream, a salary of 3 million a year would be necessary. I told him to leave. What a delusional fool. Once the new version releases, if the skills are nerfed, he won't be worth a penny. I couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, Luan Yu makes a valid point. We must be selective in our recruitment. By the way, where is Sunny Snow now? It would be best to develop her into a professional player for reliability. Understood. I will persuade her well. Now, what are you up to? Lu Chun. Completing quests and leveling up. Oh, I won't disturb you further. Continue your work. I shall join Lu Bu Yi and the others at the high-level training grounds. After disconnecting the communicator, I continued to slay Roland's undead soldiers. At last, a golden light cascaded from the heavens, elevating me to level 144, bringing me one step closer to the milestone of level 150. What a delightful feeling. Checking my inventory, I found that I had amassed 3 sets of the Roland gear. The drop rate was quite low, with my exceptional luck. It took an entire day to acquire just 3 sets. The only one comparable to me in this regard was Luan Yu, who had unlocked the plundering skill. Since mastering it, She had become the most sought-after figure for leveling in the guild. Everyone hoped to join her team, as she boosted the drop rate by 160 against monsters, a terrifyingly high rate, rivaling my own 38 luck points. In this era, being able to level up while simultaneously acquiring rare items to sell was indeed the epitome of happiness. As I glanced at the time, it was already past 5 in the evening. Roland's fallen soldiers had been vanquished in considerable numbers, and it was time to tackle the pending mission. I could not allow tasks to linger indefinitely. After gathering the spoils, I grasped the Qingming sword and circumvented the Roland encampment, then stepped onto the bluestone-paved avenue leading into the royal city of Roland. The whispering autumn wind rustled through the withered leaves, producing sounds that evoked a sense of melancholy and contemplation. On either side of the road lay solitary graves and wild tombs. In the distance, the grand entrance of Roland's royal city had crumbled, bricks strewn across the ground. Stepping onto the rubble, I entered the city, closely followed by Tian Yao, the greedy wolf. Within the city, numerous undead entities emerged: adventurers, bards, shopkeepers, and guards, now mere phantoms, yet they continued their diligent patrols through the streets. I walked silently past them, astonishingly unimpeded. At a street corner, a bakery was still in operation. The proprietor, a frail old woman, was little more than a skeleton, clad in tattered rags. Yet she was busily kneading tree leaves, torn cloth, and soil teeming with worms upon the table, seemingly endeavoring to craft delectable bread from these meager materials. Suddenly, a familiar sound reached my ears. The large dog, Dada, was right beside the bakery, tilting its head as it gazed at the elderly baker, its eyes brimming with warmth and dependence. Clearly, its master, Meng Chuan, must have frequently brought it to the bakery for treats, which explained why Dada waited here daily. Hoping for its master's return, yearning to be embraced and fed fragrant bread once more. The baker, noticing Dada, immediately swung her rolling pin at it, cursing, "You greedy creature. Be off with you." Dada yelped and scurried away with its tail tucked. I could not allow Dada to stray again, for I was unaware of Meng Chuan's whereabouts or the location of his remains. Yet, Dada surely knew. It could lead me to Meng Chuan's body. With the Qingming sword in hand and Tian Yao the greedy wolf at my side, I sprinted swiftly, pursuing Dada as it vanished deeper into the street corners. After a wild chase lasting over 10 minutes, Dada finally halted before the palace gates, wagging its tail and howling mournfully towards the palace, its cries laden with sorrow. Before the palace gates, a squad of Roland's fallen soldiers stood guard. The commander, adorned with a golden helmet, approached with a long sword in hand, sneering coldly. "This wretched stray has returned to wait here, has it? What are you hoping for, you filthy creature?" Beside him, a soldier murmured, "Sir, this dog appears to be the beloved pet of Captain Meng Chuan. It seems unaware of its master's demise." The commander grinned menacingly. "This pitiful beast. That fool Meng Chuan has lost his head. Humph, we are now the most loyal subjects of Lord Laming. Bring forth some archers. Inform them there is a live target here. Ha ha ha." At that moment, Dada's eyes filled with terror, yet it continued to bark fervently at the palace, its tail wagging, as if calling out for its master, hoping to hear its voice once more and be taken home. Before me stood a dog wagging its tail, when suddenly a battalion of archers emerged, swiftly drawing their longbows. In the next instant, a barrage of arrows rained down. I could no longer endure it. I dashed forward, positioning myself protectively in front of Dada, raising my arm to absorb all the damage. Withdrawing my sword, I charged ahead, lifting my blade high, unleashing a powerful strike known as the Thousand Ice slash upon the throng of archers. A cascade of damage numbers erupted as the attack struck, causing a significant portion of their health to plummet by nearly a third, as they had foolishly clustered so closely together. Furthermore, a majority of them found themselves encased in ice from my strike. Seizing the opportunity, I executed the fiery blade slash, which transformed into 3 blazing sword strikes that swept through the crowd, further diminishing the archers' health. With a flurry of strikes, I dispatched them with remarkable efficiency within 2 minutes. Every archer lay slain. The captain of the guards, enraged, brandished his sword and bellowed, "Cursed be it! Humans have invaded our royal city. Bring forth reinforcements at once, and eliminate him." A horde of Roland undead surged forth, yet I was well prepared. I charged forward, blocking their advance at the palace gates, utilizing my position to unleash my full power. This time, Dada did not cower and flee. Instead, it remained close behind me, tail wagging, as if it sensed hope in the search for its master. After a relentless 10 minutes of combat, my health dwindled to around 10 points. At last, I defeated the captain, consuming potions to restore health and bolster my strength, downing concoctions that provided 400 points of strength and stamina. Otherwise, I would not have triumphed against such formidable foes, the level 165 ancient creatures. Amidst the sea of bodies, I retrieved a pair of Roland battle boots and stowed them away. Dada then dashed past me, wagging its tail and barking joyfully as it sprinted into the rear garden. Could it be that Captain Mengchuan was there? My heart quickened, and I hurriedly raised my sword, following Dada with the Tanyao greedy wolf. I absolutely could not allow Dada to suffer any further harm. In the rear garden, desolation reigned. Amidst the overgrown weeds of an execution ground, a colossal stone wall loomed. Carved upon it were landscapes, flowers, birds, and deities, suggesting a form of faith, or perhaps a curse. Affixed to the wall was a figure, gruesomely impaled by 2 swords through the chest, while a battle axe lay across the neck, having cleaved part of the skull. Was this an undead? I was startled. Activating my dark eye revealed the truth. A line of text floated above the figure's head. Mengchuan, level 170, captain of the Roland Royal City Night Guard. Dada joyfully approached its master, but upon witnessing the 2 swords piercing through the chest, its jubilant barks gradually transformed into mournful cries. It seemed to finally comprehend the grim reality. The master had been slain. With a heart-wrenching howl, Dada licked the skeletal hand of its master, nudging it gently with its head, as if attempting to awaken the lifeless form. I stepped forward, noticing the battle axe emanating a blood-red glow, seemingly sealing something within. Snap! With a firm grip on the handle of the battle axe, I pulled with all my might. In an instant, the axe was wrenched from Mengchuan's skull, causing his lifeless body to tremble slightly. His decayed eyelids slowly opened, revealing a pair of murky eyes. Upon his first glance, Mengchuan saw Dada beside him, and he shuddered, letting out a hoarse growl. Dada, my friend, I have finally seen you again. Dada wagged his tail, bouncing around Mengchuan, then quickly dashed to my side, nudging my hand with his head, his request for assistance to his master unmistakable. I stepped forward, grasped the 2 swords, and with a sudden tug, pulled them free. Mengchuan let out a mournful wail, collapsing weakly to the ground. Dada hurriedly leaped forward, diving into his master's embrace, overflowing with affection. Yet, Mengchuan gazed at me, his voice raspy. Young adventurer, you must leave at once. The battle axe you have withdrawn is a sealed artifact. That cursed death blade, Thunderclap, has certainly sensed the situation here. He will re-emerge from the abyss into the mortal realm, and when that happens, you will meet your demise. I shook my head. No, I must rescue you and Dada. He has waited here for you for 10,000 years, day after day, year after year, endlessly longing for your return. I will not disappoint him. Yet another fool. Mengchuan cradled Dada's head, gazing skyward, murmuring, the death blade, Thunderclap, is about to descend again. Young adventurer, I am sorry for dragging you into this. If souls could enter the abyss, I would pray for you in the blood pool of that realm. At that moment, the ground suddenly shook, as if the entire Roland Empire were on the verge of collapse. Boom! A radiant purple light burst forth from the earth, reducing the majestic palace ahead to ruins. The overwhelming destructive force was astonishing, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario. Gradually, a massive gaping hole filled with lightning emerged, exuding a crimson hue. Was that the entrance to the abyss? Chapter 626. Guardian of the Loyal Soul. I tightly gripped the Qingming sword, my heart racing as if it would leap from my throat. At last, one of the 9 legendary kings of the abyss, the Death Blade, Thunderclap, was about to make his appearance. This legendary figure, renowned as the mightiest in the Roland Empire, had also been the one to slay the king, leading to the downfall of the empire itself. Crack! The vast blood hole, roughly 100 meters in radius, roiled with searing purple currents, affirming my thoughts. Thunderclap was indeed a master of electrical attacks. This gaping void must have been torn open by his formidable electrical power, allowing him to directly transport himself from the abyss to the mortal realm. A deafening roar filled the air, accompanied by a calm, yet chilling voice. Mengchuan, my long-lost friend, what commotion have you stirred? Within the blood hole, countless currents wreaked havoc in the center and at the heart of this tempest. Stepping across a web of lightning, a formidable figure clad in deep blue battle armor emerged, wielding a sword that shimmered with runes and crackled with thunderous energy. Clearly, this sword was the fabled Thunderblade, the very weapon that had led to Thunderclap's fall. Beneath the darkened gaze, the attributes of the Thunderblade of Death materialized before me. Thunderblade of Death, Celestial Grade Boss, Level 195 Attack. Defense. Health. Skills. Description: the Thunderblade of Death. Once the foremost champion of the Roland Empire, was renowned across the continent. He single-handedly vanquished 3 ancient dragons that dared to invade the royal city, earning him the title of the kingdom's greatest warrior. Yet, shortly thereafter, an extraordinary weapon, the Thunderblade, descended from the abyssal rift, possessing such formidable power that it led to his downfall. The moment he grasped the Thunderblade, he betrayed his kingdom, murdering the sovereign and the captain of the guard. Meng Chuan. With the Thunderblade in hand, he subdued half the continent, rendering the Roland Empire a desolate wasteland. The chain of events became clear, and I gripped my Qing Ming sword tightly, bracing for battle, while silently lamenting. Oh, dear Chiron, you are going to lead me to my doom once more. How on earth am I to confront this level 195 celestial boss? However, Thunderblade seemed to disregard my presence entirely, fixating instead on Meng Chuan. With a mocking smile, "Old friend, how pitifully lonely you are now. It is truly laughable. Behold my power, capable of challenging the heavens and the earth. In that infernal realm, I am a godly being, and here in the mortal world, I am a harbinger of death, capable of obliterating an entire human empire with but a flick of my hand." Meng Chuan regarded Thunderblade with a gaze imbued with pity, responding with a faint smile, "Thunderblade, you treacherous wretch devoid of loyalty, you have slain our beloved king and condemned the empire, causing the deaths of millions in a sea of blood. I long to sever your head from your body myself." Thunderblade's fury erupted. "Foolish and obstinate. With unparalleled power, why remain a subject under a decaying tyrant? Now, you are a captive, while I, Thunderblade, am God, King, the sovereign of all. Who, then, is the true victor? Do you not see, Meng Chuan?" he taunted. Meng Chuan, with disdain, replied, "I disdain power obtained through betrayal. Thunderblade, I have long seen through your vile nature, and I lament not having urged the king to end your life decisively at the outset." With a swift motion, Thunderblade directed his sword, unleashing a tempest of lightning. Seething with rage, "Meng Chuan, how dare you remain so audacious in the face of death? I have had enough. You foolishly loyal simpleton. I no longer wish to hear your voice. Come forth, and I shall grant you a swift end." Meng Chuan smiled coldly. "Foolish loyalty? My allegiance is to the entire Roland Empire. My greatest ire is not for your regicide, but for the inhuman slaughter you wrought upon the people of the empire. Thunderblade, you heartless demon, when will you awaken? Absolute power is for protection, not destruction." Thunderblade returned the cold smile. "Very well, let me witness what true protective power entails." As he spoke, Thunderblade gracefully descended, his deep blue battle boots crunching upon the gravel as he approached, his sword crackling with lightning, exuding an aura of death. Before I could act, Dada had already darted from his master's embrace, eyes glinting with ferocity, awaiting Thunderblade's approach. "Oh, you little beast, seeking death, are you?" With a sharp glint in his eyes, Lei Ming suddenly lifted his foot and delivered a thunderous kick, sending his target soaring like a cannonball, crashing against the stone wall with a distinct sound of bones shattering. The creature collapsed softly beside its master, yet continued to whimper, its tail weakly wagging as it extended its tongue to lick its owner's palm. "Dada, my friend," Meng Chuan exclaimed, desperately crawling to embrace Dada. I positioned my sword defensively in front of me, determined not to allow Lei Ming to slay Meng Chuan. Failure to protect them would mean the collapse of my mission. Moreover, even without a mission, I could not tolerate witnessing the demise of Meng Chuan and Dada, the devoted pair. "Cursed adventurer," Lei Ming bellowed, brandishing the Thunderblade, delivering a fierce strike that I was too intimidated to meet or parry. I hastily crossed my sword before my chest in a defensive stance. Bang! My arms trembled from the shock. An overwhelming surge of electric energy coursed through my body, nearly paralyzing half of me. The formidable force of the blow sent me hurtling backward, crashing against the stone wall, my health plummeting drastically to 31,092. To think, a single strike could deplete me so severely. Without defense, I would have been unable to withstand even one blow from this boss. Lei Ming let out a scornful laugh as he stepped forward, his sword slicing through the air and sending Meng Chuan's body flying. In midair, he struck again. And with a sickening crack, Meng Chuan was severed in two, his remains scattering over 10 meters away. Dada slowly rose, unsteadily making its way toward Meng Chuan. Its gaze still burning with fervor despite the agony it expressed with soft whimpers. Lei Ming observed with indifference. Meng Chuan lifted his head, watching Dada's faltering steps. Tears welled in his murky eyes, and he opened his mouth, calling out in a feeble, hoarse voice that sounded more sorrowful than crying. Each unsteady step Dada took, its tail wagging weakly, drained its remaining vitality until, at last, it collapsed in defeat. It was dead, just like that, Dada. Meng Chuan's voice cracked as he mourned. My friend, my eternal friend. Lei Ming erupted in wild laughter, advancing toward me with his sword. Clearly, I was the only one left who posed any threat to him, and the blood replenishment was almost instantaneous. 8,617. 5,000. The thunderblade in Lei Ming's grasp shimmered with an intimidating energy, manifesting sharp, barbed protrusions as if preparing to deliver a fatal blow. At that moment, the celestial wolf lunged forward, positioning itself protectively in front of me, its fur bristling as it glared menacingly at Lei Ming. I was taken aback. My little wolf had always been timid, and this was the first time it had disregarded its own safety for my sake. Could it be influenced by Dada's spirit? Another beast. Lei Ming scoffed, laughing derisively as he lifted his foot and, with a resounding thud, kicked the celestial wolf away. The disparity in power was overwhelming. The wolf was immediately propelled against the stone wall, yelping in agony, and after several ricochets, it fell to the ground, landing beside Dada's lifeless body, their heads nearly touching. In a fit of rage, I raised the azure sky sword and with a swift motion, unleashed the binding spell. Miss. Unsurprisingly, given my level and attributes, I was utterly incapable of restraining my adversary. As I beheld the formidable thunderblade advancing, I hastily activated the dusk shield, granting me 12 seconds of invincibility. In the face of such a powerful boss, every fleeting moment counted. What more could I possibly do? With a horizontal sweep, the blade surged forth. The cosmic breaker and fiery blade slashed consecutively, striking at the boss's forehead. I had exerted all my efforts. Thunderblade's level was far too high, and even in the dark I could not discern any purported weak points. Perhaps, at this echelon, a super boss simply possessed no vulnerabilities. Only an overwhelming force could bring him down. Clang, clang. A series of brilliant lights erupted, revealing 4 successive damage numbers: 8,074, 904, 1,035, 1,290. Despair washed over me as I beheld those figures. Only the cosmic breaker, a skill that ignored defenses, inflicted substantial damage, while the fiery blade slash seemed utterly trivial, dismissed as child's play. Astonishment gripped me, my heart heavy with hopelessness. Yet to retreat now felt unbearable. Gazing at Meng Chuan, Dada, and Tianyao, I found myself unwilling to abandon them. Cursed brat. Thunderblade unleashed a flurry of 7 or 8 strikes, the lightning coursing through his blade crashing against the dusk shield. Were it not for the shield's absolute invincibility, his formidable attacks would have surely shattered it. Forced to retreat repeatedly by Thunderblade's relentless onslaught, my eyes burned with anxiety. At that moment, a sudden dragon's roar reverberated through the air. I looked up to see an exceedingly grotesque dragon head emerge from the clouds, addressing me with reverence. Oh, my dear master's brother, my master and I have come to rescue you. Beware, Val Deathblade Thunderblade. Your days of tyranny are numbered. Elated, I gazed upward. Indeed, Shinran had finally arrived, riding the silver dragon. Had she delayed even a moment longer, I might have been torn asunder by Thunderblade. From the dragon's back, Shinran leapt down, her crimson cloak billowing, standing majestically in the air, brandishing the dragonbone spear. With a confident smile, she said, "Brother, forgive me for the fright. Allow me to handle Thunderblade. You need not concern yourself any longer." Thunderblade, taken aback, looked up at Shinran and murmured, "Ineen, the Windcaller Shinran? How could you, traitor, be here?" With the dragonbone spear in hand, Shinran declared, "Fool, do you recall the battle in which I severed your ribs? Come now, Deathblade Thunderblade, let us determine our victor. This time, I shall not allow your escape." My heart surged with excitement, but just then, a surge of crimson light erupted behind me. Turning, I was utterly astounded. At some point, Tianyao the greedy wolf had risen, and beside him, Dada's form was transforming into countless blood-red sparks, gradually coalescing upon Tianyao, staining his fur and rendering him more fearsome and savage. Ding. System notification. Attention, your pet Tianyao the greedy wolf is merging with the loyal soul of the guardian hound. Chapter 627. Phantom Wolf King. Merging? I rubbed my eyes, convinced that I was not mistaken. Indeed, the souls of the little wolf and Dada were merging. This signified that neither of them would perish, an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Moreover, following this fusion, the little wolf's rank was likely to experience a substantial elevation. Considering that Dada was a pet of Meng Chuan, an epic-level NPC, this was no trivial matter. Crack, crack. The little wolf's bones shattered as it underwent transformation, its body expanding significantly. When standing, it now reached approximately to my chest, exuding an aura of majesty and ferocity, a truly formidable presence. Yet, I remained curious whether its attributes would undergo significant alteration. Simultaneously, even the Deathblade, Thunder Roar, turned its gaze this way, pausing its actions, seemingly captivated by the spectacle before resuming its combat. Swirls of blood-colored totems ascended from beneath the little wolf, as if to cleanse its form and instigate a new phase of metamorphosis for its soul. Raising its head, the little wolf let out a primal howl, its blood-red fur shimmering with golden edges, creating an exquisite and resplendent display. In this moment, the little wolf possessed an entirely different essence, having finally evolved from a mere wild wolf into a majestic wolf king. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, your pet Tianyao, the greedy wolf, has successfully fused with the loyal soul of the guardian dog and evolved into the Phantom Wolf King. Immediately thereafter, the little wolf's form rapidly diminished, soon resembling a mere palm-sized pup. Alas, I would have to start from level 1 again. What a cruel twist of fate. However, upon examining the little wolf's attributes, my spirit soared. I had struck gold. Phantom Wolf King, Celestial Rank Boss, Level 1 Attack, 92 Defense, 85 Health, 100 Agility, 100 Skills, Phantom State, Storm Claw. Purgatory Storm, Phantom State, enters Stealth Mode, exceedingly difficult to detect, movement speed 50 Storm Claw, swings claws to attack, with a 10 chance to trigger a storm. Striking targets within 1,010 yards ahead. Purgatory Storm summons a large storm to assault targets, inflicting significant damage on those within 4,040 yards. Cooldown time 120 seconds. Growth Attack, Celestial Rank 9-star Defense, Celestial Rank 8-star Health, Celestial Rank 9-star Agility, Celestial Rank 10-star. Beholding the little wolf's newfound attributes, I was nearly moved to tears. Good heavens, today was a moment of sheer luck. The little wolf had evolved into a Celestial Rank boss pet. Its new attributes were overwhelmingly impressive. Strength at 92, Defense at 85, Agility at 100, Health at 100, culminating in a total BN value of 377. What an astonishing turn of events. In the contemporary pet market, bees with a BN value exceeding 150 points, such as the queen bee and hedgehogs, command exorbitant prices of over 100,000. Even Lenny Sin's Ice Fox possesses only a BN value of 177 points, whereas my ethereal boss-level Phantom Wolf King boasts an astonishing BN value of 377 points. If placed on the market, it would undoubtedly incite envy among affluent individuals such as Zhang Tian, Long Xing Tian Xia, and Wang Dongliang, who would be unwilling to part with their fortunes to acquire it. Moreover, the true strength of the Phantom Wolf King lies not merely in its BN value, but rather in its skills. Its phantasmal state renders it a lethal tool for stealthy assassinations, with formidable abilities like Storm Claw and Purgatory Storm, which significantly elevate my offensive capabilities in both leveling and PvP. Indeed, I have struck gold. This little wolf will become an indispensable ally in my quest for power. Cradling the little wolf, I recognize that we are on the brink of an ultimate confrontation with a super boss. Being level 1, it is of little assistance at this juncture, so without further ado, I summon it into the pet space, planning to train it when the opportunity arises. In the sky, Shinran, wielding the Dragonbone Spear, stands in confrontation with Thunderous Roar. With a flourish, Thunderous Roar raises the blade of thunder, proclaiming, Shinran, the Wind Singer, I shall not allow your schemes to succeed. Prepare to be astonished. As he speaks, intricate gray runes materialize beneath his feet, forming a high-level magic circle. Saturated in a sanguine aura, he bellows, "Awaken, slumbering hellish demon. Open your eyes, and behold the world's grotesque visage." I summon the purgatory rampaging dragon with the sword of death, thunderous roar. With a cataclysmic tremor, the earth quakes, and a fearsome blood-red visage emerges from the ground, revealing a monstrous dragon's head clawing its way forth from the depths of hell. Its massive cranium shakes off the soil, and its blood-red eyes fixate intently on Shinran, who remains remarkably composed, with whirlwinds swirling around the dragon-bone spear. The silver dragon exclaims, "Oh, my beloved master, this purgatory rampaging dragon was once my subordinate. Allow me to tame it. It shall heed my command." Shinran nods in assent. Without hesitation, the silver dragon soars downward, yet the purgatory rampaging dragon is unyielding. It unleashes a searing breath, engulfing the silver dragon in flames. As it cries out in despair, "Heavens! It dares to attack me, once a loyal subordinate. Now turning against me, the sovereign. Oh, how I have lost faith and loyalty." Shinran casts a disdainful glance at the silver dragon, her eyes seemingly conveying a message of contempt. I stand guard beside Meng Chuan, who is barely clinging to life, devoid of any fighting spirit. Even the slightest shard of combat could vanquish him in an instant. "Unleash your wrath. Tear apart this hypocritical world with your claws," commands the sword of death, thunderous roar, urging the purgatory rampaging dragon to attack, and indeed, it obeys, launching itself toward Shinran. "Humph, beast." Shinran scoffs softly, raising the dragon-bone spear, which gleams with a fierce radiance, and strikes the purgatory rampaging dragon squarely on its forehead. A resounding crash echoes as the dragon plummets, unable to withstand even a single blow from Shinran. Where is thunderous roar? Shinran surveys the ground. I observed keenly, pointing at the bloodied hole. That wretched creature escaped from the chasm of the inferno. How despicable. Shinran furrowed her brows and imitated my gesture, directing her disdain towards the infernal fissure. How shameful. The silver dragon, roaring fiercely, lunged forward, sinking its teeth into the neck of the infernal mad dragon, shaking its head violently and tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh, eliciting a pitiful wail from the infernal mad dragon. "Damn it, you fickle lowly dragon. I shall enact divine justice upon you." The silver dragon swiftly obliterated the infernal mad dragon, a being I perceived as a formidable celestial boss, which in the eyes of Shinran and the silver dragon was merely a trifling foe. This left me feeling somewhat insecure. Surely, Shinran does not consider me inferior to mere scraps? Shinran gracefully descended, taking her place beside me. I gazed at the bloodied hole and asked, "Shinran, are we truly allowing the Deathblade Thunder to escape?" "Well, what else can we do?" She replied with a nod, her tone tinged with resignation. "When I once traversed the realm of the Inferno, I attempted to eliminate thunder numerous times, yet each endeavor ended in failure. This adversary is both powerful and extremely cunning. I suspect there are ambushes awaiting on the other side of the chasm. If the 9 great lords join forces to attack, I may never return. Especially not when faced with Sophie and Lina. I cannot endure an encounter with them." As she spoke, Shinran tilted her head and looked at me. "Brother, do you wish for me to pursue thunder, or would you prefer otherwise?" I shook my head. "Never mind, I wish for you to remain by my side." Consequently, the lovely maiden smiled sweetly and said, "Brother, you have fulfilled your mission by safeguarding Mengchuan's remains. Next, you must accomplish Mengchuan's will, and only then can I take his corpse to perform the resurrection ritual." "Very well." With that, Shinran ascended gracefully, exclaiming, "Brother, I shall await you in the divine realm." Upon her single foot touching the ground, she launched skyward, effortlessly grasping the silver dragon's tail and flinging it into the air, leaping onto its back. With a swift strike of her dragonbone spear against the silver dragon's rear, she playfully commanded, "Greedy, wretched dragon, cease devouring your kin and follow me to the divine realm to continue purging the invading demons. Indeed, my beloved mistress, your direction is my path." In the air, the heart-wrenching flattery of the silver dragon echoed, evoking a sense of pity. Once a king among dragons, it had now been reduced to a mere mount for Shinran, enduring humiliation for its former ruthlessness and cunning. Moreover, the silver dragon's temperament necessitated such forceful discipline from someone like Shinran. Without it, loyalty would be non-existent. Regaining my composure, I reflected on the task at hand. The endeavor had been sufficiently prestigious, even drawing out the Deathblade Thunder, ranked last among the 9 great lords, albeit briefly. Yet, this was enough to elevate the task to a principal mission, and given that it was entrusted to me by Shinran herself, it surely held significance. With the Qingming sword in hand, I approached the remnants of Meng Chuan, the captain of the Knights Guard in Roland City. I crouched beside his shattered form and softly inquired, Meng Chuan, do you have any lingering concerns you wish to share? Meng Chuan opened his eyes, looking at me with gratitude, and said, Young adventurer, I thank you for sheltering Dada, granting it a new home and peace for my soul. However, I still have one more matter I wish to ask of you. Very well, speak on. Meng Chuan rode, outside the city. The soldiers in the Roland camp have succumbed to the ferocity of malevolent spirits, now mere puppets under the control of thunderous forces. I implore you to venture forth from the city and eliminate those corrupted Roland undead. Very well. Upon uttering these words, the system chime resonated, ding. System notification. You have accepted the quest, Meng Chuan S. Commission, 1. Current quest level. Intermediate SS. Quest details. Proceed to the outskirts of Roland Kingdom and slay, at least 10,000 Roland undead, collecting 100 soul fragments from them to deliver to Meng Chuan. Be forewarned, the Roland undead are exceedingly powerful. It would be prudent to seek allies. The quest is shareable, with a maximum party size of 3. Ah, a shareable quest? How delightful. Glancing at my pet space, I noted that the Phantom Wolf King was only level 1, utterly feeble and vulnerable. A mere droplet from a Roland undead could easily overwhelm it. Thus, it would be wise to recruit 2 additional companions for this endeavor. At that moment, a notification pinged, revealing a message from Murong Mingyue. Lu Chun, log off. Eve and I are back, and we brought pizza for dinner. Chapter 628, The Soul Walker. Having logged off, I entered the studio's main hall, where He and Murong Mingyue had indeed returned, carrying 2 boxes of steaming pizza, alongside a spicy huizhou dish of stinky salmon and a portion of boiled bullfrog, all packed with steaming white buns. The complex aromas filled the hall, evoking a myriad of emotions. Which one to indulge in first? Bei Mingxue sat at the table, indecisively pondering, before picking up a slice of pizza and sampling it with the stinky salmon, exclaiming with delight, so fragrant. He smiled. We passed by the new district and grabbed this from that renowned huizhou restaurant. It's famous far and wide, only selling 30 portions daily. I had to make a reservation to secure it. I stretched my arms and rubbed the gauze wrapped around my fingers, slightly furrowing my brow. Murong Mingyue noticed and immediately rose, tenderly holding my hand, asking, Does it still hurt? Not too badly. The wounds are nearly healed, I replied with a smile. A reminder of the injuries sustained while rescuing Murong Mingyue from being buried under a dirt-laden vehicle, which had weighed heavily on her mind. Try to avoid moisture for the next few days. It will help the wounds heal faster, Murong Mingyue advised. I couldn't help but chuckle. How can I avoid moisture? Who will help me wash my back while bathing? Murong Mingyue laughed. If you don't mind, why should I? I promptly conceded, retreating to sit beside He, seizing a slice of pizza and dipping it into the sauce of stinky salmon. Indeed, the fusion of flavors from east and west was unparalleled. Then, we feasted on the boiled bullfrog and fluffy white buns, thoroughly enjoying ourselves for a solid half hour until we were all nearly bursting. Lu Chun, any achievements today? He inquired with a smile. I pondered for a moment and said, I received a task from Shinran, which remains unfinished. The upcoming challenge involves slaying numerous level 165 ancient monsters, a rather daunting endeavor. Alone, I cannot efficiently engage in mass slaying. My progress would be painfully slow. Therefore, once Eve and Sister Mingyue log on, I shall invite you both to join me. This quest can be shared among 3 participants. Since you 2 have not been online for so many days, your levels have fallen behind. It would be perfect to help you grind some experience. He smiled and replied, All right, tomorrow Mingyue and I have no significant commitments, allowing us to enjoy a leisurely morning. We'll join you tonight to take on those high-level monsters. Yes, once we log on, I will invite you both. Eve, please mount your steed and come over with Sister Mingyue. The journey will take approximately 20 minutes. Remember to teleport to Iceberg City first, then make your way here. Got it. Bring plenty of potions and food. Indeed, after finishing dinner and sipping some water, we each retreated to our rooms to prepare for a new round of battles. With a bright flash, I found myself in the ruins of the Roland Empire, emerging from a tent. I surveyed my surroundings. The sky was a dull gray. and Captain Mingchuan of the Knight's Guard lay against the wall, barely clinging to life, awaiting my completion of his tasks. Only by fulfilling all his assignments could I hope to seek Shinran for his resurrection. Of course, this also presented a splendid opportunity for leveling up. Such chances are rare indeed. Beep, beep. He-Isin and Murong Mingyue had both logged on. I promptly sent a remote party invitation, and without hesitation, the two ladies accepted. Soon, the small markers on the map began to move rapidly as the swift snowy wind galloped toward the Roland camp. I merely needed to wait for their arrival. Equipped with my Qingming sword, I exited the city and ventured into the outskirts of the camp, where a throng of Roland undead roamed, numbering at least in the tens of thousands, far exceeding my quota for monster slaying. Yet, this was of little concern. I could slay more. These creatures could drop the coveted Roland set, making them excellent targets for experience grinding. Thus, prior to He-Isin and Murong Mingyue's arrival, I decided to take down a few foes first. I lured 7 or 8 Roland undead and began to dispatch them slowly. Without the assistance of Tianyao's greedy wolf, the difficulty of positioning increased significantly. Nevertheless, I managed to cope, albeit with some struggle. Yet, there is a certain joy in battling monsters infused with hope. After vanquishing a batch of foes, I took a moment to rest upon a pile of stones, donning 2 low-tier pieces of equipment. I opened the guild chat channel. Su Yang. Damn it, 3 renowned generals within an hour. Is the system bugged? Li Chengfeng. No bug, just a freak occurrence. Luan Yu. 3 renowned generals. And none belong to us. What a tragedy. I quickly inquired, what is going on? 3 renowned generals have ascended? Luan Yu responded, indeed. Look at the renowned general leaderboard. All 3 have comprehended a strategy called Step Soul. It's quite bizarre. Step Soul? I was taken aback. In haste, I opened the list of renowned generals, and indeed, 3 new names had emerged. Their collective strategy was dubbed Spirit of the March, which notably enhances the attack and defense of physical-type allies by 25, with a maximum cap of 100 for both attributes. This general skill is quite commendable, being a versatile ability rather than a unique one. At this stage, such a skill is exceedingly precious, especially since warriors currently cannot mount steeds, thus falling within the scope of the Spirit of the March. An offensive and defensive property of 100 is undeniably formidable. The 3 generals hailed exclusively from the city of Tianfeng, and upon further investigation of their profiles, I discovered they were all players from the Zhulong faction. One belonged to the main alliance, while the other 2 were from the first sub-alliance of Zhulong. I could hardly imagine the delight that must have spread across the face of Zhu Ying as they reveled in this news. In the guild channel, I chuckled and remarked, the newly ascended generals, Shengshi Renjie, Shui Zhan, and Zhu Zhigu, are all from Zhulong. However, the requirement for the Spirit of the March is that one must engage in foot combat. In the future, it is likely that warrior players will predominantly choose to ride steeds, which will bestow terrifying additional attributes. Thus, generals must make a choice between the Spirit of the March and the steed. The headache lies not with us, but with them. Li Chengfeng laughed heartily indeed. Our several general skills, riding deity, mount general, war deity, king's path, and bow deity, are all exponentially more powerful than the Spirit of the March. Particularly, riding deity far surpasses the effects of the Spirit of the March. Ultimately, the true path to victory in warfare lies with the likes of Xiao Gui's riding deity, Lu Chun's war deity, Bei Mingshua's bow deity, and the king's path of Eve's leader. With a spirited demeanor, I concurred, yes. What Li said is quite accurate. The 3 deities and the king's path are indeed the trump cards of our ancient sword spirit dream. Incomparable to the Zhulong Guild. I nodded and added, let us capitalize on this advantage while it lasts. Everyone should strive to level up. I have heard that the Zhulong Guild has been tirelessly organizing collective leveling activities these past few days. We cannot afford to fall behind. Guei Guzi chimed in, okay. Our 1,000-man leveling team will be departing shortly. After a brief conversation, I resumed slaying monsters while awaiting the arrival of He and Murong Mingyue. I hesitated to unleash the Phantom Wolf King, as the little wolf's level was too low and required protection. Once He and Murong Mingyue arrived, and our numbers increased, I would seek a strategic point to safeguard the little wolf and commence a mass slaughter for leveling. Striving to elevate the little wolf to level 100 today. Given the growth potential of this celestial tier boss pet, its attributes at level 100 should be quite formidable, perhaps even capable of aiding in monster slaying for leveling. Just then, The sound of hooves approached from afar, and a snow-white warhorse galloped towards us, with He wielding her gleaming sword, urging the steed forward. Behind her rode Mu-Rong Mingyue, the beautiful priestess embracing the lovely knight's waist, creating a scene of enchanting camaraderie. Stop! I stepped forward, raising my hands to halt He, and pulled Mu-Rong Mingyue down, saying, "We've arrived. Our foes are ancient-level monsters at level 165. Mingyue, your healing must be on point, otherwise, we risk casualties." Mu-Rong Mingyue nodded, understood. How shall we proceed? With more people, we shall definitely engage in mass slaying. I looked around for quite some time, and finally discovered a somewhat reliable spot to encounter monsters amidst the remnants of a crumbling wall. It was a fractured royal totem, where two massive stones formed an intersection at approximately a 75-degree angle. Although the angle was rather steep, with the assistance of He, along with Mu-Rong Mingyue and He's child, we managed to create 3 defensive positions that could adequately shield Mu-Rong Mingyue and the Phantom Wolf King. I pointed to that location, and instantly the 2 ladies understood, approaching to take their positions. He, wielding the whirlwind sword, stood guard outside, summoning a fire mouse to occupy one slot. Mu-Rong Mingyue's pet, a ferocious iron-winged dragon, was already at level 107, boasting a considerable size and occupying a space of 22 yards with exceptionally high defense, making it an ideal meat shield. This iron-winged dragon was a boss-level pet of the celestial tier, slightly inferior to my Phantom Wolf King. Having arranged the pets, I left space for both myself and He. He blinked her beautiful eyes and inquired why the position beside Mingyue was vacant. Clearing my throat, I replied, "There's another fellow who needs experience." "Oh, who is it?" I raised a hand, and a magical array materialized before me, from which emerged a fluffy creature resembling a small dog, wagging its tail enthusiastically at He, displaying an endearing eagerness. What a beautiful little dog! He and Mu-Rong Mingyue were instantly smitten, and He even dismounted to scoop up the Phantom Wolf King, who seemed to revel in the attention nestled between her ample bosom, which greatly annoyed me. I reached out to pull it away and placed it beside Mu-Rong Mingyue, stating, "This is the one that needs experience." "Oh, have you changed pets?" "Yes." "Is it this adorable little dog? What skills does it possess? Is it capable of overwhelming cuteness?" In response to their curiosity, I shared the growth attributes of the Phantom Wolf King in the team channel, causing both ladies' mouths to form perfect O shapes in astonishment. Chapter 629, Violent Growth. My heavens, Lu Chun, where on earth did you acquire such a formidable pet? He exclaimed, her mouth agape and her beautiful eyes glimmering with awe. It's incredible. This must be a pet egg dropped from slaying a celestial tier boss, right? You didn't actually defeat a celestial boss, did you? Mu-Rong Mingyue gazed at me with equal disbelief. Lu Chun, you truly are an extraordinary individual. You managed to kill a celestial boss at this stage. I chuckled. What fanciful thoughts you entertain. I have never slain a celestial boss. Any such boss could eliminate me in an instant. This Phantom Wolf King evolved into its new form after merging with the Guardian of Loyal Souls, resulting in a power increase of several dozen times. Merging? Evolving? The two ladies appeared bewildered, prompting me to quickly explain the circumstances surrounding Meng Chuan and Dada. They listened with heavy hearts, mourning the loss of the loyal dog Dada. Fortunately, since Dada's soul had fused with the celestial wolf, the sorrow was somewhat alleviated. Consequently, the two ladies showed particular affection towards the Phantom Wolf King, especially given its appealing juvenile form, which captivated beauties like He and Mu-Rong Mingyue. With the Phantom Wolf King protected by her side, Mu-Rong Mingyue chuckled softly. All right, Lu Chun, you go and draw the monsters. I'll take responsibility for the little wolf cub's safety. Yes, Sister Mingyue, let's activate the team sharing mode. What is team sharing mode? Mu-Rong Mingyue seemed puzzled. I nearly choked on my words, saying, this is basic gaming knowledge. When multiple teams exist within a group, the experience sharing mode can be activated. Experience is allocated based on damage dealt, damage received, and healing output. A maximum of 3 teams can engage in sharing mode. I'll join Eve in the Wushan team. And you can set up another team for Mingjing, which enhances healing effects by 100. As long as the healing is effective enough, you'll earn more experience. Mu-Rong Mingyue nodded eagerly. That's wonderful. I had no idea. Thus, our team split into 2 smaller squads, one led by me and He, and the other by Mu-Rong Mingyue. Armed with the Qingming sword, I dashed forward to draw the monsters. The quality of the storm boots significantly enhanced my speed by 80, while the Roland undead moved approximately 10-20 units slower than I did. Drawing the monsters posed little challenge. The real difficulty lay in withstanding their simultaneous attacks. The area was too open, and my pets couldn't engage, meaning I had to endure the assault of at least 5 monsters at once, each dealing over 10,000 damage. This was no jest. However, with Morong Mingyue by my side, I felt at ease. A group of Roland undead emitted low, guttural roars, closely trailing me as I focused intently on my maneuvering, elegantly skimming past the horde in a Z pattern, drawing their aggro without touching them, maintaining a perfect distance that kept me safe. The boots crunched over the gravel as I sprinted back, with a dense wave of Roland undead, at least 700, surging behind me. Positioned accurately, I swiftly turned, standing beside He, whispering, "Prepare to strike. Pets should refrain from attacking and just hold the position." "Understood," the two girls replied in unison. As the cacophony of roars crescendoed, the first wave of Roland undead approached, and I swung my sword, unleashing the thousand ice slash amidst the throng of monsters, freezing them in place. The entire mass of creatures fell victim to my attack, with over 70 of them encased in ice. A cascade of damage numbers erupted. Even these high-level ancient monsters of level 165 saw their health plummet dramatically under my 1,000 ice slash, thanks to the formidable 40-arrow effect of the Qingming sword. Simultaneously, He unleashed the green wave slash, the sound of her whirling sword resonating as green energy struck the monsters, bolstered by the Wuxian's encouraging effects. Her attacks were equally formidable. The blazing blade slash sliced through the horde, immediately leaving the foremost dozen monsters in a critically weakened state. He followed up with several strikes, and 4 Roland undead fell lifelessly to the ground, obliterated by our combined onslaught. The radiant golden light cascaded down in a mesmerizing fashion as the Phantom Wolf King in the corner ascended 4 levels in rapid succession, its experience points exceedingly abundant, propelling its leveling speed as if it were soaring in a rocket. However, alongside this bountiful experience came the relentless onslaught of monsters. 5 Roland undead simultaneously wielded their blades to attack me, the Crimson Rock Dragon armor clashing and generating countless sparks, as damage numbers soared continuously. Due to the elevated level of the monsters, 2 critical hits even manifested, proving to be quite perilous. 2091, 4228, 4012, 1979. In just 2 rounds of assault, my health plummeted by over 20,000. Yet, my war smash inflicted collective damage upon a multitude of surrounding monsters. While the bloodthirst effect of the Qingming sword allowed me to absorb 10 points of damage converted back into health, restoring a significant 10,000 health points. The Roland undead erupted in fury, their blades raised, executing their unique skill, the Death Strike, a devastating attack with a high probability of bypassing defenses, resulting in a frenzied onslaught that reduced my health to about a third. I refused to retreat, sweeping my sword to unleash a blade slash, continuing to siphon health. Otherwise, my demise would be imminent. He, witnessing the urgency, urged, "Let me initiate the King's path, boosting health and defense by 50, which would alleviate the danger." I remained silent. However, Morong Mingyue countered, "No, summon the war god. With 200 attack power and rapid leveling, I am confident I can restore Lu Chen's health. Eve, focus all your efforts on damage output. Leave the matter of life to me." With that, Morong Mingyue channeled a large healing spell over 3 seconds, combined with an instantaneous healing spell that landed upon my forehead, revealing 2 consecutive healing numbers, 17,894, 9,032. Incredible, what astounding healing output. Morong Mingyue chuckled lightly, casting another intermediate healing spell upon me, which unexpectedly delivered a critical healing hit of 28,204. What more could I say? I was back to full health. With such a powerful healer by my side, I felt utterly unconcerned. Instantly, a wave of bliss washed over me as I danced with the Qingming sword, unleashing arcs of sword light upon the horde of monsters. The occasional bursts of Silver Dragon Storm and Qingming Dragon Soul attacks further amplified our efficiency in exterminating foes. The Roland undead fell in heaps, their bodies littering the ground, accompanied by a chaotic scatter of stones, gear, and skill books. Yet, immersed in the thrill of battle, we had no mind to collect the spoils. We would tend to the aftermath once the slaughter concluded. With each monster that fell, the radiant glow of upgrade enveloping the little wolf never ceased. Simultaneously, as it ascended, the wolf's physique underwent a remarkable transformation. Its body grew more robust, and its once ordinary fur began to shed, revealing a lustrous, blood-red coat with golden undertones. Even its youthful fangs emerged, hinting at the burgeoning majesty of the Wolf King. Undoubtedly, this metamorphosis only endeared it further to the two maidens. If the little wolf once embodied the essence of a youthful lad from the wolf clan, the current Phantom Wolf King exuded the essence of a true gentleman. The Qingming sword continuously pierced the bodies of the Roland undead, and within a mere 20 minutes, a multitude of monsters lay vanquished. The nearby Roland undead, under the influence of my intimidation, were not nearly as formidable. After dispatching this horde, I swiftly absorbed the essence of their spectral flames, an impressive collective intake. Upon surveying the ground, several pieces of Roland's set gear emerged, a bountiful yield indeed, alongside some dark gold and purple gold exquisite equipment. The armor, enhancing attack power, defense, and health limits, was exceptional. Any item boosting strategy points by 15 or more was particularly rare. Among my findings, I acquired a 3-star purple gold robe that increased health capacity by 3,000 points, a veritable savior for the beleaguered mage class. Having gathered the equipment, I recalled that I had yet to share the quest with the two maidens. However, it was not too late. I intended to clear this area of monsters before proceeding with the quest, and the quota would surely suffice. Once everything was settled, I glanced at the Phantom Wolf King and was astonished to discover it had reached level 54, a staggering rate of ascension. Examining the Wolf King's attributes further startled me. Phantom Wolf King, Celestial Grade Boss, level 54 attack, 5400 defense, 4320 health, for 3200 agility, 27,000 skills, Phantom State, Storm Claw, Purgatory Storm, Goodness. At level 54, it possessed a health pool of 40,000, surpassing my own by a considerable margin. If the Phantom Wolf King were to ascend to level 150, would it not boast a health limit of 150,000? Coupled with such formidable defense, who could possibly defeat it? Furthermore, its defense, attack, and agility were equally impressive. With a current defense of 4,000, it was not yet unyielding. By level 100, it should reach 8,000 defense, sufficient to withstand the monsters here. It appeared that after slaying 3 more batches of such creatures, the little wolf would be nearing level 100. Indeed, this task promised to be quite lucrative. I estimated that by the time we completed the quest, the little wolf could easily reach level 120. Once the little wolf attained level 100, I would have it participate in dealing damage. To waste the super area of effect skills, Storm Claw and Purgatory Storm, would be a grave misfortune. Observing the attributes of the young wolf, the two maidens were left speechless. Morong Mingyue caressed the wolf's head and remarked, "My Iron-Winged Dragon is a member of the Dragon Clan, yet it pales in comparison to the Phantom Wolf King. This is utterly unjust." I chuckled softly, replying, "After all, the Phantom Wolf King is indeed a king. Your Iron-Winged Dragon, while belonging to the dragon lineage, is merely a supporting character. Fear not, Sister Mingyue." With a determined stance, Morong Mingyue puffed out her chest and declared, "Humph. Quickly, let us aggro some monsters. I must elevate my Iron-Winged Dragon to level 130. It will undoubtedly become formidable." Oh, destined to be a mere lackey, I unsheathed the Qingming sword and plunged once more into the throng of monsters. How blissful it is to revel in the days of carefree abandon. Chapter 630. Claw of the Storm with a swift slash. The blade cleaved through the tattered armor of a group of Roland's fallen soldiers, who fell to the ground shrieking in agony, creating a thick layer of corpses at the edge of the crumbling wall. Gleaming equipment, stones, and skill books scattered about. The drop rate was indeed impressive when slaying ancient monsters 20 levels above. Suddenly, 2 beams of golden light cascaded down as Morong Mingyue and my Phantom Wolf King leveled up simultaneously. Remarkably, the pace of advancement was astonishing. Morong Mingyue, looking at her level, joyfully exclaimed, "In less than 5 hours, I've ascended 3 levels consecutively." I smiled and elucidated, "Sister Mingyue, this is the experience-sharing distribution mode of our party. Although you Haven T directly vanquished any monsters, your effective healing is sufficiently high. So the experience you receive is likely not less than that of Eve, and it might even exceed it. Yes, let us continue tonight. We can help you reach level 140. After all, the difference isn't substantial. He nodded with a light laugh. Indeed, once we complete our tasks, we'll surely hit level 140. Speaking of which, the players of Sky City are leveling up at an astonishing rate. Just a few days ago, they were all above level 135, and now there are numerous players exceeding level 140. In comparison, Lu Chun, your leveling speed is quite unremarkable. I grinned and retorted. Wasn't I busy concocting Holy Spirit potions for profit? If I had focused solely on leveling, I would be far beyond level 145, racing towards 150. The two maidens stifled their laughter. All right, let us clear the battlefield and prepare to grind some more. Stepping forward, I collected the decent equipment one by one. After countless efforts, my Crimson Rock Dragon armor had dwindled to a mere 57 durability, unable to withstand such intense monster grinding. Nevertheless, the rewards were substantial. My inventory brimmed with nearly 300 pieces of exquisite equipment, including numerous level 135 purple gold and dark gold exceptional items. These could fetch over 1,000 at the auction house. And with my level and luck advantages, leveling up had essentially become a treasure hunt for profit. Of course, not everyone enjoyed such fortune. It was likely only I and the unruly you were in this fortunate position. Others, like Du Shan and Yamadai, ventured out to level against the level 155 shadow monsters. After a full day of grinding, they managed to acquire only 3 exceptional dark gold items and 1 exceptional purple gold item, selling for a mere 5,000. With 20 members in the party, the share for each was scant, barely enough for potions and magic cooking supplies. In truth, over 99 of parties were in a similar predicament. The concept of luck determines the probability of drops, the upper limit of attack, the likelihood of one's demise, and various other factors. A mere difference of 10 points in luck can lead to a stark contrast in drop rates. Moreover, I possess an astonishing 38 points of luck, a feat that other players can hardly aspire to match. With keen focus, I swiftly selected a dozen pieces of equipment from our inventory, each a fine specimen of rarity, and stowed them away in my bag. Additionally, I collected 4 skill books, the Strategist Skill Inspiration at level 6, the Mage Skill Dragon's Roar, and the Warrior Skill Soul Break. Each of these is commendable. Soul Break enhances attack power by 70 while ignoring 50 points of the target's defense, and has a chance to render the target immobile, a utility effect that, while slightly inferior to Breach, remains invaluable. However, one cannot learn Soul Break and Breach simultaneously, which is advantageous, as this skill book can be sold to a distinctive warrior player. After several hours of practice, I also acquired numerous cards. The Roland Death Soldier proved to be quite generous, with the cards dropped by the Roland Warriors and Knights exhibiting different effects. Roland Berserker card increases the user's attack power by 20 and attack speed by 10, lasting for 120 minutes, requires level 130 to use. Roland Blood Knight card boosts the user's health limit by 40 and defense by 15, also lasting for 120 minutes, with a level requirement of 130. The cards are stackable. My inventory boasts 27 Berserker cards and 13 Blood Knight cards, all of which are quite valuable. I am currently utilizing the Berserker card, relishing the significant enhancement in both attack power and speed, while I shall reserve the Blood Knight card for boss encounters. With a health boost of 40 and the additional 40 from the body buff, should Lu Bu activate the Purple Dragon strategy, I could see an approximate increase of 80 in health, culminating in a total boost of 160. Given my base health is 26 times that, I could potentially reach a staggering upper limit of nearly 80,000 health. A truly fortunate prospect. Morong Mingwe and He were akin to diligent housewives, meticulously combing the battlefield for any exceptional equipment or items. Meanwhile, I took the opportunity to sweep through, ensuring not to overlook the precious resources of the undead fire seed. These fire seeds from the Roland Death Soldiers are remarkably potent, and absorbing more of them will expedite my ascension to the realm of the Shura King. Once again, a fresh wave of monsters emerged, and upon inspection, I noted that the Phantom Wolf King had risen to level 105, boasting impressive attributes. It was time to unleash its prowess. Phantom Wolf King, Celestial Grade Boss, level 105 attack, 10, 500 defense, 8, 400 health, 84,000 agility, 52, 500 skills, Phantom State. Storm Claw, Purgatory Storm Master, Broken Spear in the Sand. I chuckled softly. Little Wolf, take the place of the Firelight Mouse. allowing it to focus on magical output while you engage in close combat. With over 80,000 health, the Roland Death Soldiers will be more than sufficient. The little wolf howled as it charged ahead, to which Murong Mingyue responded with a light laugh. Rest assured, it will not perish. Thus, I summoned a horde of Roland undead, and the slaughter commenced. Boom! The thousand-eye slash erupted amidst the swarm of monsters, unleashing a flurry of damage numbers. 18,904, 17,290, 19,023. Indeed, such damage figures are rather impressive, with a 35-fold increase in splash damage, a single strike vanquishing approximately 40 of the Roland undead's health. The Phantom Wolf King swiftly entered the fray, its massive form quivering as it let out a fierce roar. Its crimson fur bristling as it swung its claws at a nearby creature. Wham! 15,782. An excellent attack damage, considering its mere level 105 attributes. It was hardly inferior to mine. Moreover, as a celestial tier boss pet, it undoubtedly harbored hidden attributes beyond our sight. The little wolf's attack speed was astonishingly swift, delivering 3 consecutive claw strikes within a second. On the 4th strike, it suddenly howled with fury, its claws unleashing a chilling whirlwind that swept through the monster horde, wreaking havoc and sending the Roland undead spiraling into the air, effectively disrupting their formation and inflicting a series of damage numbers around 20,000. I couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Indeed, the Stormclaw proved to be quite formidable. With a surge of initiative, I seized control of the little wolf and unleashed the skill Hellstorm. Suddenly, the little wolf raised its proud head and released a thunderous roar, causing the heavens to darken, blood-red clouds gathering ominously. In an instant, a colossal storm erupted from the ground, swirling violently among the throng of monsters. And a barrage of damage figures soared into the air, averaging 100,000 points of damage to all targets within range. I was left utterly speechless. He gaped in disbelief, murmuring, "Is this pet too overpowered? If it could unleash Hellstorm every 2 minutes during a siege, then..." Murong Mingyue chuckled, "Very well. We may lack a super mage, but we possess a super mage warrior hybrid celestial pet. Well done, Lu Chun." I restrained my elation. The Phantom Wolf King was indeed incredibly powerful. Subsequently, I drew more monsters to slay, and before long, over 4 hours had passed. Crack! With a swift swing of my sword, I felled the last of the Roland undead, the entire camp having been thoroughly swept clean by us. He and Murong Mingyue had already reached level 140 and were progressing toward level 141, while I stood at level 145 with 87 experience points, confident that I would level up after completing the quest. Glancing at the time, I noted it was already past 1 a.m., and I said, "All right. We've defeated all the Roland undead. Our task is complete. Let us turn in our quests, as there will surely be more tasks awaiting us." "Yes," he responded, brandishing her whirlwind sword with a smile. I called out to my level 121 Phantom Wolf King, which followed closely behind me like a loyal dog. In its eyes, I could even perceive the gaze of a devoted hound. I was unsure if it was merely an illusion, but I was certain it would never betray me. This was both an instinct and a conviction, accompanied by 2 enchanting companions. I ventured into the city of Roland and discovered the remains of Meng Chuan against the stone wall. I promptly presented the task items and the monster-slaying quota, solemnly declaring, "Meng Chuan, we have fulfilled your request. Outside the city, the valiant soldiers of the Roland camp have returned to the earth." Meng Chuan opened his murky eyes and spoke softly, "Thank you, young and courageous adventurer. Come, this is your reward." Ding. System notification. You have completed the quest, Meng Chuan's Commission, 1, earning 12 million experience points, 40,000 gold coins, 7,000 reputation points. And the quest reward, Bone-Corroding Arrow. With a flourish of golden light, I successfully ascended to level 146 and obtained a shimmering skill book titled Bone-Corroding Arrow. Upon inspecting my inventory, I found a golden skill tome within. Bone-Corroding Arrow harnesses the power of death to inflict corroding damage on the target, reducing their defense by 60 for 30 seconds. Required profession, Archer. Required level, 135. Required race, Undead. Seeing the requirements, I couldn't help but smile. This skill was perfectly tailored for Bei Mingxue. A reduction of 60 in defense was remarkable. This would prove advantageous during boss fights. Beside me, He and Mu Rongming were grinning broadly, evidently pleased with their own rewards. Disregarding their joy, I pressed on to accept the next task. Meng Chuan, his mouth moving as if struggling for breath, spoke in a feeble voice. Young adventurer, there is yet another formidable challenge that awaits your completion. I nodded. Please, proceed. Meng Chuan gazed towards the east and remarked, within the royal city, the head of His Majesty the King has been displayed above the Grand Hall. That deranged fiend, Lei Ming, seeks to instill fear in the hearts of the people. He has dispatched a powerful captain of the guard to oversee the king's head, a demon from the underworld known as the Berserker Fight. You must slay him and bring me his head to avenge the disgrace of the Roland Empire. Chapter 631, The Berserker. With a chime, the new quest arrived. Meng Chuan's commission, too, an SS-class task, a beheading mission to eliminate a boss. The difficulty was likely considerable, and I pondered the true prowess of that Berserker Fight. Nevertheless, with He and I as formidable tanks, complemented by the exceptional priest Mu Rongming, we should be able to triumph, unless this boss was of celestial or divine tier. However, at this stage, such a scenario seemed improbable. Even Lei Ming, one of the 9 great monarchs, was merely a celestial tier boss, and his minions would likely be of the earth tier. Having accepted the quest, I called to my 2 companions. Eve, Sister Mingyu, let us set forth. A new target awaits. Okay, let us go? The 2 responded cheerfully, their spirits buoyed by the delightful progress we had made today, still basking in the euphoria of our achievements. On the desolate streets of the city, I wielded my Qingming sword, accompanied by the Phantom Wolf King, stepping over the shattered bones beneath my feet. I looked up at the gray, overcast sky. This city, once thriving thousands of years ago, now lay in ruins, a haunting reminder of its former glory, evoking a deep sense of melancholy. Throughout history, countless magnificent empires have risen and fallen, each proclaiming their desire for everlasting glory, yet ultimately leaving behind only the remnants of bones for future generations to ponder. The spring breeze continues to blow. Even after centuries have passed, the world has changed, and all matters have come to an end. Perhaps in 1,000 years, someone will reminisce about the past, those praises and hollow benevolence that have become mere jest, adding only to the farce. A pitiful group of dreamers clings to their futile aspirations. Before the grand palace hall, the towering outer walls are marred by numerous cracks, yet through these fissures, one can still glimpse the ranks of soldiers within, high-ranking undead, serving as the royal guard of Thunder, one of the 9 great kings. Thunder has established a fortress of the undead amidst the ruins of Roland, intending to expand his military might, but today he faced an unexpected ambush from Shinran, forcing him to retreat in disgrace. As I consulted the map, the hall lay ahead, yet to approach it, we must overcome the group of royal guards before us. Accompanied by the Phantom Wolf King, I cautiously advanced to within 30 paces of the royal guards, halting as the monster's formidable levels could easily draw their ire. A dark sheen glimmered in my eyes as the attributes of these elite guards appeared in the team channel. Roland Royal Guard, Ancient Class Monster, Level, 168 Attack, 25, 903. 050 Defense, 3, 200 Health, 250, 000 Skills, Heavy Slash, Frenzied Strike, War Frenzy. Description: after the fall of the Roland Empire, these once valiant soldiers succumbed to the plague of the undead, becoming puppets and accomplices of the undead. These bloodthirsty Roland undead retained their combat prowess from life and have gained the fervor of the undead, rendering them exceedingly formidable. At last, even non-boss monsters possess an attack power of 3,000. These guard soldiers are exceptionally elite, with attributes surpassing those of the Roland undead. It is evident that vanquishing them will be no simple feat. A flawless battle plan is imperative, or our trio shall be utterly overwhelmed. Nearby, several royal guards wielded double-edged blades, their terrifying skeletal faces adorned with strings of decayed flesh. Their skin, peeling back, revealed fibers resembling curtains, swaying as they moved. Yet, their battle armor remained intact, glimmering ominously. Murong Mingwe, clutching her staff and standing close to He, gazed at me and remarked, "Their levels are quite high, and their attack power is formidable. If one were to pursue me, I fear I would be unable to withstand it." I nodded reassuringly. "Do not worry. With me and our dear leader here, you shall not fall." He smiled sweetly, brandishing the whirlwind sword beside me. She pointed toward a wall within the palace, saying, "That terrain looks favorable. It can serve as a monster bait point. Lu Qing, draw the monsters away from there, and I will escort Mingwei over. When you arrive, position yourself with the little wolf accordingly." I observed the scene before me. The challenge was undeniably formidable, with a high density of monsters lurking about. A moment's inattention could lead to being surrounded, resulting in a perilous fate. Nonetheless, given my skills, I deemed it worth a try. After all, the 80 mobility speed bonus from the Stormwave boots is no mere illusion, and it does not diminish my agility, allowing for an execution of movements that could reach perfection. All right, I shall proceed to lure the monsters. Eve, keep an eye on the Sentinel Knight on the far right. I may not be able to draw it, but your positioning will undoubtedly attract its ire. You must hold your ground and prevent the monsters from ensnaring Sister Mingwei. Should the priest fall, our chances of survival would diminish drastically. Understood. With my sword in hand, I surged forth, traversing a direct path without hesitation. Instantly, a dozen Sentinel Knights unleashed deep roars as they pursued me. As I neared the monster choke point, I swiftly veered and accelerated, leading the horde towards the opposite side. A glance revealed that he had already brought Murong Mingwei up. The snowy wind warhorse let out a long neigh, steadfastly holding our position, while the iron-winged dragon stood beside he, occupying 2 squares, a commendable shield. Furthermore, the iron-winged dragon had reached level 130, boasting formidable attributes, commendable attack skills, and the ability to split damage, making it one of our primary DPS. Under my dual command, the Phantom Wolf King stood beside the iron-winged dragon, proudly raising its regal head, its presence rivaling that of the dragon itself, leaving Murong Mingwei at a loss for words. The Stormwave boots crunched against the gravel beneath. My focus sharpened. The guard's flawless zigzag movements drew the ire of a multitude of monsters, while I swiftly returned, brandishing the Qingming sword, and abruptly positioned myself between he and the iron-winged dragon, executing 1,000 ice slash. Boom. Ice shards erupted, closely followed by the shattering blade. As he unleashed the azure wave barrier, the skills intertwining in a dazzling display, I continuously released the ice spiral domain around us, controlling the monster's attack and movement speed while inflicting damage. The firelight mouse danced beside Murong Mingwei, its tail igniting a vast expanse of flames thrown into the throng of monsters, complementing my ice spiral domain to create a spectacular ice and fire cataclysm, yielding devastating results. The Phantom Wolf King unleashed a flurry of slashes, the 10-skill activation chance proving remarkably high, triggering 2 consecutive storm claws that ravaged the monster horde. I proactively unleashed the Infernal Storm skill, causing the earth to tremble as if countless crimson fissures appeared, dust swirling as successive storms swept through, draining the life force of numerous monsters. In a single round of combined attacks, a multitude of Sentinel Knights lay fallen in the courtyard outside the palace. Our output was nothing short of extraordinary. The effects of my War God 200 were no empty boast, augmenting not only my and he's attack power, but also enhancing the attacks of the Phantom Wolf King, Iron-Winged Dragon, and Firelight Mouse by 200. Such a ratio is indeed terrifying, and our monster-slaying efficiency surged to more than threefold. At this stage, the elite players are capable of inflicting damage ranging from 4000 to 9000 on ancient monsters that are 20 levels above them. This is the level of top-tier experts like Li Changfeng and Dou Jiang, though figures like Guguzi and Baiming Shui are exceptions. However, within my team, the inspiration bonus from the War God at level 200 allows us to achieve single-strike damage exceeding 20,000, rendering the monster's defenses utterly insignificant. Indeed, a rather shameful affair. The Iron-Winged Dragon lashes its claws upon the foreheads of the Guardian Knights, accompanied by a breath of dragon fire, causing a wave of damage across the entire line of monsters, each losing around 15,000 health. Truly formidable. The Iron-Winged Dragon's physical strikes have a 25% chance to trigger a Dragon Breath attack, making it a powerful ally for leveling up. It was indeed a stroke of fortune when Murong Mingwei rolled for the Iron-Winged Dragon. In less than 2 hours, after 5 consecutive pulls, we annihilated a group of Guardian Knights outside the Grand Hall and looted 7 pieces of the Roland armor set. Quite a stroke of luck. Lu Chun, how many sets of Roland do we have? He asked with a light laugh. I glanced at my inventory. A total of 8 sets, a rather auspicious number. Splendid. We'll sell them at the auction house, and and all the proceeds will be yours. Mingyue and I won't take any. Why not? Because this quest was initiated by you for us. We've already profited significantly from leveling up and acquiring equipment. We can't possibly take a share of the said earnings. Can we? After a moment's reflection, I realized that these two ladies seemingly had no need for the extra coin, while I, the one fond of hoarding gold, would be the only one to obsess over small gains. After cleaning the battlefield, I had already reached level 146, while He and Murong Mingyue both ascended to level 141, re-entering the top 10 of the Sky City leaderboard. The levels we had temporarily lost were swiftly regained in this exhilarating quest. Looking up at the majestic hall, once a grand imperial palace, now in ruins, its former splendor and prosperity could still be faintly discerned. The steps were made of gilded crystal, intricately carved beneath with dragon motifs symbolizing royal dignity and power. On either side of the hall stood 4 high-ranking guards wielding golden broadswords, their titles shimmering above them. Golden Armored Guard LV-170 Earth Grade Semi-Boss. Indeed, they were semi-BOSSES of the Earth grade, but the sheer number was somewhat daunting. With 2, He and I could handle 1 each, and with Murong Mingyue healing us, it would be manageable. However, for would present a significant challenge. In the distance, at the entrance of the hall, hung a small iron cage containing a decayed head, none other than the head of the king of the Roland Empire. Beneath it stood a towering necromancer wielding a battle axe. And there it was, precisely the boss we had come to confront, the Berserker, feat. Chapter 632. The Great Sword Storm. The Golden Armored Guardian is a tier Earth quasi-boss, while the Mad Warrior is a tier Earth boss. Situated approximately 20 yards apart, just beyond the effective range of aggro, our strategy is to first eliminate the 4 quasi-bosses before focusing our fire on the Mad Warrior, thereby accomplishing the task at hand. I swallowed hard, casually articulating our tactics. He tightened the reins of the snowy wind, inquiring, "Is this strategy feasible? Can the 3 of us take down 4 quasi-bosses?" I reassured him, albeit uncertain myself, "Don't worry, it should be manageable. I will bind one with the binding spell. The Phantom Wolf King will hold another, and then Eve and I will each distract one, concentrating our strength to take them down one by one. Sister Mingyue will handle the healing." "All right, it's settled then. Lu Chen, you lead the way." "Understood. Let us create some distance and engage in the square for better maneuverability." "Agreed." The 2 ladies, accompanied by their pets, retreated to the square where we had just slain monsters, while I cautiously approached with my sword drawn. With a swift motion, a blue blade descended from the heavens, the dragon slayer striking forcefully upon the forehead of the outermost golden armored guardian. It immediately turned, its terrifying visage contorted beneath the golden helm, emitting a distorted, hissing scream, and extending a decayed tongue approximately 10 centimeters long, a rather impressive display. The dark eye glimmered, promptly extracting the attributes of this 170-level quasi-boss. Golden Armored Guardian, tier Earth quasi-boss. Level, 170 attack, 3, 240, 395 defense, 3, 500 health, 5, 000 skills, blade slash. Armor defense, Great Sword Storm. Description: once the most loyal guardians of the Roland Empire, these valiant warriors were the pillars of the kingdom. Alas, when the plague struck, they were rendered helpless, becoming mere puppets of the undead. Wielding the very blades that once defended their kingdom, they have lost their conscience and transformed into brutal assailants, slaughtering their own kind. Well, pure physical attacks are manageable, with nearly 4,000 points of physical damage. This foe is indeed more formidable than the final boss we faced in the 9-Dragon Maze. However, it lacks magical damage, which significantly alleviates the pressure on both he and me. I swiftly retreated, pulling the strings of fate, and struck one with the Dragon Slayer. The other 3 golden armored guardians immediately pursued, an alarming development. With a flourish of my arm, 4 ethereal blades descended from above, striking the steps in rapid succession, ensnaring the rearmost golden armored guardian in a binding spell for a precious 15 seconds, granting us invaluable time. The boss has arrived. I decisively activated various buffs, Wild Roar, Intimidation, and others, seeking every advantage possible. Quickly, prepare to draw aggro. With my sword drawn, I rushed back and, upon reaching 5 yards in front of he, abruptly turned around. Shaking the sword's tip, I unleashed a frost slash, resulting in a thunderous crash as two golden-armored guards found their feet encased in ice, rendering them immobile. Only one guard pursued me, prompting me to command the Phantom Wolf King to attack one of the frozen sentinels. The little wolf let out an enraged howl, its claws striking relentlessly against the golden guard, who cried out in agony. This also succeeded in drawing the enmity towards it. Currently, the little wolf boasted an impressive health ceiling of nearly 100,000, sufficient for enduring a prolonged battle against the boss, one of our reliable advantages in this endeavor. Quick! Target this one and eliminate him first. I aimed at a near boss and swiftly swung my Qingming sword, unleashing a series of 3 consecutive blade blasts. Under the gaze of the dark eye, I discerned a patch of crimson at the gap in the armor on the boss's right shoulder, marking it as the most significant weak point. I fixed my focus on this target and delivered 3 powerful strikes of the blade blast. 10,923, 19,020, 27,834. Immediately following, I unleashed Shattering Earth, a devastating assault that dealt 3 consecutive blows. 12,929, 13,982, 13,200. Indeed, it was evident that without striking a weak point, my damage output diminished significantly. However, Shattering Earth delivered area damage, lacking any precision targeting. Thus, we had to make do with it. He continued her sword strikes. Yet she could not replicate my damage. Confused, she looked at me with her beautiful eyes and asked, "Lu Chun, what is happening?" I leveled my sword and executed a standard attack aimed at the boss's right shoulder weak point, saying, "Sister E, focus here. This is the weak spot. Do not deviate by more than 10. The closer you strike to the center, the greater the damage." "Oh, I see." He smiled brightly. Her sword now directed towards the target and executed a barrier break. With a resounding thrust, she dealt an astounding 28,904 damage. The exhilarating number was met with the boss's counterattack. Its blade swept towards He, followed by a spinning motion that unleashed a blade storm, striking repeatedly. The relentless blows caused our health to plummet, and both He and I staggered backward from the ferocity of the boss's assault. The other 2 guards quickly broke free from their icy prison. This was critical. Morong Mingyue swiftly initiated healing while urgently proclaiming, "No, the boss's level is far too high. Lu Chun, Eve, refrain from using the war god. Activate the royal path, or we shall perish." I wholeheartedly agreed and promptly transferred the leadership to He, who swiftly activated the royal path strategy, augmenting our attack, defense, and health by 50. Simultaneously, we all instinctively cast a card, the Blood Knight card we had just acquired, which raised our health ceiling by 40 and defense by 15. Consequently, each of us effectively gained a health boost of 90. A fleeting glance filled me with subtle joy. MLGBD had astonishingly reached a health cap of 56,000, ample enough to prevail. With Morong Mingyue's remarkable healing output, we could undoubtedly overpower the 4 semi-bosses using our attributes. Suddenly, the 2 remaining bosses charged toward us, their blades slicing through the air in a tempest of fury. I swiftly wielded the Qingming sword, executing a fierce blade strike, and braced myself for defense. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks erupted as the sword's edge collided. My body was jolted repeatedly, my health plummeting to 289, 2,789, 4,011. It seemed that even defense could not safeguard me from harm. The physical assaults of the semi-bosses were exceedingly potent, particularly that blade strike skill, which appeared to possess a certain armor-piercing quality. It cleaved through He's shield, brutally stripping away over 10,000 of her health even while in the Holy Shield mode. Stepping forth with unyielding resolve, I reclaimed the aggro, relentlessly targeting the semi-boss that I had locked onto. With merely 5 million health, it was not insurmountable. Soon after, the one ensnared by the binding spell approached, and the pressure on He and me intensified. Continuously maneuvering, I elongated the battlefield to evade further damage, waiting 15 seconds before unleashing the binding spell once more. With my level 146 prowess, I nearly achieved a 100 success rate against the level 170 semi-bosses. Boom! The 1,000 ice slash erupted amongst the horde of monsters, encasing all 3 semi-bosses in ice. He swiftly retreated, executing a clever wave slash that maximized our attack efficiency by enveloping all 4 bosses. The Phantom Wolf King roared, summoning a hellish storm, and the surroundings were engulfed in a whirlwind. Damage numbers incessantly flickered above the boss's heads, and as aggro slightly shifted, he and I launched a fierce assault to maintain control, anxious to prevent any missteps. The high-level Iron-Winged Dragon emitted a deep dragon's roar, its claws striking the targeted semi-boss with relentless force, unleashing bursts of dragon breath that were immensely gratifying. Furthermore, due to he activating the King's Might skill, our pet's health and defense were significantly enhanced. The Phantom Wolf King, as a celestial tier pet, boasted a staggering health cap of 140,000, truly formidable. Under concentrated fire, the semi-boss's 5 million health dwindled into insignificance. Within 5 minutes, the Golden Armored Guardian was reduced to less than 5 health, while the other bosses suffered from splash damage and area attacks, lingering around 80 health. With a cascade of holy light raining down, Morong Mingyue's impeccable healing ensured our party remained above 50 health. Her healing prowess was among the finest in Sky City, achieving over 80 effective treatment. Unlike some priests who merely healed fully healthy allies, barely reaching an effective rate of 30, encountering such priests would leave the entire team in tears. In a fleeting moment, the Qingming sword unleashed a series of relentless strikes, ultimately causing the first Golden Armored Guardian to crash to the ground with a low, mournful wail. Simultaneously, I noticed my experience bar surged by a remarkable 15 points. Truly, there is an unparalleled exhilaration in personally vanquishing a boss. With a clang, I raised my arm to absorb the onslaught of 2 additional bosses, coordinating with He, the Phantom Wolf King and the Iron-Winged Dragon to continue our assault on the second boss. It must be said, with one less adversary, the battle became significantly more manageable. Each attack from the boss inflicted a bloodletting damage of between 5,000 to 8,000 on us. However, Morong Mingyue's healing prowess remained formidable, enveloping us in a group healing spell while simultaneously conjuring a pool of life beneath our feet. With such dual protection, death was a distant concern. As time trickled away, the subsequent 3 quasi-bosses fell one by one. I claimed one, while He and the Iron-Winged Dragon dispatched the other 2. This victory also substantially boosted Morong Mingyue's experience. And with the Iron-Winged Dragon aiding in experience acquisition, it was indeed a boon for her. After surveying the battlefield, I found the loot from the quasi-bosses to be rather mediocre. The best item was merely a 4-star spirit-grade leather armguard, which I handed over to He for her to manage, as it held no value to me. In terms of selling, a 4-star spirit item could not possibly compare to the 8 sets of Roland armor I had nestled in my inventory. Having resolved all matters, and with my health fully restored under Morong Mingyue's healing spells, I ascended the steps once more, gripping the Qingming sword tightly, a smile gracing my lips. Frenzied warrior, we have arrived. Prepare to meet your demise. Within the grand hall, the frenzied warrior feet stood imposing, wielding a battle axe, his eyes suddenly ignited with a blood-red glow. He bellowed fiercely, "Damnable adventurers, you meddle too much. The affairs of the Roland Empire are not for you to interfere with. Go to hell." Chapter 633, the third line. The final boss has arrived. Prepare for battle. I held the Qingming sword, its blade lowered, a slight smile playing on my lips as I gazed at the frenzied warrior feet. This boss was a true embodiment of the undead, his blood-red eyes strikingly similar to mine, albeit infused with a more ferocious aura. Clearly, the frenzied warrior feat was at least a Shura-level undead. It was imperative to remember to absorb the essence of the undead flames once he was defeated. With this thought, I extended my hand, absorbing the undead flames from several nearby Golden Armored Guardians. A torrent of energy surged within me. This sensation bore a resemblance to an energy drink, invigorating my very bloodline with overwhelming power that I could scarcely contain. Simultaneously, I activated Death's Grasp, but much like previous encounters with bosses, it yielded only a few tattered pieces of armor, utterly devoid of promise, not even worth the value of a burlap sack. It seemed as though the system had been monitoring me, constraining the potential of the Death's Grasp skill for quite some time. I had not acquired anything of value from it for ages, to the point where I felt disinclined to utilize it. The formidable berserker strode forward, each step leaving an indelible mark upon the crumbling stone steps, his battle boots shattering the decay beneath. This boss epitomized raw power. Such a feat was beyond my own strength. Imagine me, clad in a suit of formidable armor, wielding the azure sword, leaving craters as I walked through the plaza of the Sky City, What a sight that would be, surely captivating countless maidens. Cursed humans. The berserker's voice was a deep rumble as he swung his battle axe, the handle gleaming with an intimidating blue hue, while the blade shimmered with a sanguine mist. He growled ominously, "The judgment from the abyss is upon you. Your futile resistance against Lord Thunder is nothing but a path to your own demise." I could not help but chuckle. The Deathblade Thunder? Huh. The coward has already been vanquished by Chiron and dares not show his face again. It is truly laughable that you remain here as his sentinel. You fool. Is your brain merely a vessel for foul water? You lack even the most basic intelligence. The berserker, Fate, seethed with rage, brandishing his axe. Ignorant wretch. I can smell the essence of the undead upon you. You were once a dead man. Yet you choose to aid that fool Mengchuan. This is the era of the undead. All living souls will become specters. Accept your fate. Today, in the name of the berserker, I shall sever your head and deliver your soul's embers to Thunder, who will surely transform them into a pile of worthless refuse. He stood beside me, poking my arm with the hilt of her sword. Hey, you've been personally attacked by an NPC. This is the first time I've seen that. Fury ignited within me as I swiftly drew the azure sword, its deep blue dragon spirit swirling and resonating a low growl, seemingly yearning for battle. Bring it on. I'm ready to fight. I utilized a health potion worth 400 points along with a Blood Knight card, causing my health limit to surge to 60,000. Akin to a minor boss. The ethereal sheen of my ghostly armor enveloped me, shielding me from significant damage. Nearby, the Phantom Wolf King bristled with crimson fur. Its visage twisted in ferocity as it glared at the boss, emitting a low, menacing growl filled with animosity. Morong Mingyue inquired, "How shall we defeat him?" I smiled faintly. "It's simple. Eve and I will distract the enemy, while you focus on healing, Sister Mingyue. Pets should evade and position themselves wisely. Do not perish too swiftly." Understood. As I spoke, I brandished my longsword and surged forward. With a swift motion, I unleashed the binding technique, but regrettably, a glaring miss erupted from the forehead of the berserker fight. The dark gaze surged within him, and I successfully extracted the attributes of the boss, revealing an intricate array of details. Berserker fight, heavenly tier boss, level 170 attack, 39, 405, 580 defense, 5, 500 health, 3, 500, 000 skills, blade slash, armor defense. Greatsword storm, ice rock purgatory description. Once a dragon warrior of the dragon domain, Berserker fight succumbed to darkness following the realm's ruin. He became a high-ranking mercenary, yet soon caught the attention of the Deathblade Thunder Roar. Enticed by the formidable Thunderblade, fight fell into the depths of depravity. Ultimately transformed into a warrior of the demon realm, his body refined by the power of death, rendering him one of the few formidable beings. By the heavens, such formidable attributes. Truly, he is a level 170 heavenly tier boss. I swallowed hard and turned to the two ladies behind me. Prepare yourselves mentally for the possibility of demise. In unison, they nodded. We have long been ready. With a smile of encouragement, I charged towards the boss, initiating a thunder charge. My form crackled with lightning as I collided heavily against the boss's chest. Fight's colossal stature dwarfed me, and after the impact, my strength paled in comparison. I was jolted back yet managed to stun him for 3 seconds. Attack! I swung my sword, unleashing the fierce blade slash, the blade clashing against the boss's chest armor, creating dazzling sparks that failed to penetrate deeply. 6,894, 10,921, 16,788. Indeed, even the fierce blade slash yielded such modest damage, underscoring the boss's formidable defense. Through the dark gaze, it became evident that the berserker's defense was nearly flawless, with no discernible weak points, leaving me at a loss for words. Again, dance with the sword, barrier break. With a thrust, a deep indigo flame pierced into the boss's chest, manifesting a significant damage figure of 23,578. This revelation provided a semblance of reassurance. At least we knew this boss was not invincible. Suddenly, he charged in, riding the snow domain's wind chaser. The steed's head collided with the boss's waist. And from above, he swung her sword, transforming the whirlwind into a brilliant flash that pierced the boss's neck, leaving a trail of barrier break's radiant attack. 17,893. Essentially, with Hei's attack power, Such damage was the pinnacle she could achieve, and her charge failed to stun the boss. Be cautious. Morong Mingyue's voice echoed from behind. Indeed, the boss emerged from the stun, swinging his battle axe and delivering a fierce blade slash, striking down upon He Yi's shield. Clang! He Yi's exquisite form trembled violently, and even the snow domain wind chaser let out a mournful cry, having sustained a direct blow from the sword's edge that caused a staggering loss of 21,092 health points. I swiftly adjusted the blade's angle, thrusting it into the boss's armpit, inflicting 9,088 points of damage, though this was not the boss's vulnerable spot. The Phantom Wolf King roared furiously, unleashing a flurry of strikes with its claws that landed resoundingly against the boss's waist, dealing substantial damage. Simultaneously, the Iron-Winged Dragon charged forth, and together these formidable melee boss-level companions began to whittle down the boss's health, which was now visibly diminishing. With a fierce roar, the Berserker unleashed a devastating whirlwind attack, and both He Yi and I found ourselves caught in the onslaught, as damage numbers soared. 19,042. 24, 898. The ferocity of the assault was overwhelming, and we struggled to withstand it. Morong Mingyue, tasked with healing, felt the pressure mounting. As the health drops were in the tens of thousands, any other priest might have despaired by now, yet Morong Mingyue continued to valiantly restore our health. At that moment, not too far away, He Yi's pet, the fire mouse, summoned a massive fireball, hurling it with force against the boss's forehead. This was a potent single-target magical attack, and the heavy-armored Berserker, notoriously vulnerable to magic, was struck hard, emitting pained howls. Damn it, this insufferable maggot! The Berserker fit bellowed in rage, as his battle axe erupted in a flurry of slicing winds. Alarmed, I shouted, "Watch out! Is that the whirlwind slash?" Indeed, before my words could fully escape, the boss's body began to spin rapidly, the battle axe flailing wildly, knocking both He Yi and me aside. The axe transformed into a streak of lightning, crashing down upon the fire mouse's head. Crack! 49,088. Goodness, the fire mouse's defense was woefully inadequate, and with its average health, it stood no chance against such a ferocious onslaught. In a single strike, the fire mouse squeaked pitifully and collapsed, instantly slain. "Ah, my little mouse," he gasped, visibly distressed. The boss cackled wickedly, having dispatched the fire mouse with a whirlwind slash, and charged towards Morong Mingyue. How infuriating! This boss exhibited remarkable intelligence, completely disregarding its aggro and choosing the frail healer as its target. I quickly raised my hand and summoned the binding technique. Whoosh, 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 for crimson lights descended, firmly ensnaring the boss within their grasp. Excellent. The binding technique had taken effect. As I lunged towards the boss, I swung my sword horizontally, executing the fierce blade strike to secure aggro before anything else. Following the attack, I twirled the ring on my finger, and the haunting cries of the ghost ring echoed, as my shadowy doppelganger emerged beside the boss, wielding the Qingming sword. With a deft flourish, I unleashed a combination of the fierce blade strike and a normal attack. The doppelganger's assault, albeit limited to only 75 of my power, required the use of the strike to lower defenses, allowing us to inflict significant damage upon the boss. He Yi gazed upon the scene and couldn't help but smile. "Ah, splendid. Is this the avatar effect of the ghost shadow ring?" I nodded in affirmation. Morong Mingyue, retreating while healing me, chuckled. "Splitting into two Lu Chens is quite impressive. If only this had practical applications in reality." Our Eve wouldn't be embroiled in a fierce contest with the enchanting E. He Yi's cheeks flushed. When have I ever been in a fierce contest with E? Morong Mingyue laughed lightly. "In secret battles." Humph. However, I had no time to engage in their banter. The Berserker's attack power was simply ferocious. I was operating on three fronts: myself, the Avatar, and the Phantom Wolf King, launching attacks along different trajectories. In a delicate dance of advance and retreat, I maximized DPS while controlling the damage I sustained. Despite the seemingly effortless maneuvers, it demanded exquisite skill, and within 3 minutes, I was drenched in sweat. Managing three fronts was a task beyond human capability. Morong Mingyue seemed to notice something awry. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. "Wait. Lu Chun, you aren't letting the Wolf King attack on its own, but are personally controlling it?" Goodness, three fronts. Chapter 634. Ice Rock Purgatory Clang. My sword met the force of the boss's assault, causing a subtle shift in my body. Immediately, The Avatar's Qingming sword parried the blow, almost flawlessly dissipating the boss's strike and minimizing the damage we endured. He mirrored my angles and force in her attacks, delivering hits with precision as the snow domain steed neighed, seemingly rallying behind its beautiful mistress. After defeating 4 semi-bosses, the Phantom Wolf King had leveled up to 117. Its attributes extraordinarily formidable. I estimated that upon reaching level 170, it would be able to directly confront a 170-level heavenly tier boss. For now, the Phantom Wolf King served as a crucial DPS, its claws slashing through the air, conjuring whirlwinds to assail the berserker. Morong Mingyue stood at a distance, her staff raised, casting healing spells upon he and me, as the pool of life nourished us beneath, allowing us to fight with greater vigor. The two of us, along with our pets, surrounded the boss, enduring its onslaught of axe strikes. Yet we fearlessly charged back in, the combat teetering on the edge of peril. Fortunately, with the benefits of a 50-point attribute boost and a 10-point debuff against the boss, we maintained our relentless stance despite the danger. In the guild chat, conversations flowed. Suyong, Lu, you need to come out. I have something to discuss with you. Lu Bai, what's up, Suyong? Suyong, 0° ice point. That scoundrel hasn't gone to the hidden city, the eternal palace, sacred rose, and ascend to the world have broken their promises and abandoned their support for the burning lyre and boiled crane. I just received news that 0° ice point is training with 2,000 players from burning lyre and boiled crane in the central region of the Dragonbone Mountains. What are your thoughts? Lu Bai chuckled lightly. I am of the ancient sword soul dream. Li Changfeng laughed heartily, exclaiming, the mere mention of commoner suffices. How ungrateful and treacherous are those at 0°, who dare to defy the ancient spirit of the sword. This debt cannot go unpaid. Suyong, Giguzi, gather 2,000 Qinghu Iron Cavalry and ascend the mountain to eliminate this group who burn the loot and stew the crane. Then, continue to reward those who provide their coordinates. Within a week, we shall strike fear into those who dare to harm the loot and crane, making them too afraid to leave the city. What say you? Suyong responded with a joyful smile. Indeed, I share the sentiment. Young Li, it would be splendid if you joined us. Little Ghost is already rallying the troops. Luinyu, will you join us? Luinyu replied, I am busy fishing for rich suitors. No time for this. Giguzi inquired, oh, are you trying to catch the formidable Zhiji? Luinyu countered, not at all. That fellow Lu Chun is exceedingly difficult to ensnare. I interjected, come now. You show me no loyalty at all. Luinyu chuckled. Oh dear, is Lu Chun feeling jealous? Come. I, along with Guan Yu and the lovely Xiao Man, are grinding in the crocodile swamp, where the monsters are of high caliber. Will you join us? I retorted, and yet you claim to be fishing for suitors. Luinyu teased, I am indeed fishing for you. Suyong then spoke, Lu Chun, you and the boss, Mingyue, are together, yes? We have resolved to pursue the loot and crane. What do you think? Is this strategy reliable? I nodded. Absolutely, I have no objections. The ancient sword spirit dream is, after all, one of the few large guilds on the Tianzong China server. We must ensure our glory is not trampled upon. Those who dare betray us shall find themselves unable to leave the Sky City. We will rotate our attacks, ensuring our leveling progress remains unaffected. If I am free tonight, I shall take matters into my own hands. Li Changfeng laughed heartily. Well, since Lu Chen agrees, there shall be no issues. Prepare to set out and strike the loot and crane under the cover of night. Suyong added, I leave this to you and Little Ghost. I will join the team to slay and collect equipment. By the way, Lu Chun, the Battle Heaven Alliance has taken the new territory in the western region and is currently recruiting on the forums. I shrugged, whatever. Ultimately, we will inevitably face a direct confrontation with the Battle Heaven Alliance. No need to rush. Laughter filled the guild channel, and after the battle in Darkmoon City, morale soared. Even 3 of the top 10 guilds from the City of Divine Shadows were repelled by us. The reputation of the ancient sword spirit dream echoed across the skies of the China server, and from that moment on, no one could ignore the emergence of this new king. Amidst the high intensity of triple-line operations, I took a brief respite, allowing the Phantom Wolf King to absorb the boss's damage. Its health and defense were formidable. It would hold the front for now. As for myself, I turned to the forums and stumbled upon a heated post in the Sky City section, a declaration from the Battle Heaven Alliance, authored by none other than Zhang Tian. The title read, Battle Heaven Alliance, fighting against heaven, against man, against fate. Immediately following was a line of smaller text. The Battle Heaven Alliance has fought for 10 hours against the ancient sword Spirit Dream, Snow Silver Fur, and other super guilds to seize territory. Now, a new main city, Battle Heaven City, has arisen on this cherished land. This shall be the dreamland of our alliance. We invite loyal brothers to join us, to defend our dreams and dignity, ensuring that the name of the Battle Heaven Alliance resonates throughout the world, causing our enemies to tremble at the mere mention of our name. In a single week, the Battle Heaven Alliance established 10 branches, recruiting leaders to manage members and affiliates. Loyalty is paramount. We seek not the timid and deceitful, but brothers willing to fight and sacrifice without regret for life. A proclamation of territory stirred my blood, nearly compelling me to join the Battle Heaven Alliance. Indeed, the leader of Battle Heaven possesses the qualities of a true commander. His capacity for inclusivity and discernment in people is remarkable. This is the reason the Battle Heaven Alliance has ascended from an obscure guild to a renowned super guild within the Chinese server in just a few years under his leadership. Now, the Battle Heaven Alliance boasts its own territory, a barbarian fortress, which is undoubtedly splendid news for them. With a solid foundation and the strategic acumen of October Rain, alongside the support of renowned generals such as Li Gu, Lin Bing Doja, and Xiao Tsongtian, the Battle Heaven Alliance is destined to achieve great success. Concurrently, the Alliance has officially become the foremost adversary of the ancient sword in Sky City. With territory, the Battle Heaven Alliance's influence will be markedly amplified. Despite the talents within the ancient sword dream, they have yet to break into the top 10 of the guild rankings, which are reassessed every 3 months. A revamp seems imminent. Regardless of these trivial matters, we must first vanquish this boss. At present, the ancient sword dream holds an 8th-level city and boasts elite generals such as Gue Guzi, Li Chengfeng, and Bei Mingshui. Even if the Battle Heaven Alliance is formidable, we possess the strength to contend. The fierce strikes of the Berserker's battle axe reverberated against my phantom armor, causing my health to plummet, culminating in a critical hit that dropped my vitality below 20. "Watch out, Lu Chen," Morong Mingwei exclaimed. In response, I activated Death Resilience and consumed an 8th-level Holy Spirit potion, instantly boosting my health to 15,310. With a temporary reprieve from danger, I bravely re-engaged in battle under Morong Mingyue's healing. Alas, I could not equip a shield. Otherwise, my ability to balance offense and defense would have been impeccable. After nearly 30 minutes of fierce combat, the Berserker's health dwindled to around 50, igniting hope for our victory over the boss. "Let's keep fighting for another 30 minutes. We should be able to finish this," Morong Mingyue said with a smile, "if all goes well." However, facing a heavenly stage boss without encountering mishaps is a rare occurrence. With a thunderous roar, the Berserker, Fei Te, suddenly leapt high into the air as his health dropped to 40, forcefully striking his battle axe into the ground. The earth trembled violently, and countless fiery red stone spires erupted around us, a manifestation of his ice rock purgatory skill. The ground cracked open, and numerous fiery red stone spires shot forth, followed by a rain of ice spikes that crashed down with cataclysmic force. Boom, boom, boom. The surroundings erupted with deafening sounds, leaving no opportunity to heal or escape. The area within nearly 100 yards was engulfed by the skill, and the palace of Roland behind us was reduced to ruins in the wake of the ice rock purgatory. Alas, it is over. Morong Mingyue stood there, utterly flustered, helplessly gazing at the ground beneath her as it fractured, unleashing a torrent of fiery magma. Above, icicles rained down incessantly, shredding Morong Mingyue's protective priest shield into splinters. Gradually, she collapsed, and above her head, 3 consecutive damage numbers exceeding 10,000 appeared, marking her demise. He and I hastily retreated, yet it was of no avail. The relentless onslaught of ice spikes and molten rock caused our health to plummet. Ultimately, Shuiyu, chasing wind, let out a cry and fell, with He succumbing to the lava as well, and my health dwindled to its last thread. In desperation, I unleashed the invincibility skill, Dusk Shield. In an instant, the invincibility skill activated, but only for 12 fleeting seconds, while the frenzied warrior pursued me relentlessly. In the team channel, Morong Mingyue remarked, "Oh, the graveyard is just at the edge of the altar ruins outside the palace. How close?" He replied, "Yes, Lu Chun, hold on. Mingyue and I are on our way. It will take no more than 3 minutes." I couldn't help but wail, 3 minutes? How can I possibly endure that? With that, I summoned the Phantom Wolf King to block, while I dashed away, occasionally turning back to use Dragon's slashing blade to restrain the boss. I could not afford to fall. I had to keep the boss engaged in battle. Otherwise, if it broke combat, its health regeneration would be tenfold, restoring to full in mere minutes, a burden none of us could bear. As I sprinted out of the royal palace, I could see on the map that He and Murong Mingyue were rapidly approaching. The frenzied warrior's blood-red battle axe cleaved through the Phantom Wolf King's fur. Its attack power was simply overwhelming, and the wolf could not withstand it. "Ah, Lu Chun, hold on," he exclaimed, having spotted me, charging forth with sword in hand on horseback. However, before he could reach me, the Phantom Wolf King fell. The boss approached from behind, unleashing a wide sword storm. I swiftly turned, raising my Qingming sword in defense. Clang! The blade reverberated, and my health was completely depleted. The frenzied warrior, feet, grinned malevolently. "Ha! Pitiful wretch, perish!" With a swish, the battle axe swept past, and I crumpled to the ground. How infuriating! I had fallen. Ding! System notification, you have died. And your equipment, Qingming sword, has been dropped. Chapter 635. Exceptionally high drop rate in the high-level boss area under death mode. One does not simply become a corpse upon dying, but is instead expelled from the boss zone, thus avoiding an endless cycle of respawning attacks. Similar to Murong Mingyue and He, they opted to resurrect at the graveyard, allowing for a swifter return, albeit at the cost of losing a level and a chance of dropping equipment. With a flash, I materialized at a nearby graveyard. Upon resurrection, I found myself with only 50 health remaining. All buffs vanished. I opened my hands to check, and to my dismay, the Qingming sword, my lifeline, had been lost. Drawing forth my cards and potions, I imbued myself with a full array of buffs. With fervor, I sprinted towards the boss while whispering, "Eve, Sister Mingyue, make your way towards the graveyard, rendezvous with me." And my beloved Qingqing Murong Mingyue chuckled softly. "No time for affection. The Qingming sword has already been claimed by Eve, and we are retreating. Prepare for us, hurry. The boss's attacks are formidable." With a resolute gesture, I summoned a magical circle, and with a howl, the colossal figure of the Phantom Wolf King burst forth. Alas, upon the death of its master, it too vanished, a pity indeed, for with the wolf's attributes, it could have withstood several blows. Its immense health pool was no mere illusion. Leaping over various obstacles, I dashed towards the courtyard wall not far from the Grand Hall, where He and Murong Mingyue soon joined me. Weapons. He rode atop the swift steed of snowy domain, casting forth a gleaming azure light, my Qingming sword. Springing into the air, I deftly seized the sword's hilt, launching a charge at the berserker. Swish. Miss. Yet again, I was met with a miss. The immune prowess of this celestial tier boss was indeed overwhelming for our current levels, being nearly 30 levels above us, and of a heavenly grade. That we had endured thus far was nothing short of miraculous. Raising one hand, the voice of the spectral deity echoed, and in the next moment, 4 blood-red divine weapons descended from the heavens, crashing around the berserker. These weapons unleashed crimson chains of lightning, ensnaring everything within reach, successfully trapping the boss within their grasp. All right, we had 15 seconds. Murong Mingyue finally halted, restoring He's dwindling health, and conjured a life spring. He and I charged forward, coordinating our assault alongside our pets. We had no choice but to engage head-on. The berserker's speed and attack rate were astonishing, and its size made finding cover nearly impossible. Clang, clang, clang. After 15 seconds, the effect of the binding technique dissipated. The berserker's immense strength reverberated against the shield, even in a state of divine protection. He was jolted back several paces, losing over 20,000 health points. The relentless barrage of the boss's attacks was merciless. Oh dear, what a powerful boss, with skills that could decimate. Murong Mingyue lamented, swiftly healing He, yet failing to restore him fully. The berserker let out a chilling roar, swinging its massive flaming battle axe down towards He, engulfing the beautiful guild leader in a devastating attack. Boom. 19,083. Clouds of dust billowed as He, mounted upon the steed of snowy domain, initiated a countercharge. Fortune smiled upon us. The stun was successful, though only for a fleeting second. It was enough to interrupt the boss's onslaught. The azure mysterious sword trembled violently after I executed a standard strike, the remarkable effect of the celestial weapon finally manifested. The dragon's soul coiled around the blade transformed into a brilliant beam of light that soared into the heavens, tracing a graceful arc before plummeting towards the boss. Boom, boom, boom. After a relentless barrage, the boss's health plummeted further, while I retained the effects of the purple dragon's roar, reserving this ultimate attack for the critical moment when the boss was nearing defeat. Before long, he and I flanked the boss, evading its flaming axe assaults. With our swift onslaught, the boss's vitality dwindled rapidly, soon reaching around 30. At last, the creature emitted a thunderous roar, mysterious runes swirling around it, as it summoned ancient powers once more. Ice and rock inferno, here comes this move again, I shouted, charging forward, raising my left fist, around which crimson whirlwinds swirled, the breaking demon fist descending with ferocious intent. Thud! My iron fist, encased in protective gauntlets, struck the boss's chest with tremendous force, causing the berserker's body to shudder. Though it did not fully interrupt its skill, it merely shortened its duration by half. Damn! The tier of this celestial boss is considerably higher, and the breaking demon fist cannot unleash its full might. Quick, retreat! I shouted. He and Murong Mingyue hastily dashed back, while I pursued with my sword in hand. However, the ground trembled violently, severely hampering our speed. Fiery red rock spikes erupted from the earth, searing my legs with pain. To make matters worse, icy spikes rained down from above, leaving us shivering in their wake. How could one escape the cataclysm of ice and fire? I let out a soft groan, collapsing onto the fiery red ground. Ding! System notification, you have died. Your equipment, soul-subduing cloak, and tidal battle boots, have dropped. Damn! Could this boss possess a plundering skill akin to that of the infamous Ruanyue? Even I, a player endowed with 38 points of luck, lost 2 pieces of equipment in one fell swoop, both of which I cherished dearly. Is there no justice? In a flash of light, I found myself in the graveyard, with Murong Mingyue beside me, her staff having also dropped, her face a mask of bewilderment. She could not fathom that this celestial boss could ravage us to such an extent. The team channel crackled to life, with He's voice. Hurry over. I've temporarily held off the boss. Luchin Mingyue, come lend your aid. I hastily grasped the azure mysterious sword, and, barefoot, dashed forward, only to have the blood-red soul-subduing cloak drop behind me, presenting me not as a valiant general, but rather as an elevated foot soldier. This prompted Murong Mingyue to chuckle softly as she ran alongside me. Luchun, so you too have your moments of disarray? I smirked, recalling the times we were relentlessly pursued by the azure sky marks. We were far more disheveled than this. You've seen it yourself. Murong Mingyue chuckled lightly, indeed. Ever since you entered Tianzong, your peak condition has been steadily restored. Hence, I must say it's quite rare to witness you in such a disheveled state. Why speak so much? Heal me. Upon our arrival, we chanced upon He barely managing to hold the boss at bay through his positioning and the dragging of the firelight mouse. Just moments ago, when the boss unleashed the ice rock purgatory, Murong Mingyue cast a large healing spell before succumbing, restoring nearly 70,000 health points to He. My demon-breaking fist had also halved the boss's casting time, allowing He to escape calamity. We have arrived. With my sword brandished, I surged forth from the incline, rolling to seize my equipment in hand. In a flash, I donned the soul-soothing cloak and the Stormwave battle boots, then hurled Murong Mingyue's staff, and seamlessly unleashed the binding spell. The divine weapon howled as the frenzied warrior, despite being in a frenzied pursuit, found itself ensnared and immobilized by the binding spell. I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Indeed, the binding spell is my foremost technique for vanquishing bosses. This skill must be divine, something even Lin Zayer could not impart. This skill book was a gift from Shinran. It seems that apart from Shinran, acquiring such a skill elsewhere would be a formidable challenge. The radiant light flickered as Murong Mingyue tirelessly restored He's health, while I charged in, wielding my sword with relentless fervor, slicing away a fraction of the boss's health. Simultaneously, I summoned the Phantom Wolf King, who, with a fierce howl, lunged into battle once more. And Indy, as the Wolf King, witnessing my master being repeatedly ravaged by the boss, ignited a fury within the little wolf. As I observed the frenzied warrior, I silently mused, having been felled by this celestial tier boss so many times, the drop rate cannot afford to disappoint us, or it shall be regrettable. Flames and frost clashed within the ruins of Roland, as we, the foreign adventurers, valiantly resisted the invaders' onslaught. If we could slay the frenzied warrior fight, the harbinger of the Deathblade thunder in the mortal realm would vanish, perhaps truly liberating the Roland Empire from darkness. Time trickled away, and as the boss's health descended to 20, Morong Mingwe, and I felt a shiver of apprehension. MLGBD, the Ice Rock Purgatory should be imminent. A pattern had emerged. The boss unleashed the Ice Rock Purgatory whenever its health reached 10, with a series of light taps on the steed's flank. He urged it forward, pulling Morong Mingwe along, while I left the Phantom Wolf King and a clone to follow suit. The Ice Rock Purgatory's radius spans approximately 100 yards. If we could flee beyond that, we would survive. Indeed, as we ventured a short distance, the earth trembled once more. The boss's health, marked by a vivid crimson, was besieged by a relentless barrage of ice spikes and fiery rock shards, as if the very ruins were being torn asunder. The berserker stood resolute amidst a sea of blood, wielding his battle axe to unleash his formidable skills. Without a doubt, the Phantom Wolf King, Iron Winged Dragon, and Firelight Mouse fell victim to this devastating attack, becoming sacrificial offerings in this cataclysmic display. Morong Mingwe, and I exchanged relieved glances. Sharing a smile, we had survived. 30 seconds later, armed with the Qingming sword, I charged back into battle. Without the aid of our pets, we managed to whittle down the boss's health to 10 within 10 minutes, leaving the berserker with only a meager 10 remaining. Summoning the Phantom Wolf King, Iron Winged Dragon, and other companions, our expendable forces surged forth, and we strategically retreated. After a relentless cycle of assault and evasion, 20 minutes later, the berserker's health dwindled to an encouraging 3. I calculated swiftly. It was time to deliver the final blow.